Reborn in 1998, I obtained a One-Yuan Flash Sale System. Chapter 1, Rebirth in 1998. Parallel world, please do not take anything literally. Spring 1998, Changhe City, First High School, Teaching Building Rooftop. Chen Ping'an, can you stop being so childish? I won't like you. We are third-year high school students, and the college entrance examination is coming up soon. You should be in the classroom reviewing your lessons, but you called me up to the rooftop to confess. Do you think this is meaningful? I will not like a childish person like you. The young woman Li Mengyun said, puffing out her cheeks, her tone filled with the feeling of disappointment in someone who fails to meet expectations, literally, hating iron for not becoming steel. They were both third-year high school students and classmates in the same class. 3 years of being classmates had made their relationship quite good. Of course, also because Chen Ping'an was very handsome, there was a little ambiguity between them. Just now, Chen Ping'an had found Li Mengyun and asked to meet on the rooftop. Li Mengyun didn't think much of it and followed him up. As a result, Chen Ping'an took advantage of the empty rooftop and confessed directly to Li Mengyun. Chen Ping'an wanted to confess before the college entrance examination. At this time, there were still 2 months until the college entrance examination. Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity to confess. Li Mengyun hadn't expected this outcome and was immediately furious. Everyone was a third-year high school student, and the college entrance examination was imminent. At this critical juncture, Chen Ping'an actually came to confess to her, which truly infuriated Li Mengyun. Li Mengyun did have a good impression of Chen Ping'an. But she was more rational, she knew exactly what she should and should not be doing right now. High school romance had no future. At the very least, they needed to wait until they got into university. But what did Chen Ping'an do? He actually came to confess to her. It was too childish. She was truly furious. Just this morning, she had told Chen Ping'an that they should both work hard to get into Qingbei. Chen Ping'an had agreed wholeheartedly yesterday. Yet, in the afternoon, he came to confess to her. This damned kid was hopeless. The more Li Mengyun thought about it, the angrier she became. Chen Ping'an stared blankly at the beautiful young woman in front of him, his eyes slowly growing moist. Am I dreaming? Is the young woman in front of me Li Mengyun? Oh my God, have I returned to the eve of the college entrance examination in '98? Chen Ping'an was shocked. He was too familiar with the scene before him. This was the spring of 1998, when Chen Ping'an asked Li Mengyun to the rooftop to confess, only to be harshly scolded by her. This memory was too profound, he would never forget it for the rest of his life. But the era Chen Ping'an lived in was November 2024. He had undergone rebirth from 2024 back to 1998. A time span of 26 years. Heaven had treated him kindly. He had too many regrets in his previous life, and he hadn't expected to have a chance to start over in this life. Looking at the huffing young woman before him, Chen Ping'an felt no disappointment from his rejected confession. Because he knew that he truly didn't deserve Li Mengyun. If nothing had changed, Li Mengyun would get into Peking University, and in her sophomore year, she would go to the ugly country to study abroad. She would graduate from a prestigious university in the ugly country, start a company there, and then rise steadily, making the company bigger and stronger. 20 years later, when Chen Ping'an saw Li Mengyun again, she was already the CEO of a multinational corporation. Her net worth was at least 30 billion, and that was in US dollars. 20 years later, Chen Ping'an, conversely, had failed in business, accumulated 5 million in debt, and was disheartened enough to attempt suicide by jumping off a building. It was Li Mengyun who heard the news, contacted Chen Ping'an, helped him pay off his debts, and gave him the courage to live again. Later, when they talked, Chen Ping'an realized that although Li Mengyun had rejected him in high school, she had a good impression of him and high expectations for him. It was just that Chen Ping'an himself failed to live up to expectations. He didn't get into Peking University with Li Mengyun, only went to a mediocre university, and missed the chance to be with her. Chen Ping'an wasn't very clear about Li Mengyun's marital status, only hearing that she wasn't very happy and had no children. However, by that time, Chen Ping'an no longer had the opportunity to be with Li Mengyun. After all, the gap in their status and position was too vast. That was a story that would happen 20 years later. Now it was 1998, and nothing had happened yet. If Chen Ping'an made no changes, the outcome 20 years later would likely be the same. Mengyun, thank you. Chen Ping'an excitedly hugged Li Mengyun tightly and leaned down for a kiss. He truly liked Li Mengyun too much. And he was too excited. So he couldn't help but steal her first kiss. On that day 20 years later, he had truly gone up to the rooftop, preparing to jump. But Li Mengyun appeared before Chen Ping'an like an angel and pulled him out of the abyss. Chen Ping'an was genuinely moved. He had originally thought his life would end like that, with no chance to repay Li Mengyun or to possess her. He would carry his regrets into the grave until death. But heaven opened its eyes and sent him back to his high school days. In 1998, nothing had happened yet, everything could still be changed. Chen Ping'an finally had the chance to make up for his regrets. Slap. Li Mengyun pushed Chen Ping'an away and fiercely slapped him across the face. Chen Ping'an, you bastard. Li Mengyun's eyes were red, and tears fell. She cursed fiercely and turned to leave. Her first kiss had been stolen by Chen Ping'an just like that. She was truly infuriated. Although she had a good impression of Chen Ping'an, she absolutely did not want to hand over her first kiss under these circumstances. Chen Ping'an, however, smiled, feeling that everything was so wonderful, even the slap Li Mengyun gave him felt sweet. But in reality, Chen Ping'an's face already bore a slap mark. Li Mengyun hadn't held back, the slap she delivered was truly forceful. Chen Ping'an touched the stinging slap mark on his face, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew brighter. Returning to 1998 was truly great. In his previous life, he was a failure. In this life, he must become a superior person. Chen Ping'an remembered the major events of the past 20 years very clearly. Relying on the opportunities in his memory, it would be quite simple for him to get rich. Putting other things aside, just by buying a little stock in major companies, he could make a huge fortune later on. And Bitcoin, that was the key to wealth. It was just that Bitcoin appeared too late, it would take more than 10 years. Bitcoin couldn't be relied upon in the short term. But there were plenty of other projects for getting rich. Chen Ping'an felt his body filled with vigor. Of course, Chen Ping'an also knew that he was just an ordinary person. Although he had memories of the future, he couldn't change too many things. Making money and getting rich was fine, but he shouldn't get involved in other matters. Those major events were not something an ordinary person could participate in. He would just stand at the cusp of opportunity and make some money following the trends. Just then, a pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the One-Yuan Flash Sale System. The One-Yuan Flash Sale event has begun. Please complete the flash sale as soon as possible, host. Chen Ping'an's expression froze. Chapter 2, One-Yuan Flash Sale System. Am I hallucinating? Chen Ping'an thought with a face full of suspicion. He certainly knew what a system was. But Chen Ping'an also knew that systems were fictional creations from novels. In reality, a system shouldn't appear. So Chen Ping'an suspected he was having hallucinations. But thinking again, he himself had been reborn. If something as impossible as rebirth had already happened, having one more system attached to him seemed quite normal too. For a reborn person to have a system was the most normal thing. System, are you there? Despite his doubts, Chen Ping'an still silently called out in his heart. A system interface flashed into existence before Chen Ping'an's eyes. It was a semi-transparent virtual interface, like a transparent screen appearing in front of Chen Ping'an. The system interface was also very simple. Because the system interface only had one function. At the top of the system interface was the system name. System name, One-Yuan Flash Sale System. System function, allows for One-Yuan Flash sales. The system interface refreshes 4 items daily, but only 1 item can be flash purchased per day. And the flash sale price only requires 1 yuan. This was the One-Yuan Flash Sale System. And the currency used for the system's flash sales was 1 yuan in cash. Today's 4 flash sale items had already been refreshed. 10 gold bricks, total weight 3 kilograms. 1 vial of Captain America's Super Soldier Serum. From the Great Tang World, the Max Level Longevity Art. From the Future World, 1 vial of Intelligence Enhancement Potion, doubles intelligence after use. The 4 items appeared on the system interface, nearly causing Chen Ping'an's eyes to pop out in shock. Incredible, this system was truly too incredible. The refreshed items were also too good. Among the 4 items, the worst was actually 30 kilograms of gold. As for the remaining 3 items, each one was quite good. Gold was the first to be eliminated. Although gold was valuable, its value was actually the lowest. So gold was eliminated first. What remained was a choice of 1 out of 3. Chen Ping'an only thought for a moment before also eliminating the intelligence potion. His mind was sufficient for now, the intelligence potion wasn't needed yet. Now only the max-level longevity art and Captain America's super soldier serum remained. Both items could enhance combat power, just in different directions of improvement. Chen Ping'an's gaze darkened. A long-sealed, hellish memory surfaced in his mind. In the memory, it was right here, on this very day, that he suffered greatly and endured immense humiliation. Led by Zhang Lei, several classmates brutally beat Chen Ping'an, and even urinated on his head, forcing him to drink it. School bullying exists in every era. 20 years later, due to the development of the internet, school bullying incidents easily spread online. But today in 1998, there was essentially no internet, so of course, no one knew about school bullying incidents. It was a hellish memory that Chen Ping'an dared not recall. It could also be called the nightmare of a lifetime. It was precisely because of this incident that Chen Ping'an's academic performance plummeted. He failed the college entrance exam, only got into a third-rate university, directly affecting his entire life. Thinking of the scene from his memory, Chen Ping'an's body trembled. It was a shiver interwoven with fear and anger. In his memory, Zhang Lei and the others should be arriving soon. Zhang Lei was a senior student from the next class, and he was also pursuing Li Mengyun. Zhang Lei was extremely jealous that Chen Ping'an could get close to Li Mengyun. He had long wanted to teach Chen Ping'an a lesson. This time, seeing Li Mengyun and Chen Ping'an go to the rooftop, Zhang Lei brought a group of his lackeys and followed. The scene from the nightmare was about to happen again soon. But this time, everything was different. Chen Ping'an slowly took out the only One-Yuan banknote from his pocket, opened the system interface, and chose to recharge. The One-Yuan banknote in his hand instantly transformed into a stream of light and vanished at his fingertips. In the system interface, a ding sounded, and the balance column increased by 1 yuan. One-Yuan Flash Sale, max-level longevity art. Chen Ping'an called out in his heart. This was Chen Ping'an's choice. He chose the max-level longevity art. Captain America's super soldier serum was very good, but the max-level longevity art was even better. The longevity art, a top-tier martial art from the novel The Great Tang Duel Dragons. Learning the longevity art not only granted a longer lifespan but also bestowed top-tier combat power, making it even more precious than the super soldier serum. Who wouldn't covet the ability to live longer and possess top-tier combat power? And now it was the directly max-level longevity art. No need to cultivate it himself at all. If he had needed to cultivate it himself, Chen Ping'an would have definitely chosen the super soldier serum, but with the max-level longevity art, he couldn't miss it. A golden light shone on Chen Ping'an's body as a powerful force poured into him. A vast amount of cultivation memories from the longevity art also flooded into Chen Ping'an's mind. Max-level longevity art, loading complete. A golden light flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. He had now become a top-tier internal skill master. His dantian was filled with powerful innate true qi. The innate true qi flowed from his dantian, coursing through all his meridians, continuously strengthening his body. The max-level longevity art was mastered. This was the system's great power. Chen Ping'an circulated his true qi, casually waved his hand, and a burst of qi force erupted, directly carving a long sword mark on the wall over 10 meters away. Casually releasing sword qi, this was the combat power of a top-tier internal skill expert. Feeling the surging true qi within him, a cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth. Bang! The rooftop iron door was kicked open. A group of senior students walked in. The student leading them was Zhang Lei. Chen Ping'an knew Zhang Lei all too well. He was the nightmare and shadow of Chen Ping'an's previous life. In his previous life, right here, Zhang Lei and his lackeys brutally beat Chen Ping'an, then a group of them directly urinated on him. The humiliation of a lifetime was born from that. Zhang Lei not only did that but also spread the incident throughout the school, making it impossible for Chen Ping'an to hold his head up. After Chen Ping'an's parents found out, they also came to the school to make a scene, but it was useless. Zhang Lei's father was a contractor, with money and connections. He had handled everything, and the school sided with Zhang Lei. They only gave Zhang Lei a minor punishment. Then Zhang Lei's family compensated Chen Ping'an with 200 yuan. The matter passed just like that, without any real impact. Chen Ping'an's parents were just ordinary people, they were furious but helpless. Chen Ping'an became completely dispirited, his energy and spirit utterly gone. For the last 2 months, he dropped out, could only study at home, failed the college entrance exam, ended up in a third-rate university, and had no further contact with Li Mengyun. Chen Ping'an's fate was changed here. How many times, waking from midnight dreams, had Chen Ping'an wondered, if he hadn't been bullied by Zhang Lei back then, would his fate have been different? There was no answer, because the past cannot be changed. But this time, there was a chance for change. Chen Ping'an had been reborn 20 years ago, reborn to this very moment when Zhang Lei bullied him. And now, Chen Ping'an was a top-tier expert. Chen Ping, you've got some nerve. What did I tell you before? I told you not to bother Li Mengyun anymore. Are you treating my words like wind past your ears? Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll write my name backwards. Zhang Lei swaggered onto the rooftop, cursing and swearing as he spoke. Zhang Lei didn't take Chen Ping'an seriously at all, he intended to give Chen Ping'an an unforgettable lesson. Chen Ping'an calmly looked at Zhang Lei before him, there was no longer any fear or anger in his gaze. Only a deep chill. In Chen Ping'an's eyes, Zhang Lei was already a dead man. He had already incurred a death sentence. The grudges from his previous life would be repaid in this one. You're a bit late. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Ping'an said leisurely, a wicked smile playing on his lips. His smile seemed both wicked and cold. But Zhang Lei was provoked. Fuck. Chen Ping, you're looking for death. Brothers, get him, beat him to death. I'll take responsibility, Zhang Lei waved his hand and said arrogantly. Students his age were prone to getting hot-headed and impulsive. Besides, he was used to being arrogant, this wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. And now they were on the school rooftop, with no one else around, so they were even more unrestrained. At this moment, Zhang Lei was also furious to the extreme and genuinely had thoughts of killing. Behind Zhang Lei, 3 of his followers also entered. In his previous life, it was these 3 along with Zhang Lei who beat Chen Ping'an. In his previous life, Chen Ping was just a bookworm who didn't know how to fight, how could he be a match for several of them? But this life's Chen Ping'an was no bookworm. Chen Ping'an bared his teeth in a smile, his figure flashed, and in an instant, he passed by the few of them. Chapter 3, An Eye for an Eye. A series of miserable screams instantly rang out, and the 4 people, including Zhang Lei, were sent flying sideways. Chen Ping'an's movements were too fast, they couldn't react at all before Chen Ping'an had already struck them away. However, Chen Ping'an used skillful force. Although he sent them flying and hurt them, they sustained no injuries. This was the marvelous application of internal energy. The 4 landed on the ground, unable to get up. They were in pain all over, unable to pinpoint where exactly it hurt, just that their whole bodies ached. Zhang Lei lay on the ground, dumbfounded. This was not how his plan was supposed to go. According to his plan, his 3 subordinates should have been the ones beating up Chen Ping'an. This match should have been a complete domination, an absolute victory. But the result was that all 4 of them got beaten up instead. This was unbelievable, and it shouldn't have happened like this. Zhang Lei wanted to run, but he couldn't get up, and his entire body was in severe pain. Just now, you were the one who wanted to teach me a lesson. Come on, I'm right here. Go ahead and teach me. Chen Ping'an walked up to Zhang Lei and said coldly. What did you do to us? I'm telling you, you're dead. My father won't let you off, Zhang Lei said, trying to sound fierce but inwardly terrified. That's all you've got. If you can't beat me, you threaten me with your dad. What a piece of trash. Chen Ping'an said disdainfully. Zhang Lei's face flushed crimson from the words. Even he realized that his actions showed cowardice. But Zhang Lei was genuinely terrified. He was scared by Chen Ping'an standing before him. Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Come on, teach me. I'm right here waiting for you to teach me, Chen Ping'an said indifferently, his expression icy cold. Just you wait, you're dead. I won't let you off. Zhang Lei spat through gritted teeth. All you have is lip service, Chen Ping'an said scornfully. Come, let me teach you how to bully people. As Chen Ping'an spoke, he took off his pants and pulled out his big guy. You're lucky today, you get to drink the fine wine I brewed, Chen Ping'an said, slightly maniacally. Zhang Lei's face turned green. What Chen Ping'an was doing now was exactly what Zhang Lei had intended to do to Chen Ping'an. But that kind of thing was acceptable if done to Chen Ping'an, yet absolutely unacceptable if done to him. Chen Ping'an, I was wrong. Please, let me go, don't. Zhang Lei pleaded in panic. I begged you like this before too, but you didn't let me go, Chen Ping'an said with a sneer. Of course, Chen Ping'an was referring to his previous life. When he was bullied by Zhang Lei in his previous life, he had also knelt and begged, but it was useless, Zhang Lei still didn't spare him. Zhang Lei tried to speak, but it was too late. A stream of urine was already shooting toward Zhang Lei's face. Zhang Lei could only try hard to turn his head away and close his mouth. But Chen Ping'an kicked Zhang Lei, and Zhang Lei immediately opened his mouth wide, letting out a cry. Then, a stream of urine landed right inside Zhang Lei's mouth. Chen Ping'an shuddered, having fully relieved himself. How comfortable. Sun Li and his two companions watched this scene from the side, completely stunned. Sun Li, Lu Ming, and Qian Hao, these three were Zhang Lei's lackeys. Chen Ping'an looked toward the three of them. Feeling Chen Ping'an's gaze, the three were terrified. The three of you got off easy today. I'm out of pee, otherwise, you wouldn't get off lightly either, Chen Ping'an muttered. Hearing what Chen Ping'an said, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'll give the three of you a chance to live. As long as you agree to pee on Zhang Lei's head too, I will let you go, Chen Ping'an said, smiling at Sun Li and the other two. Impossible. We would never do such a thing. Zhang Lei is our boss, Sun Li quickly replied. Loyal, good for you. Then go ahead and die. I'll grant your wish, Chen Ping'an sneered. After speaking, he walked up to Sun Li and kicked him. This kick landed on one of Sun Li's acupoints. Sun Li immediately screamed out loud, his whole body racked with extreme pain. Lu Ming and Qian Hao were also terrified when they saw this scene. What about you two? Are you going to pee on Zhang Lei, or do you plan to end up like Sun Li? Chen Ping'an asked the remaining two. I. Lu Ming stammered. Since you are so loyal that you aren't even afraid of death, I shall grant your wish, Chen Ping'an said with a smile, then kicked both of them. The two immediately curled up, suffering intense pain throughout their bodies. I'll pee. I'll pee. Please let us go, we are all classmates. Sun Li yelled. He really couldn't bear it, the pain was too much. Go together. All of you go pee. If anyone doesn't pee, I'll bully them, Chen Ping'an said indifferently. Hearing Chen Ping'an's threat, the three of them shivered all over, not daring to refuse, and could only comply obediently. Zhang Lei had his acupoints sealed by Chen Ping'an and was now gaping, completely unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the three of them peed on him. The yellow urine rained down, covering his head and face entirely. Just then, the three felt a kick, and then their bodies froze in place. A faint laugh came from behind the three of them. That's enough for today. We'll play slowly next time. Chen Ping'an's voice came from afar, followed by the sound of his footsteps gradually fading away. Sun Li and the two companions breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Ping'an's footsteps receding. But very quickly, they realized in terror that their bodies couldn't move. Chen Ping'an, hurry up and let us go. We want to go home, please. Chen Ping'an, we won't dare cause you trouble again. Please let us go. Sun Li and the two companions all cried, their voices full of pleading, hoping to call Chen Ping'an back. But Chen Ping'an never returned. On the school rooftop, only 4 weeping youths remained. Walking down the stairs from the rooftop, Chen Ping'an was in high spirits. Humming a song, he took small steps toward the classroom. He vaguely remembered the location of the classroom. Just then, a beautiful girl walked toward him. Chen Ping'an paused. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Lin Wanjun. It's Lin Wanjun, who is still alive. In his previous life, Lin Wanjun died very early. She should have died in a few years. That was why seeing Lin Wanjun again made Chen Ping'an feel so shocked. Chen Ping'an suddenly realized that he had returned to 1998, a time when Lin Wanjun was still alive. It's truly wonderful that Lin Wanjun is alive. Chen Ping'an exclaimed excitedly in his heart. Lin Wanjun and Li Mengyun were both campus beauties, mockingly referred to by the classmates as the first high's twin beauties. In Chen Ping'an's memory spanning the next few decades, there really wouldn't be many girls prettier than the two of them. This point alone showed how outstanding they were. The personalities and temperaments of the two girls were completely different. Li Mengyun was cheerful and generous, could easily joke around with boys, and was very popular at school. Of course, she was also a bit tsundere. Lin Wanjun was different. She was somewhat aloof, usually serious and unsmiling, and had few friends. Many classmates called Lin Wanjun the iceberg beauty. And honestly, Lin Wanjun truly possessed the aura of an iceberg beauty. During his first year of high school, Chen Ping'an pursued Lin Wanjun, but she rejected him. Only after being rejected by Lin Wanjun did Chen Ping'an begin pursuing Li Mengyun. It can only be said that Chen Ping'an already had the potential to be a scumbag during his high school days. Speaking of which, Li Wanjun's fate was also quite tragic later on. Chapter 4, Hello, Lin Wanjun. In his memory, Li Mengyun could be said to have smooth sailing for the next 20 years. However, Lin Wanjun would lose her life 2 years later. Li Wanjun's family background was not good. They were from the countryside. She had a younger sister and a younger brother, making her the eldest child in the family. Her mother managed the household chores while her father worked outside. Originally, although the family worked hard, they could still live a stable life. But alas, fate is cruel. Lin Wanjun's father, who was working in another city, fell from a height due to an operational error and broke his leg. Since he was a temporary worker, the compensation was minimal, only tens of thousands of yuan. Calculating the timing, her father must have already been injured and returned home. To treat her father, all the family savings were used up, and every penny they could borrow had been borrowed. But the money was still insufficient. To make matters worse, Lin Wanjun's mother also fell ill and required surgery, costing over 100,000 yuan. But the family's money had long been spent, leaving them with no funds for the operation. It was at this moment that an old bachelor from the neighboring village offered a bride price of 300,000 yuan to marry Lin Wanjun. With this money, not only could her father's leg be treated, but her mother could also be saved, and the family's life could be improved. Without this money, Lin Wanjun's father would be permanently lame, and her mother would die from illness. Although Lin Wanjun appeared somewhat aloof, she was a filial daughter. For the sake of her father, her mother, and the entire family, she agreed to marry. Lin Wanjun did not take the college entrance exam. She got married immediately after high school graduation. But Lin Wanjun's suffering began at this very time. It turned out that the man Lin Wanjun married was a pervert who had a physical disability and could not consummate the marriage. But he was rich, so he insisted on marrying a beautiful woman as his wife. This way, outsiders wouldn't know about his inadequacy. Not only that, but he also planned to have his cousin sleep with Lin Wanjun, so that when Lin Wanjun became pregnant, the child born would be considered his. It was, without a doubt, a highly twisted act. Lin Wanjun resisted fiercely and threatened to call the police. Lin Wanjun told the men that if they dared to use force, she would call the police, and they would all go to jail. The man's cousin got scared and backed off. Lin Wanjun's actions, however, enraged her husband, who began beating and abusing Lin Wanjun daily. In just 2 years, Lin Wanjun was beaten to death. Lin Wanjun didn't dare divorce or run away because the man was a pervert, and he had threatened her. If Lin Wanjun dared to escape, he would kill her entire family. Lin Wanjun had no choice but to endure it alone. She was truly enduring, but he never expected her to be beaten to death in the end. Only after Lin Wanjun died did the case become public, and the man was later executed by firing squad. Everything about Lin Wanjun was only learned by Chen Ping'an from his family after he graduated from university and returned home. Such a beautiful girl, such a good Lin Wanjun, died so tragically. Before she died, she had to suffer so much grievance and so many beatings. When Chen Ping'an heard the news back then, he couldn't help but cry until his eyes were red. And now, the Lin Wanjun who had died was walking toward Chen Ping'an, alive and wearing a school uniform. Lin Wanjun. Chen Ping'an suddenly called out. Is something wrong? Lin Wanjun looked at Chen Ping'an in surprise. A hint of confusion was in Lin Wanjun's eyes. She knew Chen Ping'an, he had pursued her in the first year of high school, but after being rejected, he hadn't bothered her again. She didn't know why Chen Ping'an was greeting her again today. Nothing, I just wanted to say hello to you. Hello, Lin Wanjun. Chen Ping'an waved at Lin Wanjun, his face sporting a simple, foolish grin. Are you crazy? Lin Wanjun raised an eyebrow and said coldly. Move aside. Lin Wanjun pushed Chen Ping'an away and walked off. Truly worthy of being called an ice beauty, she certainly has character. It's just a shame that she died so miserably and lived such a hard life in the previous lifetime. Chen Ping'an was not angry at all. Even though Lin Wanjun called him crazy, Chen Ping'an still wore a satisfied, foolish grin. It's truly wonderful to be back at this time. All the regrets of the past can be rectified. Lin Wanjun's fate can also be changed. Chen Ping'an hadn't intended to necessarily win Lin Wanjun's heart, but he had to at least save her life. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Wanjun be married off to that old bachelor again. However, Chen Ping'an didn't know the specific details about the man, only that he was an old bachelor, likely around 40 years old. As for the man's name or where he lived, Chen Ping'an had no idea. Therefore, Chen Ping'an could only passively wait for this man to appear. Furthermore, he couldn't explain this situation to Lin Wanjun. After all, it was unexplainable. He couldn't exactly say that he came from the future and tell Lin Wanjun never to marry, or she would be abused to death. If Chen Ping'an said such nonsense, Lin Wanjun would probably curse him to death. But Chen Ping'an now had the confidence to ensure Lin Wanjun's safety. Because Chen Ping'an had already mastered the max-level longevity art. He was now the ceiling of combat power among humans. As long as that man dared to show up, he was dead. In the previous life, Chen Ping'an didn't have the chance to kill him, but this life, he absolutely had to seize the opportunity and finish him off. The class bell rang. Chen Ping'an froze, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Because his soul was that of an uncle in his 40s, yet now he had to go back to high school. He had to adapt whether he liked it or not, as he was now a third-year high school student. The college entrance exam was only about 2 months away. He just had to grit his teeth and get through it. Thinking of the college entrance exam, Chen Ping'an's face darkened. How could he possibly take the college entrance exam? He had forgotten all the high school knowledge points. If he took the exam again now, he probably couldn't even get into a diploma mill. I'm doomed, what am I going to do about the college entrance exam? Chen Ping'an was distressed. However, the college entrance exam was still 2 months away. Another matter was even more troublesome. He couldn't remember where his seat was. He had found the classroom, but not the seat, because seating rotated weekly. Old Chen, hurry up and come over, the teacher is coming soon. Just then, a male classmate waved at Chen Ping'an and called him over. Chen Ping'an's memory was instantly activated. Zhang Yong, his desk mate in the 3rd year of high school. Also Chen Ping'an's childhood friend. The two were neighbors who grew up together, and they were also classmates throughout elementary, middle, and high school. They were still classmates in the same high school class, so their relationship was excellent. It was just that this guy's later life was also quite tragic. Primarily, the wife Zhang Yong married was terrible. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she was flirtatious and had Zhang Yong completely infatuated. Moreover, her character was poor. Taking advantage of Zhang Yong's frequent business trips, she started having an affair with another man. Later, Zhang Yong discovered the affair and, in a fit of rage, severely injured the adulterer. Zhang Yong was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison. His wife divorced him, the house was sold, and he was left with a daughter who was just over a year old. By the time Zhang Yong was released and returned home, his daughter was over 6 years old. His daughter had stayed with Zhang Yong's parents and was raised by them. Having a daughter was originally a source of comfort, but a few years later, the daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. Zhang Yong bankrupted himself treating the child's illness. Zhang Yong even underwent a bone marrow match with the child, but the doctor revealed that the child's blood type didn't match Zhang Yong's. A DNA test confirmed that the child was not Zhang Yong's. Things reaching this point were truly despair-inducing. But Zhang Yong was a true man. Even knowing the child wasn't his, he still paid for the child's treatment. Unfortunately, the child had a poor fate and ultimately could not be saved. Afterward, Zhang Yong became disheartened and never married again in this lifetime. Zhang Yong's own life was difficult, but he was truly loyal to Chen Ping'an. When Chen Ping'an was at his lowest, Zhang Yong even transferred 10,000 yuan to him. The money wasn't much, but the sentiment was profound. It was something Chen Ping'an would remember for a lifetime. However, in the previous life, he never got the chance to repay the 10,000 yuan. Zhang Yong died in a car accident in 2022. The loyalty he couldn't repay in the previous life must be fully repaid in this one. Chen Ping'an didn't plan to simply repay Zhang Yong 10,000 yuan. Instead, he planned to give Zhang Yong a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Of course, the most important thing was absolutely not to let Zhang Yong marry the trashy woman again. Chapter 5, Going Home. Good brother. Chen Ping'an sat next to Zhang Yong and said with emotion. What's wrong? Zhang Yong asked in surprise. Nothing, I was just reflecting on our friendship, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Of course, we're like real brothers, Zhang Yong also said cheerfully. Speaking of which, the two could indeed be considered real brothers, as they had grown up together. Moreover, both of their families had only one child, with no siblings, so the two had called each other brothers since childhood. Class is starting, the teacher is here, Zhang Yong reminded. This was English class, and Chen Ping'an had already opened his textbook and started reading. After reading, his expression relaxed considerably. In his previous life, he had passed CET-4 in English, and his studies were relatively solid, with a deep memory. Now looking at the English textbook, he basically recognized all the content. Learning English was not difficult for him, he just needed to review it. Chen Ping'an also wanted to get into a good university in this life, so he was quite serious in class. Chen Ping'an was serious in all the afternoon classes. Zhang Yong was somewhat surprised by Chen Ping'an's diligent attitude towards studying. The old Chen Ping'an was not like this. Old Chen, did you take the wrong medicine? You're studying so seriously today. Zhang Yong asked softly. I want to get into a good university, and since there's still time, I'll try harder, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. All right then. Zhang Yong shook his head, not understanding Chen Ping'an's thoughts, but he wouldn't try to influence Chen Ping'an. In short, he supported Chen Ping'an's willingness to study. However, Zhang Yong himself had already given up, because he knew he wasn't cut out for studying, and even if he wanted to, it was already too late. Evening self-study ended at 6:30 p.m., and then school was dismissed. Chen Ping'an's home was local, so he didn't board at school, he commuted by bicycle every day. Zhang Yong was the same, they went to and from school together. At the school gate, Chen Ping'an turned to look at the rooftop, a smile playing on his lips, then turned his head and cycled away. What were you looking at just now? Zhang Yong asked with a strange expression. He had noticed Chen Ping'an turning his head to look at the school earlier. Nothing, just wanted to look at the school, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. What's so good about the school? I'm tired of seeing it, Zhang Yong muttered. Chen Ping'an smiled and didn't explain. How could Zhang Yong know that on the school rooftop, 4 students were shivering in the night wind? It wouldn't be until midnight that the acupoints on Zhang Lei's 4 bodies would automatically unlock, allowing them to move freely. However, during that long period, the 4 of them would not have an easy time. After a 10-minute bike ride, Chen Ping'an finally arrived at Xingfu Community, where his home was located. Zhang Yong's home was in the old alley diagonally opposite. The two parted ways at the community entrance, and Chen Ping'an cycled back into the community. Seeing the familiar scenery of the community made Chen Ping'an a little excited. After parking his bicycle, Chen Ping'an, with a surge of excitement, quickly walked towards his home. Chen Ping'an's home was on the 3rd floor, and there was no elevator, their building had stairs. Upon reaching his doorstep, Chen Ping'an didn't knock but directly used his key to open the door. This was his habit, which he had always maintained. The door opened directly into the living room, which also served as the dining room. The whole family ate here. Chen Ping'an's first glance caught a middle-aged couple watching TV in the living room. They were Chen Ping'an's father and mother. His father, Chen Guoqing, and his mother, Yu Xiuying. His parents smiled and greeted Chen Ping'an when they saw him return. "Son, you're back. You must be hungry. Mom will get you some rice," Yu Xiuying said with a smile. "Mom, I'll do it myself," Chen Ping'an quickly said. As he spoke, Chen Ping'an glanced at his parents, but he dared not show too much emotion. He didn't want his parents to notice anything unusual about him. "All right, then you can serve yourself," Yu Xiuying said. Chen Ping'an served himself a bowl of rice and then came to the dining table to eat. "Dad, Mom, have you eaten?" Chen Ping'an asked. As he spoke, he also took the opportunity to observe his parents. His parents were truly young now. His father seemed to be under 40, and his mother looked to be only in her 30s. Because his parents married early and had children early, Chen Ping'an was already 18, but his father was still under 40. The father in Chen Ping'an's memory was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. His mother looked much the same. But at this moment, his parents were excessively young. Seeing his parents in their youth, Chen Ping'an felt a little emotional. Unfortunately, facing his parents now, Chen Ping'an dared not express his emotions, otherwise, there would be no way to explain it to them. He couldn't possibly tell his parents that he came from 20 years in the future, could he? If he explained it that way, he would probably be considered insane by his parents. Chen Ping'an ate while various thoughts popped up in his mind. In his previous life, because his own situation was not good, he owed his parents a great deal and never had the chance to repay them. Now that heaven had given him a chance to start over, he must seize this opportunity. He must ensure his parents live a good life. In his previous life, his parents' lives were not easy either. Both parents were laid-off workers, having lost their jobs 5 or 6 years ago. After being laid off, his mother found a job as a hotel waitress, and his father, who had car repair skills, also went to work at a private auto repair shop after being laid off. Neither of his parents' jobs were good, and they both earned their money through hard labor. But thankfully, the family had enough to eat and wear, they just didn't have the opportunity to get rich. Lin Feng ate very slowly today, carefully savoring his mother's cooking. His mother had always prepared the family meals. "Why are you eating so slowly today?" Father Chen Guoqing asked with a strange expression. "I feel it's too delicious, so I'm reluctant to eat too fast," Chen Ping'an said with a grin. His mother also smiled knowingly upon hearing this. After a while, Chen Ping'an finally felt full. If it were the old Chen Ping'an, he would have left after eating, but the current Chen Ping'an even washed the dishes after finishing his meal. Seeing this, both parents exchanged knowing smiles. "Have you done your homework? Why are you sitting over here?" Seeing Chen Ping'an sit next to him, Father Chen Guoqing asked with some confusion. "I don't have much homework. I'll rest for a bit, mainly, I want to spend some time talking with you, Mom and Dad," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why do I feel like you're different?" Yu Xiuying also asked with a strange expression. Normally, Chen Ping'an would just eat when he came home, then go back to his room after eating, never washing dishes. Tonight, Chen Ping'an not only washed the dishes but also didn't go back to his room afterward, instead coming to watch TV with them. "There's nothing strange about me. I just suddenly felt a bit sentimental. I've grown up, but I haven't spent much time with you, Mom and Dad. In a few more years, you'll both be old." Chen Ping'an said with emotion. "No, I still feel like you're quite strange today," Chen Guoqing said with a frown. Chen Ping'an smiled bitterly inwardly. Sure enough, as soon as he acted even a little unusually, his parents had already noticed his abnormality. Chapter 6, Opening an Internet Cafe. "Mom and Dad, you're overthinking it. I'm just me. What's so strange?" Chen Ping'an said with a grin. In his heart, however, he was thinking, "Mom and Dad, please don't notice anything unusual about me." Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was indeed overthinking it. No matter how smart his parents were, they couldn't possibly guess that their son in front of them was a rebirth. Moreover, given his parents' age, they probably didn't even know what a rebirth was. "There's something I wanted to discuss with you," Chen Guoqing suddenly said. "What is it?" Yu Xiuying asked curiously. "I have a friend, Old Li, you should know him." We had dinner together last time. Old Lee told me that they plan to open a hot pot restaurant and asked if I wanted to partner with them. The hot pot restaurant they're opening is quite large, requiring an investment of about 2 million. If I'm willing to invest, I can put in 200,000. If this hot pot restaurant really takes off, earning a few million a year won't be a problem. Then our family can also benefit from it. Chen Guoqing said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chen Ping'an was stunned, and then a distant memory slowly surfaced in his mind. Damn, I remember Dad also invested in a hot pot restaurant back then, but he lost over 300,000. Chen Ping'an complained internally. He had forgotten this memory before, but now it suddenly came back to him. In his previous life, their family had invested in a hot pot restaurant, most likely this very one. At first, they really only invested 200,000, but later, when the renovation funds for the store weren't enough, Chen Guoqing followed up with another 100,000, investing a total of 300,000. However, after the hot pot restaurant opened, it only did well for about a month. In less than a month, business began to plummet. As for Old Lee, he directly absconded with the money. By the time Chen Guoqing reacted, it was too late. All the equipment in the store had been taken away and sold, and Chen Guoqing directly lost over 300,000. In just one night, Chen Guoqing's hair turned gray. Back then, Chen Ping'an was just a high school student and wasn't interested in such matters, so naturally, he didn't ask about it. He wasn't clear about the specific situation. He just remembered that this incident had a significant impact on their family. After all, losing 300,000 all at once would be difficult for any family. Not to mention for an ordinary family like Chen Ping'an's. Chen Ping'an's mind raced, but he didn't know how to persuade them. Yu Xiuying said hesitantly, business isn't that easy. If it doesn't go well, we could lose money. Dad, I also support Mom's view. Doing business has risks. Have you thought about it? If this business loses money, and all 200,000 goes down the drain, can you accept such a result? Chen Ping'an interjected. It was also a kind of assist. Can't you say something positive? What if I get rich? Chen Guoqing said in a deep voice. Dad, our family isn't rich. Before investing, we must first consider the worst outcome. Just tell me, if all 200,000 is lost, can you accept such a result? Chen Ping'an continued to ask. Chen Guoqing fell silent for a moment. If all 200,000 were really lost, he couldn't accept such a result. It's important to know that their family's total savings were only a little over 200,000. Moreover, this money had specific uses. It was all planned for Chen Ping'an's university tuition and the cost of buying a house after he graduated and got married. Chen Guoqing and his wife had worked hard their whole lives and only had this much savings. If it were all lost, he probably would feel like dying. Dad, do you know what kind of business you shouldn't do? Chen Ping'an continued to speak. What kind of business shouldn't I do? You're not trying to say that the hot pot business shouldn't be done, are you? Chen Guoqing said unhappily. It's not that the hot pot business can't be done, it's that partnership businesses can't be done, especially businesses where several shareholders partner up. You definitely shouldn't do those. Dad, think about it. If you partner up for business and you're just a small shareholder, then who decides how the business is run, you or them? How much to spend, how to run the hot pot business, isn't it all up to them? In that case, isn't the fate of the hot pot restaurant in someone else's hands? Investing 200,000 just to bet on their abilities, isn't that too big a gamble? Chen Ping'an retorted. If we had the ability to do it ourselves, we would have already. But we don't know how to do business. Chen Guoqing said with a hint of anger. He was also a man in his middle age who had achieved nothing, so naturally, he had his own ideas. He also hoped that through this investment, he could change his family's living situation. His idea was good, but he was too naive. Dad, since you're planning to invest 200,000 in a business, why don't we do it ourselves? We can start a small business that we're confident in. Whether we profit or lose, we'll know the reason ourselves. If you invest these 200,000 and it all goes down the drain in the end, you won't even know how it happened. Yu Xiuying, hearing Chen Ping'an say that, also said with relief, our son is right. Investing 200,000 in someone else's hands is not as good as investing it ourselves. Chen Guoqing said with a bitter smile, how would we know how to do business? If we really did it ourselves, I feel like the chances of losing money would actually be greater. Who says? I know a business that can make money, and it's guaranteed to make money, Chen Ping'an suddenly said. Chen Ping'an had also suddenly thought of what business could make money at this time. Tell me then, what business can be done that is guaranteed to be profitable and not lose money? Chen Guoqing became interested and asked. Do you know about internet cafes? Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Thinking of the internet cafe business, Chen Ping'an also became interested. Internet cafe? What's that? Chen Guoqing asked, puzzled. An internet cafe, isn't it a shop with many computers that people use? Yu Xiuying thought for a moment and said. There was a newly opened internet cafe not far from the hotel where she worked, and she had seen it. Yes, Mom, that's an internet cafe, Chen Ping'an nodded. Did you go to an internet cafe, you rascal? Chen Guoqing seemed to have realized something and said unhappily. After all, Chen Ping'an was in a crucial period of his third year of high school. If he went to an internet cafe at this time and delayed his studies, the impact would be significant. How would I have time to go to an internet cafe? I just saw one along the way. I'm talking about internet cafes because I have a classmate whose family runs an internet cafe. Their internet cafe business is really good. I heard that surfing the internet at an internet cafe now costs 5 yuan an hour. One computer for 5 yuan an hour, 24 hours is 120 yuan. If there are 10 computers, that's 1,200 yuan a day, 36,000 a month, and over 400,000 a year. And this is just for 10 computers. What if it's 20 or 30 computers? The key is that an internet cafe is a one-time investment that can keep making money. You don't need to restock daily, the only daily expense is electricity. How much does electricity cost? The hotpot restaurant business is different because hotpot requires stocking ingredients. The vegetables bought today can't be used tomorrow. As long as business is bad, the hotpot restaurant will close down in 10 days to half a month. Chapter 7, Going to School. What does a kid know? Chen Guoqing said unhappily. The main reason was that his own suggestion had been refuted, while his son's suggestion sounded surprisingly reliable, which made Chen Guoqing even more displeased. Dad, investment is no small matter. You can't just mess around. I've said everything I needed to say. You think about it yourself, Chen Ping'an said speechlessly. Chen Ping'an had thought it through now. If his dad still insisted on investing in the hot pot restaurant, then so be it. Since he had the system, making money wasn't difficult. Once his dad's investment failed, he would give his dad some money to cheer him up. You guys think about it. I'm going to take a shower first. After Chen Ping'an finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the bathroom. Wait, you stay here first. Explain the internet cafe matter clearly, Chen Guoqing quickly called out. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, Dad, weren't you uninterested in the internet cafe business? Who said I'm uninterested? I just don't understand the internet cafe business. You should at least explain it clearly to me, Chen Guoping said irritably. All right, son, don't be angry. Come over quickly and tell us how the internet cafe business works. Is it really that simple? Yu Xiuying also chimed in. Chen Ping'an smiled, walked back, and sat down again. Then I'll give a simple explanation. Actually, the internet cafe business is very simple. We find a place with high foot traffic, and we don't need a fancy shop, just a regular storefront will do. Buy 20 computers, connect them to the network, and then we can open for business. Currently, a computer costs about 10,000 yuan. An investment of 200,000 should be enough to buy 20 computers. Right now, internet cafes charge 5 yuan per hour. 20 computers can bring in over 70,000 yuan a month. Calculate for yourselves how much you can earn in a year. But we don't understand computers, Chen Guoqing said, frowning. Dad, you are the bosses. You just need to collect the money. Later, we'll hire an internet administrator, and all the technical matters can be handed over to him. How about this, tomorrow, you two go out and look around. See where there are internet cafes and check if their business is good. If their business is also very good, then you can reconsider, Chen Ping'an suggested. That sounds a little more reliable, Chen Guoqing finally nodded. Chen Ping'an chuckled and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Half an hour later, after finishing his shower, Chen Ping'an did not linger in the living room and went straight back to his bedroom. Looking at the bedroom before him, he truly felt a sense of nostalgia. But this feeling of nostalgia quickly vanished. Because the room was genuinely small. It was cozy, but living in it wasn't very comfortable. When I have money, I'll change houses first, Chen Ping'an said in his heart. He could only say this internally and would never voice it, otherwise, his parents would treat him like an idiot. There were no entertainment devices in this era, no computers or mobile phones. Even television sets were only found in the living room. Chen Ping'an didn't have one in his own room. Chen Ping'an sat idly for a while, feeling a bit bored. But a few minutes later, he consciously took out his textbook and started reading. The college entrance exam was approaching soon, so it was necessary to study hard. He hoped he could still achieve a good score on the exam. Early the next morning, Chen Ping'an was woken up by his father's loud voice. The only downside to going to school was waking up too early in the morning. Chen Ping'an possessed the soul of an adult, so when his father urged him, he quickly got up. Dressing, washing up, eating breakfast. Breakfast at home was always personally prepared by his mother, usually congee, eggs, and steamed buns. Occasionally, there were dumplings, wontons, or noodles. The variety would usually change every few days. After breakfast, Chen Ping'an rode his bicycle to school. At the community entrance, Zhang Yong was waiting for Chen Ping'an, yawning. The two rode their bikes to school together. How did you solve that math problem yesterday? Show it to me when we get to school, Zhang Yong said while cycling. Chen Ping'an's expression instantly changed. Homework. Holy crap, he didn't write it. He had completely forgotten about homework and hadn't done any after returning home last night. Now it was bad, he had no homework to hand in. Speechless. He would probably get scolded at school. Getting scolded is just getting scolded, it's not a big deal. Chen Ping'an comforted himself internally, but he still felt a bit awkward. I didn't write it. Go copy someone else's, Chen Ping'an said speechlessly. You're awesome, Zhang Yong gave a thumbs up. He really hadn't expected Chen Ping'an to skip homework entirely. Zhang Yong admired Chen Ping'an somewhat, but he himself dared not skip homework. Chen Ping'an's awkwardness only lasted for a moment, he had already put the matter of homework aside. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Only children feared teachers, he certainly didn't. He would deal with whatever came his way, it was nothing major. Oh right, I wonder if the system items have refreshed. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an quickly opened the system interface and saw that it hadn't refreshed yet. The items on the system interface refresh once a day, continuing to refresh every morning at 8 o'clock. The refresh time is fixed. It was currently 7:30 in the morning, meaning the refresh would happen in half an hour. No need to rush, he would just wait patiently. They arrived at school. The two parked their bicycles at school, then went up to the classroom, where morning self-study had already begun. Chen Ping'an also took out an English book and quietly began reading. A fragrant breeze swept past Chen Ping'an, followed by a young girl's cold snort. Chen Ping'an looked up and recognized her immediately, it was Li Mengyun. Li Mengyun was probably still angry. However, Li Mengyun's small action made Chen Ping'an feel quite warm inside. I can't let this girl go in this lifetime, Chen Ping'an secretly thought to himself. The class bell rang without warning, but Zhang Lei and the other three people still hadn't arrived at school. That made sense. They had spent the whole night on the school rooftop yesterday, so they were probably in rough shape now. Even if they weren't sick, they were probably exhausted now. He wondered what they were up to now. Chen Ping'an's guess was quite accurate, as Zhang Lei and the others hadn't slept well all night. So, as soon as they could move their bodies during the day, the first thing they did was go home to sleep. Especially Zhang Lei, who smelled strongly of urine. After returning home, he spent a full hour washing before he finally cleaned the stench off himself. Zhang Lei now hated Chen Ping'an to the bone, likely even harboring thoughts of killing him. But Chen Ping'an's methods were extremely bizarre, causing fear in Zhang Lei's heart. Chapter 8 Stock Prediction Scroll. Time slowly ticked by until it finally reached 8 a.m. Opening the system's flash sale interface, today's items had finally refreshed. 4 items were refreshed today as well. 1. 100 gene of top-quality apples, excellent taste. 2. 1 all-encompassing tonic pill, strengthens the body when consumed. 3. 1 local residential property. 4. Stock prediction scroll, 1-month edition. Chen Ping'an's gaze instantly fell upon the stock prediction scroll. The other 3 items were simply incomparable to the stock prediction scroll. If he could predict stocks, wouldn't he be able to make a fortune? Clicking on the item allowed him to view its details. It was just as the name implied. The effect of the stock prediction scroll was that after using it, one could see the future trend of stocks. However, the stock prediction scroll had a validity period of 1 month. No wonder it was labeled as the 1-month edition. It turned out that referred to the duration of its use. Since there was a 1-month edition, did that mean there were 2-month or 3-month versions, or perhaps even versions measured in years? If he could obtain the ability to trade stocks permanently, that would be truly awesome. Although it was only for 1 month, it was already extremely powerful. Scanning through the other 3 items, Chen Ping'an ultimately chose the stock prediction scroll. Because only the stock prediction scroll held the greatest value and the most potential. He had already purchased the stock prediction scroll. It was a One-Yuan Flash Sale, so he could buy it for just 1 yuan. After buying it, it was stored in the system interface, ready to be retrieved whenever he needed to use it. Once used, he would be able to see the upcoming stock trends. How exactly he would see them, he didn't know yet. He would only find out after using it. But Chen Ping'an wouldn't use it now. Because once used, the time limit would only be 1 month. As long as Chen Ping'an didn't use it, the scroll wouldn't activate. Chen Ping'an hadn't finished his preparatory work, so naturally, he wouldn't use the scroll just yet. The stock prediction scroll was in hand, but he had no capital. This was also the source of Chen Ping'an's troubles. How about I borrow the savings from my parents to use? Chen Ping'an thought to himself. But this thought was just a passing notion. It was completely impossible to do. Then where on earth can I get the capital? Chen Ping'an fell into distress. Sure enough, the first pot of gold was the hardest to get. If it really comes down to it, I could just go rob someone. With my current abilities, robbing would be a very easy thing to do. Chen Ping'an thought wildly. Robbery. How could he actually go rob someone? If Chen Ping'an wanted to make money, he had too many other ways to do it. He would never do anything illegal. Robbery wasn't difficult, but the funds obtained from robbery could not be used because they were a source of trouble. Therefore, the first bucket of funds had to be legal and come from a legitimate, reasonable source. For a moment, Chen Ping'an couldn't think of a solution. I'll have to put this aside for now and wait until I think of a solution. Chen Ping'an thought to himself. The first class began. What followed was absolutely a painful day for Chen Ping'an. Because he hadn't done his homework, he was punished by the teacher to stand and also had to make up the assignment. Fortunately, he was already a high school senior, and teachers wouldn't call his parents for every little thing, so Chen Ping'an escaped a disaster. He wasn't asked to bring his parents in at this time. Although he didn't have to bring his parents, his day was still difficult. It wasn't just the issue of not doing homework. He had also forgotten all the previous high school knowledge. Sitting through class was mentally exhausting. Chen Ping'an already had thoughts of skipping school. Anyway, the purpose of studying was to earn money, and since he now had the ability to earn money, why suffer and be scolded here? But thinking that if he skipped school, his parents would definitely be very disappointed. Thinking of his parents' disappointed expressions, Chen Ping'an could only endure it. Finally, the day dragged to an end. Chen Ping'an, what is wrong with you? Do you still want to study properly? Are you not planning to take the upcoming college entrance exam? Li Mengyun walked up to Chen Ping'an and said with a serious face. Don't worry, I will achieve good results on the college entrance exam, Chen Ping'an said confidently. Humph, that's your business, I couldn't be bothered to care. Li Mengyun tossed her head and walked away with her school bag. Chen Ping'an watched Li Mengyun's retreating figure and revealed a faint smile. This girl was still the same as ever. How come I feel like Li Mengyun is interested in you? Zhang Yong leaned in close and whispered, his eyes full of envy. You're overthinking it, Chen Ping'an said casually. Let's go, heading home. Chen Ping'an picked up his school bag and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Chen Guoqing snuck over to the entrance of an internet cafe and looked inside, his eyes filled with a hint of shock. After Chen Ping'an told him about the internet cafe last night, Chen Guoqing had taken it to heart. However, he had to work during the day, so he didn't have time to check out any internet cafes. It wasn't until he got off work that he found time to locate an internet cafe. There weren't many internet cafes now, and it had taken Chen Guoqing quite some time to find one. What surprised Chen Guoqing was that the internet cafe was completely packed. There were only 10 computers in total, and all of them were occupied. Moreover, there were quite a few people standing next to these computers, watching them play while waiting for someone to finish so they could grab a spot. It was the first time Chen Guoqing realized that business at an internet cafe could actually be this good. This was truly astonishing. In reality, Chen Guoqing didn't know that this internet cafe didn't count as a real internet cafe yet. Because this internet cafe had no internet access capability, since internet fees were still quite expensive, the owner hadn't set up internet access and had only installed single-player games on the computers. But for people in this era, being able to play single-player games on a computer was already enough. Whether or not they could access the internet didn't matter at all. Furthermore, the network speed of this era was relatively slow. Even if they could access the internet, the experience wouldn't be very good. Chen Guoqing didn't rush home. He stood at the entrance of the internet cafe and watched for over half an hour. Seeing that the internet cafe's business was so good, he was genuinely tempted. Just as Chen Ping'an had said, running an internet cafe had great potential. If he invested in a hotpot restaurant, he would only be a small shareholder, he wouldn't have a say in the hotpot restaurant's affairs, and he would have no initiative. But if he opened an internet cafe, the business would be his own, and he could be the boss and make his own decisions. That feeling would definitely be different. Opening an internet cafe, this business was worth doing. Chen Guoqing thought with a burning heart. Chapter 9, Checking the Water Meter. Where can I get my first pot of gold? As Chen Ping'an rode his bike, his mind was still occupied with thoughts of how to make money. What are you thinking about? Zhang Yong asked curiously, watching Chen Ping'an's distracted appearance. I'm thinking about how to make money, Chen Ping'an said casually. Zhang Yong chuckled and said, getting money isn't that simple, but hasn't that cement king Zhou Wanhao's son gone missing? Their family has offered a reward of 300,000. If someone could find his son, they'd be rich. Cement king Zhou Wanhao's son is missing. Chen Ping'an repeated. He felt like those words sounded very familiar. Suddenly, it hit him. The kidnapping case of Cement King Zhou Wanhao's son, he had heard of this case. It was just that so much time had passed, so it didn't immediately come to mind. But now, with Zhang Yong's reminder, he remembered it. In reality, Cement King Zhou Wanhao's son hadn't just gone missing, he had been abducted by a human trafficker. Chen Ping'an remembered that it must have been the child's grandparents who had taken their 3-year-old grandson to the park to play. Then, the two elderly people ran into an acquaintance and started chatting, while the 3-year-old child played nearby. As he played, the child vanished. Back then, there was no surveillance, so it was impossible to find any clues about the missing child. Zhou Wanhao offered a 300,000 reward to find his son, but he was never found until over 20 years later when the child was finally recovered. Later, based on the child's memories, everyone learned that he had been taken away by a human trafficker in the park. He was then sold into the mountains in the northwest and wasn't found until more than 20 years later. Because of the two elderly people's momentary negligence, it could be said that the child's entire life was ruined. 20 years later, the human trafficker was also found and confessed to the process of kidnapping the child, adding that they had taken the child to Guanmaozi Alley and stayed there for 3 days. They had originally planned to leave that same day, but because of Zhou Wanhao's reward, the heat was on, so they hid for 3 days before leaving with the child. As for why they didn't turn the child in, it was simple, they didn't dare to, and they didn't believe they could actually get the 300,000. Later, the child was sold into the mountains for only 20,000 yuan. In 1998, 20,000 yuan was not a small amount either. Just for 20,000 yuan, they sold someone else's child. These human traffickers are truly not human. Do you have a photo of the child? Let me see, maybe I've seen him, Chen Ping'an said, half-jokingly. Isn't it on the wall? Zhang Yong said, pointing to the wall. Sure enough, a missing person notice was posted on the wall, with a photo of a 3-year-old child on it. Chen Ping'an looked at it carefully. It did indeed say there was a 300,000 reward, and anyone who could bring the child back would get the 300,000. In 1998, 300,000 was definitely a huge sum of money. Who knows how many people wanted to find this child? It was just a pity that after 2 days, no one had found the child. Of course, they couldn't possibly find the child, since the child had been taken by a human trafficker. Oh, it's this child. I know him. Zhang Yong, come with me, our chance to get rich has arrived, Chen Ping'an said excitedly to Zhang Yong. His excitement was half feigned and half genuine. Because his opportunity to make money had truly arrived. Because Chen Ping'an knew where the human trafficker was currently living. 20 years later, the human trafficker had confessed where he was living. The place where the human trafficker was living now was at 888 Yenha Road. Because this house number was so conspicuous, Chen Ping'an remembered it very clearly. The reason Chen Ping'an wanted to bring Zhang Yong along was, on one hand, to give Zhang Yong a chance to make money, and on the other, to make things seem more reasonable. 2 high school seniors finding clues about the child and rescuing him together would be much more impressive. If Chen Ping'an had gone over and rescued the person by himself, it would have seemed somewhat unreasonable. Do you really have clues about that child? Zhang Yong asked, equally excited. Of course I do. If I didn't, why would I be so excited? But Zhang Yong, even brothers need to settle accounts clearly, so let's agree first. I discovered the clues about the child, so I'll take the lion's share. I'll take 250,000, and the remaining 50,000 will be yours, Chen Ping'an said. Chen Ping'an needed money now, so it was better to clarify these things beforehand. No problem. Forget 50,000, even if you gave me 10,000 or 5,000, I'd be satisfied with just 5,000, Zhang Yong said with a silly grin. His mind was already picturing the scene of him getting 5,000 yuan and living it up everywhere. As for the tens of thousands, he didn't dare to even think about it. I'll give you 50,000. It's settled, 50,000 is 50,000. As long as I can get the 300,000 reward, I'll split 50,000 with you, Chen Ping'an said decisively. Hee, then thank you, Zhang Yong said happily, as if he really took Chen Ping'an's words seriously, never once thinking about whether Chen Ping'an was joking with him. This was normal, it was their long-standing brotherly bond, and they understood each other well. Zhang Yong certainly knew that Chen Ping'an would not joke about such matters. The child is on Yenha Road, let's go and take a look, Chen Ping'an said. The two quickly rode their bicycles to Yenha Road. Yenha Road was 3 kilometers away, so it took a little time to ride there. But it didn't take long, and they arrived at Yenha Road. Chen Ping'an glanced at the nearest house number, 165, it wasn't far from 888. The two moved along the street, and before long, they arrived at number 888. Zhang Yong still didn't know the destination, he was just following Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an suddenly stopped his bicycle and said softly, "We're here. I saw that child here earlier. I'll keep watch here, you go call the police over." Zhang Yong hesitated for a moment, but still agreed decisively. However, before leaving, Zhang Yong said, "Be careful, don't do anything rash. I'll be right back." "Don't worry, I won't be rash," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Zhang Yong nodded and rode his bicycle away quickly. Once Zhang Yong left, the corners of Chen Ping'an's mouth curled into a smile. Bringing Zhang Yong along was for legitimacy, and sending him away was to make the subsequent actions more convenient. That 300,000 wasn't so easy to get, just providing a tip probably wouldn't net him the full 300,000. So Chen Ping'an planned to do it himself and bring the child back. Parking his bicycle, Chen Ping'an went straight up and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A middle-aged woman's voice sounded from behind the door. Checking the water meter, Chen Ping'an said casually. Chapter 10, The Child Has Been Found. Water meter inspector. Didn't we already check the water meter? Why are you checking it again? Who are you? The door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman. She spoke while looking at Chen Ping'an. Seeing Chen Ping'an's school uniform, the middle-aged woman immediately said angrily, "Young man, you're still a student, yet you're pretending to be a water meter inspector. If you keep this up, I'll call your parents. Human trafficker, your time has come." Chen Ping'an sneered. Before the other party could react, he grabbed the middle-aged woman and flung her aside. When he grabbed the middle-aged woman, Chen Ping'an had already used a clever technique to seal off the qi and blood in her body. This was a type of acupoint striking technique, but it was much more advanced than ordinary acupoint striking techniques. The middle-aged woman was thrown to the side, completely unable to move. Chen Ping'an walked straight inside. This was a small courtyard with a ground-floor house. After entering the main gate, there was a small courtyard, and behind it were 2 rows of 2-story buildings. Chen Ping'an keenly felt a gaze fall upon him. He looked up and saw someone peering through a crack in a door on the 2nd floor, looking at him. Chen Ping'an was not in a hurry. He unhurriedly closed the main gate, then first checked the 1st floor, confirmed there was no one there, and then walked up to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the room door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man, holding a dagger, rushed towards Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an smiled disdainfully. He didn't care about such a person at all. There was no way he could be Chen Ping'an's opponent. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother to dodge, directly throwing a punch. In Chen Ping'an's eyes, the middle-aged man's speed was too slow. Chen Ping'an directly dodged the opponent's dagger and punched him in the eye socket. Of course, Chen Ping'an also used a clever technique. He didn't want to kill anyone here. After all, killing would be troublesome, even if the other party was a human trafficker. Chen Ping'an wasn't here to kill, but to save people, so he used a clever technique, only needing to control the human trafficker. Chen Ping'an landed several punches on the human trafficker's head, directly knocking him out cold. The human trafficker probably never expected that he couldn't even defeat a student. But how could the human trafficker know that he was facing not a student, but a martial arts grandmaster? Chen Ping'an kicked the human trafficker, sending him flying. The human trafficker let out a miserable scream upon landing, feeling as if his entire body was falling apart, hurting everywhere and unable to exert any strength. He lay on the ground, completely unable to move. Chen Ping'an walked into the room and saw several children lying on the large bed. They were all 2 or 3 years old, looking very cute, but at this moment, these children were all in a deep sleep, most likely drugged. One of the children was the son of the Cement King, Zhou Wanhao. The child has been found. Chen Ping'an smiled, and a weight was lifted from his heart. When he came looking earlier, he had the idea of taking a gamble. Now, it seems he finally gambled correctly. After confirming the child was still there, Chen Ping'an felt relieved. Afterward, Chen Ping'an tied up the 2 human traffickers, binding their hands and feet with ropes. During this time, Chen Ping'an also tampered with their bodies. True Qi had already infiltrated their bodies, and a month later, the true Qi would erupt within their bodies, causing all their meridians to rupture. They wouldn't die, but they would become paralyzed. Chen Ping'an knew that even if these human traffickers were caught, they would at most go to jail and wouldn't be executed. That's why he deliberately tampered with them, as a form of punishment. Among criminals, human traffickers are the least forgivable. There are many ways to make money in this world. If you're capable, you can rob a bank; if not, you can be a thief. The most despicable are these human traffickers, who actually steal children to sell. Chen Ping'an hated such people the most, which is why he chose to act. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yong ran in, panting, and peered around as he entered. Seeing Chen Ping'an, Zhang Yong finally let out a sigh of relief. Chen Ping'an, what are you doing here? I didn't see you earlier, you scared me to death, Zhang Yong said excitedly. I just came to take a look, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Oh, right, constable uncles, hurry to the 2nd floor. There are many children inside. They should be children kidnapped by human traffickers. Chen Ping'an had already seen the constables following behind Zhang Yong and quickly spoke up. The constables were also surprised to hear Chen Ping'an say that. They had been half skeptical when they heard Zhang Yong say there were clues about the child, but they still followed. Unexpectedly, it was actually true now. Regardless of whether it was true or false, they were already here, so they definitely had to go up and see. Several constables quickly went up to the 2nd floor and indeed found several abducted children in the room on the 2nd floor. Among them was the son of the Cement King, Zhou Wanhao. The case of Zhou Wanhao's son's disappearance caused a huge stir, so many people knew about it, and these constables, of course, also knew. Constable uncles, we found the child, so shouldn't Zhou Wanhao's reward belong to us too? Chen Ping'an walked behind the constables and said loudly. The reward is not our concern, but don't worry, we can testify for you that you found the child, the leading constable said happily. These constables couldn't receive the reward because they had regulations that prevented them from doing so. So, doing a favor, they would just help Chen Ping'an testify. Moreover, Chen Ping'an was the one who did this, he found the child. The constables wouldn't suffer a loss because they had performed a meritorious service, and privately, Zhou Wanhao would surely express his gratitude. With the constables present, things were much easier to handle. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Wanhao's family also arrived by car. Chen Ping'an and Zhang Yong both remained at the scene, with no intention of leaving. Chen Ping'an would not leave until he received the reward. My baby, my baby. A middle-aged woman rushed over, hugged Zhou Wanhao's child, and then burst into tears. Behind her, a young couple walked over, followed by an old man. This young couple was Zhou Wanhao and his wife. As for the middle-aged woman holding the child, she was Zhou Wanhao's mother, meaning the child's grandmother. The old man at the very back was the child's grandfather. Because the child was lost due to the grandparents, the grandmother was the most emotional. Chapter 11, Obtaining Startup Capital. Zhou Wanhao was also very concerned about his son, but seeing his son safely held in his mother's arms, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhou Wanhao looked towards Chen Ping'an and Zhang Yong. The constable had already informed him over the phone that 2 high school students had found his son, and specifically, one of the high school students named Chen Ping'an had caught the human trafficker. It was said that Chen Ping'an knew Kung Fu, which was why he was able to catch the human trafficker. Zhou Wanhao's gaze swept over Chen Ping'an and Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong nervously lowered his head, but Chen Ping'an raised his head and met his gaze without fear. Zhou Wanhao immediately smiled, confirming who had saved his son. Hello, classmate. You must be student Chen Ping'an, right? Zhou Wanhao extended his hand toward Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an was momentarily stunned, then quickly extended his hand and shook hands with Zhou Wanhao. That's me. I am Chen Ping'an replied briefly. Thank you. You saved my lifeline, Zhou Wanhao stated solemnly. Zhou Wanhao was already over 30 this year, and after being married for several years without children, this child was his first. If something had happened to this child, he definitely would not have been able to handle it. Now, the child had finally been found. Zhou Wanhao also breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhou, since you are older than me, I'll be bold enough to call you Big Brother Zhou. I hope that's all right, Chen Ping'an said with a light chuckle. Of course, that's fine. If my younger brother had skills like yours, I'd be overjoyed, Zhou Wanhao said, laughing. He was speaking the truth, as Zhou Wanhao really did have a younger brother, but that brother was lazy and gluttonous, unwilling to work, causing Zhou Wanhao endless headaches. Big Brother Zhou, speaking of which, I should really thank you. It was your reward that saved your son. Because I saw the reward posted on the street, it made me recall seeing the human trafficker taking the child a few days ago. But at that time, I didn't know that person was a human trafficker. I just thought it was an ordinary person taking a child home. It was only when I saw the reward on the street today that I realized that person was a human trafficker. So, I came looking, and sure enough, I found your son here, Chen Ping'an said calmly. He had said this to the constable before, and repeating it now to Zhou Wanhao was to establish the full context of the incident. Otherwise, if he had found the human trafficker without any reason, Chen Ping'an would not have been able to explain himself clearly. Even so, we still owe it to your good fortune, young brother, Zhou Wanhao said emotionally. Although Chen Ping'an was attentive because of the money, words of gratitude were still necessary. Zhou Wanhao was able to build such a large business at a young age, so naturally, his interpersonal skills were excellent. Young brother, thank you for your effort this time. The 300,000 reward will be paid in full, and I also owe you a favor. If you ever run into trouble in the future, you can come directly to me, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. He was considered a prominent figure locally, and such a promise was extremely valuable. When Chen Ping'an heard this, his eyes lit up, and his heart rejoiced. Of course, he knew that Zhou Wanhao might just be being polite, and such favors shouldn't be taken too seriously. But Chen Ping'an currently needed his first batch of startup capital. For money, Chen Ping'an could abandon his face. Chen Ping'an said with a smile, Big brother Zhou, if you put it that way, then I won't be polite. I really do have something I need your help with. Tell me, what is it? Zhou Wanhao asked composedly. If what Chen Ping'an asked for was relatively small and easy to accomplish, he would naturally give him face. But if what Chen Ping'an asked for was too difficult, then there would be no way, he wouldn't help. After all, Zhou Wanhao was not an idiot. Chen Ping'an said, Big brother Zhou, I need a sum of money, but I can't find anywhere to borrow it. Since you're a businessman, you must have connections in this area. Could you introduce me to a place where I can borrow money? Chen Ping'an did not ask Zhou Wanhao for a loan directly but phrased it differently. Zhou Wanhao was stunned for a moment when he heard Chen Ping'an say that. If Chen Ping'an had asked him for a loan directly, he would definitely have been unhappy. Whether he would lend it or not would be hard to say. But hearing that Chen Ping'an only wanted him to introduce someone who could lend him money, the nature of the request was different. One was asking for a direct loan, the other was asking for help finding someone to lend money. He would essentially just be acting as a guarantor. Although being a guarantor was not an easy task, it was much better than providing a direct loan. You have a 300,000 reward. Isn't that enough for you? Zhou Wanhao asked curiously. We acted together as two people. We agreed beforehand that when we got the money, I would give him 50,000, leaving me with 250,000. Although 250,000 is not a small amount, I have many places where I need to use money, and 250,000 is still not enough. If I can manage to borrow money, that would be perfect. I don't need the money for long, just 1 month. And I can pay interest, but of course, it can't be usurious loan with compounding interest. I can offer 20% interest, Chen Ping'an said carefully. He had carefully considered the interest rate. If it was too low, it wouldn't be worthwhile, and the other party probably wouldn't lend the money. If it was too high, it wouldn't be possible, he wouldn't take out a usurious loan. 20% interest for 1 month. That rate is not low, Zhou Wanhao murmured. The interest isn't low, but I don't have collateral, so I need your help, Big brother Zhou, Chen Ping'an said with a wry smile. Without collateral, it certainly makes things much more troublesome, Zhou Wanhao nodded. How much money do you need to borrow? Zhou Wanhao asked. Chen Ping'an naturally wished for as much as possible, but he couldn't say that. If he did, he probably wouldn't be able to borrow a single cent. It would look as if he were planning to abscond with funds. Chen Ping'an quickly calculated in his mind and immediately said, 2 million. A term of 1 month. After 1 month, I will repay 2.4 million, which is 20% interest. Zhou Wanhao looked deeply at Chen Ping'an, smiled, and said, Young brother, I consider you a friend. I hope I haven't misjudged you. For this amount, there's no need to introduce anyone else, I will lend it to you directly. How about this? It's too late today. Come to my company tomorrow, and we'll go through the procedures. Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. Big brother Zhou, thank you, Chen Ping'an said excitedly. This was 2 million. With this money, he finally had his startup capital. Chapter 12, This money must be handed over. Zhou Wanhao was very thoughtful in his actions. After seeing that his son was safe, he immediately wrote Chen Ping'an a check for 300,000 yuan on the spot. This was the reward for Chen Ping'an. As for the 2 million yuan loan he promised Chen Ping'an, it would, of course, have to wait until tomorrow after the procedures were completed. You really promised to lend the child 2 million yuan? Back home, his wife asked in confusion, a puzzled expression on her face. Because she knew that her husband was not someone who would do foolish things, nor someone who would easily lend money. Since I promised, I will definitely lend it. That young brother is extraordinary, I'll just consider it making friends with him. You tell me, which is more valuable, offering help in times of need, or adding flowers to brocade? Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. I'm just a woman, I don't know about these things. As long as you know what you're doing, that's fine. It's just that from now on, we can't let your parents take care of the child anymore, it's too scary. This time we were lucky to have a noble person help, and our son was found. Our luck can't always be this good, his wife said seriously. I know, there won't be a next time, Zhou Wanhao said equally seriously. He was also scared this time and would never let his parents take care of the child alone again. When Chen Ping'an returned home, it was a bit late. Fortunately, the constable had already called home and explained the situation clearly. Chen Ping'an, you're really bold, daring to go catch human traffickers by yourself. As soon as Chen Ping'an returned home, his mother, Yu Xiuying, grabbed his ear and unleashed a barrage of scolding. Chen Ping'an dared not resist and could only obediently listen to his mother's lecture. All right, the child knows he was wrong, that's enough. Besides, what our child did this time was right. I just asked the constable, if our son hadn't stepped in and caught the human traffickers, those children would have been in trouble. Those human traffickers had caught 3 children and were planning to take them to another region to sell. Although this kid was reckless, what he did was a good deed, Chen Guoqing said with a pleased expression. Mainly, Chen Ping'an did a very good job this time, bringing honor to Chen Guoqing. That's why Chen Guoqing was so happy and defended him. But he shouldn't have gone alone, how dangerous was that? Yu Xiuying said indignantly, her words filled with deep, unshakable concern. Mom, actually, there wasn't much danger. I observed them before I acted. The human traffickers were just an old man and an old woman, both without much capability. At that time, the human traffickers were planning to flee, and it would have been too late to wait for the constables, so I could only go up alone first, Chen Ping'an explained. And I promise you, I won't do it again next time. Seeing his mother's expression change, Chen Ping'an quickly assured her. Remember, there won't be a next time. You're our only child. If something happened to you, what would your mom and dad do? Yu Xiuying said solemnly. Don't worry, Mom, I won't get into trouble. Mom, I'm hungry, is there any food left? Chen Ping'an forcibly changed the subject. You know you're hungry, but you couldn't come back earlier. Wait, I'll go heat up some food for you now. Yu Xiuying pinched Chen Ping'an's cheek, then walked towards the kitchen. Before long, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Chen Guoqing, however, pulled Chen Ping'an to sit on the sofa. Chen Guoqing looked at his son, a smile appearing on his face, and his gaze towards Chen Ping'an clearly held a few more traces of gratification. Before, he always felt his son was immature, but today, Chen Ping'an even went to catch human traffickers and rescue children. It gave Chen Guoqing a feeling that his child had grown into an adult. Dad, did you go to see the internet cafe today? Chen Ping'an couldn't stand his father's gaze anymore and changed the subject. Speaking of internet cafes, it made Chen Guoqing a little excited. Yes, I went to see it. The internet cafe business is really good. I've visited a few internet cafes, and their business is especially good. It seems like our business really can be done. It's not seems like it can be done, it really can be done, Dad. If we open an internet cafe, we can make money, and it's a guaranteed profit, much more stable than opening a hot pot restaurant. We only have this much money, so we definitely need to do a stable business. Chen Ping'an persuaded him. Chen Guoqing had apparently thought it through as well. Hearing Chen Ping'an's persuasion, he smiled and nodded, saying, I also feel that opening an internet cafe is good, I just worry that I won't do it well myself. You have me. I studied computers in school, and I can ask classmates for information. Chen Ping'an quickly said, Dad, these few days, if you have time, go out and look around to see if there are any shops suitable for a joint internet cafe venture. If there are, we can rent them. Then we also need to register a company and get the business license to operate an internet cafe. Chen Ping'an remembered one thing. Internet cafe licenses were easy to apply for now, but they would be difficult to obtain in the future. If they acquired more internet cafe licenses now, even if they didn't open internet cafes later, just reselling the licenses could make a huge profit. Of course, Chen Ping'an himself wasn't interested in this kind of business, but he could let his father do it. To be honest, his father was only 40 years old. If he were told to retire now and just idle at home, Chen Guoqing would absolutely refuse. So, he needed to arrange some career for his father. In his previous life, his father Chen Guoqing lived a very stifled life. In this life, he would help his father also reach the peak of his life. Chen Guoqing became more and more excited hearing Chen Ping'an speak in such detail, and his eyes also showed a look of anticipation and excitement. Dinner was finally heated up. Chen Ping'an also ate his dinner for the day. Oh, by the way, did they give you that reward? Yu Xiuying suddenly asked. Chen Ping'an's expression paused for a moment, then he swallowed the rice in his mouth and calmly said, Not yet. It's too late today, it will definitely take some time. Then you remember to definitely get the reward. It's a 300,000 yuan reward, not a small sum, and they promised to give it, Yu Xiaoying said seriously. Mom, don't worry, this money won't run away, Chen Ping'an quickly said. I'm not worried about the money running away. I mean, before you get the money, give it to us. You're still young, and so much money is useless to you. We'll save it for you to buy a house and for your marriage later, Yu Xiaoying said, looking at Chen Ping'an. When Chen Ping'an heard this, the meat in his mouth no longer tasted good. Chapter 13, Learning Potion. Chen Ping'an certainly wouldn't hand over this money, but hearing his mother bring up the topic still made him feel awkward. Chen Ping'an quickly said, Mom and Dad, I did this with Zhang Yong. We agreed beforehand that he would take 50,000 and I would take 250,000. We can't cheat Zhang Yong out of his share of this money. Since you agreed beforehand, then Zhang Yong must certainly be given his share, Yu Xiaoying said. After speaking, she looked at Chen Ping'an and continued, even if you give Zhang Yong 50,000, you still have 250,000 left. That's not a small amount. Your father and I have saved for so many years, and we only have 200,000. And now you suddenly have more money than both of us. Mom, I have my own plans for this money. I'm about to take the college entrance examination, and then I'll go to university. I'll pay for my university expenses myself. And during university, I also want to start a business, which requires capital. This money is for my university expenses and my business startup capital. If you take this money away, I feel like life won't be worth living. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean life won't be worth living? Yu Xiaoying immediately became anxious. I can't help but think that way. I'm 18 years old, and I finally earned my first sum of money through my own abilities, and then my mom wants to take it away. What am I supposed to do? Chen Ping'an looked at his mother with an innocent expression. I'm doing this for your own good. 250,000. You're just a kid, can you handle that much money? Yu Xiaoying said agitatedly. Mom, I'm 18 years old. I'm an adult. 30 years ago, people could get married and have children at 18. At 18, one can even start a family and career. Why can't I manage my own money? Chen Ping'an said seriously. All right, the child is grown up, and he has his own plans. This is fine, Chen Guoqing interjected. Yu Xiaoying bit her lip, still feeling a bit unhappy. It wasn't that she genuinely coveted her son's money, he was her son, after all. She was just worried that a young person, suddenly coming into money, might lose control of themselves. How about this, let's meet halfway. Keep the money with me for a month, so I can at least look at it. I'll give it back to you after a month, Chen Ping'an said with a wronged expression. Of course, the wronged look was feigned. In 1 month, he could use the money to trade stocks and earn a considerable amount. By then, he would have sufficient capital, and giving his parents 250,000 wouldn't have a major impact. No need for all that trouble, just keep it yourself, Yu Xiaoying suddenly said, shaking her head. Seeing her son's wronged expression, she suddenly softened. My son is right, Yu Xiaoying thought to herself. This is the first money he's earned in his life, so it should rightfully be managed by him. Thank you, Mom, you're the best, Chen Ping'an said happily. This way, his capital would be even greater. Hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold, Yu Xiaoying said crossly. Chen Ping'an chuckled, picked up his bowl, and began eating. After dinner, Chen Ping'an offered to wash the dishes, but Yu Xiaoying sent him away. Chen Ping'an didn't insist. After returning to his bedroom, the first thing he did was take out his homework and start working on it. He hadn't done his homework yesterday and had been lectured by the teacher. He certainly didn't want that treatment again tomorrow. So it was better to be careful today and finish the homework properly. It was just that this homework was too difficult. Chen Ping'an was speechless trying to complete this high school homework. The key problem was that there were many questions he simply didn't know how to answer. Chen Ping'an could only grit his teeth and finish all the homework, little by little. As for whether he got them right, that was irrelevant for now. Chen Ping'an was truly starting to worry about his upcoming college entrance examination. With his current ability, if he took the college entrance examination, he probably wouldn't even get into a diploma mill university. He had pretty much forgotten all the high school curriculum. I'm screwed. What am I going to do? Chen Ping'an let out a breath and suddenly considered giving up on the college entrance examination. Since he wouldn't pass anyway, he might as well relax for the next 2 months. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Before the dust truly settled, he couldn't actively give up on the college entrance examination. By the time he finished his homework, it was already late. Chen Ping'an didn't want to overthink things and quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, he went to school with Zhang Yong again. Once in the classroom, Chen Ping'an began looking forward to the flash sale later. Today was the third flash sale. He wondered if he could snag any good items today. Finally, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. The flash sale system interface refreshed. 4 brand new items appeared on the system interface, and simultaneously, Chen Ping'an gained 1 opportunity to purchase an item. These 4 items were 1 gold brick, 1 30-carat ruby, 1 Grandmaster level Tai Chi skill book, 1 learning potion. The gold brick was immediately ruled out because it had the lowest value. The 30-carat ruby genuinely made Chen Ping'an momentarily tempted. One must know that a 30-carat ruby could sell for tens of millions at an auction house. That's why Chen Ping'an felt tempted. The Grandmaster level Tai Chi skill book was also quite good. Once learned, he would master Grandmaster level Tai Chi. But for Chen Ping'an, who had already mastered the maximum level longevity art, learning Tai Chi was somewhat redundant. The final item was a bottle of learning potion. Learning potion permanently enhances memory ability upon consumption, and increases learning capability 100-fold for 3 days. After reading the description of the learning potion, Chen Ping'an's breathing quickened. This learning potion was definitely a good item, the best thing he needed right now. The learning potion not only permanently enhances memory but also grants a 100-fold learning capability for 3 days. This was incredibly awesome. This is the one. Flash purchase. Chen Ping'an didn't hesitate and immediately purchased the bottle of learning potion. Although he purchased the potion, Chen Ping'an chose not to take it immediately. Since the learning potion only provides 3 days of enhanced learning time after consumption, the timing of its use was crucial. He was currently in school taking classes, and taking the potion now would be a waste of its effects. Chen Ping'an planned to wait until he got home tonight and was fully prepared before consuming the learning potion. Chapter 14, Stock Account Opening. Just as Chen Ping'an was feeling relieved that he didn't have to worry about studying, a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Zhang Lei had arrived. Zhang Lei appeared at the classroom entrance with a dark expression, his gaze venomous as he looked at Chen Ping'an. When Chen Ping'an looked back, Zhang Lei made a throat-slitting gesture at him. Chen Ping'an suddenly smiled, lightly uttering 2 words, idiot. Although he couldn't hear Chen Ping'an speak, Zhang Lei clearly guessed what Chen Ping'an was saying, and his expression immediately grew even darker. The class bell rang, and Zhang Lei left with a furious expression. He would not let Chen Ping'an off the hook. He was going to kill Chen Ping'an. Is Zhang Lei going to look for trouble with you? Zhang Yong leaned over and asked. Yeah, Zhang Lei is planning to cause trouble for me. Tell me, you're both named Zhang, so how can the difference be so huge? Chen Ping'an said jokingly. Of course, there must be a difference. People like Zhang Lei are simply an insult to the Zhang surname, Zhang Yong said, chuckling. The rest of the day's classes were uneventful, but Chen Ping'an found it a bit painful. What he feared most was the teacher calling his name in class and asking him to answer a question. There were many questions he genuinely didn't know the answer to. Fortunately, it was already the final sprint stage of the 3rd year of high school, so teachers rarely asked questions, usually just assigning practice problems. But even the practice problems were difficult. His memories of high school were from his previous life. How could he remember high school knowledge? He could only endure the suffering, and finally, he managed to make it to lunch dismissal. His school was quite humane, students were allowed to go out for lunch during the break. Without a word, Chen Ping'an rode his bicycle out of the school. Yesterday, he had finalized the decision with Zhou Wanhao to borrow money today. Once the 2 million loan was deposited, he could start trading stocks. At that point, he would have his first startup capital. Young brother, you're here. At Wanhao Cement Factory, Zhou Wanhao smiled and greeted the sweating Chen Ping'an. Big brother Zhou, your place is really hard to find. I even went to the wrong place just now, Chen Ping'an said breathlessly, showing no sign of restraint. Zhou Wanhao found Chen Ping'an increasingly pleasing to the eye. He felt that the young man in front of him didn't seem like a high school student, but rather someone his own age. But in reality, Zhou Wanhao had already investigated Chen Ping'an's identity and confirmed that Chen Ping'an was genuinely a third-year high school student. I can't help it. I run a cement factory, so I can't exactly be in the city center. Should I arrange a car to take you back later? Zhou Wanhao asked with a smile. Let's forget it. I rode my bike here, and it would be inconvenient to take a car back. Big brother Zhou, how about we take care of the main business first? Chen Ping'an said with a hint of shyness. All right, I'll listen to you, Zhou Wanhao said, laughing heartily. Zhou Wanhao led the way directly to the accountant's office and had the accountant complete the relevant procedures. Even among close brothers, accounts must be clear, let alone a relationship like theirs. The fact that Zhou Wanhao was willing to lend the money already demonstrated his generosity. If it were anyone else, would they agree to lend the money? Moreover, Chen Ping'an hadn't expected Zhou Wanhao to actually lend him the money in the first place. Chen Ping'an was just trying his luck. If he was willing to lend the money, that was naturally the best outcome. If not, there was nothing he could do. He would then have to use the 300,000 yuan reward money as startup capital. But now that he had an extra 2 million, the speed of making money would be much faster. With Zhou Wanhao's instructions, the accountant quickly completed the procedures. Chen Ping'an received a 2 million yuan check, and Zhou Wanhao received an IOU personally written by Chen Ping'an. Big brother Zhou, thank you. I will definitely pay you back in a month, Chen Ping'an stated assuredly. No need to thank me. I haven't lost anything anyway. After all, with 20% interest per month, I'm already making a profit. Ping'an, I won't ask what you plan to do with this money, but you must be careful. If you can't pay the money back when the time comes, you can't blame me, Zhou Wanhao said seriously. Don't worry, big brother Zhou, I have 100% confidence that nothing will go wrong, Chen Ping'an said confidently. That's good. You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Want to eat together? Zhou Wanhao asked with a smile. Chen Ping'an glanced at his watch and shook his head, saying, let's skip it. I'm in a hurry. If I'm too late, I'll miss it. Once this business is done, I'll treat you to a meal. No, I'll treat your whole family to a meal, Chen Ping'an said with a laugh. No problem, I'll be waiting for you, Zhou Wanhao nodded in agreement. Chen Ping'an left the cement factory, feeling extremely excited. His first bucket of capital had finally arrived. The total was 2.3 million yuan. 2.3 million yuan was certainly nothing to the wealthy, but for Chen Ping'an, it was precious first-stage capital. Holding the check, Chen Ping'an immediately headed to Donghai Securities Company. There were several local securities companies, but he ultimately chose Donghai Securities. The main reason was that Donghai Securities offered the best service. Other securities companies existed, but their service wasn't as good as Donghai Securities. It was already closing time. When Chen Ping'an arrived at Donghai Securities, he saw that the Donghai Securities Company office was empty, with only a young miss working at the front desk. Hello, I'm here to open an account. Can I open one now? Chen Ping'an jogged over and asked. I'm sorry, but we can't open accounts now. As you can see, our staff have all gone home. You can come back after 2 p.m., the young miss at the front desk said with a smile. Sister, look, I'm a student, a third-year high school student. When you're working, I'm at school, and when I finish school, you've already finished work. If this is the case, I won't be able to open an account at all. So, could you please help me out and find a staff member to process my application? They won't lose anything by processing the account, they even get commission. The more I invest, the higher their income will be. Chen Ping'an said with a flattering expression. Flattering such a young miss wouldn't hurt. Qian Xiaoyuan indeed recognized that Chen Ping'an was a student, as he was still wearing his school uniform. But it was the first time she had encountered a student coming to trade stocks. Qian Xiaoyuan quickly said, classmate, stock trading is a high-risk investment, and you are still a student. It would be better not to engage in this kind of investment, the risk is too high. Chen Ping'an calmly took out his ID card and the 2 million yuan check. Then he said, this is my ID card. I am 18 years old. Also, this is the investment principle my family prepared for me. My parents are also business people, and they plan to cultivate my investment abilities, so they gave me a sum of startup capital. Since I'm still attending school, other investments are inconvenient to manage, so I can only practice on the stock market first. Chen Ping'an spoke calmly. Chen Ping'an spoke very calmly, but Qian Xiaoyuan was no longer calm. She was over 20 years old, and her savings hadn't even reached 20,000 yuan. Yet, the 18-year-old young brother in front of her casually pulled out a 2 million yuan check. And it was given to him by his family for investment purposes. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy, enough to make one die of envy. Chapter 15, Activating the Stock Prediction Scroll. If an ordinary person had made such a request, Qian Xiaoyuan would absolutely never have agreed to it. Because such a request was simply too outrageous. They were a securities firm after all, it was impossible to call back staff who had already finished their shift just for one customer. However, Chen Ping'an took out a 2 million check, which proved his financial capability, so that was completely different. Wealthy customers receive preferential treatment everywhere. Chen Ping'an was now enjoying that preferential treatment. Classmate Chen, wait a moment. I'll call a manager over for you. You can sign the contract with her then, and if you have any questions in the future, you can also ask her to handle them, Qian Xiaoyuan said hurriedly. Okay, thank you, Chen Ping'an nodded and said. Qian Xiaoyuan hurriedly ran to the back, and a few minutes later, a beautiful white-collar woman walked out with her. Sun Haitang looked at the young man in front of her, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She had previously heard Qian Xiaoyuan say that a big, wealthy customer had arrived, and he was even a high school student. It was said he had a 2 million check that he intended to use for stock investment. For such a premium customer, Sun Haitang naturally had no intention of letting the opportunity pass, so she hurriedly followed Qian Xiaoyuan out. It was also lucky for Sun Haitang that she hadn't gone out for lunch, having packed it to eat in the back instead, and her relationship with Qian Xiaoyuan was quite good. That was why Qian Xiaoyuan called Sun Haitang over for an opportunity like this. However, Sun Haitang was also a smart person. She had already told Qian Xiaoyuan earlier that she would treat her to dinner tonight. Qian Xiaoyuan naturally agreed happily. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Sun Haitang, and I am a client manager at Donghai Securities. I am very happy to serve you. You need to open an account, right? Sun Haitang said with a smile. Yes, I need to open a stock account. I would also like to ask, can you enable leverage? Chen Ping'an asked. We can enable leverage, but if you want to enable it, you need to apply. And because you are a new account holder, the maximum is only 5 times leverage. Usually, it's only 1 or 2 times, Sun Haitang explained hurriedly. Then just open the account for me first, Chen Ping'an said. Okay, let's go over here to process the account opening. Sun Haitang had already arrived at her workstation and proceeded to handle the paperwork for Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an had brought his ID card and bank card, so the paperwork was naturally very simple. The stock account was set up quickly, but in this era, trading stocks was still a very troublesome matter. Because there were no smartphones in this era, and there were no computers available for stock trading. So if Chen Ping'an wanted to trade stocks, he could only do it here at the securities firm. However, there was another way to trade stocks, which was to directly entrust Sun Haitang to carry out the buying and selling transactions for Chen Ping'an. For now, Chen Ping'an could only use this method to trade stocks. As for safety, there was no need to worry. After all, Donghai Securities was a legitimate, large company, and Chen Ping'an felt quite reassured about this. Chen Ping'an asked again if the check could be transferred directly. It turned out that transfers could be handled directly here. That was much more convenient. Chen Ping'an took out 2 checks, one for 2 million and one for 300,000, and transferred them all into his account. That 50,000 from Zhang Yong had now been temporarily used by Chen Ping'an. He would return it to Zhang Yong once he made money this time, and he could give Zhang Yong a little extra money then. The transfer was completed quickly, and Sun Haitang's service was excellent, which made Chen Ping'an very satisfied and saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just going to the bank to transfer money would have been a very troublesome matter for Chen Ping'an. The stock account was opened, and 2.3 million had already entered the account. Chen Ping'an also applied for leverage. Leverage was not something Sun Haitang could approve, it required specialized personnel at the headquarters to review and process it. But in reality, such matters also depended on the capital. The more capital, the faster the review. Chen Ping'an's account already had 2.3 million, which was much wealthier than most accounts, so the review speed was relatively fast. But no matter how fast the review was, it still took time. While waiting, Chen Ping'an asked, "Young Miss Haitang, may I entrust you to help me execute trades? I am a student, so I'm afraid I don't have the time to do the trading myself." "Of course you can. It would be my honor to execute trades for you." Sun Haitang's heart skipped a beat, and she said hurriedly and happily. Being able to execute trades for customers was the thing these managers were happiest about, because in that case, the commission would also be higher. "As for specifically which stocks to buy or sell, I will decide that myself, but the actual operation will need to be handled by you. You will be equivalent to my trader, that shouldn't be a problem, right?" Chen Ping'an asked again. "No problem. In our company, many customers operate this way," Sun Haitang said with a smile. "That's good then," Chen Ping'an nodded again, satisfied. It felt great, all his requests had been met, which made one feel very comfortable. "I would like to see the stock trends now, is that okay?" Chen Ping'an asked. Of course, Sun Haitang said hurriedly, after all, this was her customer, and she definitely had to maintain the relationship well. Sun Haitang had been working here for a relatively short time and didn't have many customers herself. Chen Ping'an was already the most premium customer in her hands. So when facing Chen Ping'an, her service was also the most attentive. If it were other managers with more customers, they probably wouldn't have had so much patience or provided such high-quality service when facing Chen Ping'an. There was also a customer trading room here at the securities firm. There were computers here for the use of customers who had opened accounts. Chen Ping'an didn't have the qualifications to go to the VIP trading room yet, but he could go to the retail trading room. The stock market had already closed, but there were still quite a few people remaining here to review the stocks. However, everyone was not disturbing each other, and they were all doing their own things. Sun Haitang helped Chen Ping'an open a computer. The computers here all had passwords and required staff to log in before they could be used. Sun Haitang naturally had such authorization. Chen Ping'an looked at the computer in front of him and felt a bit emotional. He hadn't seen this kind of computer monitor with a big rear end for many years. The computer's running speed was a bit slow, but it was enough to use just for stock trading. Chen Ping'an pretended to be checking the stocks, but in reality, he was secretly using the stock prediction scroll. Chapter 16, Starting to Buy Stocks. After using the stock prediction scroll, a new stock interface appeared on Chen Ping'an's system interface. In just a short amount of time, Chen Ping'an had already figured out how to use this stock prediction function. The stock prediction function could forecast the stock market trends for the next 3 days. This ability was truly too heaven-defying. Knowing the stock trends 3 days in advance and trading accordingly, as long as one wasn't an idiot, anyone could make money from stocks. Chen Ping'an merely pretended to examine the stocks displayed on the computer screen, but in reality, his attention was entirely focused on his own system interface. On the system interface, the future stock trends were displayed. Got it, Sichuan machinery. It will hit the daily limit directly this afternoon, and it will remain at a limit up board tomorrow morning, but it will plummet tomorrow afternoon. There is also Wufu liquor industry, which will hit a floor-to-ceiling limit tomorrow morning. Buy Wufu liquor industry tomorrow morning. In his heart, Chen Ping'an had already prepared his investment plan. He had the investment plan for the next 2 days. As for the day after tomorrow, he would wait until tomorrow to check. Chen Ping'an took out paper and a pen, wrote down the stocks he wanted to buy, and handed the note to Sun Haitang, who was following behind him. "Sister Haitang, these are the stocks I have my eye on. After the market opens this afternoon, please buy them for me, buy them all. Buy all of them in this one stock." Sun Haitang asked again, feeling unsure. "Yes, put everything into this one stock. If it hits the daily limit again tomorrow morning, sell it for me at the limit up price. I estimate I can only hold this stock for 2 days." Chen Ping'an stated. Sun Haitang was taken aback once again. She hadn't expected that Chen Ping'an would have already decided to sell when it hit the daily limit. Most people who traded stocks would definitely hold on tightly if their stock hit a limit up board. There were truly very few people like Chen Ping'an who planned to sell. However, Chen Ping'an was the boss, so the specific operations were ultimately up to him. Since Chen Ping'an said to sell, then they would sell. All right, I understand. Sun Haitang quickly agreed. As for what stocks to trade tomorrow, wait until I come over tomorrow to check before deciding, Chen Ping'an continued. Because the stock to be traded tomorrow would only be traded in the afternoon, this was why Chen Ping'an acted this way. Once he came over to check the stocks tomorrow at noon and then provided the trading targets, it would be more reasonable. As for intentionally losing money to make it seem reasonable, he wouldn't do that. Because his initial capital wasn't much, and he only had 1 month of trading time, he didn't have the capital or time to mess around with so many things. Chen Ping'an signed another authorization agreement, which gave Sun Haitang the right to trade stocks on Chen Ping'an's behalf. However, Sun Haitang could not withdraw the money from the stock account because she did not have the account password. I'm leaving now, see you tomorrow. Chen Ping'an smiled and waved at Sun Haitang, then rode away on his bicycle. Sun Haitang watched Chen Ping'an until he had left, only then withdrawing her gaze. Stop looking. If you keep looking, your eyeballs are going to fall out, Qian Xiaoyuan said with a chuckle. Tell me, what kind of family is this, taking out over 2 million to let a kid like that play with stocks? Sun Haitang reached out to brush her bangs aside, awkwardly changing the subject. It must be a wealthy family. Did you notice those 2 checks earlier? They were issued by Zhou Wanhao, so he must be related to Zhou Wanhao, Sun Haitang said with a smile. The Cement King, Zhou Wanhao, well, that explains it, Qian Xiaoyuan nodded and said. All right, I'm going to go eat. I only finished half of my meal earlier, and I'm still hungry, Sun Haitang said nonchalantly, stretching. Go, go, Qian Xiaoyuan said, waving her hand. After leaving the securities firm, Chen Ping'an didn't return to school. Instead, he found a fast food restaurant on the side of the road and bought a meal to eat. Honestly, the cost of living in this era was truly cheap. When Chen Ping'an bought the fast food, he was actually shocked by the price. 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes for only 3 yuan. Can you believe it? 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes for only 3 yuan. The prices in 98 were just that cheap. In reality, this was very normal, because most people's monthly salary was only 7 or 800 yuan, only the better ones could exceed 1,000. Chen Ping'an's father was considered quite well off, with a monthly income of just over 1,000 yuan. That was why Chen Ping'an's father was immediately tempted when he saw how good the internet cafe business was. It was simply because his current income was too low. Chen Ping'an ate the fast food he bought for 3 yuan with great relish. Although the price was cheap, the fast food of this era was actually made with more authentic ingredients. It didn't have all the technology and harsh additives from 20 years later, and the taste was quite good. Although his parents didn't have a high income, they were quite generous toward Chen Ping'an, and his living expenses were sufficient. Spending lavishly was out of the question, but his basic living expenses were well covered. After eating his fill, Chen Ping'an leisurely rode his bike toward school. Just as Chen Ping'an was heading to school, the afternoon stock market finally opened. Sun Haitang opened her computer, first checked the stock situation, and then found the stock that Chen Ping'an wanted to buy. At this moment, the stock was performing tepidly and was even in a slow downward trend. Seeing the stock's downward trend, Sun Haitang immediately hesitated, wondering if she should buy this stock for Chen Ping'an. However, her professional training helped Sun Haitang make up her mind, and in the end, she followed Chen Ping'an's request and invested all 2.3 million into this stock. When she purchased it, the stock was still green, hovering at negative 2%. 2.3 million was not a small amount, but in the stock market, it really didn't count for much. Even if she bought all of this one stock, there wasn't any significant change. Sun Haitang waited for a few minutes, and seeing the stock price still listless, she didn't bother with it anymore. Anyway, the necessary operations had already been done. From here on, whether it fell or rose, there was nothing more she could do. Sun Haitang continued with her work. Sun Haitang didn't have many clients, so her work was relatively relaxed. After idling for half an hour, Sun Haitang inadvertently glanced at the stock interface, and upon doing so, she was completely stunned. How could this be? Sun Haitang exclaimed in surprise. What happened? Colleagues around her heard Sun Haitang's voice and looked over. Sun Haitang quickly stood up and said apologetically, Sorry, I misread the data just now. Don't be so jumpy, it's quite startling. Fortunately, the colleagues didn't really blame Sun Haitang, their work was also relatively slow, and they all went back to doing their own things. Sun Haitang patted her chest, calmed her emotions, and then continued to look at the stock interface. Chapter 17, Stocks Rose. Sichuan machinery immediately hit the daily limit. Sun Haitang couldn't believe her eyes and looked again. The result was still the same. Sichuan machinery had already reached the daily limit, and the buy orders on the daily limit were still continuously increasing. It was estimated that it wouldn't open today. How did it hit the daily limit? Sun Haitang wondered in her heart. Then she carefully looked at the stock's trend. This stock had been very sluggish before, and then suddenly it began to rise rapidly. In just 2 short minutes, it was directly pulled to the daily limit, which was simply incredible. However, in the stock market, such sudden surges often happen, and basically, by the time you see a stock starting to surge, there's no longer an opportunity to buy. Most people also wouldn't dare to buy, because such rapid surges can also lead to sharp drops. Once you buy in, it drops, and naturally, people are left stranded at the peak. Sun Haitang couldn't understand why the stock Chen Ping'an favored would surge to the daily limit in such a short time. How did he make that judgment? Sun Haitang said with a puzzled expression. But it was undeniable, Chen Ping'an's judgment was truly accurate. And Chen Ping'an made money. He bought in at -2 points, and now it had hit the daily limit at 10 points, directly earning 12 points, a total of 280,000 yuan. The charm of stocks lies precisely here. However, stocks are a high-return, high-risk investment. Although making money is fast, losing money is also fast. Therefore, it is not recommended for most ordinary people to invest in stocks. Chen Ping'an opened the system interface while attending class, watching the stock's trend. Chen Ping'an only just realized that the stock interface could not only predict the stock's trend 3 days later but also show the current stock's trend. At this moment, Sichuan machinery hitting the daily limit was something Chen Ping'an had already seen. However, Chen Ping'an felt a bit anxious, mainly because he was worried that Sun Haitang was unreliable and hadn't bought the stock for him. If Sun Haitang hadn't bought it, Chen Ping'an's loss would be huge. Now, Chen Ping'an was in class at school, unable to do anything but choose to trust Sun Haitang. Chen Ping'an, don't get distracted in class. Come up and write the answer to this problem. The math teacher on the podium saw Chen Ping'an spacing out and immediately shouted. Chen Ping'an, helpless, slowly walked up to the podium. Fortunately, it was a math problem, which he could barely solve. After several minutes, he finally solved the problem. Chen Ping'an, walking off the podium, was already covered in sweat. This class is too difficult. I can't wait any longer, I have to start studying tonight, Chen Ping'an thought to himself. When class ended, Chen Ping'an walked over to Li Mengyun and said, "Classmate Li Mengyun, can you do me a favor?" Li Mengyun was initially happy to see Chen Ping'an, but then she remembered that Chen Ping'an had taken her first kiss on the rooftop a few days ago, and she became unhappy. Li Mengyun's smile immediately vanished. What is it? I want to review the curriculum content from the first semester of senior year, and also junior and sophomore years, but I didn't take notes back then. Can I borrow your notes? I know you definitely kept them. Li Ping'an said. Why should I lend them to you? Li Mengyun said coldly. Don't you hope I can study hard and get into a good university in the future? Now that I plan to study hard, you're not going to help me. Chen Ping'an said with a hint of grievance, looking at Li Mengyun with an innocent expression. Li Mengyun almost softened, but thinking of Chen Ping'an taking her first kiss, she still felt unresolved resentment. How about this, consider it that I owe you a favor. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. Or I can treat you to a meal. Chen Ping'an didn't necessarily have to get Li Mengyun's notebook, he was just using it as an excuse to talk to Li Mengyun. He hadn't managed to win Li Mengyun over in his previous life, but in this life, he definitely would. He knew Li Mengyun was hard to pursue, and he also knew her family was beyond his reach. But Chen Ping'an was no ordinary person, he was a Rebirth, and he also had the One-Yuan Flash Sale System. Chen Ping'an truly didn't believe that with his current foundation, he couldn't win over Li Mengyun. If Li Mengyun's parents didn't agree, then he would make the rice cooked, and then bring the child home. Chen Ping'an wanted to see if Li Mingyun's parents would still not agree. Owe me a favor. You said that yourself. Whatever I ask you to do, you'll have to do it, Li Mingyun said haughtily. No problem, I agree. Chen Ping'an quickly said. All right then, I'll bring the study materials tomorrow, Li Mingyun said indifferently. Thanks. Chen Ping'an left with a smile. After Chen Ping'an left, Li Mingyun narrowed her eyes with a slight smile. Although she was still angry that Chen Ping'an had taken her first kiss, Chen Ping'an's willingness to study hard and aim for a good university still made her very happy. Chen Ping'an hummed a tune as he returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, he saw Zhang Lei appear at the classroom door again, glaring at Chen Ping'an with a venomous expression. Zhang Lei had wanted to retaliate against Chen Ping'an for a long time, but he hadn't found an opportunity, so he could only use the break time to come and glare at Chen Ping'an with malice. Chen Ping'an chuckled. He truly didn't take Zhang Lei's malice to heart. Because Chen Ping'an was still waiting to retaliate. Chen Guoqing had been walking around for a day, and he pretty much had an idea. There were many places suitable for opening an internet cafe nearby, but few were suitable for him to open one. Because the rent in many places was too expensive, more than he could afford. So in the end, Chen Guoqing chose a place not far from home with a lot of foot traffic as the location for his internet cafe. This was also because there happened to be a storefront for rent there. This storefront used to sell clothes, but business wasn't good, and the original tenant had already left. After the landlord reclaimed the storefront, they posted a for rent advertisement again. Many people had inquired about the rent, but because the price couldn't be agreed upon, no one had rented it in the end. Chen Guoqing also inquired, and the rent was 8,000 a year. If it were 20 years later, such a price would, of course, be ridiculously low. But in 1998, such a price was a bit expensive. The landlord also had his reasons. The storefront was large enough, and the location was good enough, so he insisted on 8,000 in rent. Chen Guoqing was undecided and planned to go home and ask Chen Ping'an before making a decision. At this time, Chen Ping'an finally finished school and left. Zhang Yong, you go home first. I have something to take care of. Chen Ping'an suddenly said to Zhang Yong. Chapter 18, Zhang Lei gets beaten again. What happened? If you're in trouble, we'll face it together, Zhang Yong said. Although he didn't know what trouble Chen Ping'an had encountered, Zhang Yong regarded Chen Ping'an as his good brother. He would definitely face it together with him. It's nothing, I'll handle it. You should go back first. Oh, and that 50,000 yuan, I'll give it to you next month. I'll give you a surprise then, Chen Ping'an said to Zhang Yong. Hee, you can use it for now. I'm not short on money anyway, Zhang Yong said shyly, but his eyes were still full of excitement. After all, that was 50,000 yuan. He had never owned 50,000 yuan in his life. Moreover, he hadn't told his family about this, so they didn't know he now had 50,000 yuan. This 50,000 yuan was his private stash. Then I'll head back first. After confirming that Chen Ping'an was truly fine, Zhang Yong spoke. Go back, Chen Ping'an said. Zhang Yong staying would only affect Chen Ping'an's performance. So it was better to let Zhang Yong go back. After Zhang Yong left alone, Chen Ping'an rode his bicycle leisurely forward. Before long, several figures also rode bicycles and caught up. Chen Ping'an had already noticed earlier that Zhang Lei was chasing him with a few people. Chen Ping'an, you're dead today. Zhang Lei suddenly blocked Chen Ping'an's path and said with an icy expression. I didn't feed you enough last time, and you're back again today. Are you planning to continue drinking pee? Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Zhang Lei's face twisted when he heard this. The people around Zhang Lei also looked at him with surprise. This time, the people with Zhang Lei were no longer Sun Li and his two companions, but a group of unfamiliar young men. Moreover, these young men were ruffians, looking less like students and more like a gang of hoodlums. They were originally street hoodlums. Because Chen Ping'an knew they were all subordinates of Zhang Lei's cousin. Zhang Lei's cousin was also not a good person, a major street hooligan who kept a large group of thugs. Zhang Lei also knew that Sun Li and the others were unreliable. And the incident last time made Zhang Lei lose face in front of Sun Li and the others, so Zhang Lei hadn't sought them out for several days. This time, he had borrowed a group of thugs from his cousin specifically to deal with Chen Ping'an. Hearing the conversation between Zhang Lei and Chen Ping'an, these thugs all looked at Zhang Lei in surprise. Zhang Lei drank pee. Chen Ping'an, if you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Lei roared furiously. You're flustered, you're flustered. It's a fact that you drank pee, and being flustered is useless, Chen Ping'an said with a sneer. I'm going to hack you to death. Zhang Lei was enraged, pulled a knife from his waist, and slashed it towards Chen Ping'an. The surrounding thugs wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Although these thugs were also bold, they didn't dare to kill someone on the street. At least they should find an empty street before making a move. Chen Ping'an coldly watched Zhang Lei swing the knife at him, raised his hand to grab Zhang Lei's wrist holding the knife, and kicked Zhang Lei flying. This kick directly broke Zhang Lei's ribs. Zhang Lei let out a scream and immediately fainted. Brothers, let's go together. The surrounding thugs, at this moment, disregarded everything else and charged towards Chen Ping'an with grim determination. Chen Ping'an calmly walked in front of Zhang Lei, stepped on Zhang Lei's body, and stood firm, facing the incoming hoodlums. These hoodlums could bully ordinary people, but in front of Chen Ping'an, they were powerless. Chen Ping'an alone took care of all of them. In the blink of an eye, all these hoodlums were knocked to the ground by Chen Ping'an. Could a kind person please help call the police? Chen Ping'an bowed to the people around him. At this moment, he had once again disguised himself as a good student. I'll call the police for you. A middle-aged man stepped out of the crowd and said. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed the police. Mobile phones were still relatively expensive in this era, but many people had already bought them. After dialing the police, the middle-aged man then said to Chen Ping'an, young brother, what great skill, you must have practiced martial arts, right? You're an expert. Yes, I've practiced martial arts, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. I'm no expert, just a spectator. I just saw you facing a group of them alone, not scared at all, and you even knocked them all down. It shows your martial arts are truly powerful, the middle-aged man said with a smile. May I know your name, sir? Thank you for calling the police, Chen Ping'an said politely. My name is Lin Guangshan, I'm a businessman. It's fate that we met. Young brother, there's no need to be so polite with me, Lin Guangshan said with a casual smile. My name is Chen Ping'an, I'm still in school, a third-year high school student. Then I'll call you Uncle Lin. I should have called you Big Brother Lin, but I'm afraid your children would beat me if they heard me call you Big Brother, so Uncle Lin it is, Chen Ping'an said humorously. Ha ha ha, you're quite an interesting young man. Lin Guangshan said, laughing heartily. Uncle Lin, what kind of business are you in? Chen Ping'an asked. Chen Ping'an would definitely do business in the future, so now was the time to build connections. I sell computers. Since you're a third-year high school student, you should know what a computer is, right? Lin Guangshan said with a hint of pride. Computers were still very high-end in this era, and being able to run a computer sales business was enough for Lin Guangshan to be proud. Because ordinary people couldn't do this business. Uncle Lin is in computer sales, that's a great business with a promising future, Chen Ping'an gave a small compliment. But this compliment still made Lin Guangshan feel very comfortable. However, the computer business can only last for 10 years. After 10 years, you'll have to consider other avenues, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Why is that? Lin Guangshan asked, puzzled and somewhat curious. Because rarity makes things valuable. Computers are expensive now, and you earn a lot, but in the future, computers will definitely become more and more widespread. The more widespread something becomes, the more its price will drop. The lower the price, the less profit. And the longer the time, the more people will sell computers. Pure sales without core competitiveness will definitely become increasingly difficult to sustain. So in the short term, selling computers is a good business, but in the long run, it's not so good. I estimate that after 10 years, computer sales will start to decline. Chen Ping'an said boldly. Chapter 19, Zhang Lei arrested. Lin Guangshan was half skeptical, but Chen Ping'an spoke so coherently and logically that it truly made Lin Guangshan look at him in a new light. No one knows what will happen 10 years from now, but for Chen Ping'an to dare to predict it and speak so reasonably, that was truly extraordinary. This child is no ordinary person, Lin Guangshan thought secretly. While they were talking, the constables had already arrived. After arriving at the scene, the constables began asking what had happened and who had called the police. Chen Ping'an quickly stepped forward and explained the situation. "Hello, constables. The thing is, this is my classmate, Zhang Lei. We had a conflict at school. But I never expected him to hire people outside of school to kill me. If I hadn't practiced martial arts since I was little, I probably would have died at his hands today. Look, he has a knife in his hand, and these few people are the assassins he hired. They all have weapons. Oh, right, there are surveillance cameras at the mall entrance. Can you ask the mall to retrieve the surveillance footage?" Chen Ping'an said this while pointing at the camera near the mall entrance. Why did Chen Ping'an stop here? It was precisely because this location was right outside the mall. In this era, surveillance cameras were very rare, most places didn't have them. Only the entrances of large malls would have them. The place Chen Ping'an came to was not far from the entrance of a large mall. There just happened to be surveillance cameras here. Therefore, the footage of Chen Ping'an being attacked should have been captured by the surveillance cameras. Upon hearing this, 2 constables immediately went to the mall to request the surveillance footage. The other constables continued to question witnesses and take statements at the scene. Many enthusiastic bystanders nearby also provided numerous clues. As the person who reported the crime, Lin Guangshan naturally also gave a statement. He explained everything he had witnessed, point by point. The case was not complicated, it was clear and straightforward. The officers at the scene already had a good understanding of the situation. Just then, another police car drove up, and several more constables got out. "Chen Ping'an, what are you doing here?" one of the constables asked in surprise when he saw Chen Ping'an at the scene. Chen Ping'an also recognized the person's identity. Wasn't this the constable they met previously when arresting the human trafficker? Chen Ping'an still remembered his name. His name was Zhang Guida. "Uncle Zhang, you're here too. I was unlucky enough to be attacked by a classmate. I never thought a minor school conflict would lead him to try and kill me with a knife," Chen Ping'an said with a look of helplessness. Zhang Guida had a very good impression of Chen Ping'an, so he quickly inquired about the details of the case. After learning that Chen Ping'an was attacked but managed to subdue the attackers, Zhang Guida's expression was one of surprise, mixed with the desire to laugh but feeling awkward about it. Because he knew how capable Chen Ping'an was, he never expected Chen Ping'an to actually be attacked. One could only say that the people who attacked Chen Ping'an were truly unlucky. Why attack anyone else? They just had to attack Chen Ping'an. However, looking at the scene confirmed that Chen Ping'an's martial arts skills were indeed formidable. Previously, Zhang Guida hadn't realized Chen Ping'an's martial arts were this powerful. He merely thought Chen Ping'an was a high school senior who knew martial arts. But now, he looked at Chen Ping'an with newfound respect. Even he, as a constable, would probably suffer if he encountered this group of armed thugs. Yet, Chen Ping'an managed to subdue all of them completely unharmed. From this point alone, it was evident that Chen Ping'an's martial arts skills were truly impressive. When Zhang Guida heard that the surveillance room had captured the footage, he immediately took people to the surveillance room to view it. Zhang Guida held a high position, he was a constable captain. Since the case occurred within his jurisdiction, he was responsible for it, which is why he drove over directly. Inside the surveillance room, after watching the footage, Zhang Guida's jaw dropped slightly. Before watching the footage, he had only imagined Chen Ping'an's formidable martial arts skills. But that was merely an imagined scene, so the degree of shock wasn't very high. However, watching the surveillance video was completely different. He genuinely saw Chen Ping'an facing a group of armed villains alone. And despite Chen Ping'an facing a group of armed villains alone, he managed to subdue every single one of them. Chen Ping'an's martial arts skills were truly excellent. "You're quite the capable young man. Do you want to join our constable academy after you graduate high school?" Zhang Guida quickly asked Chen Ping'an. It would be a great pity if Chen Ping'an, with such excellent martial arts, didn't become a constable. "Uncle Zhang, I probably won't know until my exam results come out. It's too early to talk about this now," Chen Ping'an quickly replied. In reality, this was Chen Ping'an's refusal, because he had no desire to become a constable. After his rebirth, would he be insane to become a constable? Although being an official in the country is awesome, and working within the system is indeed awesome. But unless you have connections, ordinary people entering the system are just waiting to retire after a mediocre life. Their entire lives are pretty much mapped out. Chen Ping'an wouldn't be foolish enough to live such a terrible life. What Chen Ping'an wanted to do was become a big boss and establish his own commercial empire. When he becomes a commercial big boss, even high-ranking officials would have to treat him politely. Moreover, being outside the system gives him more freedom. As long as he doesn't get married, he can have multiple girlfriends, and no one can control him. But if he were inside the system, it would be completely different. Even if he didn't marry, could he really openly have multiple girlfriends? And even if he had money then, could he spend it recklessly? Working within the system looks good, but the restrictions are actually huge. At least Chen Ping'an had no intention of taking the path within the system. Zhang Guida also understood Chen Ping'an's gentle refusal and felt a little regretful. The case was not complicated, and there were witnesses and physical evidence. With video evidence and the culprits being arrested directly at the scene, so this was an ironclad case. It wasn't impossible to overturn the verdict, but it would require a very powerful figure to intervene. Zhang Lei's family did not have such a figure. Zhang Lei and his group were all taken away, and Chen Ping'an also left after completing his statement. What awaited Zhang Lei was likely a prison sentence. But this matter wouldn't end just like this. Zhang Lei was arrested, but Zhang Lei's parents definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. Chen Ping'an also had no intention of letting Zhang Lei's parents off the hook. Chapter 20, Super Student Ace. Why are you back so late? Chen Guoqing asked, looking worried when he saw Li Qingshan return. Normally, Chen Ping'an should have returned quickly, but tonight, he was indeed quite late. Moreover, in this era, there were no convenient communication facilities like mobile phones. Even if Chen Ping'an came back late, he had no way to contact him. I ran into a bit of trouble on the way back. Chen Ping'an briefly recounted what had happened. Chen Guoqing and Yu Xiaoying were also greatly surprised upon hearing this. The two immediately got up and anxiously checked Chen Ping'an all over. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was not injured, which finally allowed his parents to relax. Chen Ping'an further explained the situation, saying that the constables had already registered the case. The matter was mostly settled for now, but there would likely be some troublesome follow-up issues to deal with. As for Zhang Lei's family situation, Chen Ping'an did not elaborate. Both parents finally sighed in relief upon hearing the news. Luckily, their son was safe, otherwise, they would have been heartbroken. Oh, right, Dad, how did you handle the internet cafe situation? Chen Ping'an quickly changed the subject. You should eat first. We can talk about the internet cafe later. Chen Guoqing glared at his son and said displeasedly. Chen Ping'an had returned late and hadn't eaten, so he must be hungry. They definitely needed to let their son eat first. Chen Ping'an chuckled, served himself food, and then sat down at the dining table and began to eat. Chen Guoqing took a cigarette, silently took a puff, and then spoke about the shop situation. I've seen the place, and it's certainly a good building. It's just that the rent is a bit expensive. I'm still undecided whether we should lease it, Chen Guoqing said hesitantly. Dad, I know the place you're talking about, and I think that shop front should be rented. The foot traffic around there is very high. If we open the internet cafe there, we won't lack customers at all. Although the rent is a little high, having customer flow is relatively the most important thing, Chen Ping'an said after thinking for a moment. You mean you support opening the internet cafe here too? Chen Guoqing asked, feeling a bit excited. Of course I support it. Why wouldn't I? Oh, right, I remember the upstairs area is part of the same unit, isn't it? Can we rent the shop space upstairs as well? Chen Ping'an asked. The upstairs and downstairs are connected, but we only need to rent the ground floor. What would I do with such a large space? If we rent the upstairs too, that's several thousand more in rent per year, Chen Guoqing said. We definitely have to rent both. The bigger the shop, the greater our future development potential will be. We can earn money and use the surplus to continue buying computers. With so much space upstairs and downstairs, I estimate 100 computers would be enough, Chen Ping'an calculated internally before speaking. 100 computers? Are you crazy? Do you know how much a computer costs right now? Over 10,000 yuan per unit, Chen Guoqing retorted irritably. Dad, computers aren't actually that expensive. The price of a computer is determined by many factors. I don't know where you heard the price, but it's definitely too high. When the time comes, I'll figure out a way to get a computer for 4 or 5,000. Chen Ping'an stated. Chen Ping'an knew his father must have inquired about branded computers. In the 1998 era, the price of branded computers remained high, and over 10,000 yuan per unit was perfectly normal. But Chen Ping'an would never buy branded computers with such a high brand premium. If Chen Ping'an was going to get them, he would definitely get custom-assembled computers. Don't try to fool me. How could there be computers for 4 or 5,000? Chen Guoqing said skeptically. It's hard to say right now. I need to find someone and ask first to know for sure. As Chen Ping'an spoke, he touched his pocket. Zhang Guangshan's business card was still there. Zhang Guangshan specialized in this kind of business. When the time came, he could approach him to buy parts, which should also come with a certain discount. Dad, go rent the shop tomorrow, and then you can start renovating. Remember to rent both the upstairs and downstairs together. Also, the business license and other necessary documents all need you to handle them. After all, you will be managing this internet cafe in the future. Don't tell me you can't handle this. You brat. Are you looking down on your old man? Of course I can handle minor things like this. Chen Guoqing said grumpily. In reality, Chen Guoqing was feeling a bit nervous, worried that he wouldn't manage the task well. But spurred on by his son, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and push forward. Yu Xiuying watched the scene with a smile, joy blooming in her heart. After finishing his meal, Chen Ping'an took a shower. Afterward, Chen Ping'an returned to his room. Back in his room, Chen Ping'an dug out all his old textbooks. The books from senior high year 1, 2, and 3 were all still there, he hadn't thrown them away previously. After all, he had planned to review these subjects during senior high year 3. Although the books were kept, he hadn't really made good use of them. Some frequently used review materials were also preserved, which made Chen Ping'an breathe a sigh of relief. Once he confirmed that all his study materials were still there, Chen Ping'an took out the study potion and drank it in one gulp. The study potion tasted slightly bitter, carrying a medicinal flavor. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was prepared and quickly drank a mouthful of water. After drinking the study potion, he didn't feel anything at first, but gradually, Chen Ping'an started to sense something. It was a strange sensation that he couldn't quite describe. Chen Ping'an quickly opened a textbook and began reading intently. As soon as he started studying, he immediately discovered the tremendous effect of the study potion. Previously, studying these texts had been incredibly difficult for him. He would read them once, turn his head, and immediately forget the content. But now, after using the study potion, he basically memorized the content of the texts after reading them once, and after reviewing them again, they were firmly imprinted in his mind. This ability was equivalent to having photographic memory. Not only was it photographic memory, but he also had a considerable degree of comprehension regarding the textbook content. In other words, he now possessed super memory and super comprehension abilities. The two most important abilities for learning are memory and comprehension. Being able to memorize is important. But if you can memorize without understanding, it is equally useless. Therefore, one needs both memorization and comprehension. That is what a true student ace can achieve. Chen Ping'an was now a super student ace. Chapter 21, Premium Apples. This feeling of studying is just too amazing. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself, his face filled with joy. He truly felt incredibly refreshed. Before, the process of studying was a painful one. Because studying was too difficult, it felt particularly agonizing. But tonight, the studying process was completely different. He didn't feel any pain at all, instead, he felt extremely exhilarated. Because he was truly absorbed in it. No matter what study material it was, whether textbooks or notebooks, as long as Chen Ping'an read it once, he would remember it, and after reading it a second time, he would remember it completely. Then he could also understand the mysteries within. The process of studying became easy and pleasant. This is what true studying feels like, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. In a great mood, Chen Ping'an studied even harder. Because he knew his study time was limited. The study potion only had a 3-day effective period. After 3 days, the super learning ability would lose its effect, but the super memory would still remain. Taking the study potion granted a permanent memory enhancement. Chen Ping'an was now immersed in the world of studying, and unknowingly, time reached 11 p.m. Chen Ping'an exhaled, a smile appearing on his face. Although only a few hours had passed, Chen Ping'an's gains were immense. He had now studied and mastered all the textbook content for the third year of high school. Now, only the second and first years of high school content remained. Chen Ping'an was confident that he could master all high school knowledge within 3 days, and by then, he could even study some university courses. He refused to believe that with such abilities, he still couldn't get into a good university. Time to sleep early. His mother's voice rang out from the doorway. Got it, I'm going to sleep right away, Chen Ping'an quickly replied. His mother hummed and returned to her own room. After his mother left, Chen Ping'an tidied his desk. He took off his clothes and quickly lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. That night, Chen Ping'an slept exceptionally soundly, waking up at dawn to the sound of his father's calls outside the bedroom door. Chen Ping'an quickly got dressed and came out of his room. His parents had already prepared breakfast. After Chen Ping'an came out, he quickly sat down next to his parents and ate breakfast with them. Mom, Dad, I'm done eating, I'm off to school, Chen Ping'an said. Go ahead, be careful on the way, his mother said. Chen Ping'an acknowledged, turned, and left with his school bag. He rode his bicycle out of the neighborhood, where Zhang Yong was waiting for him at the entrance. They had been going to school together for many years and were long accustomed to it. They chatted casually with Zhang Yong on the way, and soon, after riding their bikes, they arrived at school. Upon reaching school, they began their morning reading. Chen Ping'an read while also waiting for the flash sale to begin. The flash sale was set to open at 8 a.m. Finally, 8 a.m. arrived. Chen Ping'an didn't waste time. While reading, he opened the system interface. The flash sale interface had already refreshed with 4 items. 1 fine iron pot, cooking food with it can enhance its deliciousness. 1 gold necklace, can be sold for money. 1 bottle of kidney-invigorating pills, for strengthening yang and nourishing kidneys. 100 caddies of premium apples, excellent taste, nourishing for the body, and beneficial for beauty. Chen Ping'an's luck was really not good. Among the 4 items, there wasn't a single good one that caught his eye. However, this was considered normal, it wasn't every time that good items would appear. Whether he could refresh to the good items he needed depended on luck. It could only be said that Chen Ping'an's previous luck was truly good, which was why he continuously encountered good items. But in the current situation, there were no good items. Comparing the 4 items, Chen Ping'an's gaze gradually fell on the last 2 items. Kidney-invigorating pills and premium apples. The other items were even less useful to Chen Ping'an, only these 2 could potentially be used. However, kidney-invigorating pills were truly useless to Chen Ping'an at present. He was an 18-year-old young man, why would he need such a thing? After some consideration, he decided to try these premium apples. He wondered what effects these premium apples could bring. Chen Ping'an was genuinely looking forward to it. He spent 1 yuan to buy 100 caddies of premium apples. These 100 caddies of premium apples were all stored in the system space and could be taken out and eaten whenever needed. Chen Ping'an was now somewhat expectant. Morning self-study finally ended. Chen Ping'an eagerly opened his school bag and took out an apple. As soon as the apple was taken out, it emitted an enticing fragrance. Chen Ping'an smelled the aroma and immediately wanted to eat the apple, it was simply too fragrant. Chen Ping'an had never expected this apple to be so fragrant, the scent was practically spreading outwards. No, the apple's fragrance had already spread. It smells so good, Chen Ping'an, why does the apple in your hand smell so fragrant? Zhang Yong, sitting next to him, asked with a surprised expression. What a country bumpkin, isn't it normal for an apple to smell good? Chen Ping'an said with a chuckle. Humph, don't tell me I haven't eaten apples before. Where do apples smell that fragrant? Your apple isn't sprayed with perfume, is it? Zhang Yong asked suspiciously. Chen Ping'an was speechless. Do apples in your house get sprayed with perfume? Chen Ping'an was too lazy to bother with Zhang Yong, so he took a bite of the apple and started eating. It had to be said, these premium apples were truly delicious. After taking a bite, his mouth was filled with juice, and the taste was simply indescribable, fragrant, sweet, soft, and glutinous. Chen Ping'an's face was filled with an intoxicated expression because this apple was truly too delicious. It was the first time he had eaten such a tasty apple. Zhang Yong, beside him, was already drooling because the apple's fragrance had completely captivated him. Zhang Yong wished he could just punch Chen Ping'an away, then snatch his apple and eat it himself. However, this thought could only remain a thought, it was impossible to actually do it. Stop staring, here's an apple for you, eat it slowly. Chen Ping'an said amusedly, then took an apple from his backpack and threw it to Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong caught the apple with a grin, then wiped it and ate it directly without washing. The surrounding classmates all looked at Zhang Yong with envy. They also wanted to eat this kind of apple, but their friendship with Chen Ping'an wasn't that deep, so they could only look at Zhang Yong enviously. Chen Ping'an took another apple from his backpack, then walked towards Li Mengyun with it. Li Mengyun also noticed Chen Ping'an approaching, looked at him, and said, "What are you doing? Class is about to start, don't you know? My relatives from the countryside sent these apples. Try them, you can't buy this kind of apple on the market." Chen Ping'an said. "Who cares?" Li Mengyun said irritably, but despite her words, she decisively took the apple in her hand. She had already smelled that apple fragrance earlier. She had wanted to eat it then but was too embarrassed to ask. Now that Chen Ping'an offered it proactively, of course she would take it. "Oh right, you didn't forget about lending me your notes, did you?" Chen Ping'an asked with a smile. "Yes, I forgot," Li Mengyun said with a serious expression. "All right, just don't forget next time, okay?" Chen Ping'an said helplessly. "Humph, who would forget?" Li Mengyun said irritably. After speaking, Li Mengyun took out a bag from her school bag. The bag was full of study materials she had used before. These study materials were very valuable, and Chen Ping'an himself didn't have such materials. "Here you go, don't damage them, and remember to return them to me," Li Mengyun said. "Don't worry, I won't damage them. I'll just borrow them for a bit. I'll return them to you tomorrow." "Thank you," Chen Ping'an said happily. "Is one day enough for you to use them?" Li Mengyun asked curiously, somewhat worried that Chen Ping'an was bragging again. "Don't worry, it's enough for me. I can copy all these materials in one night." Chen Ping'an said with a smile, but in reality, he was lying. He didn't intend to copy all these materials, he planned to take them back and study them all in one night. However, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to study all these materials in one night. But in the current situation, Chen Ping'an had already used the study potion, and he was still in a super learning state. So, learning all these materials in one night was not a big problem for him. Li Mengyun nodded and didn't say anything more. "I'm going back now. If the apple is good, come find me again, and I'll give you more," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "I know, you go back. Class is about to start, pay attention in class," Li Mengyun couldn't help but lecture. Chen Ping'an smiled, not overly concerned, and quickly returned to his seat. After Chen Ping'an left, Li Mengyun picked up the apple and sniffed it. The apple's fragrance was indeed very enticing. Li Mengyun couldn't resist. She took the apple and quickly left the classroom to wash it under the tap. After washing the apple, she took a big bite. As she bit into the apple, rich juice filled her mouth. The apple was very sweet, and also soft and glutinous, making it incredibly delicious to eat. Li Mengyun's eyes immediately widened. The apple tasted too good. Chapter 22, Coming to their door. "Where did you get these apples? How can they be so delicious?" Li Mengyun asked, surprised. She was also very surprised that Chen Ping'an could get such delicious apples. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "As long as you like them. If you need more, I can give you some after school." Li Mengyun hesitated, but thinking that her parents hadn't tasted such delicious apples before, she was swayed and said, "Then I'll trouble you. Your apples are really delicious. Tell me how much they cost, and I'll pay you later. No need for money. A few apples aren't worth much." "I should thank you for giving me your notes, they helped me a lot," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "All right then," Li Mengyun nodded. The class bell rang, and Chen Ping'an quickly returned to his seat. Zhang Yong, next to him, gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, I'm impressed. You're really amazing." "It's nothing, just normal operation," Chen Ping'an also said with a smile. Today's class still brought Chen Ping'an surprise and ease. In the past, he was always anxious during class because he didn't understand the textbook content, but this time, he didn't feel that way. Class felt very relaxed and comfortable. He no longer had to worry about the teacher calling on him to answer questions. Chen Ping'an also heard the content the teacher explained clearly during the review. The effect of the learning potion could be said to have overturned Chen Ping'an's understanding. Things produced by the system are truly good. During class, the homeroom teacher walked in with several constables, followed by two middle-aged men. Chen Ping'an's gaze immediately fell on the two middle-aged men. Because Chen Ping'an knew both of them. One was Zhang Lei's father, Zhang Mingguang. The other was Zhang Lei's second uncle, Zhang Mingliang. The two of them had teamed up to become contractors, and they employed quite a few thugs. They were considered somewhat influential locally. Of course, they weren't big figures, but dealing with a high school student like Chen Ping'an was certainly more than enough. Chen Ping'an had already anticipated that they would come looking for him. After all, Zhang Lei ended up in jail because of him, and if no one intervened, once Zhang Lei's charges were confirmed, he would definitely go to prison. Of course, the Zhang family wouldn't just watch Zhang Lei go to jail, so they came to find Chen Ping'an. The most crucial part of this case was Chen Ping'an's testimony. As long as Chen Ping'an changed his statement, the matter would be easier to handle. Chen Ping'an just hadn't expected them to come with the constable uncles. Chen Ping'an, come out for a moment, the homeroom teacher called out to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an didn't dawdle and walked out directly amidst the surprised gazes of his classmates. Student Chen Ping'an, we meet again. Regarding that case, there are still some matters that require your assistance, and they are Zhang Lei's relatives who wish to meet with you. But don't worry, with us here, your safety is guaranteed, and you don't need to have too many concerns, Zhang Guida said to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an immediately recognized the constable uncle in front of him as the constable he had encountered before. The two were old acquaintances. Hearing his words and tone, Chen Ping'an realized that Uncle Zhang Guida was quite good. It didn't seem like he intentionally brought people to cause trouble for him. Zhang Guida was also a bit displeased at this moment because he didn't want to come, but a deputy director had made a call, so he had no choice but to bring people over. Later, he also couldn't figure it out, feeling that if he didn't come, he wouldn't be able to guarantee Chen Ping'an's safety. But if he came along, he could better ensure Chen Ping'an's safety. For Chen Ping'an, it was actually a good thing. Hello, student Chen Ping'an. My name is Zhang Mingguang, Zhang Lei's father. Can we talk privately? Zhang Mingguang said to Chen Ping'an. Then he turned to Zhang Guida and said, Constable Zhang, don't worry, we won't do anything bad. We just want to talk privately. Also, please trouble the teacher to arrange a room for us. Zhang Mingguang spoke to himself, appearing very domineering, as if he completely disregarded the opinions of those around him. He was usually such a person. Student Chen Ping'an, don't worry, we are all here, Zhang Guida said to Chen Ping'an. Okay, I'm not afraid, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. He really wasn't afraid, because he was the strongest person there. Even if everyone else teamed up, they wouldn't be his match. Under these circumstances, what did he have to fear? The ones who should truly be afraid were not Chen Ping'an, but rather Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingliang. The teacher dared not refuse and quickly arranged an empty room. Several constables waited at the door, while Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingliang, the brothers, led Chen Ping'an into the room and closed the door. What do you want? You can speak now, Chen Ping'an said calmly. Young man, you're quite arrogant, Zhang Mingliang said impolitely. From the very beginning, Zhang Mingliang disliked this young man. Because this young man was too composed, even seeing them, along with the constables, he remained very calm, completely unlike a high school student. This composed and confident demeanor made the Zhang brothers very displeased. I am arrogant. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, kill me now and see if the constables at the door will arrest you. Chen Ping'an said with a cold laugh, his expression as arrogant as could be. Seeing Chen Ping'an's expression, the Zhang brothers were so angry their teeth itched, wishing they could bite Chen Ping'an right then and there. But Chen Ping'an was right, there were constables at the door, so they certainly didn't dare to lay a hand on Chen Ping'an at this moment. They probably didn't even dare to speak loudly. Zhang Mingguang took a deep breath to calm himself down, then slowly began, Young man, I admit you're very bold, truly very bold. I've never seen a young person bolder than you at your age. I appreciate you. So I intend to give you an opportunity to get rich. I know my son was in the wrong. I apologize to you on behalf of my son, and if you want compensation, I can give it to you. 200,000 yuan, I'll give you 200,000 yuan as compensation. Chapter 23, The Fate of the Zhang Brothers. After Zhang Mingguang finished speaking, his eyes were already fixed on Chen Ping'an. However, when he saw Chen Ping'an's expressionless face, his heart skipped a beat. He realized that the young man he had encountered this time was truly extraordinary. This young man was not easy to deal with. However, he still appeared very calm on the surface. 200,000, that is truly a grand gesture. However, one should not be rewarded without merit. I dare not take your money, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. This 200,000 is compensation for you, and it can also be considered a transaction with you. Once you take this money, do not make things difficult for my son anymore. In a moment, you will explain the situation clearly to those constables. Just say that what happened between you and my son was merely a playful scuffle, not an intentional injury. Get this case dismissed, and after it is done, I will give you another 200,000. You should realize this is 400,000. 400,000 is enough for you to buy 2 apartments in the city center, Zhang Mingguang said calmly. He still believed in the power of his wallet. He didn't believe that Chen Ping'an could remain calm in the face of 400,000 in heavy cash. But an unexpected situation occurred again. Chen Ping'an still had an indifferent expression. Stop dreaming. I will not let your son off. Not only will I not let your son off, but I will not let a single person in your Zhang family off either. You 2 brothers had better wash your necks clean and wait for me to come find you. Chen Ping'an lowered his voice and spoke slowly. After all, there were constables at the door, so it was better for him to keep his voice down while speaking. If these constables overheard the content, he would also be in trouble. The Zhang brothers were shocked to hear this. Do you have such a deep grudge against our Zhang family? Zhang Mingguang said in disbelief. He truly did not understand where such a deep hatred between Chen Ping'an and their Zhang family came from. Even if his son had bullied Chen Ping'an, it was nothing more than a childish scuffle. Why did Chen Ping'an have to take things to such an extreme, and why was his tone so arrogant? Not only did he want to deal with his son, but he also wanted to deal with the entire Zhang family. Just an 18-year-old high school senior, where did he get such confidence and such resentment? The 2 Zhang brothers could not figure this out. But the tone in which Chen Ping'an spoke made them believe that he truly had such intentions. Young man, if you act like this, you will cut off your own path. Even if you are not afraid for your parents, and not afraid for your siblings. You must have grandparents, right? Aren't you afraid that your loved ones might have an accident? You should know that accidents happen every day in this society. I know accidents happen every day. If you have the ability, then kill my whole family. Let's have a competition to see whose whole family dies faster. Chen Ping'an said with a soft smile. But the words he spoke were so cold that the Zhang brothers felt a chill down their spines. Damn it, you are really courting death. Zhang Mingliang could not stand this atmosphere anymore and said viciously to Chen Ping'an. I am courting death, so what can you do to me? Zhang Lei has already gone in. I estimate that you 2 won't have a good ending either. Your Zhang family is about to collapse soon, so why should I be afraid of you? Take my advice, eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, and cherish your current life, Chen Ping'an said slowly, his tone indescribably arrogant. The Zhang brothers were truly angered to death upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words. You are really something. Let's see how long you can keep being stubborn, Zhang Mingguang said coldly. He had figured it out, the young man in front of him was just a reckless hothead. There was no room for negotiation with such a hothead because he wouldn't listen to reason. Big brother, let's go, there's nothing to say to this brat, Zhang Mingliang also said coldly. He was also angered to death by Chen Ping'an's words. If it weren't for the constables standing at the door, they would have already taken action to teach Chen Ping'an a lesson. The 2 turned around and walked towards the door. Just as the 2 turned around, Chen Ping'an rushed over and reached out to tap their back several times in quick succession. What are you doing? Zhang Mingliang felt something strange behind him and turned his head sharply to glare at Chen Ping'an. But by the time he turned his head, Chen Ping'an had already retreated 2 meters away. Chen Ping'an had returned to his original position, as if he had never moved at all. Chen Ping'an said with a puzzled look. "What are you talking about? I've been standing here and haven't moved." Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingliang looked at each other, feeling baffled. They both indeed felt as if their backs had been touched. But there were only 3 of them in the room, and Chen Ping'an was standing still. Did that mean there was a 4th person? Or should they say that it was just an illusion for both of them just now? But if it was an illusion, how could they both have the same illusion? "This kid is strange, let's leave early," Zhang Mingguang whispered. Zhang Mingliang nodded slightly as well. Zhang Mingliang's heart was filled with rage at this moment. He had only one thought now, which was to kill Chen Ping'an. Of course, not killing him on the spot. After all, there were constables at the door. But he could completely wait until these constables left the school before calling people to take action. Just a high school senior, could their Zhang family not handle a high school senior? The two, filled with anger, didn't think much more and quickly pushed open the door and walked out. The constables at the door saw the two come out and looked at Chen Ping'an inside the room. Confirming that there was nothing unusual about the 3 of them and that no conflict had occurred, the constables breathed a sigh of relief. The constables, of course, did not meddle in other people's business and soon left. A vice principal in the school walked over quickly and exchanged pleasantries with the brothers Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingliang. The 2 brothers were chatting and laughing with this vice principal. Several people were chatting and laughing as they walked towards the school gate. It has to be said that the Zhang brothers' connections were indeed very impressive. They even knew the vice principal in the school. But just when the brothers Zhang Mingliang and Zhang Mingguang walked to the gate, the 2 brothers suddenly collapsed to the ground, and foam mixed with blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. "Oh no, someone come quickly, something happened." The vice principal was also shocked to see this scene and quickly shouted. Chen Ping'an saw this scene from afar, a smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. The reason he was so unscrupulous in threatening the Zhang brothers just now was because he had his own confidence. Because Chen Ping'an would not let the Zhang brothers leave the school safely. Just now, Chen Ping'an had tapped the death acupoints on the backs of the Zhang brothers. Of course, the Zhang brothers would not die yet, but they would have a stroke. A stroke, a cerebral hemorrhage, and then total paralysis. It was even more terrifying than death. How could ordinary people who offended a grandmaster-level expert like Chen Ping'an have any good ending? Chapter 24, Some rejoice, some grieve. Chen Ping'an saw this scene from afar, a faint smile playing on his lips. In his previous life, he had been horribly bullied by the Zhang family. In this life, he finally got his revenge. But it wasn't over yet. There were still other members of the Zhang family remaining. Chen Ping'an would not let the Zhang family off the hook so easily. This could only be considered collecting interest from the Zhang family. The Zhang family members were arrogant and conceited, believing themselves to be superior and above others. But in the eyes of certain people, they were merely ants. For instance, right now, the Zhang family members were just ants in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Chen Ping'an could easily decide the life or death of the Zhang family members. At the school gate, the Zhang brothers lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching intermittently. The school vice principal, who had been speaking with them, was now dumbfounded. He absolutely never expected the Zhang brothers to suddenly fall gravely ill. Fortunately, everyone reacted quickly and immediately called over the school doctor. Because it was the school vice principal's order, the school doctor arrived very promptly. Although the school doctor's medical skills were not superb, he understood the basics, and after an examination, he formed his own judgment. They both have cerebral hemorrhages, and they might have suffered a stroke. Do not move them now. Moving them could lead to even more serious consequences. Has the ambulance been called? We can only wait for the ambulance now. The school doctor spoke with a solemn expression. We've already called the ambulance. Is there really no way to help them now? The vice principal asked with a frown. After all, if something happened to them at school, his face wouldn't look good. Therefore, the vice principal still hoped to save the Zhang brothers. The school doctor shook his head and said, "Principal Wu, I can't do anything either. For a situation like this, only specialist doctors at a large hospital can handle it. I truly can't handle it, and I dare not intervene now." Of course, the school doctor didn't dare to intervene. If he didn't act, he had no responsibility, but if he did and something went wrong, his responsibility would be huge. He had no need to sacrifice his future over this matter. Hearing this, the vice principal could only remain silent. The class bell rang. Chen Ping'an smiled and followed the crowd back into the classroom. A full 10 minutes passed before the ambulance finally arrived late. The Zhang brothers were both taken away by the ambulance. They underwent emergency treatment upon arriving at the hospital. Chen Ping'an didn't know how the doctors would treat them, but Chen Ping'an knew they were beyond saving. After all, Chen Ping'an was the one who struck, and he knew best what the results would be. Earlier, Chen Ping'an had already used true qi to lurk within the bodies of the Zhang brothers. Just as the brothers reached the school gate, the true qi inside their bodies erupted. The true qi Chen Ping'an used directly destroyed specific nerves in their brains. The result of this destruction was a cerebral hemorrhage. It would then destroy the central nervous system, leading to a stroke and paralysis. The Zhang brothers wouldn't die anytime soon. But they could forget about ever living normal lives again. Chen Ping'an was happily attending class in the classroom, while the Zhang brothers were being urgently treated by doctors in the hospital's emergency room. Modern doctors' medical skills were indeed very advanced. Under their emergency treatment, the lives of the Zhang brothers were saved. However, both of them were completely paralyzed due to the stroke. Once their condition stabilized, they were sent to a ward. At this moment, the Zhang brothers had crooked eyes and mouths, with saliva constantly dripping from the corners of their lips. They mumbled words no one could understand, making gurgling sounds. Their eyes were wide open, wanting to speak, but nothing came out. "Oh my heavens, how did you two end up like this?" A plump middle-aged woman walked into the ward, and upon seeing the state of the Zhang brothers, she immediately burst into tears. This middle-aged woman was Zhang Lei's mother and Zhang Mingguang's wife. She rushed to the hospital immediately after receiving the news, but since the two brothers were being treated in the emergency room, she couldn't come in to check on them. It wasn't until the brothers' condition stabilized and they were moved to the ward that Zhang Lei's mother arrived. Seeing her husband and her younger brother-in-law in their current state, Zhang Lei's mother's heart instantly turned cold. Zhang Lei's father was the pillar of the family. Now that he had collapsed, it meant the Zhang family was about to fall. The middle-aged woman was best at playing mahjong and cursing, she knew nothing about running a business. Now that her husband had collapsed, she thought about how miserable her life would be from now on, and grief welled up, causing her to wail loudly. "Oh my God, why is my life so bitter? My son is about to go to jail, and now my husband has fallen ill." The plump middle-aged woman cried heartbrokenly. She wasn't crying because her husband had fallen gravely ill, she was crying because she would have to live a hard life from now on. She was already old now, it was too late even if she wanted to remarry. Now that her husband was gravely ill and collapsed, how was she supposed to live her life? "Madam Zhang, you don't need to worry too much. Your husband's condition is relatively stable, and there is no immediate danger to his life." The doctor nearby saw how distressed the plump middle-aged woman was and quickly tried to comfort her. "Then, can my husband and my younger brother-in-law ever recover completely?" the plump middle-aged woman quickly asked. Although their current condition is relatively stable and there is no danger to their lives, they suffered cerebral hemorrhages, and nerves in their brains were damaged, which caused their stroke and paralysis. In their situation, saving their lives is already a tremendous accomplishment. Getting them to recover completely will likely be very difficult. In fact, the doctor's statement was already very conservative. If he were to tell the truth, it would be even more brutal. The truth was that there was a 99% chance that these two men would never recover completely. However, since the patient's family member was still wailing, he truly couldn't bring himself to state such a cruel truth. The middle-aged woman was not stupid. Upon hearing this, she immediately burst into tears again. "Auntie, please don't cry yet. We can handle this matter slowly." A tall young man entered the ward and quickly tried to console her. This tall young man was named Zhang Su. He was Zhang Lei's cousin, and his father was Zhang Mingliang. Although Zhang Mingliang was Zhang Mingguang's younger brother, he had children earlier, so his son was the oldest among the children. Zhang Su was also greatly surprised when he received the news, but soon a hint of secret joy arose in his heart. Since his cousin was in jail, and both his uncle and his father had suffered strokes, wouldn't this family belong to him in the future? Thinking of this, a feeling of delight spontaneously rose in his heart. Chapter 25, Gifting Apples. Jiang Su didn't show any sadness. Instead, he was faintly excited, with a hint of joy in his heart. Because his father and his eldest uncle were both in trouble, the Zhang family had lost its pillars. So, who would manage the Zhang family from now on? Of course, it would be managed by him, the eldest son of the Zhang family. Actually, under normal circumstances, this matter wouldn't fall to Jiang Su. Because most of the Zhang family's assets were in the hands of his eldest uncle, Zhang Mingguang. So, the Zhang family should ultimately fall into Zhang Lei's hands. But now Zhang Lei was in trouble. Zhang Lei was going to jail. Zhang Lei's case of intentional injury could be big or small. If this case were solidified, Zhang Lei would at least be imprisoned for several years. The most important thing was that if Zhang Lei had a criminal record, his future would be ruined. The Zhang family couldn't possibly stake their future on Zhang Lei, who had been to jail. Then Jiang Su might take over the power of the Zhang family. Of course, this was the ideal scenario. There was also a possibility that the final battle would still be controlled by Zhang Lei. Jiang Su was naturally a bit unwilling about this situation, but he was helpless. However, Jiang Su never expected frequent unexpected situations. His father and his eldest uncle both suffered strokes and were hospitalized. After both his father and eldest uncle were hospitalized, the Zhang family lost its pillars. So, who would manage such a large enterprise and so many businesses of the Zhang family? Of course, it would be managed by him, a member of the Zhang family. Thinking of this, Jiang Su could barely suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. As for his father's and eldest uncle's health, he didn't care at all. It could only be said that he was inherently a very callous person. In his heart, the most important thing was his own interests. What did it matter to him whether it was his father, his eldest uncle, or the health of other family members? He simply didn't care about the health of his family members. He only cared about the benefits he would gain. Jiang Su pondered this thought, but of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to voice it. Just looking at his paralyzed father and eldest uncle in bed, the joy in his heart was almost irrepressible. Chen Ping'an didn't know about this. Chen Ping'an only knew that the Zhang family would not have a good end. Zhang Lei might just go to jail, but Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingyuan would definitely be paralyzed. As for whether Zhang Lei could go to jail, it was indeed hard to say. After all, Chen Ping'an, the victim himself, was not injured, so it would be difficult to confirm Zhang Lei's crime. Zhang Lei could completely say that he just wanted to beat Chen Ping'an up, just wanted to fight with Chen Ping'an. If Zhang Lei used this excuse, then the criminal case against Zhang Lei might not be established. After all, Chen Ping'an had no social status. He had no right to interfere in such a case, and it would be difficult for him to convict Zhang Lei. But it didn't matter. If Zhang Lei went to jail, that could only be considered truly good luck. If Zhang Lei went to jail, Chen Ping'an couldn't go to jail to find trouble with Zhang Lei. In this way, it could even be considered that Zhang Lei was lucky to escape a calamity. If Zhang Lei didn't go to jail, then Zhang Lei would be unlucky. Chen Ping'an could continue to act against Zhang Lei. Chen Ping'an could accept both of these outcomes. The bell for the end of evening self-study finally rang. The classmates in the classroom excitedly packed their bags and walked out of the classroom one by one. Chen Ping'an reached into his backpack and pulled out a bag of apples. Chen Ping'an quickly walked up to Li Mengyun and handed her the bag of apples. "I've prepared these apples for you to take home and let your family taste them too." Chen Ping'an put down the apples, left this sentence, then smiled at Li Mengyun, turned, and left without another word. "Thank you." Li Mengyun wanted to refuse, but thinking of the deliciousness of the apples, she swallowed her refusal. Hearing Li Mengyun's 2 words of thanks, Chen Ping'an smiled and waved, then turned and had already walked out of the classroom. Chen Ping'an walked out of the classroom with light steps, quickly heading towards the adjacent classroom. In the adjacent classroom, Lin Wanjun was also packing her school bag. Chen Ping'an didn't rush to act, but waited at the classroom door for a moment. When Lin Wanjun finished packing her bag and walked out, Chen Ping'an then took out another bag of apples from his backpack. Fortunately, no one checked Chen Ping'an's backpack and didn't know he had so many apples inside. Chen Ping'an had a full 100 caddies of these apples, enough for him to eat for a long time. Giving them away was also appropriate. "Classmate Lin Wanjun, I apologize for making you angry last time. These are the apples I'm giving you to express my apology." Chen Ping'an walked up to Lin Wanjun and said generously. No need, we are all classmates, it's not that serious. Lin Wanjun looked at the apples in Chen Ping'an's hand and shook her head. Take them, don't be so polite with me. There are so many other classmates around, it wouldn't look good for us to be pulling and tugging. As Chen Ping'an spoke, he grabbed Lin Wanjun's hand and directly placed the bag of apples into her hand. If you really don't like them, then throw the apples away. However, if you just throw them away like that, it would be a real shame. After all, these apples were bought with money. As for how you want to deal with these apples, you decide. Chen Ping'an dropped this sentence and turned to leave, not giving Lin Wanjun any time to change her mind. Why are you like this? Lin Wanjun mumbled, seemingly a little angry. After all, Chen Ping'an's domineering approach made Lin Wanjun feel uncomfortable. Lin Wanjun knew what Chen Ping'an meant, but she had no interest in such things. She was still young, in her third year of high school, and her most important tasks were studying and taking the college entrance examination. Lin Wanjun knew very clearly what was most important to her. She had no interest in other matters. Lin Wanjun had a mind to throw away the apples, but she glanced at the bag in her hand. The apples in the bag were all bright red, looking particularly tempting, and also emitted a strong fragrance. She picked up an apple and took a deep breath, a rich fragrance entering her nasal cavity. What is this? How can an apple be so fragrant? Lin Wanjun secretly said in her heart. Now, she was really reluctant to throw these apples away. Her family's situation was not good, and she rarely ate fruit normally. This was the first time she had encountered such apples. Never mind, I'll take them back for my younger siblings to taste. I'll return the favor to him later. Lin Wanjun said in her heart. Chapter 26, Lin Wanjun is dropping out. Lin Wanjun's home was a bit far from school, about 7 or 8 kilometers, and she rode her bike to and from school every day. Her home was located in an urban village near the outskirts of the city, and the surrounding environment wasn't very good. When Lin Wanjun arrived home, the entire family was already waiting for her. Knowing that she came home late every day, her family had already eaten, but they had prepared a meal for Lin Wanjun. I'm home, Lin Wanjun called out from her doorstep. As soon as the door opened, her younger brother and sister cheerfully rushed out. Big sister is back. Seeing Lin Wanjun return home, both her younger brother and sister were very happy. Lin Wanjun was the eldest child in the family, followed by a younger sister and a younger brother. The sister was the second child, and the brother was the third. The younger sister was named Lin Wanqing, and the younger brother was named Lin Yiming. Lin Wanqing was currently in the third year of junior high, while her younger brother Lin Yiming was in the first year of junior high. Lin Wanjun carried a bag of apples in her hand and said calmly, "A classmate's family grows fruit, and they brought some apples to school and gave me a whole bag of them. He said they grew them themselves, and they are delicious and healthy, so I brought them back for you to try." As Lin Wanjun spoke, she also showed the apples she was carrying. In reality, the brother and sister had already seen the apples in their big sister's hand, but since big sister hadn't spoken, they didn't dare to ask. Now that big sister had mentioned it, the younger sister and brother became happy. "We get to eat apples. That's great, we haven't had apples in a long time," the younger brother said happily. Although the younger sister was also very happy, she was older and thus more thoughtful. She asked with some doubt, "Sis, did your classmate really give you these apples?" "Of course, my classmate gave them to me. Otherwise, where do you think these apples came from?" Lin Wanjun said with a smile. "You too eat the apples." "I'm going to eat now," Lin Wanjun said, smiling again. "Big sister, then we'll eat the apples." The younger brother and sister certainly had no reason to refuse such an offer. Soon, the brother and sister opened the bag, each took an apple, washed them, and began to eat. Lin Wanjun went to the kitchen to eat, while the brother and sister ate apples in the living room. "Wow, this apple is so delicious. Big sister's classmates' apples are amazing." Lin Yiming exclaimed in surprise, his words muffled as he spoke. This was because his mouth was full of apple, they were simply too tasty. They were fragrant, sweet, and slightly soft and waxy. This flavor of apple was the best he had ever eaten. Lin Wanqing's eyes were also squinting with laughter. The apple was indeed delicious, and it was highly appealing to a girl like her. Their family was not well off, so they rarely got to eat delicious fruit normally. The fruit they were eating this time was truly wonderful. Do you too have to be so exaggerated? Is it really that delicious? Lin Wanjun, who was eating, asked in surprise when she saw her younger brother and sister's dramatic expressions. She also found it a bit funny. The expressions of these two little rascals were truly over the top. Sis, have you not tried this apple yet? Your classmate's apple is really delicious, you'll know once you eat it, Lin Wanqing quickly said. Is it really as delicious as you say? Lin Wanjun asked incredulously. Really, really? Wait, I'll go wash an apple for you. As Lin Wanqing spoke, she grabbed another apple and ran to the kitchen to wash it. After cleaning the apple, she even used a fruit knife to cut it into pieces, making it easier for her big sister to eat. Once the apple was cut open, a fresh, fragrant apple scent began to spread. The whole family smelled the fragrance at this moment, and Lin Wanjun naturally smelled it too. Lin Wanjun found it hard to believe that the apple was so fragrant. She picked up a piece of apple with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and found it indeed very delicious. I didn't expect the apple that guy gave me to be so delicious. Where did he buy it? Lin Wanjun thought silently to herself. Just as the two sisters were happily eating apples, their mother walked out with a worried expression. The family was already struggling because they had 3 children, and recently, the pillar of the family, Lin Wanjuan's father, had fallen ill due to an injury. Now, the family's situation was going from bad to worse, and life was very difficult. Lin Wanjuan's parents were already discussing whether to make Lin Wanjun drop out of school and go work outside. After all, Lin Wanjun was already 18, and she was old enough to go out and work. Lin Wanjun was a girl, and girls didn't need such high academic qualifications. Getting a job early was much more useful than studying for a few more years. Lin Wanjuan's parents were both illiterate, unable to read a single word. Although they felt that studying was useful, they also felt it wasn't very effective. Or rather, they were more patriarchal. If it were their son, they would definitely hope he could go to university, but for their daughter, it didn't matter. Since the family situation was bad, instead of letting Lin Wanjun continue school, it would be better for her to just go to work. Even if Lin Wanjun graduated from university, she would still come out to work. Now, they were just making her work a few years earlier. If Lin Wanjun went out to work, her younger brother and sister could continue their schooling. If she didn't, it would be hard to say whether the 3 children could attend school at all. Lin Wanjun's mother hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Mom, did something happen? Lin Wanjun asked softly, putting down her chopsticks. Daughter, could you go out to work right after graduating high school? Lin Wanjun's mother said gently. Lin Wanjuan's heart immediately sank when she heard this. Lin Wanjuan's academic performance was excellent, she could be considered a top student. Given Lin Wanjuan's academic ability, getting into university was certain, the only question was what rank of university she could get into. Normally, as long as nothing went wrong with her exams, she could easily attend 985 or 211 rank universities. Lin Wanjun was a senior high school student, so she naturally knew the importance of studying, and she deeply desired to be admitted to a good university. But the current situation left her feeling helpless. She was very clear about the family situation. Naturally, she also knew that if she got into a good university, the tuition fees would be a huge burden. She was already conflicted inside, and hearing her mother say this made her feel like a string had suddenly snapped in her heart. Lin Wanjun was very sensible, she understood the meaning behind her mother's words, and she spoke softly. Mom, don't worry. I'll go out to work after high school graduation. I won't go to university. After Lin Wanjun finished speaking, her expression was calm. But the turmoil in her heart was known only to her. Chapter 27, Gains and Losses. As soon as Chen Ping'an returned home, he heard good news from his father. His father, Chen Guoqing, had already rented the storefront, and now they were just waiting to open the internet cafe. Son, do you think this internet cafe will really succeed? Chen Guoqing asked, feeling anxious about the potential gains and losses. He had only ever worked for others his entire life, and this was his first time being a boss. Furthermore, having to put up 200,000 yuan as capital was a huge source of pressure for him. So, at this moment, Chen Guoqing was feeling quite apprehensive. Dad, don't worry. The internet cafe will definitely make money, especially since I'm here. Chen Ping'an quickly patted his chest and said. If he didn't say that, his dad would probably be scared to death. After all, Chen Guoqing was already somewhat doubtful in his heart that he could pull this off. If Chen Ping'an didn't cheer him on, Chen Guoqing truly wouldn't be able to hold on. Dad, just relax. I've figured out exactly how to open the internet cafe. Tomorrow, you should make a trip and handle all the necessary operating procedures for the internet cafe. Also, you should ideally go to the Administration for Industry and Commerce and ask if you can register a company specifically for operating the internet cafe. If we can register it, that would be best. It will make opening branch locations much easier in the future. We are opening an internet cafe, not anything else, so there's no need for interior decoration. Just clean the place up. However, the sign outside the store must be custom-made. Go find a decoration company tomorrow and order a sign. As for what we need to buy for the internet cafe, we can discuss it the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the weekend, and I will take you to the computer city, and we can buy everything together then. Chen Ping'an spoke eloquently, arranging everything clearly and logically. You little rascal, even planning things out for me now, Chen Guoqing scolded playfully. But with Chen Ping'an arranging things this way, he immediately felt much more at ease. Before, he truly felt uncertain in his heart and didn't know how to open an internet cafe. Although he had visited other people's internet cafes to observe, watching others operate one was certainly different from doing it himself. Now that he heard Chen Ping'an speak with such confidence, he also gained confidence. All right, you two father and son can talk slowly later. Let our son eat first, said his mother, Yu Xiaoying, walking over with a smile. Go eat quickly. Don't delay your meal, Chen Guoqing also said, nodding. Then I'll eat first. We can talk slowly about anything else after the meal. Oh right, I brought back some apples. Try them. These apples were grown by my classmate's family. Their apples are grown to be truly delicious. I tried one at school, and the taste was really good. You should try them too. Chen Ping'an said, pointing to the bag of apples he had brought back. The parents looked in the direction Chen Ping'an was pointing and indeed saw the bag of apples he had brought home. These apples look good. They certainly look delicious, Yu Xiaoying said with a smile. Mom, Dad, I'm eating first. If you want apples, wash them yourselves. Chen Ping'an said cheerfully, then served himself a bowl of rice and began eating heartily at the dining table. Mealtime had long passed, and his stomach had naturally been rumbling for a while. I'll go wash the apples, Yu Xiaoying said. Yu Xiaoying washed the apples, ate one herself, and gave one to her husband. When Yu Xiaoying took her first bite of the apple, her eyes instantly widened again. She had lived half her life and had certainly eaten many apples, but this was the first time she had ever tasted one this delicious. What kind of apple is this? It's too delicious, Yu Xiaoying asked in surprise. I don't know either. I asked my classmate, and he said he didn't know, they just grew them themselves. And he said his family's apples weren't as delicious in previous years as they are this year. Maybe it's because the weather was favorable this year, making the apples exceptionally tasty. Once we finish this year's batch, we might not be able to eat them again, Chen Ping'an explained while eating. The main thing was that he only had 100 gene of these apples, and Chen Ping'an himself wasn't sure if he would encounter them again in the future. That's why Chen Ping'an came up with this excuse. Anyway, his 100 gene of apples could last a long time, and he had already laid the groundwork. If he never encountered these apples again, he could just say they were gone. Does your classmate's family sell these apples? If they do, buy some more. You don't want to give them away as gifts, do you? If they're for gifts, then forget it. These apples are extremely rare. We should just buy some for ourselves to eat and not give them to others, Chen Ping'an quickly said. After all, these were high-quality apples obtained through the system's flash sale. He could eat them, his parents could eat them, and the woman he liked could also eat them. But if his mother wanted to give them away so others could eat them too, Chen Ping'an wouldn't allow it. What others? Am I that silly? I wanted to send some apples to your paternal grandparents too. Yu Xiaoying said irritably. And your maternal grandparents? Wouldn't you want your paternal grandparents and maternal grandparents to taste such delicious apples? Yushuiying continued. Mom, I was wrong. Paternal grandparents and maternal grandparents definitely need to eat these apples. Tomorrow, I'll talk to my classmate and ask him to bring some more from home. However, the quantity of these apples is indeed small. It was just good luck that my classmate's family orchard produced these apples. If we have such delicious apples this year, we might not have them next year. So, please don't give them away randomly, Chen Ping'an quickly urged. I know, don't worry. These apples are indeed quite delicious. Buy some more when the time comes, so we can keep them for ourselves, Chen Guoqing chimed in. Dad, that's reliable advice. If we're keeping them for ourselves, we definitely need to stock up. Chen Ping'an also smiled and nodded. After eating and showering, Chen Ping'an returned to his room and continued studying. The time left for his studying was running short. He had to cherish every minute of his study time, because the effect of the study potion was about to expire. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an had used these 3 days to review all the knowledge points from 3 years of high school. While he might not be considered a top scholar now, passing the college entrance exam should at least not be a major problem. It was hard to say if he could get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, but getting into a key university should not be difficult. Taking advantage of the remaining effects, Chen Ping'an studied until 12 o'clock at night. Since he still had class tomorrow, Chen Ping'an had no choice but to force himself to go to bed. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from studying, as soon as he lay down on the bed, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. The sky was already bright, and it was the next day. He opened the system interface and saw that there was still an hour and a half until the products refreshed. He wondered if today's flash sale item would give him a pleasant surprise. Chapter 28, Advanced Hacker Skill Book. At 8 a.m., the system mall refreshed its products again. Today's new products appeared on the system interface. 100 caddies of premium strawberries. 130-carat ruby. 1 volume of Shaolin Arhat Fist. 1 volume of Advanced Hacker Skill Book. These were the 4 products for today. Chen Ping'an's gaze swept over the 4 products for the day, finally locking onto the Advanced Hacker Skill Book. Chen Ping'an's luck today was actually quite good. At least 3 of the 4 products were considerably excellent items. Whether it was the ruby or the secret manual for the Shaolin Arhat Fist, both were useful to Chen Ping'an. However, the best item among the 4 was definitely the Advanced Hacker Skill Book. Chen Ping'an hardly hesitated before immediately spending 1 yuan to instantly purchase this Advanced Hacker Skill Book. Instant kill successful for 1 yuan, obtaining 1 Advanced Hacker Skill Book. Chen Ping'an suppressed his excitement and then clicked Learn on the system interface. Silently and without a sound, Chen Ping'an had already learned the Advanced Hacker Skill Book. A massive amount of hacker knowledge was instantly input into Chen Ping'an's mind. The great power of the system was displayed once again at this moment. Normally, this learning process should be very lengthy, or the burden on the brain should be immense. But under the influence of the system's power, Chen Ping'an hardly felt any burden. Chen Ping'an comfortably finished learning all the advanced hacker skills. At this moment, Chen Ping'an had mastered the world's most cutting-edge hacking technology. Chen Ping'an finally understood that the Advanced Hacker Skill Book was categorized based on the current world. The hacking technology he possessed was the top hacking technology of the current world. His current hacking technology could rank within the top 10 globally. From this point alone, one could tell just how incredible Chen Ping'an's hacking technology was. However, Chen Ping'an had a huge advantage compared to other hackers. That is, Chen Ping'an was not just a hacker, he was also a master of internal martial arts. Therefore, in the actual process of operating the keyboard, his speed was faster than that of ordinary people. For a hacker, the ability to control the keyboard is also part of their overall capability. If a hacker types slowly, one can imagine what kind of outcome that would lead to. And Chen Ping'an's typing speed was definitely lightning fast. A deep smile curled at the corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth. Advanced hacking technology felt absolutely amazing. Chen Ping'an now had confidence that even without the One-Yuan instant kill system, he could establish himself in this world. Relying solely on this advanced hacking technology, Chen Ping'an was enough to become one of the top people in this world. Chen Ping'an had already thought of several ways to utilize this advanced hacking technology. Making money with advanced hacking technology was truly simple. For example, Chen Ping'an could design antivirus software. It was 1998, and antivirus software wasn't actually popular yet. If Chen Ping'an designed antivirus software, and offered it for free, it would definitely become an instant hit. Chen Ping'an could take the lead and seize the antivirus software market. When this antivirus software company goes public in the future, Chen Ping'an could easily become a tycoon. Besides antivirus software, there were simply too many things he could do in related industries. At this moment, Chen Ping'an was full of ambition, eager to start working immediately. However, reality was laid bare. Chen Ping'an couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Chen Ping'an was still a high school senior, about to face the college entrance examination. Therefore, the entrepreneurial path he had conceived in his mind would have to wait until he entered university before it could be implemented. Moreover, if he truly wanted to start such a company, capital was also a huge problem. Chen Ping'an still needed massive capital to support the creation of his company. Step by step. This is already a very good start. We shouldn't rush, Chen Ping'an told himself internally. Slowly, Chen Ping'an quieted down again. His mindset returned to calmness once more. Old Chen, what good thing did you think of? You can't even suppress the smile on your lips. Zhang Yong, his desk mate, laughed and poked Chen Ping'an's arm. I dreamed last night that I won the lottery. Then I started a company and became a billionaire. I just remembered that, so I smiled happily, Chen Ping'an said with a grin. Humph, are you daydreaming? Lotteries. They're all scams, Zhang Yong said disdainfully. Zhang Yong was very experienced in this area, because Zhang Yong's father bought lotteries. Zhang Yong had watched his father buy lottery tickets since he was a child. He'd been buying them for over a decade and hadn't won a single major prize. Therefore, Zhang Yong knew from a young age that lotteries were scams, and he never bought them himself. What's wrong with daydreaming? Maybe one day the dream will come true, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. The two were laughing and chatting when the class teacher arrived, and they immediately quieted down. Just at that moment, a figure appeared at the classroom entrance. Chen Ping'an felt a burst of malice rushing toward him, and he abruptly turned his head to look. He saw Zhang Lei's figure appear at the classroom entrance. Zhang Lei stood at the entrance, glaring fiercely at Chen Ping'an, and even ran his finger across his own neck, making a throat-slitting gesture. After completing the gesture, Zhang Lei turned and left. That kid actually got out. The Zhang family's influence is truly considerable. Chen Ping'an muttered secretly in his heart. However, Chen Ping'an was not very surprised by this matter. What Zhang Lei did could be treated as minor or major, the key depended on whether someone was pulling strings. It was clear that the Zhang family had pulled strings, resulting in Zhang Lei's release. Although Chen Ping'an was the victim, he hadn't received any notification regarding this matter. In 1998, many systems were imperfect, so unexpected situations were very normal. Forget about 1998, even 20 years later, such situations occurring would be very normal. Even death row inmates could have strings pulled for them to avoid execution. Let alone a harmless charge like Zhang Lei's. As long as someone high up pulled strings, it would be easy to have Zhang Lei released. They could simply charge Zhang Lei with fighting and brawling. Then, after giving Zhang Lei a lecture and criticism, they would release him. If that were the case, Chen Ping'an would be completely powerless. However, Chen Ping'an didn't care about such things. If Zhang Lei had actually gone to jail, it would have been considered good luck for him. Since he was out now, Zhang Lei was going to be unlucky. Chen Ping'an absolutely would not let Zhang Lei off easy. Chen Ping'an also believed that Zhang Lei would not let him go. Chapter 29, Sun Haitang's Shock. After class, Chen Ping'an went to the classroom next door but didn't see Zhang Lei there. That guy probably wasn't in the mood for school right now. The reason he came to the classroom door and made a throat-slitting gesture at Chen Ping'an was to scare him. Chen Ping'an could only say that the other party's idea was truly too naive. Since he couldn't find Zhang Lei at school, Chen Ping'an had no way to deal with him. Chen Ping'an temporarily put the matter aside and focused on studying at school. The college entrance examination was getting closer, and at least at school, he needed to be a good student. At noon, Chen Ping'an went to the securities company again. As soon as Chen Ping'an arrived at the securities company, his agent, Sun Haitang, immediately greeted him. "Mr. Chen, you're here." Sun Haitang greeted him with a smile. This was Chen Ping'an's third time coming to the securities company. However, Chen Ping'an's operations had already shocked Sun Haitang. The first time she met Chen Ping'an, Sun Haitang had regarded him as a novice investor. But after Chen Ping'an's invested stocks rose continuously, Sun Haitang realized that Chen Ping'an was a stock master. Chen Ping'an had only bought 3 stocks to date, but every stock Chen Ping'an bought soared. The stock Chen Ping'an bought yesterday hit the daily limit again today. Sun Haitang now regarded Chen Ping'an as a god of wealth. It should be known that Sun Haitang was Chen Ping'an's stock agent. Sun Haitang received a commission every time Chen Ping'an bought or sold stocks. The more funds Chen Ping'an traded, the more commission Sun Haitang received. Now, Sun Haitang desperately hoped Chen Ping'an would earn as much money as possible. "Mr. Chen, I've already prepared the operating computer you need," Sun Haitang said immediately. "Thank you. I'll take a look at today's stock market first," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. In reality, even if Chen Ping'an didn't look, he knew today's stock trend. After all, Chen Ping'an had a stock radar. Chen Ping'an was perfectly clear about the stock trends, but the necessary formalities still had to be observed. Otherwise, it would be too strange if he knew the stock trends without even looking at them. Half an hour later, Chen Ping'an had finished reviewing today's stock situation. Then, he took out a piece of paper and wrote down his transaction results. "Young Miss Haitang, I'll have to trouble you to continue helping me with the trades." Chen Ping'an smiled as he handed the note in his hand to Sun Haitang. "This is what I should do, you're too kind." Sun Haitang quickly took the note with both hands. As she spoke, she also glanced at the content on the note. A hint of doubt flashed across Sun Haitang's face, and she softly asked, "Mr. Chen, this is Shenzhen Electric. It has been in a slump for a long time, and there hasn't been much movement recently. Why would you think of buying it? Isn't the risk too great? I'm not questioning your judgment, but as your stock agent, I feel it's necessary to remind you of the risks involved." Sun Haitang said earnestly. "Thank you, but please proceed with the trade according to my instructions. I have great confidence in my judgment. According to my judgment, Shenzhen Electric has market makers manipulating it. If my judgment is correct, this stock will rise this afternoon. Of course, it's also possible that my judgment is wrong. It's just that stocks are inherently about betting on a high probability event. If I'm wrong, I'll cut my losses and leave. If I'm right, I can make a huge profit." Chen Ping'an said with a smile, his face radiating confidence. Evidently, Chen Ping'an was very confident in his own judgment. Chen Ping'an didn't stay at the securities company for too long, as he still had classes in the afternoon. After clearly explaining how his stocks should be traded, Chen Ping'an left the stock securities company and returned to school. Sun Haitang looked at the note in her hand with a hesitant expression. In reality, Sun Haitang could also trade stocks herself. Of course, she couldn't use her own account to trade because she was a stock agent. But Sun Haitang could have a family member open an account and let them trade stocks. Many stock agents trade stocks in this manner. Before, Sun Haitang had warned herself never to trade stocks privately, because she knew too well how great the risks of the stock market were. But for several consecutive days, Chen Ping'an had made a lot of money. And each time, Sun Haitang received Chen Ping'an's trading instructions in advance. So Sun Haitang had the conditions to follow Chen Ping'an and trade stocks herself. However, after pondering for a long time, Sun Haitang still shook her head with a wry smile, decisively abandoning the idea of trading stocks herself. The risks of stocks were too great, it was better not to get involved in such matters. Precisely because she was a stock agent, she understood the risks even more clearly. Back at school, Chen Ping'an unexpectedly saw someone. Because Lin Wanjun was waiting for Chen Ping'an at the classroom door. "Chen Ping'an." Lin Wanjun called out to Chen Ping'an directly when she saw him arrive. "Are you looking for me?" "What's the matter?" Chen Ping'an asked, puzzled. After all, Chen Ping'an was well aware that his relationship with Lin Wanjun wasn't that good. "The apple you gave me last time was quite delicious. Then my family made some pickles and I brought them for you to eat. Take them." Lin Wanjun said straightforwardly, without any shyness. Pickles, these are good things, thank you. Chen Ping'an was only stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and hurriedly took the bag of pickles Lin Wanjun handed him with a smile. Lin Wanjun subtly let out a sigh of relief. She was genuinely worried that Chen Ping'an wouldn't accept the pickles she brought. Her family didn't have many good things, only her mother's homemade pickles were presentable. If Chen Ping'an didn't accept these pickles, she wouldn't know what to do. Lin Wanjun didn't want to owe Chen Ping'an a favor. Even if it was just a bag of apples, she didn't want to owe that favor. That's why Lin Wanjun brought pickles from home as a return gift for Chen Ping'an. Have you encountered any trouble recently? If you have, just tell me directly, I can help you. Chen Ping'an held back, but still couldn't resist, blurting it out directly. Lin Wanjun looked up at Chen Ping'an. She said, "You can't solve my troubles. That's all." Lin Wanjun indeed felt that Chen Ping'an couldn't solve the troubles she was facing. After all, Chen Ping'an was just a high school student. The troubles you could encounter are nothing more than related to money. Either your parents need money, or you need money for your studies. Troubles that money can solve are not troubles to me. Is 100,000 enough to solve your troubles? If 100,000 isn't enough, it can be 200,000. If 200,000 isn't enough, it can be 300,000. Chen Ping'an slowly said at this moment. Chapter 30, Be My Wife. What kind of joke are you playing? Do you think this is funny? Lin Wanjun said coldly. She did not feel that anything Chen Ping'an said was helpful to her. Instead, she felt that Chen Ping'an was insulting her. Chen Ping'an was speechless. He had already explained things so clearly, yet why was she still reacting like this? Are women's thought processes really that strange? I don't find anything funny about this. I genuinely want to help you. I know you must be short on money. I don't care what you think, but I've said my piece. If you need money, come find me. I'm not giving you the money for free. Consider it a loan. When you go to university, graduate, and start earning money, you can slowly pay it back. I've laid it all out for you. Just listen seriously, okay? Don't assume I'm joking anymore. Chen Ping'an said. He was truly close to kneeling down just to talk to her. Why was it so difficult to talk to these women? Lin Wanjun's expression showed a hint of emotion. You're really not joking with me? Lin Wanjun asked. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would joke about something like this? We've been classmates for several years. Don't I know which jokes are appropriate and which aren't? Anyway, I've told you everything I needed to tell you. As for how you decide, that's your business, because fate is in your own hands. I can save you once, but I can't save you for a lifetime. If you give up on yourself, then no one can save you. After Chen Ping'an finished speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. Wait, don't go. Lin Wanjun suddenly spoke from behind him. Chen Ping'an felt joy in his heart and turned around. What do you want to say to me? Chen Ping'an asked. Can you really lend me money? Is it your parents' money or your own? Where did you get such a large sum of money? Lin Wanjun inquired. The Cement King's child went missing. You know about that case, right? Chen Ping'an said. That case caused a big stir, I've heard of it too. Lin Wanjun nodded, an idea forming in her mind. You're not trying to tell me that you were the one who rescued the Cement King's child, are you? Lin Wanjun asked hesitantly. See, you're quite smart. Didn't you guess correctly right away? Chen Ping'an said with a smile. You really did guess correctly. I was the one who rescued the Cement King's child. Didn't he issue a reward before? Anyone who saved his child would receive hundreds of thousands. It just so happened that I saved his child, so he gave me hundreds of thousands. This money is currently deposited in my bank account. I don't need to use it myself. If you need it, I can lend it to you. How about this? Don't let me lose out, you can calculate a little interest for me every year. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Because Chen Ping'an knew very well that Lin Wanjun was the kind of woman who refused to take advantage of others. If it were any other woman, they would probably be overjoyed to get a bargain. But Lin Wanjun was not that kind of woman. That's why Chen Ping'an suggested that Lin Wanjun calculate interest for him. If I really need the money, how much can you lend me? Lin Wanjun asked softly, her face already slightly flushed. This was the first time in her life she had asked someone for a loan. I can lend you as much money as you need. As long as it's what you need, any amount is fine. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Chen Ping'an also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Lin Wanjun was finally willing to ask him for a loan. Thank you, Chen Ping'an. Lin Wanjun said sincerely, feeling truly grateful toward Chen Ping'an in her heart. Regardless of whether Chen Ping'an could ultimately lend her the money, Chen Ping'an's promise alone was extremely valuable to Lin Wanjun. But I worry that I won't be able to repay you later. Lin Wanjun said hesitantly. After all, she was only a high school senior girl, and she genuinely wasn't sure if she would be able to earn money in the future. If she really borrowed hundreds of thousands from Chen Ping'an, the pressure would be too immense for her. Chen Ping'an suddenly teased, how about we treat it as a betrothal gift instead? After you graduate from university, we'll get married right away. That way, you won't have to pay me back this money. Heaven and earth bore witness, Chen Ping'an was truly just being flirtatious and joking around. Although Lin Wanjun was indeed very beautiful. But Chen Ping'an wouldn't kick someone while they were down in this situation. Furthermore, in Chen Ping'an's mind, his first choice for a wife was Li Mengyun. You're despicable. Lin Wanjun stomped her foot, blushed, and ran away. But she didn't feel much anger in her heart. Instead, there was a momentary flutter in her heart. In any case, she was a girl, and she would have to marry sooner or later. Her parents probably wished she would marry soon. She used to have a poor impression of Chen Ping'an, but now it seemed that marrying Chen Ping'an might not be so bad after all. At the very least, Chen Ping'an was her classmate, and they knew each other well. But how could she possibly say such a thing in front of Chen Ping'an? So, Lin Wanjun just ran off. Damn. Lin Wanjun didn't just get angry, did she? Chen Ping'an said, feeling troubled. He realized that women were truly difficult to handle. He hadn't struggled this much dealing with the Zhang family father and son. After all, dealing with the Zhang family father and son could be accomplished simply with martial force. But dealing with Lin Wanjun was not something that could be achieved just with martial force. The key was that Chen Ping'an wasn't trying to deal with Lin Wanjun, but to save her life. You two seem to have something going on. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded nearby. Chen Ping'an's face stiffened, and when he turned his head, sure enough, it was Li Mengyun. You misunderstood. We were just discussing something else, Chen Ping'an quickly explained. After all, Li Mengyun was Chen Ping'an's internally designated wife. He certainly didn't want the situation with Lin Wanjun to affect his grand plan to marry Li Mengyun. Why are you so nervous? Class is starting, let's go back to the classroom. Li Mengyun said lightly, turning to leave. She didn't seem jealous, yet she seemed jealous. Chen Ping'an weakly scratched his hair. He desperately wished he had mind-reading technique right now. These girls were smarter than the last, they were truly difficult to handle. But there was no helping it. Who told Chen Ping'an to like this kind of challenge? For the sake of his future happiness, Chen Ping'an needed to step up his efforts. Chapter 31, Drawing Out Zhang Lei. Another dull and tedious day at school had passed just like that. Chen Ping'an was now eager to end his high school career as soon as possible. During his high school years, he could do nothing, and he had to spend most of his time at school every day. Fortunately, this period would not last much longer. There was only a little over a month left until the college entrance examination. When school ended, Chen Ping'an specifically kept an eye on his surroundings, just waiting for Zhang Lei to come and cause trouble for him. As it turned out, that brat Zhang Lei didn't actually come to cause trouble for Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an's heart tightened. In reality, Chen Ping'an certainly wasn't afraid of Zhang Lei coming to cause trouble for him. Because he had the ability to deal with Zhang Lei. But if Zhang Lei didn't come now, it would actually create more trouble for Chen Ping'an instead. Since you won't come, then I'll just have to go find you myself, Chen Ping'an said to himself. Chen Ping'an knew with absolute certainty that Zhang Lei not coming to cause trouble for him now must mean he was brewing some kind of scheme. Chen Ping'an had no intention of being a passive target. Since he already knew that Zhang Lei would cause him trouble, he definitely had to take the initiative. A plan was already brewing in Chen Ping'an's mind. However, it wasn't convenient to do such things now, so he would have to wait until tomorrow. As soon as Chen Ping'an returned home, his father came looking for him. "Son, let me tell you about the situation at our shop," Chen Guoqing said with a smile on his face. It was clear that he was in a very good mood right now. After all, he had worked for others his whole life, and now that he finally had his own business, how could a middle-aged man like him not be in a good mood? Although Chen Ping'an looked down on his father's small business, he still smiled and chatted with his father. In his past life, he hadn't allowed his parents to live a good life, but in this life, he would definitely turn everything around. Chatting with his father while eating, time passed by quickly. After finishing his meal, Chen Ping'an didn't intend to stay behind. The previous few days were because he had the effect of learning pharmacy. So he had to seize the time to complete his study tasks. But by tonight, the effect of learning pharmacy had disappeared, so there was no need to continue staying at home to study. Plus, tomorrow was the weekend. Let today be a time to relax himself. "Mom, Dad, I'm going out for a walk," Chen Ping'an greeted his parents and walked straight out. "Take care of yourself, come back early," his mother called out, and then she didn't bother with Chen Ping'an anymore. After all, Chen Ping'an was already 18 years old and could be considered an adult. There was really no need to worry too much about him going out for a stroll. Chen Ping'an had originally wanted to delay the matter with Zhang Lei. But thinking that Zhang Lei was like a ticking time bomb that might go off at any moment, Chen Ping'an decided to take action tonight. As long as he could find Zhang Lei, then Zhang Lei would be finished. So the question arose, where could he find Zhang Lei? Chen Ping'an's mind began to recall the situation related to Zhang Lei, and very quickly, Chen Ping'an had his own plan. Chen Ping'an didn't know much about Zhang Lei's situation, but he knew one person who would be easier to learn about Zhang Lei from. That person was Zhang Lei's cousin, Zhang Su. Chen Ping'an didn't know where Zhang Lei was, but he knew where Zhang Su went every night. Half an hour later, Chen Ping'an arrived at a bar. This bar was run by Zhang Lei, and usually, Zhang Su would be in the bar with his subordinates at night. The grade of this bar wasn't very high, but business inside was quite good. After Chen Ping'an entered the bar, he quickly saw a familiar person. That person was Zhang Su. At this moment, Zhang Su was drinking alone at the bar counter. Looking at Zhang Su's appearance, he seemed to be quite unhappy. Chen Ping'an walked straight over and sat down naturally beside Zhang Su. "Who are you, kid?" Zhang Su looked towards Chen Ping'an and asked coldly. "You're drunk." While speaking, Chen Ping'an reached out and tapped a point on Zhang Su's body. Zhang Su's body immediately stiffened. Chen Ping'an stood up, supported Zhang Su, and walked out of the bar. The bar was chaotic, and no one noticed this. Although there were many of Zhang Su's subordinates in the bar, they were all busy with their own affairs. Who would pay attention to Zhang Su's state? So, Chen Ping'an brought Zhang Su out just like that, openly. Zhang Su's eyes widened, his pupils filled with expressions of fear. He never imagined that he would be taken away by someone so easily. After leaving the bar, Chen Ping'an took Zhang Su straight to the road opposite. After crossing the road, there was a secluded alley, and Chen Ping'an threw Zhang Su directly onto the ground. Chen Ping'an kicked Zhang Su, and only then were the acupoints on Zhang Su's body released. After the acupoints were released, Zhang Su hurriedly stood up. "Are you human or a monster? I haven't offended you, have I?" Zhang Su said, trembling. His face was full of fear. It was obvious he was extremely terrified. It was estimated that any normal person encountering this situation would be scared to death. "Rest assured, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I have a grudge against Zhang Lei, and I'm here to cause trouble for Zhang Lei. But I can't find Zhang Lei right now. So I have to trouble you to call Zhang Lei over," Chen Ping'an said calmly. "Zhang Lei, I don't know where Zhang Lei is right now either." Zhang Su rolled his eyes and quickly spoke up. "If you want to be stubborn, that's fine too. That would make this a matter between me and Zhang Lei, and you're going to take the heat for him, right?" Chen Ping'an's voice instantly turned cold. Feeling the coldness in Chen Ping'an's voice, Zhang Su dared not refuse anymore. No, Zhang Lei's affairs have nothing to do with me. Although Zhang Lei is my cousin, his affairs are unrelated to me, and I certainly won't take the heat for him. I'll contact him immediately, Zhang Lei. I'll definitely help you call Zhang Lei over, Zhang Su hurriedly said. Although it was 98 and mobile phones were not very popular, the wealthy all had mobile phones in their hands. Zhang Su himself also had a mobile phone. Zhang Su could only shakily take a mobile phone out of his pocket. In Chen Ping'an's view, current mobile phones were just like senior phones. But even this kind of senior phone was terrifyingly expensive. It would easily cost 6,000 or 7,000 to buy a mobile phone. Ordinary people really couldn't afford such mobile phones, and even less could they afford to use them. Zhang Su tremblingly made a call, and the call was quickly connected. Hello, is that Zhang Lei? It's your brother, Zhang Su. Zhang Su quickly said calmly. Brother, what happened? Zhang Lei asked. Brother knows you're in a bad mood, so I've prepared a few pretty female students for you at the bar. Come over quickly, I'll let you relax properly tonight, Zhang Su said. Big brother, is this appropriate? Zhang Lei said hesitantly, but it was obvious he was tempted. Stop blabbering, hurry up and come over. I'm waiting for you at the bar entrance, Zhang Su scolded. Thanks, cousin, I'll be there right away. Zhang Lei then readily agreed. Chapter 32, Life Worse Than Death. Big brother, I've already called my cousin out as you asked. Can you let me go now? Zhang Su pleaded. His biggest fear now was that Chen Ping'an would not keep his word and would not let him go. Don't worry, I keep my word. I won't make things difficult for you. It's just that I'll trouble you to sleep here again. Chen Ping'an grinned. Before Zhang Su could react, Chen Ping'an reached out and tapped several points on Zhang Su's body. Zhang Su's eyes instantly widened, and his body slumped to the ground. Zhang Su's body twitched, then quickly lay motionless on the ground. Zhang Su wasn't dead, but he had a stroke. Among those who bullied Chen Ping'an in his previous life, Zhang Su had also played a part. So how could Chen Ping'an possibly let Zhang Su off? Before, Chen Ping'an had thought of many ways to get revenge on the Zhang family. But in the end, he chose the simplest and most effective method of revenge. That was to make all the men in the Zhang family paralyzed in bed. Don't you like to bully people? Don't you have money and connections at home? All right then. Chen Ping'an will now make all of you paralyzed. Chen Ping'an wanted to see if their family's money and connections would still be useful after they all became paralyzed. Chen Ping'an had no psychological pressure doing this. If it were 2025, Chen Ping'an really wouldn't dare to do this. Because in that era, there were too many cameras. Any small movement could be captured by a camera. But now it's 98, and while there aren't no surveillance cameras, they are extremely rare. For example, there was no surveillance in the area where Chen Ping'an took action. There were even fewer surveillance cameras installed inside the bar. Because bars are a mixed bag, with many illegal transactions. Zhang Su wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't dare to install surveillance cameras in his own bar. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be any surveillance footage when Zhang Su was taken away by Chen Ping'an. As for the alley they were currently in, it was pitch black with no streetlights, let alone any surveillance. Chen Ping'an could kill someone here without worrying about being discovered. However, killing people. Chen Ping'an would not do that easily. Because once a murder occurs, it becomes a major case. At that time, the public security system would definitely intensify its investigation. But if there's no homicide, it's completely different. Chen Ping'an saw through this, so he didn't kill anyone, he just tapped Zhang Su's acupoints. Of course, Chen Ping'an didn't just simply tap his acupoints, he directly broke them. This is equivalent to directly cutting the most important circuits in a robot. Unless a repairman can reconnect these circuits, the robot will be scrapped. Zhang Su is in this situation now. Several important meridians and acupoints on his body have been damaged by Chen Ping'an. Zhang Su has now lost the ability to speak and move. His consciousness is still clear, but his body is paralyzed. If a doctor were to examine his current symptoms, they would be cerebral hemorrhage, stroke, and nerve paralysis. This kind of illness is the most difficult to diagnose, because from a Western medicine perspective, the root cause is in his brain. Only a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner can see that the root cause of his illness is in his meridians. But even if a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner could see his condition, curing him would be extremely difficult. Chen Ping'an let out a breath, feeling incredibly pleased. Most of the revenge from his previous life was finally exacted. Now only Zhang Lei is left. Chen Ping'an hid in the shadows, quietly waiting for Zhang Lei's arrival. No accidents occurred. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Lei slowly arrived at the bar entrance on his bicycle. Zhang Lei was locking his bicycle at the entrance of the bar. Suddenly, someone walked over and tapped Zhang Lei's body. Zhang Lei's body instantly stiffened. Then Zhang Lei felt his body being tapped several more times. Zhang Lei suddenly couldn't feel his body and fell straight to the ground. "I told you to go to jail, but you wouldn't. You insisted on coming out to seek death, so I'll grant your wish." Zhang Lei heard a soft voice in his ear. The voice was very familiar. Zhang Lei couldn't forget it at all. Because Zhang Lei clearly remembered that it was Chen Ping'an's voice. Zhang Lei wanted to say something, but his mouth couldn't move at all. The only thing that could move were Zhang Lei's eyeballs. Zhang Lei lay on the ground, staring blankly at the night sky, unable to do anything. Chen Ping'an turned and left, assuming he would never see Zhang Lei and the rest of the Zhang family again in this life. Zhang Lei, Zhang Su, and their father were all paralyzed by stroke. With 4 people in the family completely paralyzed, the Zhang family was finished. "Mom, Dad, I'm back," Chen Ping'an said, in high spirits, upon returning home. "You're back so early. Why didn't you play outside a bit longer?" his mother asked with concern. "There's nothing much to play, so I came back early." "I can read for a bit longer," Chen Ping'an replied. "That's good too." "It's not safe outside late at night," his father, Chen Guoqing, nodded repeatedly. "Oh, right, I have a few questions about the internet cafe," Chen Guoqing quickly added. "Dad, go ahead and ask," Chen Ping'an smiled and walked over, sitting next to his father. The father and son began to discuss the internet cafe. Seeing this, his mother couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her lips. The next day was the weekend, but Chen Ping'an still chose to wake up early. After waking up early, he first ran a lap downstairs to warm up, then returned home for breakfast. When he got home, his parents were already up. His father, Chen Guoqing, was a bit excited because today was a very important day for him. Chen Ping'an was home today, so they should take advantage of the free time to quickly go to the computer market and buy the computers needed for the internet cafe. "Hurry up and eat, you brat. Once you're full, we need to go buy computers," Chen Guoqing urged. "Dad, what's the rush? It's still early, and the computer market isn't even open yet. What would we do going so early?" Chen Ping'an said casually. "Your son is right, why are you in such a hurry? The computers aren't going to run away," his mother also said, annoyed. Hearing his wife and son say this, Chen Guoqing finally calmed down. Chen Ping'an slowly finished his meal, and the time also reached 8 a.m. New items were refreshed again. Since his parents couldn't see the system interface, Chen Ping'an directly opened it to check the new items. At a glance, Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. He had found something good. Chapter 33, Master of Medicine. 1 Advanced Painting Skill Book. 1 Great Master Calligraphy Skill Book. 1 Master of Medicine Skill Book. 1 Great Master Go Skill Book. The 4 items refreshed today were all skill books, a total of 4 skill books. Any one of these 4 skill books, once learned, would immediately grant a very powerful skill. However, from a practical perspective, only the Master of Medicine skill book was the most useful. Chen Ping'an hesitated for only a second, then decisively purchased the Master of Medicine skill book. After all, among these 4 skill books, only Master of Medicine was the most valuable. It also had the highest practicality. Although other skills were also useful, compared to medicine, they had no value whatsoever. The One-Yuan Flash Sale was complete, and a Master of Medicine skill book was now stored in the system interface. "Mom and Dad, it's still early. I'll go to my room to read for a bit," Chen Ping'an quickly said. Mainly, since he had bought the skill book, he was itching to learn it now. Go, Chen Guoqing said, a bit annoyed. Chen Ping'an chuckled and returned to his room. He locked the door behind him, then opened the system interface and directly chose to use the Master of Medicine skill book. The Master of Medicine skill book transformed into a golden light and entered his body. Subsequently, countless medical techniques were all poured into Chen Ping'an's mind. Only now did Chen Ping'an realize that Master of Medicine referred to mastering all medical techniques of the current plane. Whether it was traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, Miao medicine, Mongolian medicine, or Indian medicine, all existing medical practices in the current world would be mastered by Chen Ping'an, and at the master rank. This was truly incredible. If Chen Ping'an mastered all these medical techniques, he would be the #1 doctor in the world today. The knowledge infused this time was too vast. Even with the system's power, it took a considerable amount of time. A full 15 minutes passed before Chen Ping'an finally completed the absorption of knowledge. Chen Ping'an felt his head swelling and aching a bit. After all, absorbing so much knowledge in such a short time, it was no wonder his head felt swollen and painful. If it weren't for the system's power protecting his brain, inputting so much medical knowledge into his brain in such a short time might have caused his brain to directly shut down. But fortunately, he had endured it and completed the absorption of knowledge. Chen Ping'an let out a long breath, a smile appearing on his face. It felt great, truly great. He was now the world's top doctor. Because he had mastered the best medical techniques globally. There was just one regret, although current world medicine was already quite advanced. There were still many incurable diseases that he couldn't cure. In other words, diseases that the top doctors couldn't cure, he also couldn't cure. However, Chen Ping'an had an advantage: he was a general practitioner. For example, an ophthalmologist can only treat eyes, and a surgeon can only perform surgery. These doctors are specialists, only able to treat certain types of diseases. In treating certain conditions, this is actually quite disadvantageous. Because when a person gets sick, they don't just get one illness, sometimes several. Typically, in such cases, multiple doctors can only provide joint treatment. But in reality, this kind of joint treatment always has flaws. However, if Chen Ping'an were to treat them, it would be completely different. Chen Ping'an, as one person, mastered all medical techniques, and his treatment could provide the most perfect solution. Chen Ping'an was now considering whether he should enroll in a medical university. With his medical skills, taking the medical university entrance exam now would definitely be a huge advantage. In the future, he could also become a very reputable doctor. But after thinking about the path a doctor has to take, Chen Ping'an decisively gave up on that idea. After all, being a doctor was too exhausting. He came to this world to enjoy life, not to be a beast of burden for others. Moreover, the number of patients a doctor can treat is actually limited. But if he could become super rich, the number of people he could save would actually be greater. For example, after Chen Ping'an becomes rich, he could open an affordable hospital. Making the hospital's fees more affordable would benefit the common people. Or he could open a pharmaceutical factory to produce effective and inexpensive medicines. Using these methods, he could help more ordinary people than simply being a doctor. And the prerequisite for all of this was that he had to have money. Chen Ping'an exhaled, raising his money-making plan to a new level. Chen Ping'an, are you ready? We should go. His father's voice came from the living room. Coming, I'll be right there. Chen Ping'an quickly called out. He guessed his father couldn't wait to buy a computer. Anyway, Chen Ping'an had already taken care of things, the skill book was learned, so buying a computer now was fine. He walked out of his room and saw his parents in the living room. Chen Ping'an observed his parents' complexions and understood. His parents didn't have any major illnesses, but they did have some minor ailments. He needed to find an opportunity to treat his parents' bodies. No special opportunity was needed, he would give his parents a massage tonight, and then he could cure their illnesses. It was important to note that Chen Ping'an was not only the top doctor, but he also possessed longevity true qi. By combining his medical skills with true qi, he could better treat his parents' bodies. The computer city was a bit far, and Chen Ping'an's family didn't have a car. As for calling a taxi, his parents were reluctant to spend the money. So, the family of 3 took a bus to the computer city. Taking the bus was indeed a waste of time, the only advantage was saving money. Currently, a bus ride cost only 50 cents per person, so the family of 3 only needed 1.5 yuan. By the time they arrived at the computer city, it was already 9:30 a.m. The computer city had already opened for business. I know someone here. Let's go find him first to inquire about computer prices. If his prices are suitable, we'll buy from his store. Chen Ping'an said. How do you know someone here? His father, Chen Guoqing, asked, somewhat disbelievingly. Dad, I'm an adult too, it's normal to know people, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Chen Guoqing shook his head and didn't press further. Although he knew someone, Chen Ping'an didn't go over immediately. Instead, he walked around various stalls and casually asked about prices. Chen Ping'an wasn't very clear about computer prices in '98, so he still needed to inquire about market conditions. Upon asking, it didn't disappoint Chen Ping'an. Computer prices in '98 were ridiculously high. Just buying a random computer actually cost over 10,000 yuan. Moreover, the computer configuration seemed incredibly garbage to Chen Ping'an, simply outrageous. But Chen Ping'an could do nothing about it, because it was 1998. Chapter 34, The Internet Cafe Opens. Brother Lin, I finally found you. Chen Ping'an smiled and greeted Lin Guangshan when he saw him. Oh, young brother, you're here. Lin Guangshan immediately smiled and greeted Chen Ping'an when he saw him arrive. Brother Lin, we agreed before that if I bought computers from you, you'd definitely give me a discount, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. No problem, we're all friends, so I'll definitely give you a discount, Lin Guangshan immediately said with a smile. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you, this is my father, Chen Guoqing. Chen Ping'an then introduced his father next to him. Chen Guoqing was a bit reserved. Lin Guangshan, however, warmly greeted Chen Guoqing. Chen Guoqing was a bit surprised, he hadn't expected his son to know someone here. It was a good thing to know someone, at least they wouldn't get ripped off. What kind of computer are you planning to buy? Lin Guangshan asked. How about a Lenovo desktop? Their after-sales service is pretty good, Lin Guangshan recommended. Forget about brand-name machines, get me custom-built ones. You can get all sorts of components, right? Chen Ping'an said directly. Custom-built machines? No problem. Tell me what specifications you need, Lin Guangshan asked with a smile. Chen Ping'an had already inquired about prices and considered the specifications at other shops. Now, it remained to be seen if Lin Guangshan's prices would satisfy Chen Ping'an. The specifications you mentioned are quite good, Lin Guangshan immediately understood when he heard Chen Ping'an's specifications. This Chen Ping'an must be someone who understands computers. Lin Guangshan thought silently to himself. He probably couldn't quote too high a price. Although the two were acquainted, they weren't close enough for a significant discount. He could give some discount, but certainly not too much. Computers were a highly profitable industry in this era. The price of computers was also quite mysterious, it was hard for outsiders to tell the exact price. If you want these specifications, I'll give you a quote. Lin Wan brought out a pen and paper and wrote down the price of each component. Brother Lin, the price you're quoting is too high. Brother Lin, I'm not buying just one computer, our family is opening an internet cafe. These are the first batch of computers. If our first collaboration goes perfectly, then we can continue to cooperate in the future. But if you give me such a price for our first collaboration, then this business can't be done. Chen Ping'an said with a helpless expression. The price Lin Guangshan gave wasn't inflated, but it also lacked much sincerity. Indeed, you shouldn't expect a businessman to give you a satisfactory price. Hearing Chen Ping'an say he planned to open an internet cafe, Lin Guangshan immediately became interested. Since you're buying in bulk, I'll give you the wholesale price. The price I can give you will definitely be the lowest in the market. Lin Guangshan also said very seriously. Of course, Chen Ping'an didn't take his words completely seriously. Some things are just for listening, you can't take them as gospel. You first tell me the price. If the price is right, I'll buy all my computers from you in the future, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Take a look at the price I'm giving you. Lin Guangshan wrote a price on the paper with a pen. This price is still too expensive. Let's change the price. Can you accept this price? Chen Ping'an also took a pen and paper and wrote down a price. Your price is too low. Add a bit more, at such a low price, I won't make any money, Lin Guangshan quickly said. The two began to haggle. Chen Ping'an, of course, knew clearly that even with the price he offered, the other party would still make a profit. But this was how it was in this era, computers were a highly profitable industry. If you didn't let them make that much money, they wouldn't do the business. So, after some haggling, both parties reached a relatively satisfactory price. Lin Guangshan could make a large profit, and Chen Ping'an could save on expenses. According to the specifications Chen Ping'an provided, Lin Guangshan's quote for a custom-built computer was 8,500 yuan. The main unit, monitor, speakers, mouse, and keyboard were all included. For the same specifications, a brand-name machine would cost about 15,000 yuan. Even a custom-built machine in other shops would cost around 12,000 yuan. So, the price of 8,500 yuan was still a very good deal for Chen Ping'an. Chen Guoqing next to him was also very satisfied with this price. He couldn't help but show a smile on his face. He had inquired about computer prices before, and they were all at least 10,000 yuan and up. Now that Chen Ping'an had found an acquaintance, he could buy a computer for 8,500 yuan, which was good news for him. If each one was 8,500 yuan, then they would buy exactly 20 computers. This purchase would cost 170,000 yuan. They could still save a bit of money for other accessories. Computer desks and computer chairs all needed to be bought anew. And the internet cafe needed to buy some tables and chairs for facilities, and a cash register was definitely necessary. Lin Guangshan was also extremely happy to secure this business and immediately guaranteed that all 20 computers would be assembled within the day. Unfortunately, he only sold computer supplies, and as for computer desks and chairs, they did not sell them here. Chen Ping'an only paid a 30,000 yuan deposit. The remaining amount would be paid after the computers were delivered to his shop. Lin Guangshan had no objections to this and readily agreed. Next, they needed to buy computer desks and chairs. Buying computer desks and chairs was relatively simple, as the price wasn't that expensive. The real bulk of the cost was in the computer hosts. The father and son then went to the shop next door to buy computer desks and chairs. The owner of this shop also provided home delivery service, as it was unrealistic for the father and son to transport so many items themselves. I almost forgot, Dad, we need a computer ourselves. The cash register also needs a computer. Anyway, the acquisition price for these computers is quite reasonable this time, so let's buy one more. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an returned to the shop and added one more computer. Lin Guangshan, of course, had no objection, as one more computer meant he earned more money. The tables and chairs were first transported back to the shop. Upon arriving at the shop, the father and son began to get busy, first arranging the tables and chairs. Before long, their mother also arrived, and the family of three began to busy themselves in the shop. Lin Guangshan was very efficient. In the afternoon, all 21 computers were delivered. Lin Guangshan's service was also very thorough. After the computers were delivered, he and his shop employees assembled all of them. All 21 computers were installed in the shop. "Young brother, can we settle the payment now?" Lin Guangshan asked with a smile. "Please wait a moment, it'll be ready soon." After Chen Ping'an said this, he turned on each computer and checked them all. Lin Guangshan wasn't in a hurry and waited by the side. After a while, Chen Ping'an finished checking everything, a satisfied smile on his face. Although Lin Guangshan was strict with prices, he was very reliable and meticulous in his work. There were no issues with any of the hosts. Chen Ping'an was very satisfied with this, so he promptly paid the remaining balance. Chapter 35, Internet Cafe Management System. "Our internet cafe is finally open," Chen Guoqing said happily, looking at his internet cafe. It was no wonder Chen Guoqing was so excited, because to open this internet cafe, he had used all of their family's savings. Even after 20 years, 200,000 yuan would still be a considerable sum of money. Not to mention in 1998. In this era, this amount of money was enough to buy a small sihiyuan even if one went to the capital. In this era, there were truly too many ways to make money. Chen Ping'an could easily come up with money-making schemes. "Son, what should we do next?" Chen Guoqing asked, somewhat expectantly. "Dad, I'll install a game first so you can play it for a bit. After all, you'll be running this internet cafe later, so you can't not know how to use the computers here. As for me, I need to write a program. I might have to work overtime here tonight." Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "What exactly are you doing?" Chen Guoqing asked, looking puzzled. Son, you must teach me well, Chen Guoqing quickly added. Dad, actually, computer stuff is easy to learn, you'll get it as soon as I teach you. Moreover, our current computers can't connect to the internet, they're all for playing single-player games. So, our computer functions are relatively simple, just treat them as game consoles. Chen Ping'an said as he began to teach his father how to use the computer. Broadband hadn't been installed yet, so for now, it was just used as a standalone machine. And even if it were connected, there was very little on the internet, so it would still mostly be for single-player games. The internet in this era didn't have much yet. Unlike 20 years later, where the internet has everything. But for Chen Ping'an, this was good news, it meant the market was a blank slate. Chen Ping'an could completely establish his own commercial empire in this market. Of course, all of this was predicated on Chen Ping'an having money himself. Currently, Chen Ping'an couldn't do this because he had no money. Although Chen Ping'an had already made some income in the stock market, it was far from enough. Computers aren't that hard after all, Chen Guoqing said with a grin. Before, he knew nothing about computers, and even felt a bit intimidated by them. Because he had never used a computer, when he saw one, he always felt it was too high-end for him to use. But after Chen Ping'an's guidance, Chen Guoqing found that computers weren't difficult at all. This was actually the difference between learning to drive and manufacturing a car. If you wanted to build a car yourself, of course it would be very difficult, but if you only needed to learn how to drive, then it wouldn't be hard. Chen Guoqing had now simply learned how to use a computer. This kind of learning was very simple and not troublesome. Dad, you play by yourself, I'm going to set something up. After speaking, Chen Ping'an went to the cashier's desk and started working busily on the computer there. Chen Ping'an wanted to create an internet cafe cashier system for his family's internet cafe. More accurately, it should be called an internet cafe management system. In 1998, there was no internet cafe management system yet. Basically, internet cafe charges were calculated manually. That is, the time was recorded when a customer started using a computer, and then the time and price were calculated when they finished and paid. The earliest internet cafes all used this method. Because at that time, there was no internet cafe management system in internet cafes. Later, an internet cafe management system was developed in internet cafes. When logging on, it was no longer so troublesome, one could directly log into the internet cafe computer using an account and password. The usage time was recorded in the internet cafe computer, and even the fees could be directly deducted on the computer. What Chen Ping'an was doing now was precisely such an internet cafe management system. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an had previously acquired an advanced hacker skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create such an internet cafe system himself. But for the current Chen Ping'an, this was a piece of cake. Although this work was simple for Chen Ping'an, it still required time to complete. So, Chen Ping'an was probably going to work overtime tonight. Chen Guoqing didn't care what Chen Ping'an was doing, he was having a great time playing on the computer himself. There weren't many online games in the current era, but there were quite a few single-player games. For example, the most classic Red Alert, StarCraft, and Age of Empires were all already available. Chen Ping'an had his father play Age of Empires. He even specifically adjusted the difficulty to the easiest mode, allowing his father, a novice, to enjoy playing freely in the game world. "Boss, can we use a computer here?" A voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. Chen Guoqing stood up, somewhat at a loss. "Yes, we're having a soft opening today. I can give you a lower price. 2 yuan an hour, interested?" Chen Ping'an walked over with a smile and said. 2 yuan an hour, really? The young man standing at the door asked in disbelief. Of course it's real, is there anything fake about it? But as you can see, our computers were only installed today and are still being debugged. If there are any problems, I'll deal with them immediately for you. If there's anything not ideal, please bear with us, Chen Ping'an said politely. No problem, I understand everything, the young man said with a smile. After all, the temptation of 2 yuan an hour was simply too great, he could overcome any minor issues. One must know that those illicit internet cafes currently charged 5 yuan an hour. Chen Ping'an's 2 yuan an hour price completely disrupted the market. Will it cost more than 2 yuan an hour later, the young man asked again. Of course not. We're just having a soft opening today to let you test the machines, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. The young man was a little regretful but also felt it was reasonable. Soon, the young man chose a computer and started using it. Dad, please make a record for this big brother, Chen Ping'an quickly said. Okay, I'm coming, Chen Guoqing quickly agreed. Doing this for the first time made Chen Guoqing a bit flustered. But fortunately, they were all minor issues that could be resolved quickly. After the first customer was settled, Chen Guoqing immediately felt relieved. Perhaps it was this ripple effect, but immediately after, customers began to inquire continuously. Chen Ping'an also dealt with these customers uniformly at the price of 2 yuan an hour. Hearing that using a computer today only cost 2 yuan an hour immediately attracted a large group of customers. Although they couldn't surf the internet, playing single-player games was enough. These computers already had single-player games installed, so they could be played directly. Soon, the entire internet cafe was full. Chen Guoqing was also passively unable to use the computer anymore. But Chen Guoqing wasn't at all dejected. Instead, a happy smile appeared on his face. He had been somewhat worried about the internet cafe's business before, but now he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 36, Booming Business. This money is too easy to earn, Chen Guoqing said to Chen Ping'an with a smile. All 20 computers were in use. At 2 yuan per hour, 20 computers brought in 40 yuan an hour. If calculated at 24 hours a day, that would be 960 yuan a day. Chen Guoqing did the math and gasped. A single day's income was comparable to his monthly salary. And that was still calculated at 2 yuan an hour. The market price was 5 yuan an hour, which would make the income even more staggering. Thinking about the potential income of the internet cafe, Chen Guoqing couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Dad, stop smiling like that, it's quite scary, Chen Ping'an said helplessly. Chen Guoqing chuckled and then shut his mouth. I can't help it, it's just too shocking. How can it be so easy to make money? Chen Guoqing whispered, his mouth curling up into a smile again. Dad, this is just the beginning. This is only one internet cafe. Once we recoup the costs of this internet cafe, we can continue opening a second and a third. We can even cooperate with computer dealers. Let them give us the main units first, and we can purchase them through installment payments. We can use cash for the first purchase, but we can pay in installments for the subsequent ones. If we can buy with installments, we will be able to open branches much faster. If we can open 17 or 18 branches, just think about how much money we could make in a day, a month, or a year. Chen Ping'an's words came one after another, leaving Chen Guoqing dumbfounded. I can't even calculate that. If that day ever comes, we'll be making a fortune, Chen Guoqing said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. However, deep down, he was truly looking forward to it. Dad, you keep an eye on things, I'm going back to work. You need to be careful and don't let them steal our computer units, Chen Ping'an added in a low voice. Chen Ping'an's concern was not unfounded. One had to know that the market price for these computers was over 10,000 yuan each. It was 1998, and since many people were struggling, some might take the risk and simply steal the units. Upon hearing this, Chen Guoqing's expression became serious. The price of one computer was quite high. If one were stolen, their losses would be significant. After hearing his son's warning, Chen Guoqing snapped to attention. His eyes widened, and he immediately began patrolling the premises. Chen Ping'an smiled slightly and then went back to his work. He had a lot of work to do today, and if he didn't finish, it would affect tomorrow's tasks. Fortunately, according to Chen Ping'an's own estimate, he would be able to finish the software programming in at most 2 more hours. This was much faster than his initial estimate. Before starting the software development, Chen Ping'an had thought he would need to work overtime tonight, but now it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. While the father and son were still busy in the internet cafe, his mother, Yu Xiaoying, arrived. Is today the grand opening? Why are there so many people in the shop? Yu Xiaoying asked in surprise, looking at the packed internet cafe, with people even standing in the aisles. By the time Yu Xiaoying arrived, there were even more people in the internet cafe. Although there were only 20 computers in the internet cafe, theoretically, only 20 people could play at once. But in reality, there were 2 or 3 people standing behind every computer. On one hand, they were waiting in line, on the other, they were watching others play computer games. 20 years later, this scene would be unseen, but in 1998, it was very common. On one hand, there were too few computers in the internet cafe for everyone to get a turn. On the other hand, it was because the cost of playing on the computer was too expensive. Many young men simply couldn't afford the cost of using the computers. So they could only watch others play to satisfy their curiosity. Watching the games was like watching a movie. The experience was quite good. Especially in this current era, computers were a novelty, and the single-player games on them were very attractive. Many young men had never played single-player computer games before. Suddenly discovering in the internet cafe that they could play single-player games on the computers drew them in immediately. "Mom, we are having a trial run today. But look, our business is really good. Now you and Dad don't have to worry anymore, right?" Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "No more worrying, no need to worry," Yu Xiuying said, quickly shaking her head with a smile. It would have been impossible not to worry before. After all, they had invested their entire family fortune. If the internet cafe failed, the old couple's savings of decades would go down the drain. Now that they saw the internet cafe doing so well, both Yu Xiuying and Chen Guoqing felt relieved. "What are you doing, kid?" Yu Xiuying asked again. She didn't understand Chen Ping'an's operations, but she felt that the way he worked on the computer was very cool and seemed quite profound. "This is my son, he's so impressive," Yu Xiuying thought to herself. "I'm making a program, and it will be finished soon," Chen Ping'an explained. Yu Xiuying didn't understand what her son was talking about, but knowing he was working was enough. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll go buy you something," Yu Xiuying continued. It was too late to cook, and going back and forth would be a waste of time. So it was better to just buy something to eat. There were plenty of restaurants and fast food places nearby, so there was no shortage of food. "Mom, just buy whatever you think is good," Chen Ping'an said casually. Chen Guoqing didn't pay much attention to such matters either. Yu Xiuying nodded and left quickly. Within 10 minutes, Yu Xiuying returned, carrying 2 fast food containers. "Stop working, let's eat first," Yu Xiuying said as she opened the lunch boxes. After saving his work, Chen Ping'an came over to eat. Chen Ping'an and his father each had a portion of fast food, and both had dishes they liked. As expected of his mother, she knew Chen Ping'an loved meat. "Mom, how much did this lunch cost?" Chen Ping'an asked curiously while eating. "It's all right, 3 yuan per portion," Yu Xiuying said casually. Chen Ping'an paused noticeably. He hadn't expected the price to be so cheap, 3 yuan for a meal. And it included 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. 20 years later, you wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. By 20 years later, such a meal would cost at least 20 yuan. But in 1998, a meal with 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes only cost 3 yuan. Prices in this era were truly low, but incomes were also truly low. Many people's monthly income was only a few hundred yuan. Those with higher incomes made only 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. It was precisely because incomes were so low that prices were correspondingly low. But even in this era, there was no shortage of wealthy people. Chapter 37, Internet Cafe Management System goes online. The Internet Cafe Management System is finally done. 2 hours later, Chen Ping'an exhaled, a smile gracing his face. The Internet Cafe Management System Chen Ping'an created didn't have many complex functions. However, it had all the necessary functions, and Chen Ping'an had developed it himself, combining elements from later Internet Cafe Management Systems. With this Internet Cafe Management System, there would no longer be a need for manual supervision of the computers. Chen Ping'an quickly called his father over and showed him how to use the Internet Cafe Management System. "You're amazing, son. You made this." Chen Guoqing exclaimed in admiration after learning about the system's functions. He looked at his son in disbelief, never imagining his son possessed such abilities. "When did you learn this? Does your school even teach this?" Chen Guoqing asked incredulously. Chen Guoqing wasn't very clear about the school's curriculum. He just felt that the school shouldn't be teaching such advanced knowledge. After all, computer technology wouldn't be tested in the college entrance examination. Content unrelated to the college entrance examination likely wouldn't be given much importance by the school. "Our school doesn't teach this stuff," I learned it myself at the library. Dad, actually, this isn't as difficult as you think. Many technologies seem very difficult to outsiders, but once you learn them, you'll find that the underlying principles are quite simple, Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. That just shows how smart my son is. Otherwise, how could you have learned it yourself? Chen Guoqing praised. In Chen Guoqing's eyes, there was nothing but pride. Any normal father would be just as proud when their son achieves something. Can this program be used now? Chen Guoqing asked curiously. Not yet, I need to install it in the back-end first. Chen Ping'an said. Although the computers in the internet cafe weren't connected to the internet, they were already connected to a local area network. So, even though the games in the internet cafe were single-player, they could actually be played together over the local area network. Chen Ping'an began working in the back-end, installing the internet cafe management system on every computer. The installation process caused some of the computers to lag. Fortunately, current games were all single-player and didn't demand high computer performance, so they didn't notice any abnormalities with the computers. 10 minutes later, all programs were installed. Next, Chen Ping'an began manually entering the login time for each computer. Previously, login times were recorded in a notebook, but now with the Internet Cafe management system, they could be directly recorded on the computer. It didn't take long for Li Qingshan to record all 20 computers. Dad, let me show you again. Look, here's the computer's login time, here's the price, and here's the remaining time. Chen Ping'an patiently instructed his father on how to use the Internet Cafe management system. Chen Guoqing also understood the importance of this matter, so he studied very diligently. Dad, it's getting late. Let's close up for today, Chen Ping'an said to his father, glancing at the time, which was already 11 p.m. Even though it was 11 p.m., business was still incredibly good. All 20 computers were occupied. Why don't we keep it open tonight? Look how good business is, Chen Guoqing quickly said. He really couldn't bear to close the shop. After all, the charges for staying open all night were not low. Dad, we have a long time to make money in the future. We really don't need to worry about 1 or 2 days. Even if we wanted to stay open tonight, we'd need to prepare first. We don't have anything in the shop tonight. What if they get hungry or thirsty in the middle of the night? And it won't work with just you in the internet cafe. We'll need other internet cafe attendants here as well. Listen to me, we'll close up for tonight. Tomorrow, once we're prepared, we can open at night. And I've already set up the night operations. We'll be charging by the overnight package. From 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. the next morning, that counts as an overnight package. An overnight package is 8 hours, but will only charge a fixed fee of 20 yuan. That means they only need to pay 20 yuan to play here for 8 hours overnight. Chen Ping'an said. 20 yuan per computer for one night, with 20 computers, wouldn't that be 400 yuan? This money is really easy to earn, Chen Guoqing said with emotion. Although he really wanted to earn this money tonight, his son was right, there was nothing in the shop tonight, so it was indeed inappropriate to continue operating. So, the two of them could only notify the customers one by one that the shop was about to close. Today was just a trial run. If they wanted to continue playing on the computers, they would have to come back tomorrow. After all the customers had left, the father and son shut down the computers, locked the door, and then left. Oh no, I can't just leave like this, Chen Guoqing suddenly said. Our internet cafe has 21 computers, worth over 200,000 yuan. If no one watches the shop tonight, it will definitely attract thieves. This won't do. I have to sleep in the internet cafe tonight, Chen Guoqing said worriedly. It must be said that Chen Guoqing's worries were very reasonable. In this era, petty theft was quite common. Moreover, these computers were valuable, so it would be normal for thieves to try and steal them. All right then, Dad, you stay here and watch, Chen Ping'an nodded and said. Chen Ping'an wasn't worried about his father's safety. After all, they only had 20 computers, it wasn't a gold shop. As long as someone was guarding the shop, those thieves probably wouldn't dare to come. Chen Ping'an rode his bike home again and brought back a quilt and bedding for his father. Chen Guoqing made a makeshift bed on the floor right by the entrance of the shop. This way, he could hear any movement immediately. And the internet cafe's main door was also deadbolt. Safety was relatively assured. You two father and son are really funny, you actually let your dad sleep in the internet cafe, Yu Xiaoying said with a strange expression upon returning home. Mom, the computers in the internet cafe are worth 200,000 yuan, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Aren't you really afraid that our internet cafe will be targeted by thieves? Oh, now that you mention it, someone really does need to watch it. Yu Xiaoying's expression changed, and she quickly said. She had indeed overlooked this point before. Now, reminded by Li Qingshan, she remembered. The computers in the internet cafe were worth over 200,000 yuan. Then what should we do in the future? Someone needs to guard it every day, Yu Xiaoying asked worriedly. It's only a bit unsafe tonight. After tonight, it'll be fine. Tomorrow during the day, we'll find a company to install surveillance cameras. We'll have them install cameras everywhere we can, both inside and outside the shop. With surveillance, these thieves won't dare to come. Moreover, our internet cafe will also be open at night in the future. At night, the internet cafe will be full of people, so there's no need to worry about safety issues. However, fire safety measures must be done well. Absolutely no safety hazards can occur, Chen Ping'an said again. He would rather not earn this money, safety hazards must be taken seriously. He remembered the internet cafe arson case that happened later very clearly, and he certainly didn't want his family's internet cafe to experience a similar incident. Chapter 38, Premium Peaches. That being said, Chen Ping'an was still a bit worried about his father's safety. So, early the next morning, Chen Ping'an rode his bike to the internet cafe. When Chen Ping'an arrived, he found the internet cafe's main door already open. His father had opened for business early. But what Chen Ping'an didn't expect was that even at such an early hour, there were already people using the internet cafe. One could only say these people were truly diligent. Let's also have an opening promotion, Chen Ping'an said softly as he approached his father. What kind of promotion are you planning? Chen Guoqing asked. Currently, the market price for an hour at the internet cafe is 5 yuan. We shouldn't break this market price. But we can still run a discount promotion. For 7 days after opening, for every hour played, we give 1 hour free. This is essentially a 50% discount in disguise. Although this means we'll earn less money, it can also attract more popularity during the opening, Chen Ping'an said. I don't understand these things, you make the call. If you say it's good, we'll do it, Chen Guoqing said softly. He also knew his shortcomings, he was indeed not good at such matters. Moreover, after interacting with his son, he realized that Chen Ping'an was very experienced in this area. Since it was his son's suggestion, they would just follow what Chen Ping'an said. Besides the promotions, we also need to ensure the internet cafe's safety measures are in place. Surveillance cameras must be installed both inside and outside the internet cafe, and fire extinguishers need to be prepared inside. Oh, and we can also sell snacks and bottled water in the internet cafe. All these can be sold. This is also a considerable income. Chen Ping'an offered many suggestions, and Chen Guoqing nodded in agreement to all of them. Internet cafes were truly highly profitable at the moment, 5 yuan an hour. However, such high profits wouldn't last for too long. By next year, more and more internet cafes would open, and prices would drop then. But under the current circumstances, Chen Ping'an had no intention of lowering prices. Because that was the market trend. Everyone charged 5 yuan an hour. If you insisted on charging 3 yuan an hour, wouldn't that be going against everyone else? If Chen Ping'an really did that, other internet cafes would definitely cause trouble for their family. So Chen Ping'an never had any intention of lowering prices. Whatever the market price was, that's what their family would charge. Chen Ping'an bought a basket of steamed buns and a bowl of soy milk at a nearby breakfast shop, solving his breakfast there. After eating his fill, it was already 8 a.m. The System Mall's items refreshed again. Chen Ping'an opened the System Mall and took a look, immediately feeling a bit disappointed. The System Mall's items didn't always refresh with good things. Whether good items appeared depended on the day's luck. Clearly, Chen Ping'an's luck wasn't very good today. 1 fine iron wok. 1 fine t-shirt. 1 pure gold ear spoon. 100 gene of premium peaches. Chen Ping'an had thought the fine iron wok and fine t-shirt would have some special effects. But Chen Ping'an checked the system's description and found that these two items had no special effect bonuses. It was just that because they were system-produced, their quality would be relatively high, better than ordinary goods. But even if their quality was good, it was useless to Chen Ping'an. So, these two items could only be given up. The pure gold ear spoon wasn't bad, at least it could sell for a good amount of money. This pure gold ear spoon weighed 10 grams and could sell for a good sum at a gold shop. However, Chen Ping'an didn't think much of this item right now. The last item was 100 gene of premium peaches. Chen Ping'an still remembered the 100 gene of premium apples he bought last time. These premium fruits were all exceptionally delicious in taste. And they also had a certain nourishing effect on the body. If Chen Ping'an were very short on money, buying the pure gold ear spoon would be the most cost-effective. But Chen Ping'an wasn't that short on money right now, so the 100 gene of premium peaches was more suitable. He spent 1 yuan to buy 100 gene of premium peaches. These 100 gene of premium peaches were all stored in the system interface, to be taken out and used when needed. This was a hidden function of the system interface. Purchased system items could be temporarily stored inside. However, stored system items could only be taken out for use and could not be put back in. So, they should only be taken out when needed for use and not at other times. Chen Ping'an, while no one was paying attention, suddenly had a peach in his hand. This peach was especially large, about the size of a fist. And its appearance was also exceptionally beautiful, like the immortal peaches held by the god of longevity. The mere appearance of this peach was enough to win over many people. There was a restroom and a sink in the internet cafe. Chen Ping'an took the peach and washed it clean in the sink. After washing the peach, Chen Ping'an took a bite. Delicious, this peach is truly too delicious. Chen Ping'an secretly thought to himself. After confirming that the peach was exceptionally delicious, Chen Ping'an washed another one and brought it to his father. Where did you get this peach? Are peaches being sold now? Chen Guoqing asked, looking at the peach in his hand with a surprised expression. Dad, there are early ripening varieties of peaches now, and this is one of them, Chen Ping'an calmly explained. Of course, Chen Ping'an's explanation was somewhat plausible. Because there were indeed early ripening peaches that began to appear on the market early. Dad, don't ask so many questions, just try this peach to see if it's good, Chen Ping'an said. All right, I'll give it a try. These early ripening varieties definitely won't be good. But I have to say, this peach looks really good, Chen Guoqing said with a smile. After taking the peach, he took a bite. With just one bite, he was astonished to find that the peach was truly too delicious. Where did you buy this peach? It's too delicious. Chen Guoqing asked in surprise. Dad, don't ask so many questions, just know that there's food to eat. Next time, I'll buy more. I bought them all for my friend, his family's fruits are really tasty. The apples we ate last time were also bought from his place, and they were all exceptionally delicious, Chen Ping'an introduced. Your friend is indeed quite capable, all his family's fruits are delicious. Chen Guoqing nodded and didn't press further. After all, it was just delicious fruit, not a big deal. Dad, I'm going to find Lin Guangshan to see if he knows anyone who can work as an internet cafe manager. Also, ask our relatives if anyone needs a job, they can come and manage our internet cafe. Although our internet cafe isn't big, the necessary manpower cannot be lacking. Chen Ping'an offered more suggestions, and Chen Guoqing agreed to them all. Chen Ping'an went to the computer store and found Lin Guangshan, asking him to help introduce someone who understood computers to work as an internet cafe manager at their store. For such a small matter, Lin Guangshan naturally had no reason to refuse and readily agreed. The surveillance issue was also easy to solve, there were surveillance cameras sold in the computer city. Chen Ping'an also told Lin Guangshan about this, and Lin Guangshan quickly took Chen Ping'an to a friend's store. This store specialized in selling surveillance cameras, with various models available. The price of surveillance cameras in this era was also not cheap, but surveillance was absolutely indispensable. Without surveillance, Chen Ping'an felt insecure. So, this money had to be spent. Chapter 39, Your Illness, I Can Cure. Big Brother Zhou, I hope I'm not disturbing you by showing up unannounced. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Since you're already here, why say such polite words to me? Zhou Wanhao also immediately laughed. Before coming, Chen Ping'an had already called Zhou Wanhao, confirmed he was home, and clarified the home address before deciding to visit. It's enough that you came, why bring gifts? Zhou Wanhao said somewhat impolitely when he saw what Chen Ping'an was holding. These aren't gifts, they're local specialties from my hometown. You should try them. Chen Ping'an lifted the 2 bags in his hand. One bag contained apples, and the other contained peaches. They were all top-grade fruits produced by the system. These top-grade fruits couldn't be bought with money on the market, making them perfect as gifts. After confirming that the bags indeed only contained 2 types of fruit, Zhou Wanhao finally smiled. Oh, they're fruits, that's more like it. But our family isn't short on fruits, Zhou Wanhao said casually. He didn't act reserved with Chen Ping'an, and his words were very casual. Did you come to see me today about something? Zhou Wanhao invited Chen Ping'an into the living room, then asked. 2 things. The first is for you to try the fruits I brought. And also to get acquainted with your home. The second is that my investment has yielded results, and I'd like Big Brother Zhou to take a look. Chen Ping'an raised 2 fingers and said. Getting acquainted is good, our 2 families can grow closer in the future, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. No matter what, Chen Ping'an saved his son, he was his son's savior. So, he acknowledged this favor. As for the fruits Chen Ping'an brought, he didn't pay much attention to them. His family wasn't short on money, what kind of delicious fruit hadn't he eaten? Did he still need to eat the fruits Chen Ping'an brought? Big Brother Zhou, don't look down on the fruits I brought. These are good things that money can't buy. Chen Ping'an said confidently. Chen Ping'an, of course, also knew very well that if he didn't explain these things clearly, Zhou Wanhao probably wouldn't take these fruits seriously. Because for someone like Zhou Wanhao, his family wasn't short on fruits. The reason Chen Ping'an attached such importance to this was that these fruits were all produced by the system. He was using system-produced fruits to do a favor. If the other party didn't care, wouldn't that favor be in vain? Favors must be done thoroughly. This was Chen Ping'an's life experience. For example, many people secretly do good for someone. If you don't want the other person to know, what's the point of doing it? To be an unsung hero? There's no point in doing that. If you're good to others, you should let them know. Chen Ping'an couldn't control others, but he certainly had to let others know about his good deeds, otherwise, wouldn't it be useless? If the fruits you brought are as miraculous as you say, then I must try them, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. Then, Zhou Wanhao called his nanny over and asked her to wash some apples and peaches. While the nanny was washing the fruits, Chen Ping'an carefully observed Zhou Wanhao. Big Brother Zhou, there's something I don't know if I should say, Chen Ping'an slowly began. Why are you looking at me like that? Just say whatever you want to say, Zhou Wanhao said curiously. Actually, the first time I met Big Brother Zhou, I wanted to tell you, but at that time there were many people, and it wasn't convenient to speak. And I was also afraid I might have been mistaken. But today I looked carefully again. I'm certain I wasn't mistaken. What exactly did you see? Zhou Wanhao felt increasingly strange. I studied traditional Chinese medicine with my maternal grandfather since I was young. Although I'm not a proper doctor, I can still diagnose illnesses for people. Big Brother Zhou, if I'm not mistaken, you seem to be feeling somewhat powerless. And you have some unspoken male difficulties, Chen Ping'an said calmly. Chen Ping'an spoke very calmly, but Zhou Wanhao was greatly startled by these words. Because Chen Ping'an was absolutely right. He indeed had unspoken male difficulties. Just as Chen Ping'an said, he felt somewhat powerless. He exercised regularly, and he wasn't old, yet he wasn't very good in that aspect. It was also for this reason that his wife found it difficult to conceive and bear children. You can tell that? Zhou Wanhao asked, doubtful. Big Brother Zhou, let me take your pulse again. That way, it can be more accurate, Chen Ping'an said seriously. All right, give it a try. Zhou Wanhao also became serious and extended one of his hands. Chen Ping'an reached out and took Zhou Wanhao's pulse. 1 minute, 2 minutes, Chen Ping'an withdrew his hand. Big Brother Zhou, your perineum was injured when you were young. Your treatment back then was somewhat improper. This left you with a hidden ailment in your perineal area. It's this reason that led to your current physical condition, Chen Ping'an said extremely seriously. Zhou Wanhao's expression changed upon hearing this. Because Chen Ping'an's words were too accurate. When he was 18, he was kicked in the lower body during a fight. He was treated at the time, but he was young then and didn't realize that kick would have such a significant impact on him. It wasn't until he got married and had a wife that he realized his body had problems. But by then, realizing his body had problems was already a bit late. Later, he saw many doctors. The doctors diagnosed him with kidney deficiency, and he took many medications, both traditional Chinese and Western. The result was that the medication had little effect. Zhou Wanhao had already given up hope, thinking this was how his life would be. He never expected Chen Ping'an to see his problem at a glance. It was important to note that when he saw those doctors before, not a single one could tell that he had been injured when he was young. "You can tell I was injured when I was young?" Zhou Wanhao asked, somewhat disbelievingly. "Of course, you can tell. Injuries leave traces on a person's body. Western medicine has a major drawback in this regard: it cannot tell what illnesses you've had in the past, unless it refers to your medical records. All of Western medicine's various examination data are based on your current physical condition. But this data is missing in many aspects. I study traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine has a great advantage in this area. I can't explain the specifics to you that much, I don't think you'd understand even if I did. But I can tell you with great certainty that I can cure your condition," Chen Ping'an said confidently. Zhou Wanhao's expression changed upon hearing this. Chapter 40, Zhou Wanhao's shock. "Young brother, you're not joking with me, are you? Can my illness really be cured? Unbelievable, it's too unbelievable. Do you know how many doctors I've seen for this illness of mine? They couldn't cure it at all. Now you're telling me you can cure my illness. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I'm too excited," Zhou Wanhao said with an incredulous expression. This outcome was simply too shocking and terrifying for him, so his mind was filled with disbelief. "Big brother Zhou, wait a moment. I'll show you my medical skills." Chen Ping'an didn't explain much, he just smiled and said this. Then he grabbed Zhou Wanhao's arm and poked his wrist a few times. These few pokes, of course, couldn't cure Zhou Wanhao's illness immediately. Because Zhou Wanhao's illness had lasted for too many years, it wasn't easy to cure it in a short time. But if it was just to temporarily restore his body to normal and healthy, these few pokes were enough. The method Chen Ping'an was using now was to temporarily restore Zhou Wanhao's body. Sure enough, Chen Ping'an's method was very effective. Zhou Wanhao's complexion instantly turned rosy, and his face was full of ecstatic smiles. "I feel it. Unbelievable, it's too unbelievable. How did you do it?" Zhou Wanhao said excitedly. When Chen Ping'an said he could cure him just now, he was indeed a bit skeptical and didn't dare to believe it. But now, he had no doubt about what Chen Ping'an said. Because Chen Ping'an proved with his methods that what he said was true and effective. Zhou Wanhao could clearly feel his body experiencing a second spring. A man knows best if he has a reaction. Zhou Wanhao, of course, also knew his body's reaction. "Big brother Zhou, don't get happy too soon. I only temporarily activated your body, but I haven't cured your illness," Chen Ping'an explained. "Then how should this illness of mine be treated?" "You can tell me anything you need, I will cooperate fully," Zhou Wanhao said quickly, his expression extremely serious. He had suffered from this illness for many years. He had already given up hope for treatment, but now, unexpectedly, there was hope again. For someone like Zhou Wanhao, there was nothing more important than health. Only those who have been ill know how important health is. Treatment isn't difficult. I'll give you a Tue Na massage later, and then prescribe you a herbal remedy. After 3 months of taking the medicine I prescribe, I guarantee you'll be full of vigor. But there's one thing you must do: you must abstain from sexual activity during the period you're taking the medicine. During these 3 months of taking medicine, you cannot touch women. If you do, you'll have to start taking the medicine from the beginning and wait another 3 months, Chen Ping'an said very seriously. "No problem, I agree to this condition," Zhou Wanhao readily agreed. His current state was actually impotence. He felt powerless, but it wasn't that he was completely incapable. So he could occasionally have a taste. But he couldn't achieve the true might of a man. If enduring for 3 months could restore his masculine vigor and allow him to truly be a man, he was certainly willing to endure that time. "Bring me paper and a pen. I'll write you a prescription now," Chen Ping'an said. Zhou Wanhao quickly brought paper and a pen. Chen Ping'an wrote down the prescription in one go, clearly detailing all the important points on it. Zhou Wanhao received the prescription as if it were a priceless treasure. This prescription was as important as his life. "Sir, the fruits are washed." Just then, the nanny auntie came again, having already washed the peaches and apples. Of course, not all of them were washed. 3 peaches and 3 apples were washed, making a total of 6 fruits. Zhou Wanhao was also in a great mood at this time, and when he looked at these fruits, he suddenly felt that they all looked more appealing. Zhou Wanhao blinked and looked at the apples and peaches again, suddenly realizing that these 2 fruits seemed quite beautiful. This wasn't his hallucination, but something that was actually happening. "Big brother Zhou, please try the fruits I brought first." "I wasn't lying to you before, the fruits I brought are really delicious," Chen Ping'an said, pointing to the fruits. "Okay, I'll have a taste," Zhou Wanhao said with a smile and a nod. Regardless of whether these fruits were delicious or not, he appreciated the gesture. His gaze swept over the peaches and apples, finally choosing a peach. Because the peach looked more fresh and tender, it should also taste better. Zhou Wanhao picked up a peach and took a bite, his eyes widening instantly. "Delicious. What variety is this peach? Where did you buy it? How is it so good?" "It's different from the peaches I bought before," Zhou Wanhao said indistinctly, eating the peach while asking questions. "A friend grows them himself, and they're not available on the market. I was lucky to pick some from his home. Next time you want to eat them, you won't be able to buy them," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "His peaches are so good, can they be planted on a large scale? Never mind how much money they could sell for, it would be worth it just for us to eat them ourselves," Zhou Wanhao inquired. As expected of the Cement King, his business acumen was truly outstanding. Just by eating a delicious peach, the first thing he thought of was doing business. Probably not. He did experiments before. But the peaches grown from other peach trees weren't as delicious as those from those few peach trees. There's nothing to be done about this, just like the mother trees of Dahongpao. Everyone knows the Dahongpao mother trees are precious. The tea leaves they grow are also top grade. But if you want to replicate them, there's no way. If peaches of this quality could be mass-produced, I estimate my friend's family would have made a fortune long ago," Chen Ping'an said jokingly. Zhou Wanhao, however, nodded seriously. "It's a bit of a pity," Zhou Wanhao said with regret again. He wondered if he regretted missing out on this business opportunity, or if he regretted not being able to eat such delicious peaches in the future. "By the way, can you treat other illnesses? Can you take a look at the elder's health?" Zhou Wanhao suddenly asked again. "Is there an elder at home who needs me to see them?" Chen Ping'an inquired. "My father hasn't been feeling well lately. He's seen many doctors, and they all say it's an old age illness, just rest and recuperate. Since you're here, I wonder if you could take a look at my elderly father," Zhou Wanhao quickly explained. "Then I'll take a look at the elder first, I can't say anything before I've seen them," Chen Ping'an said seriously. Although his medical skills were excellent, old age illnesses were difficult to definitively diagnose. After all, when people get old, their organs fail, and often there's no way to treat them further. Chapter 41, Do you have a computer at home? "No problem, let's go check on my father first," Zhou Wanhao quickly said. The two quickly headed to Zhou Wanhao's father's bedroom. Zhou Wanhao's father was already quite old. The elderly man's health was poor, and he was resting in bed. After Chen Ping'an entered, he greeted the elderly man. Zhou Wanhao introduced Chen Ping'an to his father. Knowing that Chen Ping'an was there to perform a physical examination, the old gentleman happily agreed. The old gentleman had a kind face and looked like a genuinely good person. Chen Ping'an stepped forward to take the old gentleman's pulse, and Chen Ping'an's expression quickly turned serious. Seeing Chen Ping'an's expression, Zhou Wanhao's heart tightened. Even the old gentleman himself was starting to worry about his physical condition. Chen Ping'an exhaled, then spoke seriously. "Old gentleman, your physical condition is not very good. Even if I personally take action to treat you, I estimate I can only extend your life by another 10 or 20 years. The old gentleman looked stunned and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "I can live for another 10 or 20 years. The old gentleman asked, slightly disbelieving. "Of course. If I take action and can't let you live for another dozen or 2 decades, then what's the point of me acting?" Chen Ping'an said seriously. You young man, you really gave me a fright. I thought I was about to die just now, the old gentleman burst out laughing. If I can live for another dozen or 2 decades, what reason do I have to be dissatisfied? The old gentleman continued with a smile. Zhou Wanhao also lightly patted Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, that expression you had just now scared me quite a bit, Zhou Wanhao said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chen Ping'an also laughed, he had just been playing a small joke. Of course, the reason Chen Ping'an made such a joke was because he was confident he could extend the old gentleman's life by another dozen or 2 decades. If he couldn't achieve this, Chen Ping'an certainly wouldn't have made such a joke. The reason Chen Ping'an was so confident was that after taking the old gentleman's pulse, Chen Ping'an discovered that his physical condition wasn't actually too bad. I will first give the old gentleman a massage, and then prescribe a medicinal formula. As long as the old gentleman takes the medicine according to the formula I prescribe every day, his health will gradually recover, Chen Ping'an said with full confidence. Chen Ping'an was extremely confident in his medical skills. The crucial point was that the old gentleman's body itself didn't have major issues, it was truly just an ailment of old age. Other doctors might not have the means to treat this kind of geriatric ailment, but Chen Ping'an did. Then I will trouble you, the old gentleman said courteously. Chen Ping'an smiled and quickly began massaging the old gentleman. Chen Ping'an's massage technique was extraordinary, and it also incorporated the internal skill of the longevity art. It was precisely because of the internal skill of the longevity art that the massage effect was enhanced. The entire massage process took a full half-hour before Chen Ping'an finally completed it. Chen Ping'an felt in his heart that he needed a box of silver needles right now. If he had silver needles in hand at that moment, he could directly use acupuncture treatment instead of this massage. Although massage treatment was acceptable, it certainly wasn't as effective as acupuncture. Little Chen, your methods are truly divine. After that press, I feel warm all over, incredibly comfortable, and full of energy. The old gentleman gave Chen Ping'an a thumbs up. He genuinely felt that Chen Ping'an's massage technique was truly amazing. After receiving a massage from Chen Ping'an, he felt exceptionally comfortable. Old gentleman, although this massage technique of mine is effective, it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. I can only temporarily activate the qi and blood in your body, but if you want your body to fully recover, you still need to take medicine. You must remember to take your medicine on time every day. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. No problem. I will definitely remember to take my medicine on time every day, the old gentleman quickly replied, smiling. Zhou Wanhao was ecstatic at this moment. He had personally watched his father instantly become energetic and lively after Chen Ping'an's treatment, and his complexion also improved significantly. He now had even greater confidence in Chen Ping'an's treatment methods. Old gentleman, please rest for a while. The two of us will step out to talk some more, Chen Ping'an proactively said. Very well. Son, you must take good care of little Chen. Little Chen is a great benefactor to our family, the old gentleman quickly said. Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely take good care of little Chen, Zhou Wanhao said, patting his chest. Previously, Chen Ping'an had only saved his son's life. Zhou Wanhao merely held some appreciation for Chen Ping'an. But now, Chen Ping'an was a great benefactor to both father and son. Their entire family owed Chen Ping'an a huge favor. The key point was that Chen Ping'an possessed immense potential. How old was Chen Ping'an? At the age of 18 or 19, he had already mastered such brilliant medical skills. Chen Ping'an's future could be described as limitless. Naturally, Zhou Wanhao held immense respect for such a talent. Moreover, which family wouldn't have sick members? For such a highly skilled doctor like Chen Ping'an, Zhou Wanhao naturally dared not neglect him. Oh right, Chen Ping'an, what was that investment matter you wanted to discuss with me just now? After the two left the room, Zhou Wanhao actively brought up the topic. Zhou Wanhao's memory was good, he remembered Chen Ping'an saying he had 2 matters to discuss. Chen Ping'an had already told him one thing, so the other matter must be discussed now. Zhou Wanhao had an even better impression of Chen Ping'an, so he proactively mentioned the subject. Big brother Zhou, do you have a computer at home? Chen Ping'an asked. I do, but I don't use it often. I always feel like computers aren't very practical, Zhou Wanhao replied. Computers aren't practical? Is your computer connected to the internet? Chen Ping'an asked, somewhat surprised. Of course it's connected. A computer without internet is even more useless, Zhou Wanhao said, laughing. Knowing that Zhou Wanhao's computer was connected to the internet, Chen Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely been worried that Zhou Wanhao's family might not have a computer or internet access. The computer is in my office. Let's go talk in my office, Zhou Wanhao said. Zhou Wanhao's home was a large flat, and although it wasn't a huge villa, it had many rooms, including a separate office. The two quickly arrived at Zhou Wanhao's office. Sure enough, there was a computer in Zhou Wanhao's office. Naturally, it was an old model with a big butt display. The computer took some time to boot up. While starting the computer, Chen Ping'an began to speak. Big brother Zhou, computers actually have many uses. Although you bought one, you probably don't fully understand its utility. Moreover, the lifeline of the future is held within computers. I suggest that going forward, you pay more attention to computers and use them more often, Chen Ping'an said. Come, tell me in detail what exactly this computer is used for. Although I bought this computer, it just sits around as decoration at home. I always felt it wasn't very practical or useful, Zhou Wanhao asked with a curious expression. Chapter 42, Making Money from Stock Trading. A computer is just a tool. Whether the tool's function can be utilized depends on the person using it, right? Elder brother, if you leave the computer at home just as an ornament, how can it have any use? Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Then tell me, what is this computer used for? Zhou Wanhao asked, not getting angry, just looking curious. A computer has many uses, but right now, its biggest use for you is that it can connect to the internet. Once the computer connects to the network, you can search for the knowledge you need online. However, our domestic network environment is indeed not good enough right now. If we look at the USA, their network construction started many years ahead of ours. Therefore, their network is relatively advanced, and they can search for any information they need on the computer network. But elder brother, have you considered this? Our computer network is currently a blank slate, which means this market is also blank. If someone can successfully develop this market, won't there be great potential? Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. Zhou Wanhao didn't understand at first, but gradually, he grasped the meaning. Do you mean you also want to start this kind of business on computers? Start a network? Zhou Wanhao asked uncertainly. I can't do it right now, I don't have the capital. To be precise, one should set up websites on computers. Let me open a web page for you to see. As Chen Ping'an spoke, he opened a URL. Chen Ping'an opened Sina.com. In 1998, the domestic network environment was indeed quite desolate, and there weren't many diverse websites. But several major websites were already starting to rise at this time. For example, the famous Sina.com, NetEase, Sohu, Yahoo, and Mop. These relatively large, old websites had already appeared by then. Moreover, several websites had only been launched within this year. Elder brother, take a look. This is a website. There is a lot of content here. We can read news and chat with others. As Chen Ping'an introduced it, he thought of Tencent. Then he suddenly realized that Penguin hadn't even been founded yet. He couldn't recall the exact founding date of Penguin, but Chen Ping'an remembered that Penguin appeared in 1999. This means that if Chen Ping'an had the capital now, he could completely start his own enterprise company. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but gasp. Besides Tencent not having appeared yet, Taobao Company hadn't appeared either. Taobao Company appeared even later, only showing up in 2003. As long as Chen Ping'an had the funds, he could completely start both Taobao Company and the enterprise company himself. Forget about other companies, as long as he controlled these two companies, he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an felt a little excited. Zhou Wanhao suddenly noticed Chen Ping'an was excited and felt a bit surprised. Young brother, what's wrong? Zhou Wanhao asked curiously. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of the prospects of this market, and I got a little excited, Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. Zhou Wanhao still didn't understand and shook his head. It was normal for Zhou Wanhao not to understand, as he hadn't experienced the internet age 20 years later. Only Chen Ping'an had experienced that era, allowing him to know clearly what these internet companies would mean for the future. Young brother, did you just want me to look at these things? Zhou Wanhao asked, growing more confused. Of course not. Wait a moment while I open a web page. Chen Ping'an said with a smile, and then he opened the stock market URL. Chen Ping'an then logged into his account. Today was the weekend, and the stock market was closed, so trading stocks was impossible, but opening the account allowed him to see its status. Chen Ping'an showed Zhou Wanhao his account status and transaction records. Zhou Wanhao didn't understand the internet, but he knew a little about stocks because he traded them himself. You borrowed money from me just to trade stocks? Young brother, you have some nerve, Zhou Wanhao said, surprised. Borrowing money to trade stocks was a huge taboo for Zhou Wanhao. Since Zhou Wanhao had traded stocks himself, he knew very clearly that the risks of stock trading were extremely high. Trading stocks with one's own capital was acceptable. If you lost money, it was just your own. Borrowing money to trade stocks raised the risk through the roof. I have been researching stocks for many years, and I've noticed that the stock market has been trending upwards over the past month. We are currently entering a short bull market phase. There are several stocks that I am very optimistic about. I am confident that these stocks will all rise sharply. It's precisely for this reason that I came to borrow money from you, elder brother. Elder brother, please take a look at my transaction records, Chen Ping'an said openly. He had already prepared this excuse long ago. Of course, he couldn't mention the system, but finding an excuse that he had researched stocks was very simple. Zhou Wanhao stopped talking and looked at Chen Ping'an's transaction records. After one glance, his eyes widened. Zhou Wanhao even suspected that Chen Ping'an had faked the records. But after looking closely, the website was correct. It was a legitimate stock trading website. He had also used this kind of stock trading interface at a securities company, and there were no major issues. But Chen Ping'an's transaction records were too terrifying. 100% profit. Because every stock Chen Ping'an bought had soared continuously. Chen Ping'an hadn't been trading for long, just a few days. Yet, in just those few days, the funds in Chen Ping'an's account had increased by over 40%. When Chen Ping'an entered the stock market, his principal was 2.3 million. But now, Chen Ping'an's capital holding in the stock market had reached 3.28 million. In just a few short days, he had earned over $1 million. Zhou Wanhao found this incredible. The speed of making money was faster than running his factory. Elder brother, the opportunity to make money is right here. I can't speak for the long term, but within this month, the stock market will continue to rise. I am optimistic about several stocks that definitely have room to rise this month. It would be a great pity if we couldn't see such a chance to get rich. Before, I didn't dare to go big, so I only borrowed 2 million from you, elder brother. But now my confidence is greater, and I want to invite you, elder brother, to cooperate with me. I just don't know if you dare, elder brother. Chen Ping'an asked slowly. Zhou Wanhao was immediately tempted. Because Chen Ping'an's transaction records couldn't be faked. He was certain that Chen Ping'an wasn't lying to him. Chen Ping'an really could make money through stock trading. Chapter 43, Borrowing a Huge Sum. How do you plan to cooperate? Zhou Wanhao asked. There are 2 ways to cooperate. One is that you lend me money, and I'll pay you interest, so you won't have to bear any risk. We can discuss the interest rate thoroughly. The second way is for you to invest in stocks, but I'll take 70% of the profits. You'll have to bear a portion of the investment risk. Of course, you can provide the stock trading account. I only need to handle the investment operations. Chen Ping'an said calmly, offering 2 cooperation methods. One was risk-free but with lower returns, and the other had risks but higher returns. Zhou Wanhao frowned, lost in thought. These 2 cooperation methods made him somewhat indecisive. Although Chen Ping'an seemed very reliable, he felt uneasy about actually giving a large sum of money to Chen Ping'an for stock investment. Zhou Wanhao walked back and forth twice, then suddenly stopped and looked at Chen Ping'an, speaking. I can lend you 20 million yuan for a period of 1 month, with an interest rate of 50%. This means that after 1 month, you'll have to repay me 30 million yuan, principal and interest combined. Young brother Chen, we are doing business here. I wonder if you dare to take on such a cooperation. This was the cooperation plan that Zhou Wanhao believed was most beneficial to him. He didn't know how much money Chen Ping'an could make from stock trading. It might be more than 50%, but it could also be less than 50%. And there was also a possibility that Chen Ping'an would lose money. He knew better than anyone how risky stock trading was, as he had lost money before. Although the stock trading record Chen Ping'an had just shown had a very high win rate, he still didn't fully trust Chen Ping'an. Therefore, Zhou Wanhao proposed a more stable cooperation method for himself. He wanted a fixed return, though he set this fixed return quite high. After all, in Zhou Wanhao's view, earning 10 million yuan in just 1 month was an absolute windfall for him. But we also need to set an additional condition. If you can't repay this money, then you must work for me for 20 years. At that time, I will invest another sum of money to let you open a clinic. Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. Although he said this with a smile, his expression was very serious. The reason Zhou Wanhao was willing to spend this money on Chen Ping'an was because he valued Chen Ping'an's medical skills. With Chen Ping'an's medical skills, even if this money were lost, it could be fully recouped from other areas. That's why Zhou Wanhao proposed such a condition. He was willing to fund the construction of a large private hospital and have Chen Ping'an work as a doctor there. Big brother Zhou, are you serious? Chen Ping'an asked with a smile. Chen Ping'an was actually very satisfied with this cooperation method. An interest rate of 50% for 1 month was ridiculously high. But Chen Ping'an eagerly sought such a cooperation method. Because he would earn even more money through the stock market. Of course, I'm serious. We'll have to write up the contract properly later. Zhou Wanhao said just as seriously. No problem, I agree. Let's sign the contract. Chen Ping'an quickly said, genuinely afraid that Zhou Wanhao might back out. Are you in such a hurry because you're afraid I'll regret it? Zhou Wanhao asked seriously. I am a little afraid, because this clause is quite favorable to me. I'm worried you won't want to invest with me anymore. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I stand to make a big profit from this deal, so there's no reason for me not to do it. Zhou Wanhao said, laughing heartily. Chen Ping'an also smiled happily. He didn't try to persuade Zhou Wanhao to use the second cooperation method. Because even Chen Ping'an wasn't sure if a 30% profit was a lot or a little for Zhou Wanhao. Moreover, from any perspective, this current cooperation method was the most beneficial for Chen Ping'an. By the way, big brother Zhou, do you know anyone at a securities company? Can you help me arrange some margin financing? Chen Ping'an asked again. You're planning to use leverage, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Zhou Wanhao said in surprise. I won't let such a good money-making opportunity pass. The bolder you are, the more money you can make. Chen Ping'an also said seriously. Which securities company did you open an account with? Zhou Wanhao inquired. Chen Ping'an then stated the securities company where he opened his account. Oh, that company. I do know a junior manager there. How about this, I'll put in a good word for you, but whether it works out or not, I can't be sure. Zhou Wanhao said. Big brother Zhou, thank you very much then. Chen Ping'an said gratefully. Securities companies usually offer margin financing services, but the requirements for such services are relatively high, and the procedures are quite troublesome. Chen Ping'an's securities account was newly opened, so it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to apply for such a function. However, if someone put in a good word, it would be entirely different. Of course, another point was that the amount of funds in Chen Ping'an's account also mattered. Chen Ping'an's account now had over 3 million yuan, plus the 20 million yuan promised by Zhou Wanhao, which would be over 23 million yuan. With such a large amount of capital, even the securities company would certainly view him differently and treat Chen Ping'an as a VIP. In all likelihood, the margin financing function could be activated. For this transaction, Zhou Wanhao was also extremely serious. He made a phone call and summoned both the company's finance and legal departments. With the assistance of the finance and legal personnel, a formal contract was created. Moreover, this contract was not written as a loan agreement, but as an investment agreement. If it were written as a loan agreement, an interest rate of 50% for 1 month would definitely constitute usury, and Zhou Wanhao would lose if it went to court. Therefore, the contract could not be written that way. Although Zhou Wanhao highly regarded Chen Ping'an, he was always very serious when it came to business matters. Chen Ping'an also carefully reviewed the contract. There were indeed no issues with it. It was reasonable and legal, and the clauses were written exactly as Zhou Wanhao had stated. After confirming there were no problems, Chen Ping'an signed his name. Once both parties had signed, the contract became effective. Of course, the final step was the transfer of funds. However, the transfer needed to be handled at the bank, it couldn't be done on site. Big brother Zhou, thank you. You are truly my benefactor, Chen Ping'an said gratefully. Chen Ping'an's words were not false. If it weren't for Zhou Wanhao's support, it would have been truly difficult for Chen Ping'an to raise so much money in the initial stages. Only Zhou Wanhao, the cement king, had the money in his pocket and highly regarded Chen Ping'an, thus having the ability to support Chen Ping'an. Anyone else wouldn't be able to do this. We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite with me. Besides, those are the words I want to say to you. You are my benefactor, the benefactor of my whole family. Zhou Wanhao patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder, also saying with a grateful expression. For Zhou Wanhao, wasn't Chen Ping'an also his benefactor? Chapter 44, 100 million. In 1998, 20 million was definitely considered a huge sum of money. But Zhou Wanhao was truly worthy of being the cement king. He really managed to come up with this money. Chen Ping'an soon received the 20 million in his account. After receiving this 20 million loan, Chen Ping'an's heart finally settled. With this money, he could truly be considered to have his startup capital. However, this money was still not enough to use. Chen Ping'an needed even more money. Therefore, financing was necessary. Zhou Wanhao was also kind enough to see things through to the end, decisively contacting an acquaintance of his at a securities firm. This acquaintance was named Manager Zhang, who was considered middle management at the securities firm. Although his position wasn't high, he still held some power. After learning that Chen Ping'an had over 20 million in his hands, he decisively agreed to the financing request. Mr. Chen, I am at the securities firm right now. You can come over immediately, and I can handle the financing procedures for you. Manager Zhang told Chen Ping'an this over the phone. Many thanks, Manager Zhang, I will be right over. Chen Ping'an also hurriedly agreed. Afterward, Chen Ping'an rushed toward the securities firm. After arriving at the securities firm, Manager Zhang received Chen Ping'an. Manager Zhang was a middle-aged man who was somewhat balding, but he looked like a very kind person. Having money is really great, the people around you will all seem very kind. Chen Ping'an thought silently to himself. Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your trust in choosing our company to invest in stocks. Manager Zhang said very enthusiastically. After all, Chen Ping'an had over 20 million in his account and intended to continue trading stocks at their firm. He was a distinguished client. It was no wonder Manager Zhang was so enthusiastic. Securities firms actually make money from transaction fees. When Chen Ping'an traded at the securities firm, he had to pay fees to them. Therefore, their securities firm really liked customers like Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an exchanged a few pleasantries, which counted as getting to know Manager Zhang. This Manager Zhang didn't have much nonsense to say and quickly got straight to the point. In the office, he handled the financing procedures for Chen Ping'an. Manager Zhang applied for 5x financing authorization for Chen Ping'an, with a deposit of 20 million and a financing amount of 100 million. Chen Ping'an's 20 million would be wired to a special account. This money was the deposit for the securities firm. Then Chen Ping'an could use 100 million for stock trading. Once this 100 million lost 20 million, the securities firm would automatically liquidate the position. Therefore, this kind of trading was high risk and high reward. Once there was risk, the losses could be particularly miserable. But if he made money, he would earn a lot. The principal in Chen Ping'an's hands suddenly became over 100 million. Seeing the over 100 million in his account, Chen Ping'an's breathing hitched slightly. This was over 100 million in 1998. Being able to utilize over 100 million in 1998 was truly not easy. The upcoming trades had to be handled with extreme caution. Mr. Chen, this is my business card. May I have the honor of knowing your phone number? We can keep in touch. Manager Zhang smiled and handed over his business card. Chen Ping'an hurriedly took the business card with both hands and then said helplessly. Manager Zhang, you are too kind. It is my honor to have your number. However, keeping in touch is actually a bit troublesome, as I don't have a mobile phone yet. To tell you the truth, I have invested all my money into the stock market. I don't have a few cents in my pocket right now. Chen Ping'an's tone was somewhat helpless, but the expression on his face was very calm. So that's how it is. It seems you are very bullish on our stock market, Mr. Chen, Manager Zhang asked with surprise. It's all right. I don't think there are any major problems with the stock market recently. It belongs to a small bull market. Chen Ping'an just bragged a little. Then you really have an eye for it, you deserve to get rich. Manager Zhang hurriedly gave a thumbs up and praised him. Oh right, I have a mobile phone here that was a reward from a company event. If you don't mind, why don't you use it for now? Manager Zhang slapped his forehead and said with a smile. While speaking, he opened his drawer and took out a box from inside. Inside the box was a mobile phone. This mobile phone was actually given to Manager Zhang by someone else. He didn't need it himself, so he was now giving it to Chen Ping'an as a favor. This mobile phone was quite expensive, costing over 5,000 yuan. However, in Manager Zhang's view, if he could build a relationship with Chen Ping'an, giving such a gift was worth it. Manager Zhang, since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony with you. I happen to need a mobile phone like this. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. We are all our own people, don't stand on ceremony with me at all. Manager Zhang said with a hearty laugh. Mr. Chen, I just like straightforward people like you. Manager Zhang laughed again. Chen Ping'an naturally didn't stand on ceremony and took the mobile phone directly to check it. There is already an anonymous SIM card in the phone, you can use it for the time being, Manager Zhang explained. That's great, many thanks, Manager Zhang. Chen Ping'an thanked him with a smile. I will treat you to a meal another day. Chen Ping'an said again. Then I'll be waiting for it. Manager Zhang also agreed with a smile. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, Chen Ping'an left the securities firm with the phone. The mobile phone box was thrown directly into a trash can by Chen Ping'an at the entrance. Chen Ping'an checked the mobile phone and confirmed that it had indeed not been opened before. This mobile phone should not have been tampered with. After all, Chen Ping'an was not some big shot, there was no need to use such methods to deal with him. Therefore, this mobile phone should be safe and usable. Chen Ping'an also mastered hacking techniques and had a certain understanding of things like mobile phones. Unfortunately, current mobile phones were all old-fashioned basic phones. Their functions were very limited, only capable of making calls. Other functions were basically non-existent. And the price was also very expensive. When I have money in the future, I must manufacture our own smartphone. Chen Ping'an thought silently to himself. However, manufacturing mobile phones was not that simple. Even if Chen Ping'an had money, it would be very difficult to achieve this, so for now, it could only be an idea. Furthermore, Chen Ping'an didn't have any money at all right now. Although there was 100 million in his stock account, that money didn't belong to him. After having his own phone, it was indeed much more convenient. Chen Ping'an first called Zhou Wanhao to tell him his mobile phone number. In this way, it would be much more convenient for both parties to keep in touch in the future. Then he called young Miss Sun Haitang. For subsequent stock trading, he still needed Sun Haitang to continue serving Chen Ping'an. With a phone, stock trading in the future would also be much more convenient. Chapter 45, Sun Haitang was startled. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this young Miss Sun Haitang? This is Chen Ping'an. This is my new phone number. Please make a note of it so we can contact each other by phone if anything comes up in the future. Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. Oh, so it's Mr. Chen. That's great. You finally have a phone. This will make it much more convenient for us to stay in touch. Sun Haitang giggled over the phone. By the way, there have been some changes to my stock account. You might want to take a look. Chen Ping'an said. Oh. What kind of changes? Sun Haitang asked, puzzled. I've raised some capital and also secured a round of financing from your company. There is now 100 million in cash in my account. Chen Ping'an explained simply. The other end of the line fell into silence. Young Miss Sun Haitang, are you still there? Chen Ping'an asked, surprised. Yes, I'm here. Mr. Chen, you aren't joking with me, are you? Sun Haitang asked, feeling a bit flustered. Would I joke about something like this? Besides, you can check my account and see for yourself. Chen Ping'an said calmly. Sun Haitang thought about it and realized he was right. She just needed to go to the company to check the account to see if what Chen Ping'an said was true or false. Mr. Chen, thank you for your trust. I will definitely work even harder to serve you. Sun Haitang said hurriedly. That's all for now, let's keep in touch. Chen Ping'an said a few simple words and hung up the phone. Chen Ping'an had hung up, but Sun Haitang could not calm down at all. Because Chen Ping'an's account suddenly had an extra 100 million, his trading fees would become astronomical. Any trade Chen Ping'an made would incur terrifyingly high fees. And with such terrifying fees, Sun Haitang would also stand to make a huge profit. Sun Haitang wasn't working today, but after hearing this news, she couldn't sit still and immediately rushed to the company to check Chen Ping'an's account status. Upon checking, Sun Haitang was truly shocked, because there really was an extra 100 million in Chen Ping'an's account. This is just too amazing, there really is an extra 100 million. Although this capital came from financing, it's still incredibly impressive. Who exactly is this Mr. Chen? I heard he's still in school. How is he so capable? How does he have so much money? Sun Haitang muttered to herself, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Chen Ping'an didn't concern himself with Sun Haitang. After hanging up, he called Lin Guangshan again. Young brother Chen, your call comes at just the right time. Didn't you need an internet cafe manager? I just happened to find 2 suitable candidates for you. If it's convenient for you, how about meeting them now? Lin Guangshan said. It's convenient for me now. If it's convenient for them, could you ask them to go directly to my internet cafe? Chen Ping'an said. No problem. Lin Guangshan agreed immediately. He already knew the address of Chen Ping'an's internet cafe. After all, the computers in Chen Ping'an's internet cafe were all sold by him. After hanging up, Chen Ping'an rode his bicycle to the internet cafe. Business at the internet cafe was still booming, there wasn't a single empty seat, and there were several people standing behind every computer. His father, Chen Guoqing, was sitting at the cashier counter with a beaming smile. It was clear that his father was in a very good mood. Before, Chen Guoqing had been worried that the internet cafe business wouldn't do well, but now he didn't have a single worry. Dad, I've recruited 2 internet cafe managers for you. Let's interview them in a moment. Chen Ping'an greeted his father. How about we save the money? I can just watch it every day, we don't need an internet cafe manager. Chen Guoqing said hesitantly. After all, hiring an internet cafe manager meant paying a salary. Having to spend that money made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Dad, let me ask you one thing, if the computers run into problems, will you be able to handle them? Chen Ping'an asked with a smile. Sigh. Chen Guoqing sighed immediately. Although he knew how to use a computer now, he couldn't handle any technical issues. Besides, we are open 24 hours a day. Even if you can stay in the shop during the day, what about at night? If you are the only one in the shop, you'll burn out in just a few days. And we're going to open branches in the future. If we open a dozen or 20 branches, are you going to manage all of them by yourself? Dad, the bit of salary we're paying is negligible compared to our income. Besides, now that we've struck it rich, we should at least help out others around us. Chen Ping'an patiently explained. He understood his father's thoughts. After all, the salary for the internet cafe manager was not low. It was normal for his father to be a bit reluctant. Workers' incomes weren't high right now, but the salary Chen Ping'an set for the manager was already above average. Chen Ping'an set the monthly salary for the manager at 1,500. This was unavoidable, after all, being an internet cafe manager was a skilled job. If the salary was too low, people wouldn't be willing to work for you. Chen Guoqing could only nod silently, agreeing to it. Before long, 2 young men arrived. Hello, which one is Mr. Chen Ping'an? We were referred by Lin Guangshan. One of the young men said to Chen Ping'an. I am Chen Ping'an. Please introduce yourselves. Chen Ping'an stood up and said to the 2. My name is Su Hong. My name is Wei Yong. Chen Ping'an took an extra look at the young man named Su Hong. He was clearly a boy, yet his name was Su Hong. he didn't know what his parents were thinking. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Ping'an, he just took an extra look out of curiosity. Lin Guangshan had already introduced these two to Chen Ping'an. These two didn't have a professional background in computer science, which was normal. If they were true computer science professionals, they wouldn't be here working as internet cafe managers. However, they had previously learned some relevant computer knowledge. They could handle simple computer issues. Chen Ping'an asked a few simple computer questions. The two managed to answer them, albeit stutteringly. Although neither was a technical expert, they were more than qualified to be internet cafe managers. The probationary period is 1 month, with a salary of 800 during probation. After becoming a full-time employee, the monthly salary will be 1,200, plus a 300 attendance bonus. You can get the attendance bonus as long as you work for a full month. In other words, after you become full-time, you will have a monthly salary of 1,500. Meals are provided during work hours, but housing is not. I'll do it, I'll do it. Su Hong said immediately. I'll do it too. Wei Yong also hurriedly said. Chapter 46, Lin Wanjuan's plea for help. The compensation Chen Ping'an offered was not bad, so the two immediately accepted. They had previously inquired about the compensation offered by other internet cafes. However, the compensation for being an internet cafe manager at other places was a notch lower than what Chen Ping'an was offering. Moreover, other internet cafes already had managers. It wasn't easy for them to find this kind of job. I'll teach you how to use our internet cafe management system, Chen Ping'an said, pointing at the computer. The two were indeed surprised when they heard Chen Ping'an say this. It was the first time they had ever heard of an internet cafe management system. Because other internet cafes didn't have an internet cafe management system, all charges were recorded manually. After Chen Ping'an finished introducing the internet cafe management system, the two were greatly astonished. Neither of them were professionals. However, they were very fond of computer programming and had taught themselves computer technology. Compared to their old man, Chen Guoqing, who only had a superficial understanding, they were much more skilled. That's why they understood even more clearly how amazing the internet cafe management system truly was. None of the other internet cafes had this internet cafe management system, but yours does. Doesn't that prove how awesome your family is? Chen Ping'an, did you make this internet cafe system? Su Hong asked, looking incredulous. Yes, I taught myself. Actually, this thing doesn't involve much technical difficulty. It's just that no one bothered to make it, Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. That's still incredibly impressive. We certainly couldn't do it, Wei Yong quickly added, his eyes filled with admiration for Chen Ping'an. Before coming here to work, both of them felt a bit proud. After all, they were self-taught and had mastered computer technology, always feeling like they were quite amazing. But now, they completely lost that feeling of being amazing. Chen Ping'an was also a third-year high school student, just like them, yet they were several years older than him. But when it came to computer technology, they were like a pile of dog shit. They weren't comparable to Chen Ping'an in the slightest. No wonder he can open an internet cafe while we can only be hired help. He really is amazing, Su Hong thought silently to herself. With two more managers at the internet cafe, Chen Ping'an felt relieved. After greeting his father, Chen Ping'an left right away. The internet cafe was now running smoothly and no longer needed Chen Ping'an to stay there. Chen Ping'an wasn't interested in the games on the internet cafe computers, so he went straight home to study. In the evening, Chen Guoqing returned home, his face beaming with smiles. Business at the internet cafe was especially good all day today, and the daily revenue was very substantial, making him grin from ear to ear. With managers watching the internet cafe now, Chen Guoqing felt much more relaxed. Chen Guoqing went home, ate his fill, and then took a takeout box. This was dinner for the managers. Now that the internet cafe had surveillance and managers, things would be much easier in the future. The next day arrived, it was Monday, and Chen Ping'an had to go back to school. Chen Ping'an felt quite helpless about this routine. Fortunately, the college entrance exam was less than a month away, he just had to bear it a little longer. But what Chen Ping'an didn't expect was that as soon as he reached the classroom, he saw Lin Wanjun standing at the doorway. Lin Wanjuan's eyes were red, she must have been crying earlier. Chen Ping'an. Lin Wanjun saw Chen Ping'an, her lips moved slightly, and she softly called out his name. Wait for me. I'll drop off my backpack, and we can find a place to talk slowly. Seeing Lin Wanjuan's appearance, Chen Ping'an realized she definitely needed him for something. Chen Ping'an quickly tossed his backpack onto his seat and jogged back out. There are too many classmates here. Should we find somewhere else to talk? Chen Ping'an asked tentatively. No need for that trouble. I just need to ask you a few things, Lin Wanjun said softly, wiping the corner of her eye. Go ahead and ask, Chen Ping'an said decisively. Were the things you said before true? Are you really willing to lend me money? And do you really have the money to lend me? Lin Wanjun asked, her eyes red as she looked at Chen Ping'an. Of course, no problem. I can lend you as much money as you need. Chen Ping'an's spirit lifted, and he quickly spoke seriously. I want to borrow 300,000 yuan from you. I might not be able to repay this money, but I can give myself to you, Lin Wanjun said through gritted teeth. Chen Ping'an was startled when he heard this, and he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although Lin Wanjun was only 18, she was exquisitely beautiful, tall, and already a top-tier beauty. To secure a beauty of this caliber for 300,000 yuan was truly a bargain for Chen Ping'an. Of course, Chen Ping'an also knew that this would be taking advantage of her desperation. Chen Ping'an slowly let out a breath and said, the situation isn't that serious, and there's no need to speak like that. If you need money, I'll lend you 300,000 yuan first. After all, they were classmates, and Lin Wanjun had a miserable life in his previous life, so Chen Ping'an didn't want to take advantage of a female classmate. It was best to refrain from taking advantage of others' desperation. If it were an enemy, Chen Ping'an wouldn't mind taking advantage of them. But since she was a classmate, Chen Ping'an couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Hearing Chen Ping'an say this, tears immediately streamed down Lin Wanjuan's face. Chen Ping'an, thank you. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life, Lin Wanjun said softly, tears flowing. We're just classmates, there's no need for this. Don't overthink things. I'm not rejecting you. You're very beautiful, and you know I like you a lot. It's just that I hope you genuinely like me, and that you're not willing to be with me only because of this situation. You're borrowing 300,000 yuan from me now, did something happen at home? Chen Ping'an asked. MHM. Lin Wanjun nodded lightly, then began to explain softly. Over the weekend, my third aunt brought a man to my house for a blind date with me. That man was almost 40 and very ugly. He immediately took a liking to me and said he absolutely had to marry me. That man was also willing to offer 300,000 yuan as a bride price, and my parents were tempted. I really had no other choice. I don't want to marry that man. Chen Ping'an, do you know? By being willing to give me this money, you are saving my life. I understand the principle of paying for services. From now on, I belong to you. Lin Wanjun wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Chen Ping'an, speaking with a serious expression. Chen Ping'an did not show too much surprise. Because he knew this incident had happened in his previous life. It was just that in his previous life, no one had saved Lin Wanjun. In the end, Lin Wanjun married that man because of the 300,000 yuan bride price. Eventually, Lin Wanjun died tragically at the hands of that man. And now, the opportunity to change Lin Wanjun's fate appeared before Chen Ping'an. Chapter 47, Storage Ring. Chen Ping'an had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He only wanted to spend 300,000 to save Lin Wanjun's life. But Lin Wanjun didn't see it that way. Because 300,000 was an astronomical figure in Lin Wanjun's eyes, an amount she could never repay in her lifetime. Since she was going to marry someone eventually, and she couldn't repay the 300,000, she might as well just marry Chen Ping'an. In Lin Wanjun's eyes, as long as she received the 300,000 from Chen Ping'an, she would be Chen Ping'an's woman. Can you really give me 300,000? Lin Wanjun asked softly, biting her lip. She still couldn't quite believe it. After all, in Lin Wanjun's view, 300,000 was an astronomical figure. Yes, I will give it to you. I'll give you 300,000 tomorrow. However, if it's possible to delay it, could I give you the money a month later? After a pause, Chen Ping'an added this sentence. Is it inconvenient? Lin Wanjun asked hesitantly. It's not inconvenient, it's just that I've invested all my money in the stock market. I can take out 300,000 for you at any time. But if this money stays in the stock market, the returns will be higher. How about this? I'll give you 350,000 a month later, what do you think? Chen Ping'an said after thinking for a moment. You'll give me 350,000 a month later? Are you serious? Just waiting 1 month can get me an extra 50,000 yuan. Lin Wanjun asked in disbelief. Yes, waiting 1 more month will get you an extra 50,000 yuan. I'll give you 350,000 a month later. I'll handle your parents' side. Tonight, when school is over, I'll go home with you. Chen Ping'an said decisively. Chen Ping'an, of course, knew very well that Lin Wanjun couldn't make the decision on this matter. Her parents were the ones truly in charge. Lin Wanjun seemed aloof, but in reality, she was a very filial girl. As long as Lin Wanjun's parents could be persuaded, then this matter would be resolved. Okay then. Lin Wanjun nodded hesitantly. I'm going back first. Lin Wanjun turned around and suddenly scurried away with small steps. She had come to Chen Ping'an on an impulse just now. Now that Lin Wanjun had calmed down, she suddenly felt extremely ashamed. What did Lin Wanjun want with you? You two were talking so intimately, did you become friends? A girl's voice suddenly rang out beside Chen Ping'an. The voice seemed to carry a hint of sourness. Chen Ping'an turned his head and indeed saw Li Mengyun standing beside him. Are you jealous? Chen Ping'an asked with a smile. Nonsense, what am I jealous of? Li Mengyun said, her face flushed. I'll tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. Lin Wanjun's family situation isn't good. Her parents arranged a blind date for her, wanting to marry her off. She came to me to borrow money. I promised to lend her money and will help her get through this difficult time. Chen Ping'an said very frankly. There was no ambiguous relationship between Chen Ping'an and Lin Wanjun, so when he spoke of this matter, he was very open. Of course, the details didn't need to be explained so clearly. So that's how it is. Wait, you have the ability to help her through this difficulty? Li Mengyun asked in disbelief. Of course I can, don't underestimate me, okay. Chen Ping'an puffed out his chest and said with a confident expression. Humph, I don't believe your nonsense. Li Mengyun made a face and turned back to her seat. Chen Ping'an, what are you still standing here for? Go back for morning reading. The Chinese teacher just walked over and said to Chen Ping'an impolitely. Yes, teacher, I'll go back to my seat immediately. Chen Ping'an agreed and then slowly walked back to his seat. He wasn't afraid of teachers at all. After all, inside this high school student's body was the soul of a middle-aged man. What was there to be afraid of teachers? In the future, he had even played with several female teachers, and it was nothing special. Ding dong, the system item refresh notification had already sounded in his mind. Chen Ping'an had already opened the system interface without anyone noticing. Only Chen Ping'an could see the system interface, so even if he opened it in the classroom, no one would notice. Chen Ping'an glanced at the system items and was startled. Today's 4 items appeared. 1 gold brick. 1 bottle of high-grade golden ointment. A pair of imperial green jade bracelets. 1 extra-large space storage ring. The first 3 items were almost immediately ignored by Chen Ping'an. Because the 4th item was an extra-large space storage ring. Compared to the extra-large space storage ring, the other items were incomparable and had no value. Chen Ping'an didn't hesitate at all and directly spent 1 yuan to purchase this extra-large space storage ring. Chen Ping'an nonchalantly put his hand into his pants pocket. When he took his hand out of his pocket, a platinum ring was on his middle finger. The design of this platinum ring was quite simple, with some ancient patterns on it. Besides the ancient patterns, there was also a large blue gem on the ring. The most eye-catching thing was this blue gem, because if you look closely, you will find that there seems to be a vortex inside this blue gem. This ring was the extra-large space storage ring. This storage ring had already been bound to Chen Ping'an, and now only Chen Ping'an could use it. However, Chen Ping'an could also unbind it, and when a second person put on the ring, it would be bound again. Of course, Chen Ping'an would not unbind such a treasure. Chen Ping'an's consciousness entered the storage space. He immediately found that this storage space was incredibly huge. The entire storage space was a huge cube-shaped space. The length, width, and height of this space were all 1 kilometer. No wonder the name of this storage ring was Extra-Large Space Storage Ring. This is great. With this storage ring, if I run a transport business in the future, won't I make a fortune? Chen Ping'an couldn't help but secretly feel thrilled in his heart. Of course, the thrill was just a fantasy. There were so many ways to make money, he didn't need to run a transport business. But with this storage ring, the convenience in life had indeed greatly increased. Chen Ping'an stealthily threw the textbooks from his desk into the storage space. Only some commonly used books remained, all other textbooks were stored in the storage space. The process of storing items was very smooth, and no one could notice it. The storage ring was indeed very useful. Chapter 48, Discovering a Great Stock. The flash sale system relies heavily on luck. When luck is good, even storage rings can be bought at will. When luck is bad, one can only buy apples to taste. Fortunately, the flash sale system refreshes its products daily. Therefore, Chen Ping'an's probability of encountering good things has been infinitely magnified. No matter how bad his luck is, he will always encounter good things. The One-Yuan Flash Sale System also gave Chen Ping'an infinite confidence and an infinite future. Old Chen, why are you smiling? Did something good happen? Zhang Yong, his desk mate, asked softly. Yes, there's good news. Didn't I tell you I invested in stocks before? I have great news, all our stocks have soared. You invested 50,000 yuan with me before, and in a month, I'll return 100,000 yuan to you. Just tell me, isn't that awesome? Aren't you happy? Chen Ping'an said with a grin, lowering his voice. Damn, old Chen, you're amazing. This is awesome. I knew I could get rich by following you, old Chen. I'm sticking with you for life, Zhang Yong said excitedly. Good brothers for life. You're with me for this lifetime. I'll definitely lead you to wealth, Chen Ping'an said solemnly. He hadn't helped Zhang Yong in his previous life, but this life, he absolutely had to help his good brother. Hee, old Chen, then I'll be relying on you completely, Zhang Yong said with a chuckle. Chen Ping'an, Zhang Yong, stop whispering down there and focus on your studies, the teacher called out loudly from the podium. Zhang Yong immediately sat up straight and began to study seriously. Although Chen Ping'an didn't pay attention to the teacher's words, he also composed himself and began to read his book seriously. Li Mengyun, not far away, rolled her eyes at Chen Ping'an, secretly chiding him for not studying properly. Little did she know, she wasn't studying properly herself, otherwise, how would she have noticed Chen Ping'an's every move? Chen Ping'an pretended to read while secretly opening the system's stock interface. The system's stock trading software could be used for 1 month, and now he had 3 more weeks of use. Chen Ping'an had to seize this opportunity to make a huge fortune. Previously, Chen Ping'an had little capital, only a few million. Because he had less money, he could buy stocks freely. But now, that wouldn't work, his capital had already reached 100 million. With 100 million in capital, he could influence stock price trends. So, how to buy and sell stocks now required skill. Oh, Northwest Shipbuilding is about to soar. As Chen Ping'an was looking for suitable stock trading targets, a stock price suddenly appeared before his eyes. The name of this stock was Northwest Shipbuilding. He wondered what had happened to its parent company. This afternoon, the stock suddenly surged continuously. It hit its daily limit directly before the market closed in the afternoon. That wasn't all, the key was that this stock would continue to hit its daily limit for the next few days. Chen Ping'an didn't know how many days it would hit its limit, but it would definitely continue to hit its limit tomorrow. Moreover, Northwest Shipbuilding stock had a particularly large market capitalization. If he invested his 100 million yuan into it, it probably wouldn't even make a ripple. Northwest Shipbuilding was very suitable for large-scale investments like his. Chen Ping'an noted down the name and stock code of Northwest Shipbuilding. After morning self-study, Chen Ping'an went straight to the rooftop, took out his phone, and called Sun Haitang. Haitang, buy Northwest Shipbuilding in batches for me. Before 2 p.m. today, all 100 million of my funds must be used for purchase. Be careful when buying, buy in batches, don't cause too much commotion. I shouldn't have to teach you this, right? Chen Ping'an said calmly. Northwest Shipbuilding. All 100 million yuan to buy it. Sun Haitang asked again. Yes, Northwest Shipbuilding, all 100 million yuan to buy it, Chen Ping'an confirmed. Okay, I've noted it down. As Sun Haitang spoke, she had already opened the stock interface and checked Northwest Shipbuilding. However, after seeing Northwest Shipbuilding's trend, Sun Haitang immediately felt that something was wrong. Mr. Chen, Northwest Shipbuilding's trend isn't good, it's been in a downward trend. Do you really want to invest 100 million to buy it all? Sun Haitang asked uncertainly. After all, this was 100 million yuan, so investing required extreme caution. Its decline indicates it's bottoming out. Now is the best time to buy at the bottom. I'm aware of the risks. Listen to me. Operate according to my method, Chen Ping'an said straightforwardly. Okay, I understand. Since you say so, I'll start operating according to your instructions, Sun Haitang said helplessly. She certainly wouldn't buy Northwest Shipbuilding herself, but Chen Ping'an was the employer. Since Chen Ping'an had made up his mind, she would just follow his orders. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ping'an also felt a bit helpless. If possible, Chen Ping'an would prefer to personally handle the buying and selling of stocks. But as a high school student, he really had no time and no way to operate stock trading. So he could only choose to trust Sun Haitang. Fortunately, Sun Haitang was also a legitimate employee of a securities company, so he believed she wouldn't mess around. Right, I need to get a computer at home and set up an internet connection. Chen Ping'an said. Before, he had no money, so getting a computer was naturally impossible. But now, he wasn't short on money. And it would be easier to explain to his parents, as they knew he had a sum of money. His parents probably wouldn't object to buying a computer, right? Inside the securities company, although Sun Haitang had doubts about Chen Ping'an's orders, her character was still very solid, and her professional ethics were impeccable. So, despite her internal doubts, she still followed Chen Ping'an's instructions when buying and selling stocks. First, she sold all the 3 million plus yuan worth of stocks in the account. Selling stocks is actually very simple and was completed quickly. This way, Chen Ping'an's account had 103 million yuan. Then, she began to buy Northwest Shipbuilding in batches. Northwest Shipbuilding's stock had been continuously declining for 2 consecutive months. Such stocks are the easiest to buy because everyone wants to sell, and very few want to buy. So, once someone starts buying stocks, people will flock to sell their holdings. Although Sun Haitang was not a professional trader, her abilities were not to be doubted. Sun Haitang began to sporadically purchase Northwest Shipbuilding shares. Northwest Shipbuilding's stock also began to slowly rise due to Sun Haitang's intervention. However, the increase was very small. The numerous retail investors did not notice this. The market makers behind the scenes should have noticed this, and they began to suppress the stock price, releasing their shares little by little. The stock price began to slowly fall. Sun Haitang frowned, she also noticed this situation. But Chen Ping'an's request was to buy all of Northwest Shipbuilding. So Sun Haitang still proceeded with the purchase according to Chen Ping'an's request. The 100 million yuan was fully purchased within the 2 hours of the morning. At this time, Chen Ping'an's account was in a state of loss. Although it was purchased in batches, because the stock price was continuously falling, Chen Ping'an had already lost 1 percentage point at this point. By this time, the morning trading session had also closed. Chapter 49, Earning 12 Million. As soon as the market opened in the afternoon, the situation on the trading floor stunned Sun Haitang. Northwest Shipbuilding surged ahead, almost running upwards in a straight line. In just 2 short minutes, Northwest Shipbuilding directly hit the daily limit. This kind of violent surge is actually very common in the stock market, but ordinary people simply cannot seize such opportunities. Because by the time ordinary people see this stock surging violently, you can no longer buy into it. Even if you are given a chance to buy, ordinary retail investors wouldn't dare to make a move. Northwest Shipbuilding's closing price in the morning was -3 points. It violently surged directly to the daily limit when the market opened in the afternoon. Chen Ping'an's purchase price was already at -1 point at the time. And after the violent surge, it directly rose by 12 points. A capital of 100 million yuan, rising by 12 points, yields a profit of 12 million. This is the power of finance. The reason why so many people go bankrupt to speculate in stocks lies here. Because as long as you buy the right stock, getting rich is a very simple matter. Of course, if you buy the wrong stock, then going bankrupt is also a very simple matter. Sun Haitang looked at the stock interface in disbelief. She never expected that the stock Chen Ping'an had his eye on would directly hit the daily limit in the afternoon. Is Mr. Chen a stock god? He's too accurate, Sun Haitang muttered to herself, her face full of disbelief. Sun Haitang quickly checked the relevant information again. Then she saw a news report that Northwest Shipbuilding had major positive news. It had received a large order. The value of this large order directly exceeded 10 billion yuan. Moreover, this large order was given by the state. No wonder Northwest Shipbuilding's stock suddenly surged ahead and violently rose. Any company receiving such a 10 billion yuan order would probably see its stock take off directly. Fortunately, I didn't doubt Mr. Chen's operations and bought and sold stocks according to his instructions, otherwise, I would have been in trouble, Sun Haitang said with lingering fear. At this moment, in General Manager Zhang's office, General Manager Zhang was also dumbfounded looking at the data displayed on the monitoring account. He had agreed to Chen Ping'an's financing conditions, so he was quite concerned about this matter. Chen Ping'an's account was also with him, under his surveillance. General Manager Zhang was initially a bit worried this morning when Chen Ping'an used all 100 million yuan to buy Northwest Shipbuilding. However, General Manager Zhang was only worried. After all, this was a very normal operation. As long as there are no illegal operations and not too many losses, then other operations are all considered normal. But what General Manager Zhang never expected was that by the afternoon, this Northwest Shipbuilding stock had directly hit the daily limit. This single investment alone directly earned Chen Ping'an 12 million yuan. General Manager Zhang felt a bit jealous after seeing it. It took him a while to calm himself down. After all, he had been in the stock market for many years, and this was not the first time he had seen such a situation. So he was still very good at controlling his emotions. Making money in the stock market is not a great skill. Being able to make money and exit safely is what's truly amazing. However, Chen Ping'an's operation still opened General Manager Zhang's eyes. He just didn't know if Chen Ping'an was lucky, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, or if he really had some special method. General Manager Zhang decided to wait and see. Fortunately, he had given Chen Ping'an a phone before, so they now had some acquaintance, and their relationship could be deepened in the future. Chen Ping'an, who was still in class at school, had no idea that he had suddenly become a multi-millionaire. After all, it was inconvenient for him to check his phone during class, so he had no idea what the stock situation was like now. However, if the system interface was not wrong, then the Northwest Shipbuilding stock he bought should have already hit the daily limit. Chen Ping'an had a good idea of the situation. Chen Ping'an's phone vibrated, receiving a text message, but Chen Ping'an didn't pay attention to it, as he was still in class. Finally, class was over. Chen Ping'an took out his phone and glanced at the text message, which was from Sun Haitang. The message content was only a few short words. Northwest Shipbuilding violently hit the daily limit, 12 points profit. After reading the message, Chen Ping'an's lips curved into a smile. Now Chen Ping'an's heart was completely at ease. Actually, his biggest concern was that Sun Haitang hadn't bought the stocks according to his instructions. But from the results, it was clear that Sun Haitang was very obedient and didn't act smart by making inappropriate moves. This girl is not bad. After the transaction is complete, I'll give her a red packet. Chen Ping'an thought to himself. In fact, Chen Ping'an also planned to observe Sun Haitang further. If Sun Haitang's character and ability passed muster, Chen Ping'an intended to recruit her to work for him. Chen Ping'an had 1 month to trade stocks. After he finished, he would probably have a sum of money. At that time, Chen Ping'an could use this money to continue investing in startups. But Chen Ping'an himself had no one to help him. As for himself, he didn't have time to do such things because he had to attend university. So Chen Ping'an needed a reliable team to work for him. Sun Haitang had caught Chen Ping'an's eye, but whether to have her work for him still required further observation. Of course, this also required Sun Haitang's willingness. However, Chen Ping'an was confident he could recruit Sun Haitang. Although Sun Haitang was currently working at a securities company, her salary and benefits were not high. As long as Chen Ping'an offered her good enough compensation, recruiting Sun Haitang would be a very simple matter. Such is the power of capital. As long as the money is in place, many things can be achieved effortlessly. The college entrance examination was in its final countdown, and the study content became more intensive. Fortunately, after being enhanced by the learning potion, Chen Ping'an's learning ability had improved by leaps and bounds. High school courses no longer posed any difficulty for Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an's mind was no longer focused on studying but more on considering future entrepreneurial ventures. Chen Ping'an had already prepared several entrepreneurial paths for himself. But which one to pursue was still hard to say, depending on how much money he could earn from this stock trading. However, no matter which entrepreneurial path it was a bright future for Chen Ping'an. Other people start businesses by feeling their way through. But Chen Ping'an was different. Chen Ping'an was walking forward on the shoulders of giants. Chen Ping'an knew which industries would be successful in the future. So Chen Ping'an only needed to pursue these successful industries. If all else failed, he could just invest money in the industries of the double moss. Alibaba Ma and Tencent Ma, with the double moss in hand, there would be no worries about the future. Time, no matter how it drags, will always move forward, never stopping. Finally, school dismissal time arrived again. As Chen Ping'an, having packed his school bag, walked out of the classroom, he saw Lin Wanjun standing gracefully in the corridor with her school bag on her back. Seeing Chen Ping'an walk out of the classroom, a hint of joy flashed in Lin Wanjun's eyes. Chapter 50, My Big Brother is So Awesome. Lin Wanjun merely glanced at Chen Ping'an, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the school gate. Chen Ping'an was stunned for a moment. He thought Lin Wanjun was greeting him. But soon, Chen Ping'an reacted. Lin Wanjun was, after all, just a high school student, and she had never been in love. She rarely communicated or interacted with boys at school. So, under the current circumstances, it was probably impossible to expect Lin Wanjun to greet Chen Ping'an and then for the two of them to walk out of school together, hand in hand. The most Lin Wanjun could do was wait for Chen Ping'an at the classroom door. Chen Ping'an's mind worked quickly, and he understood this point at once. So, he followed Lin Wanjun out with great understanding. Old Chen, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Zhang Yong had already chased after him. I'm not going with you tonight, I have something to do, Chen Ping'an said. What's going on with you? Can't you go home with your good brother? Are you still my good brother? Zhang Yong asked with a sad expression. All right, stop messing around with me. This weekend, I'll take you to my family's internet cafe and let you play to your heart's content, Chen Ping'an said irritably. You really mean it? You'll let me play to my heart's content at your family's internet cafe? Zhang Yong asked excitedly. Chen Ping'an's family owned an internet cafe, and Zhang Yong already knew about this. Now hearing Chen Ping'an say this, Zhang Yong was overjoyed. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my promise. The computers at the internet cafe are just SOSO. Next month, when I share the money with you, you can buy a laptop. Having your own laptop, now that's truly awesome. Laptops are easy to carry, you can take them with you to college, Chen Ping'an said. Although it was only 1998, desktop computers were rare, and internet cafes were not numerous, laptops already existed. However, laptops were indeed expensive, and their performance was somewhat outdated. But they were still fine for use, and the key was their high portability. When Zhang Yong heard this, he became as excited as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Awesome, old Chen. No, big brother. You're my real big brother from now on. Zhang Yong shouted excitedly. Quiet down. If you keep being so noisy, there won't be a laptop. I'll shut up immediately. Zhang Yong instantly covered his mouth. However, suppressed laughter still escaped from Zhang Yong's mouth. The two of them, chatting and laughing, had already arrived at the school gate. Chen Ping'an saw Lin Wanjun pushing her bicycle, also waiting for him at the school gate. Holy crap, big brother, is Lin Wanjun waiting for you? You and Lin Wanjun have something going on. Zhang Yong also noticed the flirtatious glances between Chen Ping'an and Lin Wanjun at this moment. What do you mean something going on? We have a pure classmate relationship. Alright, I'm not going to waste any more words with you. I have things to do, you go home by yourself, Chen Ping'an waved at Zhang Yong. Then, Chen Ping'an rode his bicycle closer to Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun also nodded slightly at Chen Ping'an, a faint smile appearing on her face. Then, the two of them rode their bicycles together, one in front of the other, disappearing from the school gate. This scene was witnessed by many, but at this time, there were many classmates leaving school, so not many people paid attention. But Zhang Yong did. Zhang Yong was so envious that his mouth was watering. That was Lin Wanjun, the famous ice beauty of their school and also the famous school belle. It seemed Lin Wanjun had been won over by Chen Ping'an. Big brother is big brother, truly awesome, Zhang Yong said enviously. A cold snort sounded from Zhang Yong's side. Zhang Yong turned his head and saw Li Mengyun walking past him with a cold face. Li Mengyun had also just seen Chen Ping'an and Lin Wanjun ride away together. Although they merely rode away together, Li Mengyun still felt very uncomfortable. One must know that Li Mengyun's first kiss had been taken by Chen Ping'an. You took my first kiss and now you're flirting with other women, Chen Ping'an, what do you mean by this? Li Mengyun thought fiercely in her heart. Oh no, Li Mengyun isn't jealous, is she? Li Mengyun is jealous of my big brother. My big brother is so awesome. Old Chen, I really didn't realize when you became so awesome. Zhang Yong complained wildly in his heart. The feeling of envy was practically leaping out of his head. Oh, this kind of thing really can't be envied. Zhang Yong suddenly sighed. Boys have self-awareness from a young age, and Zhang Yong was no exception. Zhang Yong knew that compared to Chen Ping'an, he wasn't as handsome as Chen Ping'an. Not only was he not as handsome as Chen Ping'an, but he also seemed to lack Chen Ping'an's ability. For some reason, Zhang Yong always felt that the current Chen Ping'an was completely different from the old Chen Ping'an. The old Chen Ping'an felt like just another classmate, a very ordinary person. The current Chen Ping'an always gave him the feeling of a big shot. It was like the feeling his third uncle gave him when he returned from out of town, having made a fortune, during holidays. No, it was a feeling even stronger than the aura his third uncle had. In short, the current Chen Ping'an was incredibly awesome. This is a big, strong leg, I must hold on tight, Zhang Yong thought silently in his heart. How do you plan to tell my parents? Lin Wanjun, who was riding her bicycle, suddenly asked. Just say I'm willing to lend you 300,000 yuan, how does that sound? Chen Ping'an asked somewhat uncertainly. Does this 300,000 yuan need to be repaid? If not, what would my parents think? If it needs to be repaid, how would my parents repay it? Lin Wanjun asked very calmly. She had already thought about this question repeatedly. Lin Wanjun's cheeks suddenly flushed, and then she said softly. I said earlier, if you're willing to give this money, I can be your woman. If you don't like me or look down on me, it's okay, we don't have to get married. But my words still count. In this life, I won't marry anyone else, I'll be your woman. Just tell my parents this 300,000 yuan is your bride price for marrying me. We are still young, so we definitely can't hold a wedding now. We'll just drag it out for a few years, as long as possible. How does that sound? After Lin Wanjun finished speaking, she immediately stopped her bicycle, turned her head, and stared intently at Chen Ping'an. Chapter 51, Chen Ping'an's Dominance. Lin Wanjun, have you truly thought this through? Chen Ping'an asked earnestly. Yes, I've thought it through. If you give me the bride price, I'll be yours from now on. Lin Wanjun nodded. Although a little shy, she said it very seriously. All right then, I'll support you from now on, Chen Ping'an said softly. Lin Wanjun was very beautiful, there was no doubt about that. Chen Ping'an had pursued Lin Wanjun before. It was just that Lin Wanjun hadn't been interested in Chen Ping'an. But now that he had the chance to have Lin Wanjun, such an opportunity was rare, and Chen Ping'an naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Chen Ping'an wasn't sentimental at all. Having lived a life before, he could handle such minor matters. Anyway, he would have a lot of money in the future, and supporting one more Lin Wanjun was absolutely no problem. Let's go. I already know what to tell your parents, Chen Ping'an said seriously. Lin Wanjun hummed in response, her face instantly turning red. Lin Wanjuan's home was a bit far, in an urban village, and the location was somewhat remote. The two rode their bikes for 20 minutes from school before finally arriving at the urban village. This distance was really quite far. It was tough for Lin Wanjun to ride such a long way to and from school every day. "We're home," Lin Wanjun reminded him. Following Lin Wanjuan's hint, Chen Ping'an also saw Lin Wanjuan's home. The two parked their bicycles at the entrance of Lin Wanjuan's house. Upon reaching here, Lin Wanjun hesitated. Before, she had been quite bold, but now that she was really home, and about to bring Chen Ping'an home, Lin Wanjun suddenly felt a little timid. "Let's go, it's all right, I'm here," Chen Ping'an said seriously. With Chen Ping'an's encouragement, Lin Wanjun seemed to gain courage instantly. "I can do this, let's go, I'll take you home," Lin Wanjun said, plucking up her courage. The two walked into Lin Wanjuan's house together. "Daughter, you're finally back. Look, Zhao Dejuan has been waiting for you for a long time," Lin Wanjun's mother said quickly when she saw her daughter return. Lin Wanjun turned her head and saw a man in the house. She had seen this man once before. He was about 40 years old, with dark skin and many wrinkles on his face. The man was wearing a suit, but it was clearly too large and wrinkled, making him look somewhat out of place. And one of his legs also seemed a bit abnormal. Lin Wanjun remembered this man's name very clearly. He was Zhao Dejuan. This man was also Lin Wanjuan's blind date. Zhao Dejuan had promised a 300,000 yuan bride price to marry Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjuan's parents were very happy with this marriage, because it was a 300,000 yuan bride price. In their era, a marriage bride price was only a few thousand yuan, or even a few hundred yuan was acceptable. A 300,000 yuan bride price was absolutely an exorbitant price. With this 300,000 yuan bride price, their family's life could undergo earth-shattering changes. Although they also felt very sorry for their daughter, for the sake of the family, they could only let their daughter suffer a little. Not every parent in this world thinks for their children. Lin Wanjun, however, was somewhat foolishly filial. If not for Chen Ping'an's appearance, Lin Wanjun would have truly married this Zhao Dejuan in the end. When Zhao Dejuan saw Lin Wanjun return, he immediately stood up, his face smiling like a flower. When he stood up, that leg became even more noticeable. Lin Wanjuan's face instantly turned pale. Just then, Chen Ping'an, who was following behind Lin Wanjun, strode forward and immediately stood in front of Lin Wanjun. "Hello uncle and aunt, my name is Chen Ping'an, and I am Lin Wanjuan's classmate. I'm here today to propose marriage." Chen Ping'an's two simple sentences shocked everyone. Lin Wanjuan's parents were stunned. Zhao Dejuan was also utterly dumbfounded. What is this all about? "Daughter, what's going on?" Lin Wanjun's mother stammered. As for Lin Wanjuan's father, he could only lie in bed because of his injury. But he could still hear what was happening in the living room. "Young man, what do you mean? Are you here to steal my woman?" Zhao Dejuan said coldly. Lin Wanjun was young and beautiful, and Zhao Dejuan had long set his sights on her. It was impossible for him to give up the beauty within his grasp. It was impossible for Zhao Dejuan to give up Lin Wanjun now. "Uncle and aunt, I heard that to marry Lin Wanjun, a bride price of 300,000 yuan is required. I am willing to pay this bride price. Moreover, I am Lin Wanjuan's classmate, and my age is similar to hers. If the two of us were together, it would bring more honor to you two elders. Otherwise, if Lin Wanjun marries this old man, it would be a disgrace to both of you. And Lin Wanjun will live a hard life in the future. Look at this man, he's so slovenly. What woman could have a good life with him? Don't think that just because he can produce 300,000 yuan as a bride price, it means living with him will be a good life. The key is that he's too old and ugly. In what way is he worthy of Lin Wanjun?" Chen Ping'an said very impolitely. Because Chen Ping'an knew that the man in front of him was the culprit who killed Lin Wanjun in his previous life. Since he knew this man was no good, Chen Ping'an naturally didn't need to be so polite when facing him. "What are you, to dare speak to me like that? I think you're looking for death." Chen Ping'an's words had all hit Zhao Dejuan's sore spot. Zhao Dejuan was now furious, his face contorted with a ferocious expression. He suddenly stood up and walked towards Chen Ping'an, clearly intending to teach Chen Ping'an a lesson. Chen Ping'an, run quickly. Lin Wanjun reacted and quickly shouted at Chen Ping'an. Run. Do I need to run? To deal with a waste like him, I can throw him out with one hand. Chen Ping'an finished coldly, then raised his hand and grabbed Zhao Dajuan's neck. Then, holding Zhao Dajuan by the neck, he dragged him out as if he were carrying a small chicken. And after Zhao Dajuan's neck was grabbed by Chen Ping'an, he felt all the strength in his body disappear. Chen Ping'an walked to the door and directly threw Zhao Dajuan out. Zhao Dajuan tumbled on the ground, then let out a scream. Zhao Dajuan, Lin Wanjun is my woman. From now on, I forbid you from having any designs on her. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time I see you. Chen Ping'an pointed at Zhao Dajuan and said. Zhao Dajuan glared at Chen Ping'an, grinding his teeth, but he didn't say any harsh words. He just gritted his teeth, turned his head, and limped away. Chen Ping'an's gaze instantly darkened. Chapter 52. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. This Zhao Dajuan is very cunning. This person must not be allowed to live. Chen Ping'an thought to himself silently. Zhao Dajuan is clearly a pervert, and a very cruel one at that. He already hates Chen Ping'an, and he probably hates Lin Wanjun too. What evil things can a person like him not do? Therefore, a person like him must not be allowed to live. But now is not a good time to act. Chen Ping'an was not in a hurry at all, because he finally knew the other party's name. So this guy is called Zhao Dajuan. Later, he would ask where this guy lives, and then find an opportunity to deal with him. Chen Ping'an had already sentenced Zhao Dajuan to death in his heart. Lin Wanjun's mother ran out in small steps, looking at the departing Zhao Dajuan, her eyes suddenly a little dull. What should I do now? What can be done? Lin Wanjun's mother spoke 2 sentences, clearly at a loss. After all, Zhao Dajuan's promise of a 300,000 bride price still made the old couple very satisfied. Now that Zhao Dajuan was leaving, it meant that they wouldn't get this 300,000 bride price. Although Chen Ping'an had just said that he could offer the same exorbitant bride price. But the Chen Ping'an in front of them was clearly just a child, how could he have money to offer? Auntie, I'll offer 350,000 as the bride price. Will Lin Wanjun be mine after that? Chen Ping'an said decisively at this moment. You child, what am I going to do with you? Do you even know how much 350,000 is? Lin Wanjun's mother said irritably. It wasn't that she couldn't accept Chen Ping'an, she just didn't believe Chen Ping'an could come up with that much money. My family can afford this money. My parents have also agreed. But our family's savings are all fixed deposits, taking them out now would mean losing a large sum of interest. At the end of this month, I'll pick a good day and bring the bride price to your door. 350,000 as the bride price, not a single cent less. Auntie, what do you think? Chen Ping'an said unhurriedly, speaking clearly and eloquently. Chen Ping'an's composure made Lin Wanjun's mother feel much better, and she began to believe that the boy in front of her could really do this. Your name is Chen Ping'an, right? Are you telling the truth? You should know that our family's situation isn't good, we're counting on this money to improve our lives. You mustn't lie to us. Lin Wanjun's mother said seriously. Of course. If you can really do it, we would be very happy for you and Wanjun to be together. You are indeed much better than that Zhao Dajuan. Lin Wanjun's mother said again. Although Lin Wanjun's parents wanted to sell her for a good price. But Lin Wanjun was their daughter after all. Naturally, they also hoped that their daughter could live better and have a good life in the future. Chen Ping'an could offer 350,000 as a bride price and treat their daughter well, so he was naturally more suitable to be their son-in-law than Zhao Dajuan. Zhao Dajuan was just a choice made out of helplessness. Among the people they knew, there were no rich people, and Zhao Dajuan was already the wealthiest. Only Zhao Dajuan was willing to offer such an exorbitant bride price. So, this was about social circles. Lin Wanjun's parents were poor, and everyone they knew was also poor, they couldn't find any rich people in their circle. So even if they wanted to sell their daughter for a good price, they couldn't find anyone to buy her. It was for this reason that Zhao Dajuan got a bargain. Given Lin Wanjun's conditions, even in this era, there would likely be a dime a dozen people willing to pay an exorbitant bride price to marry her. Chen Ping'an was just lucky to stumble upon her. Of course, good luck also requires strength. If Chen Ping'an couldn't produce the exorbitant bride price of 300,000, Lin Wanjuan's parents wouldn't have agreed to it. Once she confirmed that Chen Ping'an could indeed provide the bride price, Lin Wanjuan's mother finally smiled again. This future mother-in-law was indeed quite snobbish. Chen Ping'an sighed in his heart. It must be difficult for Lin Wanjun to live in such a family environment. No wonder Lin Wanjun acted so aloof at school. Perhaps it wasn't aloofness, but isolation. Because her family environment was like this, it shaped her personality to be the same. "Auntie, how is Uncle's health?" Chen Ping'an asked. "It's just so, he can only recover slowly," Lin Wanjun's mother said. "I'll go chat with Uncle for a bit," Chen Ping'an said. In reality, Chen Ping'an wanted to treat Lin Wanjuan's father. However, there was no need to explain so much about such matters. Meeting in person and then discussing it was most appropriate. Lin Wanjun's mother naturally wouldn't refuse Chen Ping'an's request. Chen Ping'an saw Lin Wanjuan's father in the bedroom. He was a rather tall man, aged with wrinkles all over his face. Seeing Chen Ping'an enter, Lin Wanjuan's father suddenly became a little constrained, and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. "Young man, you've seen me at my worst," Lin Wanjuan's father said awkwardly. "Uncle, just call me by my name, I'm Chen Ping'an," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Good, then I'll call you Chen Ping'an." Lin Wanjuan's father looked Chen Ping'an up and down, his face growing more and more satisfied. Although they were selling their daughter, and for an exorbitant price, if the son-in-law was tall and handsome, they would naturally feel more honored. Chen Ping'an was about the same age as Lin Wanjun, and he was tall and handsome, so they were very satisfied with Chen Ping'an's appearance. "Uncle, how is your leg injury? Let me take a look. I previously learned medicine from my elders at home." As Chen Ping'an spoke, he began to examine Lin Wanjuan's father's injured area. Lin Wanjuan's father said uneasily, "Chen Ping'an, you don't need to examine it. My injury is quite serious and requires surgery at the hospital. But our family really doesn't have the money for surgery. All the compensation we received before was used up in the hospital, but it still didn't heal." Lin Wanjuan's father sighed repeatedly as he spoke. Chen Ping'an checked it and immediately frowned. As Lin Wanjuan's father said, his injury was quite serious and had not been properly treated. It had been treated before, but because it wasn't done well, the wound was now difficult to heal. According to current Western medical methods, multiple surgeries would still be required for treatment. But fortunately, Chen Ping'an was here. Chapter 53, Treating the Old Father-in-Law. "Uncle, I can treat your injury, there's no need to go to the hospital. Moreover, even if you go to the hospital and undergo surgery, it will be very difficult for your leg to fully recover. Even if the doctors successfully perform the surgery and treat you, you will still walk with a limp afterwards, and this leg won't be able to exert much strength." Chen Ping'an spoke honestly. "Little Chen, you aren't joking with me, are you?" Lin Wanjuan's father asked in surprise. Because he truly dared not believe such an outcome. He had thought that by spending money on treatment at the hospital, he could save his leg. "Everything I've said is true. And I truly have no reason to deceive you about this matter. But don't worry, uncle. With me here, your leg will definitely be saved. Just lie still, I will begin the treatment. I am going to press several acupoints on your body now, so you won't feel too much pain." Chen Ping'an did not seek the other party's opinion at all. While Lin Wanjuan's father was still dazed, he directly pressed several acupoints on his body. Because Chen Ping'an knew that if they truly haggled over this kind of thing, it would never end. Therefore, Chen Ping'an was decisive, acting without hesitation. He decided to press the acupoints first. After his acupoints were pressed, Lin Wanjuan's father immediately lost control of his body. Chen Ping'an's movements were somewhat rough and quick as he immediately removed all the bandages and other materials from Lin Wanjuan's father's leg. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of Lin Wanjuan's father, he reached out and began setting the bones in his foot. Manually setting bones is an old technique of traditional Chinese medicine. But in modern society, fewer and fewer people possess this old skill. Crucially, the number of old TCM doctors who are proficient in this skill is also decreasing. Chen Ping'an, however, was an outstanding practitioner, as the medical skills he possessed were extremely formidable. Western medicine requires surgery to reposition the bones piece by piece to achieve this. But Chen Ping'an did not require such complicated surgery. Chen Ping'an manually reset all the bones in the injured area. Once the bones were set, Chen Ping'an began using the true qi from his longevity art to repair his old father-in-law's wounds. The longevity art can kill people, but it can also repair human organs. Coupled with the enhancement of Chen Ping'an's medical skills, this treatment method could be described as miraculous. During the entire treatment process, because Chen Ping'an pressed the acupoints, Lin Wanjuan's father did not feel any discomfort. To be precise, he couldn't feel his body at all, his entire body was numb. The control nerves in his body had been temporarily severed by Chen Ping'an. It is indeed very easy for a powerful martial artist to kill someone. For someone like Chen Ping'an, if his hand had been a little heavier, he could have directly severed his old father-in-law's nerves, paralyzing him for the rest of his life. Of course, since this was his old father-in-law, Chen Ping'an would not resort to such a cruel move. After about 10 minutes, Chen Ping'an completed the treatment and rebound the bandages. "Uncle, do not move this leg for half a month. For these 2 weeks, you must lie in bed. You cannot go anywhere or do anything. After half a month, you will basically be able to get out of bed and move your limbs a bit. I will also prescribe a dose of medicine for you, taking it on time can accelerate your body's recovery," Chen Ping'an stated. "Little Chen, why can't I feel my whole body?" Lin Wanjuan's father stammered, his voice filled with panic. "Uncle, your leg was just reset by me, and it would be extremely painful right now. I was considering your well-being, so I temporarily pressed your acupoints to prevent you from feeling pain. You now just lie still and rest assured. In 2 or 3 hours, your body will return to normal. However, by that time your leg will hurt a lot, so you must bear with it," Chen Ping'an explained, adding that this process could not be stopped. "So that's how it is. I understand now." Lin Wanjuan's father immediately let out a sigh of relief. "Does this mean my leg is fixed now? Do I still need to go to the hospital?" Lin Wanjuan's father asked uncertainly. "I have already treated you completely. There is no need to go to the hospital anymore. Uncle, please rest assured. I would never deceive you about something like this," Chen Ping'an said seriously. Previously, Lin Wanjuan's father wouldn't have dared to believe a single word Chen Ping'an said. But having witnessed Chen Ping'an's acupressure technique and his exquisite healing methods, he truly began to believe in Chen Ping'an's abilities. The key factor was still the cost of treatment. He knew that undergoing this kind of surgery at the hospital would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. That would essentially empty out all his savings. But now, he didn't have to go to the hospital, meaning this treatment cost was saved. For a poor person like him, this was fantastic news. Therefore, Lin Wanjuan's father chose to believe Chen Ping'an. "Little Chen, I don't even know how to express my gratitude to you properly," Lin Wanjuan's father said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Uncle, you are being too polite to me. We will be family in the future." Chen Ping'an smiled and said softly. Yes, we will be family in the future," Lin Wanjuan's father quickly agreed. Just at this moment, Lin Wanjun and her mother finally entered. Lin Wanjun had seen Chen Ping'an treating her father earlier, but she hadn't dared to stop him, as Chen Ping'an had already started the procedure. Now that the treatment was over, the mother and daughter quickly walked in. "Chen Ping'an, you really aren't joking, are you? My dad's leg can't be messed with?" Lin Wanjun asked, her eyes red-rimmed. "Trust me. How could I joke about something like this? If father-in-law's leg really has a problem, I'll support him for the rest of his life," Chen Ping'an immediately added. As soon as he said this, Lin Wanjuan's face instantly turned red like an apple. "It's too late today, so I'll be heading back now. The prescription I wrote is on the table. Remember to fill the prescription tomorrow. Don't worry, the Chinese medicine I prescribed isn't expensive. I estimate it will only cost a little over 100 yuan. Chen Ping'an quickly explained. Chinese medicine is indeed a complex field. If you use expensive medicinal ingredients, the price can skyrocket. But if only ordinary medicinal ingredients are used, the price can be very cheap. The prescription Chen Ping'an wrote did not use any expensive medicinal ingredients, so the price was not high at all. Chen Ping'an, thank you. Although Lin Wanjun was blushing, she immediately expressed her gratitude. Why don't you stay and eat first? Lin Wanjun's mother quickly suggested. Auntie, let's skip it today. It's getting too late. I'll come again next time. Chen Ping'an quickly replied. All right then. Daughter, hurry up and see him out properly. Lin Wanjun's mother said again. Chapter 54, Taking Action Tonight. By the way, Auntie, do you know where Zhao Dajuan lives? I'm worried that Zhao Dajuan might cause trouble for you later, and possibly for me too. So I want to find someone to ask about his character. At the very least, I need to know where he lives. Chen Ping'an asked casually as he walked to the door. Lin Wanjun's mother was only slightly stunned and didn't think much of it. After hearing Chen Ping'an's explanation, Lin Wanjun's mother quickly gave him Zhao Dajuan's home address. Zhao Dajuan didn't live far, there was another urban village 2 streets away. Zhao Dajuan's residence was 85 Yanhe Road. Chen Ping'an memorized the address, said his thanks, and then rode away on his bicycle. Daughter, is this classmate of yours really trustworthy? After Chen Ping'an left, Lin Wanjun's mother sighed and asked again. She was still a little uneasy. He is very reliable. I believe he is trustworthy, Lin Wanjun said with certainty after only a second of hesitation. This is the man you chose. Whether you suffer hardship or live a good life in the future, you chose it yourself. As your mother, I can only let you have your way, Lin Wanjun's mother sighed again. Mom, I know, Lin Wanjun whispered, lowering her head. If she had a choice, why would she have made this decision? But she had no other option. If Chen Ping'an hadn't appeared, she would have had to marry Zhao Dajuan. Rather than marrying Zhao Dajuan, she chose Chen Ping'an. This was Lin Wanjun's thinking. Given 2 choices, she chose Chen Ping'an. After riding away, Chen Ping'an didn't go straight home. He took a detour and rode toward Zhao Dajuan's house. 10 minutes later, Chen Ping'an successfully arrived at Yanhe Street. Chen Ping'an had been to this area several times before and was quite familiar with it. There used to be a food street nearby with lots of delicious things, which Chen Ping'an often visited. Chen Ping'an rarely came to Yanhe Street, but he knew the general route. Moreover, Chen Ping'an already knew Zhao Dajuan's house number. The location of Yanhe Street was a bit remote but easy to find because it was built alongside a small river. As long as you found the small river, you found Yanhe Street. 55 Yanhe Street. Chen Ping'an glanced at the house number and continued his search. Now that he had found 55 Yanhe Street, the rest of the road would be easy to navigate. Sure enough, Chen Ping'an didn't spend much time before finding 85 Yanhe Road. Chen Ping'an observed the surroundings. There were no surveillance cameras. Fortunately, it was 1998, and the penetration rate of surveillance was very low. Most streets had no monitoring whatsoever, which made things convenient for Chen Ping'an's actions. Zhao Dajuan lived in an independent house with its own courtyard. This was good news for Chen Ping'an. But immediately following that, bad news arrived. Zhao Dajuan was not home. Chen Ping'an could sense that there was no one inside Zhao Dajuan's house just by standing at the front gate. There was no one in Zhao Dajuan's house, but there was a dog. When Chen Ping'an walked up to the entrance, the dog in the courtyard heard his footsteps and started barking furiously in his direction. After confirming that Zhao Dajuan was not home, Chen Ping'an could only curse and leave. His mother was waiting for him to come home for dinner, and he didn't have time to keep wasting here. But fortunately, he had now confirmed the location of Zhao Dajuan's house. A plan slowly began to form in Chen Ping'an's mind. Chen Ping'an quietly got on his bicycle and rode home. What's wrong with you, kid? You're only coming back now. You worried me sick, I almost went to the school to look for you. Upon returning home, his mother Yushuiying immediately scolded him. Usually, Chen Ping'an would have been back by this time, but today he was an hour later than usual, so it was no wonder Yushuiying was so irritated. Mom, you can't blame me. The teacher handed out a test paper and made us finish it at school before coming back. Mom, please understand, the college entrance exam is coming soon, so the teacher has increased our workload, Chen Ping'an quickly explained. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Yushuiying asked skeptically. Mom, if you don't believe me, why don't you go to school tomorrow and ask our teacher? Chen Ping'an said confidently. Or, why don't you talk to our teacher tomorrow at school and ask them not to give us extra homework anymore? They must let us leave school on time every day. Chen Ping'an suggested proactively. That won't do. The college entrance exam is coming up, and your studies must be intensified, Yu Xiaoying quickly said. Forget it, you boy, hurry up and eat. Yu Xiaoying waved her hand, finally letting Chen Ping'an off the hook. Chen Ping'an smiled, thinking to himself. Easily handled. The food was a bit cold, but Chen Ping'an didn't mind and ate heartily. After eating, Chen Ping'an returned to his room to read and study. At 10 p.m., Chen Ping'an washed up and returned to his bedroom, planning to sleep. Another hour passed, and it was 11 p.m. The house was now completely dark and quiet. The door to Chen Ping'an's bedroom creaked open. Then, Chen Ping'an, wearing a dark tracksuit and a mask, walked out. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a petty person's revenge lasts from morning till night. Chen Ping'an did not consider himself a gentleman, he preferred to be a petty person. Therefore, revenge must absolutely not wait until the next day. Zhao Dajuan must be dealt with tonight. Chen Ping'an stopped at the door, quietly listening to the sounds coming from his mother's bedroom. It was 11 p.m., and his mother had long since fallen into deep sleep. Chen Ping'an lightened his steps and walked out of his house. After leaving his house, Chen Ping'an walked quickly toward the outside of the residential area. There was no guard at the community gate, but just in case, Chen Ping'an chose to climb the wall. Chen Ping'an easily scaled the 2-meter-high wall. After getting over the wall, Chen Ping'an hurried toward Zhao Dajuan's house. Chen Ping'an didn't ride his bike this time, but his walking speed was no slower than cycling. The 11 p.m. night was already desolate, with hardly any pedestrians on the street. However, Chen Ping'an was very cautious, moving mostly along street corners so that his figure would not be discovered. Half an hour later, Chen Ping'an arrived at the entrance of Zhao Dajuan's house. The moment Chen Ping'an arrived at Zhao Dajuan's doorstep, the dog in the courtyard started barking. Chen Ping'an leaped up, easily flipped over the courtyard wall, and landed inside Zhao Dajuan's yard. The moment Chen Ping'an landed, the large black dog in the courtyard charged toward him. Chen Ping'an gave the large black dog a cold look, raised his foot, and kicked the dog flying. With just one kick, the large black dog was instantly killed. The courtyard instantly fell silent. Chen Ping'an slowly walked toward the bedroom. But the bedroom was very quiet, Zhao Dajuan hadn't returned yet. Chen Ping'an immediately started cursing again in his heart. Chapter 55, Good Night, Zhao Dajuan. Despite the cursing, Chen Ping'an lacked no patience. Since Zhao Dajuan had not returned yet, it did not matter, he would just wait. Chen Ping'an had already made up his mind, he had to finish him off tonight. If he did not deal with Zhao Dajuan tonight, he would not be able to sleep peacefully. Waiting and waiting, 2 full hours passed by. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening rang out at the entrance. Zhao Dajuan, reeking of alcohol, finally stumbled back in. It turned out that after leaving Lin Wanjuan's home, this guy had gone off to drink with his drinking buddies. These drunks were best at killing time. Once they started drinking, it went on endlessly for hours, and finally, he returned home, drunk. After returning home, he did not notice anything unusual, he completely failed to realize that his dog had already been kicked to death. He also did not notice that there was an extra person in his house, and a figure was already walking towards him. Who the hell are you? You're not here to steal things from my house, are you? Zhao Dajuan finally noticed someone in front of him, he narrowed his eyes and said impatiently. He still thought the person in front of him was a thief. Little did he know that the person in front of him had come to take his miserable life. Chen Ping'an grabbed Zhao Dajuan by the neck and dragged him straight into the bedroom. Even though Zhao Dajuan looked sturdy, in reality, he had no ability to resist in Chen Ping'an's hands and was easily dragged away. Chen Ping'an dragged Zhao Dajuan into the bedroom and threw him onto the bed. Who the hell are you? Are you looking to die? Do you know who I am? Do you believe I'll kill you? The drunken Zhao Dajuan was still cursing and swearing. Chen Ping'an did not indulge him, he reached out and tapped him several times on his body. These acupoint taps were not meant to harm Zhao Dajuan, but to make him sober up in a short time. It had to be said, Chen Ping'an's method of sobering someone up was indeed very effective. After just a few short minutes, the drunken Zhao Dajuan had already sobered up. However, this sobriety was very short-lived. It was only a brief moment of clarity granted by Chen Ping'an. "It's you. I remember you. What exactly do you want to do?" The sobered-up Zhao Dajuan realized something was wrong. He saw Chen Ping'an standing right in front of him. Of course he recognized Chen Ping'an, although he did not know Chen Ping'an's background. He knew that his wife had been snatched away by him. In the middle of the night, with Chen Ping'an appearing before him again, he naturally realized the situation was ominous. However, Zhao Dajuan was still somewhat arrogant. He was not afraid of Chen Ping'an. After all, Chen Ping'an looked like a high school student, gentle and quiet, appearing to lack any great lethality. So Zhao Dajuan quickly regained his composure. He stared at Chen Ping'an with wide eyes and said viciously, "I know you. You've got a lot of nerve, daring to snatch my woman. Let me tell you, I won't let you off. I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to kill your whole family. Just wait to die. Your whole family is waiting to die." Zhao Dajuan said viciously, his mouth spewing the most venomous language. Chen Ping'an, however, appeared very calm. Because he would not bicker with a dead man. "Do you know why I wanted you to wake up? You were drunk just now. Killing you then would have been the simplest thing. But I won't do that. Because if you just died like that, it would be too easy for you. I want you to wake up, and then I will torture you. Let me tell you, how will you die? I will sever the tendons in your hands and feet, and then sever your spinal nerves. I want to make you a paralyzed person who can no longer move at all. I heard that your parents are already dead. And your relationship with your relatives is not very harmonious. If you become paralyzed at home, will anyone come to bring you food? If someone comes to bring you food, that's still okay. You can continue to live like a dog. But if no one comes to bring you food, then you're in for it. You will starve to death right here." Chen Ping'an said slowly and methodically, but his words were even more terrifying than Zhao Dajuan's threats. "That's impossible, don't brag in front of me. Do you think this kind of nonsense can scare me? Do you think I was scared growing up? Fine, if you have the ability, come at me. Let's see if you, this young man, have the guts to lay a hand on me. Have you ever killed a chicken? You haven't even killed a chicken, yet you dare to kill people, and dare to sever my hand and foot tendons. Do you have the guts?" Zhao Dajuan said coldly, his face full of disdain. He did not believe a word Chen Ping'an said. Chen Ping'an just smiled. He did not explain at all, nor did he refute. Because neither explaining nor refuting had any meaning, what he needed to do was take action. Before Zhao Dajuan could react, Chen Ping'an reached out and grabbed his arm. Then, Chen Ping'an pinched his hand. The nerves in Zhao Dajuan's wrist were directly severed using true qi. This technique was extremely sophisticated. It used true qi to penetrate the skin and sever the subcutaneous nerves. Even with modern anatomy, this technique would be very difficult to observe. Even after Zhao Dajuan died, if a forensic pathologist performed an autopsy on his body, they would not be able to find his cause of death or his symptoms before death. What the forensic pathologist would be able to determine is that Zhao Dajuan was starved to death. Chen Ping'an's movements were fast. The nerves in Zhao Dajuan's hands and feet were quickly severed by him using true qi. In fact, Chen Ping'an did not need to do this, because he only needed to sever the spinal nerves, and Zhao Dajuan's body would similarly lose control. But Chen Ping'an still did it. He mainly just wanted to be sure. Severing the nerves of the limbs, then severing the spinal nerves. Zhao Dajuan's entire body went completely numb and fell into a paralyzed state. "What are you doing to me? What exactly are you doing to me?" Zhao Dajuan asked frantically. He was now like a mad dog. Chen Ping'an did not stop Zhao Dajuan screaming, because he had observed earlier that no one lived nearby. No matter how loudly Zhao Dajuan screamed here, no one would hear him, who told him to live in such a remote location. After severing Zhao Dajuan's spinal nerves, Chen Ping'an continued to work on the nerves in Zhao Dajuan's head. After just a few operations, Zhao Dajuan could no longer speak. He had become a mute. Zhao Dajuan lay quietly on the bed. Only his eyeballs could still move. Now Zhao Dajuan had completely quieted down. His eyes were filled with intense fear. He wanted to speak, he wanted to beg for mercy, but he could not do anything. "I'm leaving. Enjoy your future life." Actually, I didn't intend to kill you, I only planned to come and scare you, but I took your threats from just now seriously. So, I'm sorry. For the safety of my family, I had to take action against you. Good night, Zhao Dejuan. Chapter 56, Magic Farm. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Chen Ping'an woke up slowly after a night of sweet dreams. He had finally taken care of Zhao Dejuan. Chen Ping'an had avenged Lin Wanjuan's grievances from her previous life in this one. Although Chen Ping'an hadn't personally killed Zhao Dejuan, in reality, it was no different from killing him. Because Zhao Dejuan's nerves throughout his entire body had been completely severed. His body couldn't move, and his mouth couldn't speak. He could only lie on his bed, quietly waiting for death. Moreover, his death would be quite miserable. If no one discovered him, he would starve to death in his own home. Under normal circumstances, he should have friends, right? If he had friends, they might find Zhao Dejuan, and in that case, Zhao Dejuan would still have hope of survival. But most likely, no one would go looking for Zhao Dejuan. Because the door to Zhao Dejuan's house had already been locked. Even if someone came looking for Zhao Dejuan, they would at most just knock on the door. But Zhao Dejuan was now crippled, lying in bed at home, unable to move. Therefore, even if someone knocked on the door or came looking for him, Zhao Dejuan couldn't call for help, nor could anyone get inside to find him. Zhao Dejuan's outcome was practically foreseeable. He would starve to death in his own home a few days later. After he died and his body began to stink, the neighbors around him would probably realize the fact of his death. Chen Ping'an wasn't worried at all that this matter would be connected to him. Because Chen Ping'an hadn't killed Zhao Dejuan personally. Given the investigative capabilities of this era, it would be impossible to trace it back to Chen Ping'an. Called by his mother, Chen Ping'an got up, dressed, washed up, ate breakfast, and then rode his bicycle to school. Zhang Yong was waiting for Chen Ping'an at the entrance of his home, as always. He truly was Chen Ping'an's loyal childhood friend. Old Chen, what exactly is going on between you and Lin Wanjun? Zhang Yong rode closer, leaning in to ask in a low voice. A lewd expression was plastered on his face, making one wonder what exactly this guy was thinking about. From now on, you can call Lin Wanjuan sister-in-law. But you can only call her that privately. Don't call her that at school, she's shy and will hit you. Chen Ping'an said seriously. Old Chen, I just realized how awesome you are now. Zhang Yong said excitedly. You just realized? Your taste is failing, I've always been awesome, okay. Chen Ping'an said with a grin. The two chatted and laughed the whole way, quickly riding their bikes to school. 8 o'clock in the morning was the time for morning reading again, and this was Chen Ping'an's favorite time of the day. Because the system items would refresh at this time. Today, there were 4 brand new items. Max level Vajrapalm. 1 fine embroidered spring saber. 1 magic farm. 1 Barrett sniper rifle. The appearance of 4 items today gave Chen Ping'an a pleasant surprise. Aside from the fine embroidered spring saber, which was a relatively ordinary item, the other 3 items were extraordinary. The max-level Vajrapalm was quite tempting and could enhance Chen Ping'an's combat ability. But after thinking about it carefully, Chen Ping'an didn't seem to need this max-level Vajrapalm manual. After all, this was modern society, this kind of martial art truly wasn't useful. The embroidered spring saber was the same result. The truly attractive items were the last 2, the magic farm and the Barrett sniper rifle. Boys generally like firearms, and Chen Ping'an was no exception. However, the existence of this gun was quite intimidating. Although Chen Ping'an really liked the Barrett sniper rifle, his attention was still focused on the magic farm. Chen Ping'an really wanted to know what exactly this magic farm was. All system items come with a description, so to find out what the magic farm was, he just needed to look at the description. After reading the description, Chen Ping gasped. This magic farm was actually a real-life version of QQ Farm. That's incredibly awesome. The magic farm had both planting and breeding functions, and the crops inside grew extremely fast. Normally, planting rice takes several months to mature before harvest, but in the magic farm, planting and harvesting might be completed in just a few days. Moreover, the magic farm also had one-click planting and one-click harvesting functions. The system interface only provided a brief introduction. The specific details could only be viewed once he purchased the magic farm. However, Chen Ping'an had already made his decision. He was going to buy this magic farm. After all, the magic farm was the most valuable item. Spend 1 yuan to purchase the magic farm. The best part about the One-Yuan Flash Sale System was right here. Any item could be flash purchased for just 1 yuan. There were no other costs. It was immensely satisfying. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the magic farm. A new function button suddenly appeared on the system interface. The function button was named Magic Farm. Chen Ping'an opened the Magic Farm function button. Immediately, an inkwash animation-style farm appeared before Chen Ping'an. This was the magic farm. The magic farm contained a great number of fields, and the space inside was enormous. This was incomparable to QQ Farm. Inside the farm, there were mountains, water, rivers, numerous fields, and boundless grasslands. All the facilities were complete, but everything appeared desolate. The fields were already overgrown with weeds. Chen Ping'an looked at the usage guide and quickly understood how to use the magic farm. Chen Ping'an could perform planting and breeding in the magic farm. However, seeds and young animals needed to be purchased with money. Chen Ping'an didn't need to spend money externally. He could directly buy seeds and young animals within the magic farm system interface. After buying the seeds and young animals, he could start planting. Chen Ping'an found endless joy playing with the magic farm while attending class. The gameplay of the magic farm was similar to QQ Farm. Chen Ping'an only played for a little while and quickly became proficient in using it. However, Chen Ping'an soon realized that the magic farm was actually quite money-consuming. Because all the seeds inside the magic farm needed to be bought with money. The magic farm used cash. The magic farm had a cash recharge window, and Chen Ping'an could directly recharge cash through this window. However, Chen Ping'an didn't have much money at the moment. He could only recharge 100 yuan to familiarize himself with the operations. Chen Ping'an needed to recharge more money to truly enjoy the magic farm. Chapter 57, You Have Dysmenorrhea. After fumbling around for a long time, Chen Ping'an finally understood the basic functions of the magic farm. First, the area of the magic farm. The initial area of the magic farm is 100 mu of land, a pond, a pasture, and a livestock shed. These are all the initial items of the magic farm. However, the magic farm can be expanded, but expansion costs money. For example, farmland. It can certainly be expanded with money, but the cost of expansion is not low, 10,000 yuan per mu of land. Such a price is really too expensive for the current Chen Ping'an. But if you think about it from another perspective, all the farmland in the magic farm is his personal private land. Buying 1 mu of land for 10,000 yuan means he can use it indefinitely, without any restrictions. Without restrictions, it is still very cost-effective. Of course, the most crucial thing is that the growth rate of crops in the magic farm is very fast. The growth rate of magic farm crops is 10 times that of the outside world. For example, it takes 150 days to harvest rice planted in the outside world, but only 15 days in the magic farm. This is without using any chemical fertilizers. If fertilizers from the farm are purchased for irrigation, the growth rate will be even faster. But fertilizers also cost money. This magic farm is exactly like QQ Farm. Everything you buy costs money, and it's all cash. Although it costs money to buy these things, Chen Ping'an still felt it was very cost-effective after looking at it. Because it's worth the price. The land of the magic farm is very fertile, and the yield is very high. Moreover, according to the system's explanation, crops produced by the magic farm have a certain probability of producing top-grade crops. The top-grade peaches and top-grade apples Chen Ping'an bought before were all produced by the magic farm. Chen Ping'an doesn't know the specific situation yet. After all, he hasn't actually planted anything. Although he has already planted some fruits and vegetables, they haven't been harvested yet, so the actual situation is still unknown. Although many things are still unknown, Chen Ping'an can already see that the potential of this magic farm is enormous. Because as long as you spend money, you can endlessly expand the land of the magic farm. For example, in the future, if Chen Ping'an has enough money, he can buy 100 million mu of land. Then plant rice or wheat on these lands, because the magic farm has 10 times the growth rate. So, after only 15 days, these rice and wheat can be harvested. And this operation can be repeated. In this way, Chen Ping'an alone could feed everyone in the world. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but gasp when he thought of this. If he really did that, it would indeed be awesome. Of course, thinking is one thing, whether to do it or not is another matter. After all, if Chen Ping'an were to do such a high-profile thing, governments of various countries around the world would probably come looking for trouble with him. In short, Chen Ping'an can now confirm that this magic farm is indeed awesome. Currently, the magic farm cannot be used for large-scale planting, but small-scale planting is no problem at all. After all, the magic farm still has 100 mu of land. In the future, Chen Ping'an's own family's food problems can be directly solved by the magic farm. Not only Chen Ping'an's own family, but also his relatives and friends' families can all be taken care of. However, this thought arose and was then immediately extinguished by Chen Ping'an himself. Some things are simple to think about, but difficult to do. It's fine if his own family secretly eats a little. But if Chen Ping'an gives these vegetables and fruits to his relatives and friends, and the matter gets out of hand, it will definitely be asking for trouble. So, some things are best left as thoughts in one's mind, it's better not to do them. Chen Ping'an planned the 100 mu of land, intending to plant some fruits and vegetables he wanted to eat. However, for now, he has only planted a few mu of fruits and vegetables. Because he doesn't have enough money. Whether it's buying seeds or planting, it all costs money. The magic farm is a money-devouring beast. Chen Ping'an was studying the magic farm, and before he knew it, class was over. Li Mengyun suddenly walked over and said to Chen Ping'an, "What's going on between you and Lin Wanjun?" Li Mengyun asked indifferently. "What do you mean, what's going on?" "Your question is inexplicable," Chen Ping'an asked, deliberately playing dumb. "I saw you two leave together on a bike last night. Are you planning to pursue Lin Wanjun?" Li Mengyun asked with an ugly expression. "You took my first kiss, and now you're going to pursue Lin Wanjun, what do you mean by that?" Li Mengyun thought angrily to herself. "You're asking about that? Actually, I went to see her father for treatment. Lin Wanjun's father was sick, and her family's situation wasn't good, they didn't have money to go to the hospital. She heard that I could cure illnesses, so she asked me to go to her house to treat her father." Chen Ping'an reeled off this lie almost without any hesitation. But to say it was a lie isn't entirely accurate. There was still some truth in it. "Ask you to see a doctor? Who are you anyway? Are you a doctor?" Li Mengyun said disdainfully. "Although I'm not a doctor, I've studied medicine, and most doctors aren't as skilled as I am. Lin Wanjun knew about this, which is why she asked me to treat her father. Besides, you wouldn't not know what kind of personality Lin Wanjun has, right? Do you think she would get together with me for no reason?" Chen Ping'an retorted. Chen Ping'an's words really stumped Li Mengyun. Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun were quite familiar with each other. After all, they were the two most beautiful girls in the school. Although they weren't classmates in the same class, they were in the same grade, so they were quite familiar. Li Mengyun certainly knew that Lin Wanjun was a cold, icy beauty, and she had never heard of Lin Wanjun being close to any boy. Under normal circumstances, Lin Wanjun shouldn't have gotten together with Chen Ping'an. Could it be that everything Chen Ping'an said is true? Li Mengyun fell into self-doubt again. "You say you know medicine, then tell me what illness I have." Li Mengyun asked with a hint of haughtiness. "No problem, actually, your problem isn't big. Come a little closer, I'll tell you quietly." Chen Ping'an said softly. "Is it necessary to be that close?" Li Mengyun pouted and said. She said that, but she still leaned in closer. "You have dysmenorrhea every month. How about it, wasn't I right?" Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Li Mengyun's face instantly turned crimson. Because Chen Ping'an was right, she did have dysmenorrhea every month. Chapter 58, Back on the Rooftop. Dysmenorrhea in girls is actually a very common problem. Li Mengyun was just making a fuss over nothing. Of course, she's a girl, so she would naturally feel embarrassed when this kind of thing was brought up. "Your condition isn't serious, I can cure it. Give me your hand, I'll massage it a few times for you. Once I massage your acupoints, your illness will be more than half cured. Then I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it according to the prescription for a month, and your illness will be completely gone. Chen Ping'an said softly. You're not trying to fool me, are you? Li Mengyun was a little disbelieving. Why would I need to lie to you? Besides, there's no way to lie about this kind of thing. If I can't cure you, you can come hit me. Chen Ping'an said confidently. I don't want to hit you, it'll dirty my hands. Li Mengyun said grumpily. But after she finished speaking, she furtively glanced around. Noticing many classmates watching them, she immediately felt embarrassed. It's not convenient now. Let's talk about it at lunch. If you can really cure my illness, I'll treat you to lunch. That's it, I'm going back. Li Mengyun finished speaking, swiped, and then ran off directly. Chen Ping'an smiled and shook his head gently. Old Chen, you're really getting more awesome now. You didn't hook up with Li Mengyun again, did you? Didn't you already get together with Lin Wanjun? Why are you hooking up with Li Mengyun again? Zhang Yong also leaned closer and whispered. As he spoke, his face was full of envy. Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun were the two most beautiful girls in their school, no boy wouldn't like them. Of course, Zhang Yong liked them too, but his liking was purely platonic, not love. But this didn't stop Zhang Yong from envying Chen Ping'an. Only children make choices, adults want them all. I'm an adult, okay. Chen Ping'an said, feigning profoundness. You're awesome. Zhang Yong gave a thumbs up, his face full of envy. At lunchtime, Chen Ping'an proactively sought out Li Mengyun. The two sat together to eat. This was the first time the two of them had eaten at the same table. Chen Ping'an was natural and unreserved, but Li Mengyun was not. Li Mengyun always felt that the classmates around them were watching her, and her face remained red throughout the meal. Why is your face so red? What's there to be embarrassed about? Chen Ping'an said with a grin. Li Mengyun just gave Chen Ping'an a glare but said nothing. All right, I know you're thin-skinned, so I won't talk. Let's eat first, and after we finish, we need to find a secluded place for me to give you treatment. Speaking of which, your period is coming soon. If you don't treat it now, you'll be in pain for a while again. Chen Ping'an suddenly lowered his voice and said this. When Li Mengyun heard this, her face instantly turned crimson, blood red. How do you know it's coming soon? Li Mengyun asked softly, gritting her teeth. Her gritted teeth expression was incredibly cute. I just took your pulse. That's how I knew it was coming soon. I understand your physical condition better than you do. It's here. Chen Ping'an suddenly said. And Li Mengyun's expression suddenly changed. Because she felt a faint pain in her lower abdomen. This was a sign that her period was about to start. Currently, it was just a faint ache in her lower abdomen, but it would get increasingly painful by the afternoon. Chen Ping'an's prediction was really accurate. Now, give me your hand. I'll help you relieve it first. Chen Ping'an said. This time, Li Mengyun didn't refuse and obediently offered her wrist. Chen Ping'an took Li Mengyun's small hand and then massaged several acupoints on her hand. While massaging, he slowly injected his true qi into Li Mengyun's hand. Within just 2 minutes, Li Mengyun suddenly felt that she was no longer in pain. You really have some skills, I don't feel any pain now. Li Mengyun said in surprise. This is only temporary. Let's eat first, then find a secluded place, and I'll massage you again. Remember to drink plenty of hot water during the day today, and don't catch a cold tonight. I'll also give you a prescription, remember to have your family get the medicine from the pharmacy according to the prescription. I'll write down the instructions for the medicine clearly for you. You need to take it continuously for a month. Actually, your condition isn't really an illness, it's just that your physique is relatively weak and you're prone to cold, which leads to this result. The medicine I'm prescribing for you is meant to nourish your body. Once your body is well nourished, you naturally won't have any symptoms. Chen Ping'an explained. Thank you. Li Mengyun said somewhat happily. This condition had actually tormented her for a long time. She had mentioned it to her mother before and had also seen doctors at the hospital. The doctors at the hospital had given her medicine and tried many treatment methods, but none had very good results. Each time, she would feel a little better when taking the medicine, but as soon as she stopped, it would relapse, making her extremely uncomfortable repeatedly. This time, listening to Chen Ping'an speak so logically, Li Mingyun's heart rekindled with a glimmer of hope. I hope this time he can really cure me. Li Mingyun secretly thought to herself. After they finished eating, the two quickly left together. Let's go to the rooftop, there's no one there. Chen Ping'an said. Li Mingyun was a little embarrassed but still nodded in agreement. However, Li Mingyun also made a request. They couldn't walk together, they had to walk one in front and one behind. Chen Ping'an was a little speechless but still complied. Chen Ping'an went up to the rooftop first, and then Li Mingyun followed. Revisiting the old place, Chen Ping'an truly felt an indescribable sensation. It was here that he had taken Li Mingyun's first kiss. It was also here that he had gained a new life. And it was here that he had taught Zhang Lei and his group a lesson. Oh, speaking of Zhang Lei, I wonder how that kid is doing now. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhang Lei should still be lying in the hospital, right? Chen Ping'an's mind churned with this thought, but he quickly dismissed Zhang Lei from his mind. Because Li Mingyun had arrived. Come here, I'll give you a treatment. Chen Ping'an waved to Li Mingyun. You won't do anything strange to me, will you? Li Mingyun said cautiously upon arriving. Look at what you're saying, am I that kind of person? We've been classmates for 3 years, don't you know what kind of person I am? Chen Ping'an said grumpily. You can't say for sure, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Li Mingyun pouted. All right, stop dawdling, let's get this done quickly. Chen Ping'an proactively walked over, grabbed Li Mingyun's hand, and began to massage it. Li Mingyun was a little embarrassed at first, but Chen Ping'an's massage technique was too comfortable. Gradually, she began to enjoy it. Chapter 59, I messed up. It would be a real shame if you didn't become a doctor in the future. After all, your medical skills are so good. If you don't become a doctor, your medical skills will all go to waste, Li Mingyun said admiringly. Li Mingyun's words held no hint of teasing, she genuinely believed Chen Ping'an's medical skills were excellent. She had seen so many doctors before, but none of them were useful and couldn't cure her minor ailment. But once it reached Chen Ping'an's hands, her minor ailment was instantly cured. Li Mingyun was the clearest on just how formidable Chen Ping'an's medical skills truly were. Because Li Mingyun had experienced it firsthand. Be a doctor. It's impossible for me to be a doctor in this lifetime. I will only be a rich person. Being a doctor means serving others like an ox or a horse. Do you think I'm stupid? Chen Ping'an said disdainfully. Nonsense. How can being a doctor mean serving others like an ox or a horse? Li Mingyun retorted. Chen Ping'an just smiled and offered no explanation. While being a doctor is a noble and prestigious profession for ordinary people. To truly high-class individuals, doctors are merely servants. Are you feeling much better now? Chen Ping'an asked after a moment. Much better, yes. That's why I keep saying you should be a doctor. Your medical skills are so good, Li Mingyun urged again. Stop talking about it. That topic holds no interest for me. Let's drop this topic and switch to another one. For example, do you like me? Chen Ping'an suddenly asked with a mischievous smile. Get lost. I definitely don't like you. I'd rather like dogs or cats than like you, Li Mingyun snapped, rolling her eyes. I don't believe that. If you don't like me, how did you give me your first kiss? Chen Ping'an chuckled naughtily. Don't bring that up. It was your fault for stealing my first kiss. Just mentioning that makes me half dead with anger. Li Mingyun couldn't help but pinch Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an suddenly reversed his grip, pulled Li Mingyun into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her. Everything happened too fast, Li Mingyun didn't have time to react. Li Mingyun instinctively struggled, but she couldn't break free. But slowly, her body softened, and she lay gently in Chen Ping'an's embrace. During the first kiss, Li Mingyun hadn't felt much, but this time was different. This was not a tentative peck, but a deep kiss. Only after a good while did Chen Ping'an release Li Mingyun. Li Mingyun did not speak, merely breathing lightly. Be my girlfriend. I like you very much. I've liked you for many years. The first time I saw you in the first year of high school, I fell for you. Li Mingyun, will you be my girlfriend? Chen Ping'an said affectionately. Chen Ping'an swore that what he said this time was truly heartfelt. Li Mengyun was the woman he had loved for 2 lifetimes. Chen Ping'an, please don't be like this. We are still just high school students. We should at least wait until we get to university. That is my bottom line. Let's both get into the same university, and then we can date. Okay. Li Mengyun said softly. Actually, Li Mengyun had been tempted for a moment. But a girl's modesty prevented her from agreeing immediately. Moreover, Li Mengyun was a very sensible girl. Li Mengyun knew very clearly that now was the most critical time. Their most important task now was facing the college entrance exam. Everything else should be put aside first. I'll take that as a yes. One more kiss. Ah. Li Mengyun let out a soft cry, and then her mouth was covered again. This time, Li Mengyun was experienced and even actively explored. After separating once more, Li Mengyun decisively struggled out of Chen Ping'an's embrace. Chen Ping'an, if you dare to do that again, I will truly get life chi. I won't speak to you for the rest of my life. I mean it. Li Mengyun pointed at Chen Ping'an, her eyes wide with rage, her face full of fury. Chen Ping'an felt that Li Mengyun was genuinely feeling some life chi. Chen Ping'an quickly said, all right, I understand. I won't do it next time. That's better. If you dare to do that again, I really won't talk to you anymore, Li Mengyun said with life chi. Don't feel life chi, don't feel life chi. We won't feel life chi. Everything just now was my fault, Chen Ping'an said, smiling and repeatedly apologizing. Let me show you a magic trick. Watch closely. See how my hands are empty. Now look, isn't there a peach in my hand? As he spoke, a peach suddenly appeared in Chen Ping'an's previously empty hands. Chen Ping'an, how did you do that? Can you really do magic? Li Mengyun asked in surprise. Let me see the peach. It's not a prop, is it? Of course, it's not a prop. This is a genuine peach, and it's edible. Take a bite and try it. As Chen Ping'an spoke, he handed the peach in his hand to Li Mengyun. Is this peach real or fake? Don't trick me. Li Mengyun took the peach and asked, looking confused. Is the peach real or fake? You'll know if you take a bite. Go ahead and try, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Li Mengyun carefully examined the peach in her hand, and the more she looked, the more she felt it was real. She held the peach and smelled it. The aroma was especially tempting, and it looked and smelled delicious. Then I'll give it a try. After Li Mengyun finished speaking, she carefully took a bite. With just one bite, she confirmed it was a real peach because it tasted exceptionally good. Whether a peach is real or fake can be determined with just one bite. Li Mengyun could now confirm that this was a real peach, and it was the best peach she had ever eaten in her life. This peach is so delicious, just as tasty as the apple you gave me last time. Do you have any more peaches? Give me some extra, I want to take them back for my mom to eat, Li Mengyun commanded. No problem, wife boss, Chen Ping'an teased flirtatiously. Get lost, don't talk nonsense, Li Mengyun frowned, yet she felt a strange sensation in her heart. I'll listen to you, I'll listen to everything. I won't speak improperly. Chen Ping'an quickly said, then drew a line across his mouth, as if zipping his lips shut. The two chatted and laughed, and their relationship instantly grew closer. After finishing the peach, Li Mengyun had no intention of staying. They still left one after the other, with Li Mengyun going first and Chen Ping'an following behind. Chen Ping'an paused when walking down from the rooftop, because he saw Lin Wanjun coming towards him. Lin Wanjun glanced at Chen Ping'an and immediately turned to leave. The expression on her face suggested she was feeling some life chi. Holy crap, did I just mess up? Chen Ping grabbed a handful of his hair, wearing a helpless expression. Chapter 60, Watching a Movie Tonight. Chen Ping'an wanted to find Lin Wanjun to explain, but he truly couldn't find an opportunity to do so. Lin Wanjun seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. It wasn't until school ended that Chen Ping'an finally caught an opportunity. You aren't experiencing life chi, are you? Or are you jealous? Chen Ping'an followed by Lin Wanjun sighed and asked in a low voice. I am not experiencing life chi, nor am I jealous, Li Wanjun said stiffly. But the expression on her face was not saying that. One could tell from her facial expressions that she was experiencing life chi. Whatever the matter is, let's just be open and talk about it. Can we not do this? Chen Ping'an said calmly. Then what do you mean? Didn't you say you liked me? You even went to my house to propose marriage and promised to provide a bride price. Then, you turned around and took Li Mengyun to the rooftop. Who knows what you two did on the rooftop? Lin Wanjun said expressionlessly. In the end, she was still jealous. She didn't know what was wrong with herself either. She clearly didn't like Chen Ping'an, it was just a choice made when she had no other options. But when she saw Chen Ping'an and Li Mengyun chatting and laughing, she felt very uncomfortable inside. It was as if her own possession had been snatched away by someone else. To put it bluntly, Lin Wanjun was jealous. Regardless of whether she liked Chen Ping'an or not. However, Chen Ping'an had gone to her home to propose and had promised to give a bride price. She herself had agreed to this matter, so in her heart, she must already have Chen Ping'an. Now that Chen Ping'an was being intimate with another woman, it would be strange if she felt okay about it. You know that I have always been pursuing Li Mengyun, and I like her too. But Li Mengyun doesn't like me. I liked you before too, and I pursued you, but you rejected me. If you had just agreed to be my girlfriend back then, there wouldn't have been anything with Li Mengyun later on, would there? I would only like you wholeheartedly. I wouldn't go and provoke Li Mengyun. Are you saying this is my fault? Lin Wanjun said speechlessly. No, this is my fault. It's my fault, I didn't control my feelings well. Give me some time, and I will handle this matter properly. Chen Ping'an said seriously. Besides, Li Mengyun and I are completely innocent. It's not like you don't know that she doesn't think much of me. Lin Wanjun was somewhat speechless. But what Chen Ping'an said seemed to make a lot of sense. Don't experience life chi anymore, it's not worth it to experience life chi over such things. Come to think of it, we haven't eaten together or watched a movie together yet. Tonight, I will treat you to dinner, and then we'll watch a movie together. What do you think? We still have a long, long time to be together in the future. Shouldn't we seize every minute and every second? Shouldn't we cherish every moment we have together? So, accompany me to watch a movie tonight, and then have dinner with me, Chen Ping'an said. I feel like what you're saying is particularly convoluted. Forget it. I won't interfere with your business with Li Mengyun. Anyway, I'm not anyone to you, so I can't control it, Lin Wanjun said indifferently. How could you not control it? You will be my wife in the future, Chen Ping'an said brazenly. Lin Wanjun's face turned bright red in an instant. As a teenage girl, where would she have ever heard such words? I will accompany you home first and tell your parents. Then we will go out to eat and watch a movie together. After the movie, I will bring you back. Isn't the movie Titanic very popular recently? Have you seen it? Chen Ping'an suddenly asked. Chen Ping'an had also just suddenly realized that Titanic was released this year. Titanic? I've heard of this movie, but I haven't seen it. I heard from others that it's really good, Lin Wanjun said, feeling somewhat tempted. She had heard her classmates talk about this movie, many of them had already seen it. However, due to Lin Wanjun's family situation, she had never been to a movie theater to watch a film. Now that she heard Chen Ping'an say he wanted to take her to see the Titanic, it immediately made Lin Wanjun have a desire to go see it. You are not allowed to refuse. It's settled then, Chen Ping'an said domineeringly. Lin Wanjun did not refuse, which already counted as tacit agreement. The two rode their bikes together, heading towards Lin Wanjun's home. During the journey, Chen Ping'an took out his phone and called his mother at home. Mom, I've asked a female classmate to watch a movie with her. I'll be back late tonight, Chen Ping'an said this in a low voice. Ah. You brat, take care of yourself. His mother's pleasantly surprised voice came through the phone, and then she also lowered her voice, urging him to be careful. This is the difference between boys and girls. If a girl went out to eat and watch a movie with a male classmate, her mother at home would definitely not agree. But when it was a male classmate, the situation was immediately reversed. Chen Ping'an's mother was overjoyed to hear that Chen Ping'an was going to take a female classmate out to eat and watch a movie. Even if there was no result between the two, it didn't matter, her son wouldn't be at a disadvantage anyway. After handling his mother, Chen Ping'an had no more worries. Lin Wanjun had heard Chen Ping'an's action of calling his mother clearly, and Lin Wanjun's face turned a bit red. The two of them chatted intermittently as they rode their bikes towards Lin Wanjun's home. They finally arrived at Lin Wanjun's home. Seeing that Chen Ping'an had also come along, Lin Wanjun's mother was very enthusiastic. Lin Wanjun's mother even intended to invite Chen Ping'an to have dinner together, but she was refused by Chen Ping'an. The main reason was that the dinner at Lin Wanjun's home was indeed a bit simple, and Chen Ping'an didn't want to mistreat himself. Moreover, Chen Ping'an certainly wouldn't give up such a good opportunity to increase their affection. Under Chen Ping'an's insistence, Lin Wanjun's mother went along with it. "Why don't you leave your school bag at my house first?" As the two walked out of Lin Wanjun's home, Li Wanjun looked at Chen Ping'an carrying a large school bag and asked, "No need. Watch closely, I'll perform a magic trick for you." Chen Ping'an said with a smile, then muttered something and suddenly declared, "Heaven and earth infinite, borrow the law of the universe, store." The school bag he was carrying suddenly disappeared. "Ah, how did your school bag disappear?" Lin Wanjun asked in surprise. Lin Wanjun walked over and even touched Chen Ping'an's body. She also checked Chen Ping'an's bicycle, but couldn't find any mechanisms or props. "How on earth did you do that? How did your school bag disappear? Where did you hide the school bag?" Lin Wanjun went straight into a mode of asking 3 questions in a row. "I won't tell you, hee, unless you kiss me," Chen Ping'an said with a chuckle. "If you don't want to say, then don't." "I didn't even want to know," Lin Wanjun said with a straight face. But in reality, she still wanted to know the answer. Chapter 61, The First Date with Lin Wanjun. "Why didn't you eat at my place just now?" After they had walked for a while, Lin Wanjun spoke up and asked. "This is our first date, and it's also the first time we're eating together. I feel like it's quite significant, so we should make it a bit more formal. Even if we aren't going to some grand hotel to eat, we should at least have a good meal." Chen Ping'an explained. Hearing Chen Ping'an's explanation, Lin Wanjun felt a bit of joy in her heart. Although she had never been in a relationship, the feeling of being valued by someone really made her feel very comfortable. "Then what shall we eat?" Lin Wanjun asked. "Is there anything you want to eat?" Chen Ping'an inquired. "I've never had a hamburger before. Could you take me to try one?" Lin Wanjun thought for a moment before saying, "No problem. Whatever you want to eat, that's what we'll have today. But I can tell you in advance, hamburgers aren't as delicious as you might imagine. However, since you've never had one, it's only right that you give it a try," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. If this were 20 years later, if someone said they had never eaten a hamburger, it would definitely be something unimaginable. After all, 20 years from now, hamburger shops will be everywhere, and the prices will be very affordable. But in 1998, it was completely different. Because in 1998, just eating a single hamburger combo meal would cost 10 or 20 yuan. You have to realize this is 98, a bowl of zhajiang mian only costs 1 yuan. Riding the bus only costs 5 jiao. Eating a fast food meal only costs 2 or 3 yuan. So, if you convert it like that, you'll know just how expensive eating a hamburger really is. Chen Ping'an's family background was decent, so he had eaten hamburgers before. Lin Wanjun's family situation was not very good, so she had never eaten a hamburger and couldn't bear to buy one. The author himself only saw a classmate eating a hamburger when he was a child and had never eaten one himself, so he remembers this very clearly. Although they were in a small place, there was already one KFC. Chen Ping'an rode his bike and took Lin Wanjun straight to KFC. In his memory, KFC hadn't changed much, and sure enough, Chen Ping'an saw at a glance that KFC was still just as he remembered it. When they arrived at the entrance, Lin Wanjun felt a bit hesitant to go in. Turning her head to look at Chen Ping'an, Lin Wanjun said in a low voice, "The things here are so expensive. Should we just go somewhere else?" "It's fine. If you like it, we'll eat here." As he spoke, Chen Ping'an directly took Lin Wanjun's hand and walked into KFC. Lin Wanjun's heart rate accelerated instantly. She struggled a little, but couldn't break free. Her face was flushed red, and she could only let Chen Ping'an hold her hand. Business in the store was exceptionally booming, and it was almost completely full. Although KFC's items were sold at a high price, there were currently no other competitors to contend with it. If ordinary people wanted to eat a hamburger, they had no choice but to come to KFC. Unlike 20 years later, when all kinds of hamburger shops would be all over the streets. People's choices would be much greater, and prices would actually be driven down. Right now, KFC was almost the sole monopoly. "Let's just order a family bucket, I have a big appetite," Chen Ping'an said. He barely even considered Lin Wanjuan's opinion. Because Chen Ping'an also knew that even if he asked for Lin Wanjuan's opinion, it would be a wasted question. It was also Lin Wanjuan's first time eating at KFC, and she didn't know which items here were good or bad. Since that was the case, it was better to just order the family bucket. It had everything, so it was actually more convenient. Although there were only 2 of them, that didn't affect their ability to eat at all. Because Chen Ping'an's appetite was exceptionally large. Chen Ping'an was now also a martial arts practitioner, so his consumption of food was quite high. "It's so expensive. Wouldn't that be buying too much?" Lin Wanjun said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing the price list, Lin Wanjun felt at that moment that she had come to the wrong place. It was her first time entering a KFC store, and it was also the first time she knew that the prices here were so expensive. Before this, Lin Wanjun had only vaguely heard that the food here was delicious but expensive. Only now did she truly know the price, and only now did she truly feel it was so expensive. A single family bucket actually cost over 90 yuan. You have to know that her monthly allowance wasn't even 90 yuan. "In the future, when you are with me, I want you to never have to worry about money again. From now on, in your eyes, price will just be a number. You don't need to consider whether something is expensive or cheap. You only need to consider whether you like it or not," Chen Ping'an said to Lin Wanjun seriously. Lin Wanjun's heart rate accelerated again, and her face was flushed red. But she felt a warmth in her heart, and she had an unusual feeling. Lin Wanjun couldn't say what kind of feeling it was, but she felt very comfortable. If she were an experienced girl, she would know that she was in love. After the 2 finished ordering, Lin Wanjun was a bit at a loss. Chen Ping'an directly took Lin Wanjun's hand, walked to an empty seat, and pressed her down into it. "You sit here and claim the seat first. We have the receipt in our hands. When it's our turn later, we can just go to the counter and pick it up. They don't have table service here, we have to get it ourselves." Chen Ping'an waved the receipt in his hand and explained softly. Because Chen Ping'an knew that it was Lin Wanjun's first time coming, she probably didn't understand many things about this place. That was why Chen Ping'an took the initiative to explain things clearly. Lin Wanjun nodded, inwardly touched by Chen Ping'an's attentiveness. Lin Wanjun also felt a bit surprised, because when they were in school before, she felt that Chen Ping'an wasn't this kind of boy. At that time, Chen Ping'an was just a big, carefree boy. But the current Chen Ping'an was very mature, giving her a sense of safety and stability. Could it be that boys all mature so quickly? Lin Wanjun thought to herself. The store was a bit busy, so they had to wait for quite a while. Chen Ping'an certainly wouldn't just wait around like that. He had long since gone over to get 2 drinks and was chatting quietly with Lin Wanjun while they sipped them. Lin Wanjun felt that this time spent together was so comfortable. Previously, Lin Wanjun had been somewhat resistant to Chen Ping'an, but now she felt she had already somewhat accepted him. Finally, the family bucket belonging to the 2 of them was ready. Chen Ping'an went over and brought back a tray piled high with food. "There's so much. With this much, can the 2 of us really finish it?" Lin Wanjun said, at a loss. "Rest assured, I have a very big appetite," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "Let me open it for you. This is the hamburger, these are the fries, and here is the fried chicken." Chen Ping'an did it himself, opening up the various delicacies for Lin Wanjun one by one. The 2 of them ate with great relish, just like a couple in the midst of a passionate romance. Chapter 62, Lin Wanjun's Gratitude. After eating their fill, the 2 planned to go watch a movie. This era naturally couldn't compare to 20 years later, but there were still movie theaters. It was just that the movie theaters of this era were quite old-fashioned, at least in Chen Ping'an's view. Lin Wanjun didn't feel that way. Instead, she felt the movie theater here was very grand and high class. This was simply a difference in a person's perspective. Because Chen Ping'an had seen what movie theaters looked like 20 years later. So when he looked at the current movie theater, he felt it was particularly old-fashioned. But Lin Wanjun had not seen what movie theaters looked like 20 years later. Therefore, the movie theater at this moment seemed quite good in her eyes. Chen Ping'an bought 2 movie tickets, and the two sat together. There was still an hour until the movie started. "Let's go out and take a walk," Chen Ping'an suggested. Lin Wanjun naturally did not refuse. "Where are you planning to attend university?" Chen Ping'an asked casually. I plan to go to university in the capital city. Do you think that's appropriate?" Lin Wanjun said, sounding a bit uncertain. Lin Wanjun's biggest wish before was to be admitted to a university in the capital city. Because, in Lin Wanjun's view, attending university in the capital city was a very fortunate thing. But Lin Wanjun had calmed down now, and she felt this idea was too unrealistic. It wasn't that she couldn't get into a university in the capital city, but wouldn't the tuition for a capital city university be very expensive? Given her family's situation, how could she possibly have the chance to attend university in the capital city? "Since you want to attend university in the capital city, then we will attend university in the capital city. What you need to do now is study hard, participate well in the college entrance examination, and achieve a good score. You don't need to worry about money, I will make all the arrangements for you. What you truly need to worry about is whether you can get accepted into a capital city university," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "Of course I can get in," Lin Wanjun said, raising her voice. You must know that Lin Wanjun was the top student at school. Her academic performance was excellent, she even had a chance of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Lin Wanjun had never doubted her own learning ability. So she never worried about her college entrance examination results. She only worried that her family couldn't afford her university tuition. "I know what you're worried about, university tuition, right? From now on, you are mine, and I will cover all your university tuition. University tuition, living expenses, in short, I will cover all expenses. I want you to have absolutely no worries. I will make you the happiest woman," Chen Ping'an said calmly. But his calm words, upon reaching Lin Wanjun's ears, felt like the most touching declaration of love. "Chen Ping'an, why are you so good to me?" Lin Wanjun said, tears streaming down her face. She felt that even her own parents had never been this good to her. But Chen Ping'an was this good to her. Her parents wanted to sell her for a good price and marry her off to an old middle-aged man. But Chen Ping'an pulled her out of hell. Moreover, Chen Ping'an didn't despise her family's situation at all. Nor did he ever dislike the fact that she wanted to continue university. In reality, many girls here got married right after graduating high school and never had the chance to attend university. Chen Ping'an gave her the opportunity to attend university. At this moment, Lin Wanjun was extremely touched. Lin Wanjun proactively held Chen Ping'an's hand, and the tears in her eyes kept flowing uncontrollably. This was the first time she knew what it felt like to be genuinely cherished by someone. "Don't cry. We should be happy. Why are you acting like I bullied you? If you're going to cry, wait until I've taken your first blood," Chen Ping'an joked. Lin Wanjun was stunned for a moment, having completely failed to understand what Chen Ping'an was saying. Chen Ping'an could only give an awkward laugh. This was the generation gap of the era. If it were a girl from 20 years later, she would probably know what that meant as soon as she heard it. But in this era, girls were relatively innocent. Because the information they received was limited, there were many things they were completely unaware of. "Chen Ping'an. If you like Li Mengyun, you should go pursue her. You don't need to worry about me. Actually, I know you like Li Mengyun." Lin Wanjun wiped a tear and suddenly spoke. Her words gave Chen Ping'an a huge fright. Chen Ping'an quickly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You know Li Mengyun doesn't like me. I am dating you right now. Don't overthink things." Chen Ping'an said reassuringly, worried that Lin Wanjun would start imagining things. The more Chen Ping'an interacted with Lin Wanjun, the more he realized that although she seemed aloof, she was actually very fragile internally. This was probably related to her family. "I'm not overthinking. I actually understand everything. Please don't treat me like I don't know anything, okay?" Lin Wanjun gently pinched her high, cute nose and whispered. All right, you know everything, Chen Ping'an quickly replied. But this topic was difficult to follow up on. Have you thought about what you want to do after graduating from university? What major do you want to study? Chen Ping'an quickly and appropriately changed the subject. I don't know. What major do you think I should study? What kind of job should I do later? Lin Wanjuan's attention was indeed diverted. She frowned, thinking about what major she should study. You don't need to worry about money, you just need to consider what you like, Chen Ping'an advised. Actually, I want to learn how to do business, but I don't know if there's a major for that. Because I think my family is so poor, and I want to earn more money. I want to study a major related to making money. Lin Wanjun stuck out her tongue and said with a hint of playfulness. Then you could study something related to business, like business administration. But are you sure you are really suited for business? Or rather, can you truly adapt to doing business? Chen Ping'an inquired. No matter how Chen Ping'an looked at it, he felt that an aloof woman like Lin Wanjun was not suited for business. According to Chen Ping'an's experience, it wasn't that women weren't suited for business, but that women who were suited for business were all smooth operators. The powerful businesswomen he had interacted with were all highly capable, with strong social skills, networking abilities, and high emotional and intellectual quotients. Lin Wanjun was clearly unqualified in this regard. Of course, it didn't matter. Since Lin Wanjun had this idea, she should give it a try. If she tried it and felt she wasn't suited, she could just change jobs later. By the time Lin Wanjun graduated from university, Chen Ping'an's career would already be thriving. At that time, Chen Ping'an could support Lin Wanjun in whatever business she wanted to do. You're right. I'll think about it more carefully, Lin Wanjun said, taking his advice. Chapter 63, Stock Liquidation. The two chatted and laughed, and time flew by. The movie was about to start. Chen Ping'an quickly brought Lin Wanjun to the cinema. They found their seats and sat down. A moment later, the lights in the cinema dimmed. The movie began to play. Chen Ping'an had bought cola and popcorn before entering. Chen Ping'an reached out, picked up a piece of popcorn, and started feeding it to Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun was a little unaccustomed at first, but gradually she got used to it. Chen Ping'an had seen this movie many times, so he wasn't too concerned about its content. The key was who he was watching the movie with. Watching a movie with a beautiful girl like Lin Wanjun indeed felt different. There weren't many people in the cinema, and with no lights, Chen Ping'an became bolder. During the movie, he directly started playing with Lin Wanjun's small hand. Lin Wanjun was a little annoyed, but out of helplessness, her small hand could only continue to be played with by Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an chuckled, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Actually, Lin Wanjun's hands were not delicate at all, they were somewhat rough. This was because Lin Wanjun often did housework at home, and she never took care of her hands on a daily basis. You need to take good care of them from now on. Your hands are too rough, I don't like touching them, Chen Ping'an whispered into Lin Wanjun's ear. The warm breath on Lin Wanjun's earlobe gave her a strange sensation. Lin Wanjun didn't speak, but her cheeks were already flushed. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an knew his limits and didn't go too far. It was only limited to touching Lin Wanjun's hand. After watching the movie, Lin Wanjun felt like she had broken out in a sweat. Can you please not be like this anymore? Lin Wanjun said shyly as they walked out of the cinema. What did I do? Chen Ping'an asked, looking puzzled. Just don't be so lecherous, Lin Wanjun whispered, her face already crimson. I'm only lecherous towards you, not towards other women. Is that still not okay? Chen Ping'an said seriously. If you still think that's not okay, then I'll be lecherous towards other women too, Chen Ping'an said jokingly. No, you can't. Forget it, I can't win against you, do whatever you want. After Lin Wanjun finished speaking, she ran off with a red face. Chen Ping'an chuckled and quickly chased after her. After taking Lin Wanjun home, Chen Ping'an rode his bike back. You brat, you're finally back. Tell me clearly, what did you do tonight? As soon as Chen Ping'an returned home, he was questioned by his mother. Mom, don't be so agitated. I just got home, let me catch my breath, okay? Chen Ping'an said helplessly. You're the one who isn't clear, so how can I not be anxious? First, tell me clearly, what exactly is going on? Yu Xiuying said eagerly. You know Lin Wanjun from our school, right? You must have seen her, that very beautiful girl. You even told me privately before that you'd be overjoyed if Lin Wanjun became your daughter-in-law. Tonight, I went to watch a movie with Lin Wanjun. I plan to win Lin Wanjun over. I just want to ask if you support me or not. Chen Ping'an said very calmly. You mean that Lin Wanjun? Of course I support you, Mom must support you. Son, if you can win Lin Wanjun over and marry her to be your wife, Mom would be overjoyed. Yu Xiuying said happily. Yu Xiuying had also seen Lin Wanjun before, as they were both students at the same school. When Yu Xiuying attended parent-teacher conferences, she naturally saw Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun's appearance was simply too outstanding and beautiful, anyone who had seen her could never forget her. But in just an instant, Yu Xiuying said with a suspicious look. You brat, you're not trying to make your mom happy, are you? That girl, I feel like she's very haughty. With her looks, how could she fancy you? Yu Xiuying said with a suspicious expression. Mom, don't be so unconfident. Your son is still very excellent, okay? Chen Ping'an said with a playful smile. Just wait and see, I'll definitely win her over before the college entrance exam ends. When the college entrance exam is over, I'll bring her home to have a meal with you, Chen Ping'an said confidently. All right, if you can really bring that girl home. Then I'll definitely agree to whatever happens between you two, Yu Xiuying smiled, pursing her lips. If she could really marry Lin Wanjun to be her daughter-in-law, Yu Xiuying would wake up smiling even in her dreams. Though she said that, Yu Xiuying didn't take it seriously. After all, Lin Wanjun was indeed too outstanding, and she still felt that her son wasn't worthy of Lin Wanjun. Days passed like this, one by one. The college entrance examination was getting closer and closer. Chen Ping'an lived a very fulfilling life every day. The activity he looked forward to most every day was the One-Yuan Flash Sale. But luck is indeed hard to predict. Before, he would occasionally draw good treasures every few days. But recently, he had hardly encountered any treasures that caught his eye. However, jewelry was not scarce. Gold bars, rubies, sapphires, diamonds, jadeite, and top-grade Hetian jade. Chen Ping'an had already bought a lot of such items. After buying them, they were all stored in the system space, he didn't need them for now anyway. What goods the One-Yuan Flash Sale System could flash sale depended on luck. If he was lucky, he could flash sale a top-tier cultivation technique, directly reaching the peak to become a martial arts grandmaster. But if luck was bad, he could only buy some fruits or a few gold bars. Chen Ping'an's luck during this period was clearly not good, he hadn't flash saled any items he liked. Fortunately, his gains were by no means small, and Chen Ping'an himself was quite satisfied. This day, it was also the last day of stock trading. After today, Chen Ping'an wouldn't know tomorrow's market conditions. Chen Ping'an called son Haitang. Sister Haitang, I need a favor. Please liquidate all the stocks in the account, Chen Ping'an said. Liquidate all stocks. Okay. Which stock should we buy next? Son Haitang asked. No more purchases, we'll stop here for now. I won't be trading temporarily. I need to withdraw the money from the account, I have a use for it, Chen Ping'an said. Son Haitang was immediately startled. It was known that Chen Ping'an was Son Haitang's biggest client. The commission Son Haitang earned from managing Chen Ping'an's stocks during this period was astonishing. Now that Chen Ping'an no longer planned to trade stocks, Son Haitang had lost her biggest client. By the way, after liquidation, how much capital do I have in my account now? Chen Ping'an asked. Chapter 64, starting today, I'm a billionaire. Please wait a moment, I'm performing the liquidation now. Alright, everything has been sold. Your current account balance is 269 million. Son Haitang's breathing was rapid as she spoke this number. In just 17 trading days, under Chen Ping'an's operation, 100 million in funds had turned into over 260 million. This was the terrifying power of the financial market. Chen Ping'an's principal was 23 million, and an additional 80 million was leverage provided by the securities company. Therefore, that 80 million needed to be returned to the securities company. After deducting 80 million, Chen Ping'an's account still had 189 million. This money truly belonged to Chen Ping'an personally. However, within this cash, 32.4 million belonged to Zhou Wanhao. This was the capital Chen Ping'an borrowed from Zhou Wanhao. After returning Zhou Wanhao's funds, Chen Ping'an's capital reached 156 million. After mentally calculating this number, Chen Ping'an was also greatly surprised and extremely excited. In just 1 month, he earned over 100 million through stock trading. It was incredibly exhilarating. Sister Haitang, I still have class, so I'll just tell you this much for now. I'll come find you after school at noon, and we can transfer the account, Chen Ping'an said. All right, I'll take care of it for you, Sun Haitang quickly agreed. However, Sun Haitang still felt a bit regretful in her heart. She would soon lose Chen Ping'an, this major client. During his lunch break, Chen Ping'an took advantage of the free time to go to the securities company. Several bosses in the company, knowing Chen Ping'an was coming, had already been waiting for him. Chen Ping'an didn't know that in this past month, he had become a big celebrity at this securities company. Ordinary employees certainly didn't know Chen Ping'an, but these bosses definitely did. Just the handling fees Chen Ping'an paid alone made these bosses a huge profit. And Chen Ping'an also had to pay handling fees for using margin financing, which were also not low. For a major client like Chen Ping'an, they naturally offered warm hospitality. Although Chen Ping'an was currently a high school senior, in his previous life, he had actually fought in the business world. He was very familiar with social etiquette and dealings. Even facing these bosses, he was completely at ease. Chen Ping'an also left his contact information with these bosses and promised to continue trading at their securities company in the future. However, when the next trade would be was unknown, he would only act after seeing the market conditions. The bosses also expressed understanding. They weren't fools, of course, they knew that true masters of stock trading didn't trade every day. Only those leaks who wished for the stock market to open every day. They weren't trading stocks, they were using the stock market as a casino. True masters would seize the opportunity and act decisively when the chance arrived. If they didn't see an opportunity, they would exit and rest. Chen Ping'an's operating style, in their eyes, was that of a top master. But how could they know that Chen Ping'an was not a stock trading master at all? Chen Ping'an's 1-month stock trading period had simply expired. He could no longer accurately predict the future stock trends, so he could only give up stock trading. After sending off these bosses, Chen Ping'an completed all the necessary procedures with Sun Haitang's help. Normally, funds in a stock account would require 1 working day to be withdrawn. However, Chen Ping'an had already become an advanced VIP client of their securities company. Sun Haitang processed the withdrawal for Chen Ping'an on the spot, so the funds were immediately taken out. Sun Haitang also helped Chen Ping'an contact the bank associated with Chen Ping'an's account. The bank card upgrade for Chen Ping'an was processed right there. Chen Ping'an's bank card was directly upgraded to the bank's black gold card. This card could only be applied for if an account held over 100 million in cash. This black gold card had many special functions, such as large amount transfers, interest-free loans, and low-interest loans. If Chen Ping'an applied for this bank card himself, it would be quite troublesome, but with the securities company's help, it was much easier and was completed on the spot. What Chen Ping'an valued most about this black gold card was its large amount transfer function. Ordinary bank card transfers had significant limits, but this black gold card did not. Chen Ping'an immediately transferred a huge sum to Zhou Wanhao's bank account. A massive sum of over 30 million was paid in one go. Zhou Wanhao, who was having dinner with clients at a restaurant, suddenly received a text message from his bank card and was immediately startled. His account suddenly had over 30 million more, and Zhou Wanhao was a bit bewildered. Zhou Wanhao didn't immediately know where this money had been transferred from. Just then, Zhou Wanhao received a call from Chen Ping'an. The phone number already had a note, so Zhou Wanhao knew at a glance it was Chen Ping'an calling. A thought suddenly popped into Zhou Wanhao's mind. Could it be that this money was transferred by Chen Ping'an? With this doubt, Zhou Wanhao answered the call. After the call connected, Chen Ping'an didn't waste words and directly explained the situation. What did you say? So that 30 million transfer really was from you? Zhou Wanhao said in surprise. Earlier, Zhou Wanhao had already guessed that this money came from Chen Ping'an. However, he wasn't very sure at that time. But now, he received Chen Ping'an's call and Chen Ping'an's confirmed answer. Only then did Zhou Wanhao realize that this huge sum of 30 million was Chen Ping's repayment to him. Actually, Zhou Wanhao had only lent out over 20 million, but Chen Ping'an had agreed on a very high interest rate with Zhou Wanhao beforehand. In a sense, this was a form of usury. Of course, it was a short-term usury. But for Chen Ping'an, this was still his incredibly precious first sum of capital. If it weren't for the over 20 million usury loan that Zhou Wanhao lent him, Chen Ping'an wouldn't have been able to use this money to earn over 100 million. Zhou Wanhao was Chen Ping'an's benefactor. Chen Ping'an remembered this favor from Zhou Wanhao. "Young brother, you're really amazing. You must have earned quite a bit yourself, right?" Zhou Wanhao asked, his mood greatly improved and smiling. "Good luck, I earned over 100 million, Chen Ping'an said modestly. Zhou Wanhao was indeed shocked to hear this. Over 100 million, such an understated remark. But Zhou Wanhao knew just how much weight that sentence carried. Zhou Wanhao was known as the Cement King, but in reality, his cash flow couldn't even produce 100 million. Zhou Wanhao's total assets were only a few hundred million, and his cash was just tens of millions. But Zhou Wanhao's wealth was built up over many years of hard work. Only he himself knew the hardships and bitterness involved. Then look at Chen Ping'an, who easily earned over 100 million in just over half a month. Zhou Wanhao felt jealous. Chapter 65, Recruiting Sun Haitang. When are you free to have a meal together? Since you treated him, my father's health has greatly improved. He, the elder, wants to have a meal with you, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile, inviting him. Then let's make it this Saturday, Chen Ping'an said directly. He still had to give Zhou Wanhao face, so Chen Ping'an did not refuse his invitation. Moreover, Chen Ping'an was also willing to deepen his relationship with Zhou Wanhao. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and quickly hung up the phone. Putting away his phone, Chen Ping'an smiled at Sun Haitang, who had been waiting beside him. Young Miss Haitang, you've worked hard during this time. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to dinner. Hearing Chen Ping'an say this, Sun Haitang didn't hesitate at all and quickly said, of course, no problem. Then let's go. Oh, right, I don't know what you want to eat. You're in charge today. If I'm in charge, can we go for Western food? Sun Haitang said somewhat playfully, I know a Western restaurant. It's quite famous, and they say the food there is delicious, but I also know the prices are too high, so I've never dared to go. But today, Mr. Chen, you're treating, and you've also gotten rich, so I won't be polite with you. Of course, no problem. Then we'll go to that Western restaurant, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Neither of them had a car, so they could only hail a taxi. As for ride-hailing services like Didi, those wouldn't exist for another 20 years. The restaurant wasn't very far, it took about 10 minutes by car. After getting out of the car, Chen Ping'an arrived at the entrance of the Western restaurant. The restaurant's sign was named Dream Paris. Chen Ping'an still had some memories, recalling that this Dream Paris restaurant was indeed quite famous. However, 20 years later, this Dream Paris restaurant had already gone out of business. This was Chen Ping'an's first time visiting the Dream Paris restaurant in both his lifetimes. The two entered the restaurant, and Chen Ping'an requested a private room. Minimum consumption already existed at this time, and the private rooms at Dream Paris restaurant also required a minimum consumption. The minimum consumption was 388. In this era, it was definitely considered high consumption. But for the current Chen Ping'an, it was simply not worth mentioning. Sun Haitang also knew that Chen Ping'an was not short of money, after all, he was now a billionaire. The two had known each other for about a month and were pretty familiar with each other. So Sun Haitang didn't stand on ceremony with Chen Ping'an. After picking up the menu, she ordered several dishes she usually wouldn't dare to buy. Caviar and steak were all expensive dishes. Whether they tasted good or not, the price certainly wasn't cheap. After ordering the dishes and the waiter left, Chen Ping'an immediately asked, Sister Haitang, have you ever thought about changing jobs? Change jobs? No, I think my current job is pretty good. And suitable jobs are not easy to find right now. Are you asking me this because you're planning to introduce me to a job? Sun Haitang retorted. Indeed, there's a job I'd like to introduce to you. I already have startup capital, and I plan to start a business, but I'm short of manpower. I've been observing you for a month and I think you're very suitable to work for me. If you are willing to come work for me, the basic salary is 10,000 yuan, with bonuses and benefits calculated separately, and there's a year-end bonus at the end of the year. The key is that working for me, you'll have plenty of room for advancement. If you come to work for me now, you can be considered a veteran of my company. In the future, as my company grows larger, your status and position will also rise, Chen Ping'an said very seriously. Chen Ping'an also didn't think he was lying. Although he was painting a grand vision, his vision was genuine. When Sun Haitang heard the basic salary, she almost choked on her own saliva. Her current job was quite good, but she only made about 1,500 a month. Chen Ping'an was offering her a basic salary of 10,000 yuan directly. Just the 10,000 yuan basic salary was a price she couldn't refuse. Moreover, Chen Ping'an said there were benefits and perks, so there were clearly other advantages. Sun Haitang, of course, knew that Chen Ping'an was still painting a grand vision. But Sun Haitang had seen Chen Ping'an's abilities with her own eyes. He had earned over 100 million in a month. This was something she had never dared to imagine in her dreams before, yet Chen Ping'an had accomplished it. So, how strong was Chen Ping'an's ability? Sun Haitang didn't dare to estimate. If Chen Ping'an were to start a business, he really might succeed. Once Chen Ping'an succeeded in his venture, then Sun Haitang, as a founding member of the company, could at least become a vice president. The status, position, and benefits of a vice president in a large company or enterprise at that time were unimaginable to Sun Haitang now. Are you serious about all this? Sun Haitang asked, uncertainly. And what do you need me to do? I'm worried I might not do it well. This was what Sun Haitang was most concerned about. The company is just starting, right now, there are no other people in our company, only you and me. So you'll be working as my assistant. What you need to do is actually very simple, I'll give you tasks, and you just complete them. To put it plainly, you'll be assisting me and running errands for me. I think you should have no problem with such a job. However, this job is also very important. Someone I don't trust cannot do this job for me. During this time, you've been able to accurately execute every stock trading plan I've given you. Regardless of whether you had doubts or other thoughts, you didn't operate according to your own ideas. That's what I admire most about you. You know, as my assistant, what I worry about most is my assistant being clever or conceited. How about it? Have you thought it over? Do you want to come work for me? After Chen Ping'an finished speaking, he looked at Sun Haitang with anticipation. Sun Haitang smiled and said, I really can't find any reason to refuse this job. Welcome to our team. You won't regret it. Chen Ping'an smiled and extended a hand to Sun Haitang. Sun Haitang also smiled and extended a hand, gently shaking Chen Ping'an's. As they shook hands, Sun Haitang felt an unusual sensation in her heart. But very quickly, Chen Ping'an had already withdrawn his hand. So, boss, what do you plan to do next? Sun Haitang asked. First, I'll give you a very important task. We need to register a company. This company will serve as our future parent company. This company will be registered in the Cayman Islands. I'll give you a few names, and you'll see which one can be successfully registered. Chen Ping'an said. Chapter 66, Giving Away Phones. Sun Haitang. When can you come over to work for me? Chen Ping'an asked. I need 1 week to complete the resignation procedures. Once I resign, I can come over to work, Sun Haitang said after thinking for a moment. Oh, right, where will our future work address be? Sun Haitang asked again. That depends on where I attend university. Wherever I go to university, that's where our company will open. Naturally, that's where you'll be working. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Sun Haitang felt speechless, but she knew that what Chen Ping'an said was true. You don't need to worry. After we start working in another city, we will provide you with various subsidies. You absolutely don't need to worry about your livelihood. Fearing Sun Haitang might worry, Chen Ping'an quickly explained. All right, I understand. Sun Haitang nodded gently. Actually, this result was within her expectations. Although her parents are local, the problem isn't too big. After all, her monthly salary already exceeds 10,000. Most likely, it will either be the demon capital or the capital city, Chen Ping'an said. Chen Ping'an hadn't actually decided exactly where he would attend university, but his preferred options were the capital city and the demon capital. After all, these two cities are the political center and the financial center, respectively. Both are cities with great potential. Of course, Chen Ping'an's first choice should still be the demon capital. I understand. Sun Haitang nodded gently. As they spoke, the dishes began to arrive. Chen Ping'an immediately said, "Let's stop talking about work here. Let's eat first, enjoy this meal." "Understood, boss," Sun Haitang said with a grin. Chen Ping'an also smiled, sighing inwardly that working with a beauty was truly enjoyable. This was the reason why he wanted to recruit Sun Haitang as his assistant. After all, who wouldn't want their assistant to be a great beauty? Setting aside work capability for a moment, at least her appearance was pleasing to the eye. Chen Ping'an still had to attend school in the afternoon, so the meal wouldn't take too long. After finishing the meal, Chen Ping'an went to a nearby business hall and bought 2 mobile phones. One was for Lin Wanjun, and the other was for Li Mengyun. He definitely had to keep the balance even. Returning to school, Li Mengyun was in the classroom, bent over, writing test questions. Chen Ping'an walked over and placed the phone on Li Mengyun's desk. "What are you doing?" Li Mengyun said, startled, but her eyes were fixed on the phone on the desk. Li Mengyun had a phone herself, but it was actually a hand-me-down from her mother. As a senior high school student, having a phone was already impressive. But no matter what, her phone was always the old one her mother had retired. Li Mengyun also hoped to have a new phone, but the price of a new phone was indeed quite expensive. Given her family's situation, they weren't unable to afford it, they just felt reluctant to buy it. One must remember that her family would later be able to afford for Li Mengyun to study abroad, so they definitely weren't short on money. Suddenly seeing Chen Ping'an place a new phone in front of her surprised Li Mengyun a little. "I recently made a little money, so I bought a phone for you. Didn't you say your old phone was a bit too dated? This is the latest model," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "What are you playing at, giving me a phone? How much money do you even have?" Li Mengyun said worriedly. "Even the cheapest phone costs 4 or 5,000 yuan, and many families can't save that much in a year." Li Mengyun felt bad about Chen Ping'an spending the money. "I'm a rich man now, I don't lack this bit of money. Actually, this kind of phone isn't good at all. In the future, I will manufacture a phone myself and give it specifically to you," Chen Ping'an said very seriously. The phone Chen Ping'an was talking about was a smartphone. Manufacturing smartphones was also a plan Chen Ping'an had set for himself. Since Xiaomi could succeed, Chen Ping'an felt that he would likely be able to succeed too. "You, manufacturing your own phone? You're quite the braggart," Li Mengyun said irritably, naturally not taking Chen Ping'an's words seriously. The current Li Mengyun naturally couldn't know that Chen Ping'an would truly deliver on his promise one day. Chen Ping'an truly gave Li Mengyun a phone that he had manufactured himself. "This phone is too expensive, I can't accept it," Li Mengyun said, shaking her head. "Are you sure you don't want it? If you don't take it, I can't return the phone, so I'll just have to give it to Lin Wanjun," Chen Ping'an said with a look of helplessness. "How dare you? This phone is mine now." "You're too extravagant, giving away such an expensive phone so easily," Li Mengyun immediately grabbed the phone. A phone meant for her, being turned around and given to Lin Wanjun. How could that happen? If the phone could still be returned to the retailer, Li Mengyun would have accepted it, but she couldn't accept the result of it being given to another girl. "Class is about to start. I'm going back to my seat. We can talk later if there's anything else." After saying this, Chen Ping'an left immediately. Returning to his seat, Chen Ping'an patted Zhang Yong, who was sitting next to him. "I can give you the money I promised before now. Do you want cash or a transfer?" Chen Ping'an asked Zhang Yong. When the two of them went to catch the human trafficker before, Chen Ping'an promised Zhang Yong 50,000 yuan. Later, instead of giving the 50,000 yuan directly to Zhang Yong, Chen Ping'an took it to play the stock market. Chen Ping'an planned to double that 50,000 yuan and return 100,000 to Zhang Yong. "Old Chen, I have a bank card. Just transfer the money directly into my account," Zhang Yong said with a hint of excitement. By the way, old Chen, how much money will I get this time? Zhang Yong asked again, his voice filled with anticipation. 100,000, Chen Ping'an replied simply. 100,000. Zhang Yong opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He knew that before, it was only 50,000 yuan, but now it had suddenly become 100,000. How should I spend this 100,000 yuan? Zhang Yong asked with an exaggerated expression. But this was actually his true inner thought. Had he ever handled such a large sum of money in his life? Moreover, prices were so cheap now, 100,000 yuan could buy so many things. What's hard about thinking about it? Eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink, and buy whatever you like. Don't expect this 100,000 yuan to make you rich, just consider it your usual expenses. When I get rich later, I'll bring you along, Chen Ping'an said directly to Zhang Yong. If Zhang Yong were to invest this 100,000 yuan, it would actually be quite useful. For example, using this 100,000 to buy a house in the demon capital or the capital city. Just buy a rundown, small, old house, and 20 years later, it could sell for a sky-high price. Or he could buy some stocks, such as shares in Apple. One must know that Apple's stock price was currently 0.3 cents. By 2025, Apple's stock price would rise to over $230. Chen Ping'an was not a professional stock trader, and he wasn't very clear on the prices of many stocks. He only vaguely remembered the stock prices of a few major companies. As a rebirth, making money was indeed very simple, he just needed to grasp one or two pieces of information to strike it rich. But this information could only make him rich, not allow Chen Ping'an to establish a commercial empire. To establish a commercial empire, he still had to rely on Chen Ping'an's own abilities. Chapter 67, Giving the Betrothal Gift. I have something to take care of tonight, you go back by yourself first, Chen Ping'an said to Zhang Yong. Old Chen, you're going after girls again, Zhang Yong said with an envious look. Don't worry, there will be plenty of beautiful girls when you go to university. What you need to do now is study hard and get into a good university. If you can only get into a pheasant university, there probably won't be many beautiful girls there. Then you'll have even less of a chance, Chen Ping'an advised. But I'm really not cut out for studying, Zhang Yong said with a helpless expression. Chen Ping'an naturally didn't continue to persuade him. Chen Ping'an knew better than anyone whether Zhang Yong was cut out for studying. And it didn't matter. With Chen Ping'an around, even if Zhang Yong didn't get into university, it wouldn't matter. All right then, I'm leaving first, Chen Ping'an said, then turned, got on his bicycle, and chased after Lin Wanjun, who wasn't far away. Seeing Chen Ping'an and Lin Wanjun together, slowly cycling away, Zhang Yong's eyes showed a hint of envy. That was Lin Wanjun, the school beauty. Now she was actually taken by Chen Ping'an. It was false to say he wasn't envious. Moreover, Chen Ping'an was also getting along famously with Li Mengyun. Thinking of this, Zhang Yong felt a bit jealous. But who told Chen Ping'an to be his, Zhang Yong's, good brother? He wouldn't let women affect his relationship with his good brother. Why are you here? Lin Wanjun asked, a little surprised, while riding her bike. I got the money. Tonight, I'm coming to your house to give the betrothal gift, Chen Ping'an said with a grin. Lin Wanjun's face immediately turned red when she heard this. My betrothal gift is already prepared, you can't go back on your word, Chen Ping'an said with a worried expression. I won't, Lin Wanjun said softly, but her expression was unusually firm. Oh, right, here's a gift for you. As Chen Ping'an spoke, he stopped his bicycle and took out a small box from his school bag. Lin Wanjun saw clearly that it was a phone box. He took out a small and beautiful mobile phone from the box. Is it a phone? Lin Wanjun asked with a surprised expression. Chen Ping'an directly handed the phone over. It's for you, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. This was a white phone. Although it had a plastic body, its appearance was indeed beautiful and elegant, possessing a sense of modern beauty. The price of this phone was naturally not cheap, costing Chen Ping'an over 5,000 yuan. However, for Chen Ping'an now, 5,000 yuan was just a small sum. Why are you giving me a phone? Lin Wanjun quickly declined. You are my girlfriend, what's wrong with me giving my girlfriend a phone? This isn't too much, is it? In the future, you will also be my woman. What I have, you should also have. Besides, without a phone, it's really inconvenient to contact each other. With a phone, it's completely different. Take the phone. I'm calling you now. Chen Ping'an forcefully placed the phone in Lin Wanjuan's hand, then took out his own phone and made a call. The phone in Lin Wanjuan's hand vibrated and let out a pleasant melody. This phone could already store songs and use them as ringtones. Listening to the pleasant ringtone coming from the phone, Lin Wanjun felt a sense of surprise. The ringtone from the phone was really nice to listen to. Don't listen to the song, can you answer the phone first? Chen Ping'an said helplessly. Okay, I'll answer the phone right away, Lin Wanjun said, fumbling to open the phone, then looking a bit flustered. She looked up, watching Chen Ping'an with a wronged expression. How do I answer the phone? It's very simple. See this green button? Press it, and that's how you answer the phone. If you want to hang up, just press this red button. Chen Ping'an taught her, and Lin Wanjun quickly learned how to use the phone. There are also several settings here. You can figure them out slowly when you get back. Let's go back first, Chen Ping'an said. Okay, Lin Wanjun agreed. The two continued to ride their bicycles towards Lin Wanjuan's home. Soon, they arrived at Lin Wanjuan's home. Lin Wanjuan's father was limping and moving his limbs at the doorway. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, he happily greeted him. Since receiving Chen Ping'an's treatment, the injury on his foot had quickly begun to heal. He could now move his limbs on the ground. Of course, walking was still not possible, he could only move his limbs. Working was also not possible at the moment. But he no longer had any doubts about Chen Ping'an's medical skills. After all, his own feelings were the most profound. He knew his injury was almost healed. Uncle, how do you feel? Chen Ping'an greeted him. Look, my limbs are much better, Lin Wanjuan's father said with a laugh. Uncle, I'm here tonight to give the betrothal gift, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Lin Wanjuan's face turned red again when she heard this. No matter how aloof she appeared at school, her face would always turn red whenever Chen Ping'an mentioned the betrothal gift. After all, she was just a young lady in her teens. Although Lin Wanjun was an adult, she was only a third-year high school student and had never left school. She was incomparable to those women outside. Hearing Chen Ping'an say he was here to give the betrothal gift, Lin Wanjuan's father also showed a happy smile. Although he hadn't mentioned the betrothal gift, he was actually worried about it. After all, a betrothal gift of 350,000 yuan was an exorbitant amount in this era. Let alone in this era, even 20 years later, a 350,000 yuan betrothal gift would still be an exorbitant amount. Ordinary families simply couldn't come up with that much money for a betrothal gift. Chen Ping'an himself was a third-year high school student, and he didn't bring any parents. His claim that he could produce 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift indeed lacked credibility. So, Lin Wanjuan's father was quite worried. Now, hearing Chen Ping'an say he had brought the betrothal gift, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Ping'an went into the living room and directly took out his school bag. He opened the school bag and began taking out stacks of money. These cash bundles had actually been withdrawn from the bank at noon. The VIP bank card was indeed very powerful. Normally, the bank would have closed at noon. Moreover, large withdrawals usually required advance appointments. But Chen Ping'an only needed to make a phone call, and everything was arranged. Chen Ping'an didn't need to worry about anything. 350,000 yuan in cash was ready for him by noon. The joy of being rich was fully demonstrated at this moment. Stacks upon stacks of cash were placed on the table, creating a powerful visual impact on Lin Wanjuan's entire family. Lin Wanjuan's parents were already smiling from ear to ear at the sight of all this. Chapter 68, A Happy Family. Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun's mother was indeed a bit greedy for money. But there was no helping it, they had both been terrified by poverty. It was the first time the elderly couple had seen so much money, and their eyes were fixed straight on it. Lin Wanjuan's eyes suddenly turned red, for she knew this was the money for selling herself. But at least it could be considered a good price. Moreover, after spending this time together, she had grown somewhat fond of Chen Ping'an. Regardless, Chen Ping'an had been truly good to her. If she were destined to find someone to be with in her next life, then choosing Chen Ping'an would probably be a very good choice. Lin Wanjun thought silently to herself. Uncle, Auntie, we had previously agreed on 350,000, but later I felt that 350,000 didn't sound very auspicious or pleasant. So, I took the liberty of adding another 38,000. Therefore, there is a total of 388,000 here. Chen Ping'an said, pointing at the pile of cash on the table. Uncle, Auntie, please count the bride price as well, so we can consider the handover complete, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Then we will count it, Lin Wanjuan's father said with some embarrassment. But in reality, he had long wanted to get his hands on the bride price to count it. That is only right, you don't need to be polite with me, Chen Ping'an said. I'll go prepare something good for you to eat. Chen Ping'an, you go ahead and sit for a rest, Lin Wanjun's mother said hurriedly. Now that they had accepted Chen Ping'an's bride price, the engagement was formally set. Therefore, Lin Wanjun's mother became increasingly warm towards Chen Ping'an. Lin Wanjuan's father, meanwhile, was busy counting the bride price. A bride price of 388,000 was no small amount, so he had to count it carefully. Moreover, the process of counting money was extremely enjoyable for him. Let's go sit in my room, Lin Wanjun said. That works, Chen Ping'an agreed. Lin Wanjuan's room was not large, and there were 2 beds inside. One bed belonged to her, and the other belonged to her younger sister. The 2 sisters lived in the same room. Although Lin Wanjuan's room was small, it was kept very clean. It was much cleaner than Chen Ping'an's room. Is my room a bit lacking? Lin Wanjun asked with some embarrassment. Not at all. What's wrong with it? It's kept so clean, it's a great room, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Lin Wanjun smiled along with him but said nothing. Which one is your bed? Chen Ping'an asked. It's this one, Lin Wanjun said, reaching out to point at the bed near the door. I'll lie down for a moment, Chen Ping'an said, smiling as he lay directly down onto the bed. Don't lie down, Lin Wanjun said suddenly. Because Lin Wanjun had just remembered that she still had underwear on the bed that she hadn't put away. Chen Ping'an was already lying on the bed by then. He reached out and pulled a piece of underwear from under the covers. It was a bra, somewhat old, but the size was not small. Chen Ping'an was stunned for a moment. Lin Wanjun hurriedly reached over to snatch the underwear away. Chen Ping'an reached out and pulled Lin Wanjun directly into his arms. Don't move, let me hold you for a moment, Chen Ping'an whispered. Lin Wanjuan's whole body stiffened, and she didn't dare to move. Although they were already quite familiar with each other, this was their first intimate interaction. Don't fidget, just let me hold you for a moment, Chen Ping'an whispered into Lin Wanjuan's ear. Lin Wanjuan's face was flushed red, and indeed, she didn't dare to move. Looking at the incomparably beautiful face so close to him, and those moist red lips, Chen Ping'an couldn't resist. He lowered his head and gave her a deep kiss. Lin Wanjun was shocked and reached out to push Chen Ping'an away. But Chen Ping'an's embrace was too tight, she couldn't push him away. Helpless, Lin Wanjun gave up. After a good while, Chen Ping'an finally released Lin Wanjun. How could you be like this? Lin Wanjun asked softly, her face covered in a blush. You can't blame me for this, it's because you are too beautiful, and I couldn't resist. If you were a bit uglier, I would have been able to resist. Chen Ping'an said with extreme seriousness. Lin Wanjun was amused and annoyed at the same time. She had no way to deal with Chen Ping'an. Moreover, their status as a couple was already set. In Lin Wanjuan's heart, she already belonged to Chen Ping'an. Such things would happen sooner or later anyway. Since Chen Ping'an wanted it, she would give it to him. It was just that everything had happened too suddenly, making Lin Wanjun feel a bit unaccustomed to it. That felt wonderful just now. Promise me that you'll kiss me often in the future, Chen Ping'an said with a chuckle. I won't promise that. It's so disgusting, you even used your tongue just now. Lin Wanjun covered her mouth and shook her head repeatedly. But the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. The two were chatting and laughing there, while in the living room, Lin Wanjuan's father had finished counting the bride price. Lin's father put the bride price away with a beaming smile. A bride price of 388,000 was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of. With this money, they could renovate their house. The school expenses for their second daughter and younger son were also covered. Their whole family could live a good life. Moreover, it was clear that Chen Ping'an treated Lin Wanjun very well. Their daughter wouldn't suffer after marrying into his family. The whole family was very satisfied with this outcome. Before long, the meal was ready. Lin Wanjun's mother hurriedly called Lin Wanjun and Chen Ping'an out. "We didn't prepare much today, and there isn't much good food, so please just make do with a bite," Lin Wanjun's mother said with embarrassment. Their family's living conditions were not great, so their daily diet was not very good either. Fortunately, they had some cured meat and sausages, as well as vegetables, so they barely managed to put together a table of food. "Auntie, you are too polite. For me, this meal is already very good," Chen Ping'an said hurriedly. "As long as you don't mind." "Let's eat, you must be hungry," Lin Wanjun's mother said with a smile. The food was quite palatable, it wasn't a problem for Chen Ping'an. On the contrary, Chen Ping'an felt that the time left for him and Lin Wanjun was too short. He had originally wanted to kiss her a few more times, but unfortunately, time did not permit it. After the meal, Chen Ping'an departed. Lin Wanjun personally saw Chen Ping'an to the door. "Hee, can you kiss me?" "You initiate it." As they reached the door, Chen Ping'an said with a thick face. Lin Wanjun didn't speak, but her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Ping'an with a hint of annoyance. All right, I understand. I'll be going then," Chen Ping'an said hurriedly, having understood Lin Wanjun's meaning. "Wait." Just at that moment, Lin Wanjun suddenly spoke up. Chen Ping'an had already turned to leave, and upon hearing these two words, he turned back around. As soon as he turned around, he found Lin Wanjun leaning in close. She pecked him on the lips. Before he could react, Lin Wanjun had already run away with a laugh. Watching Lin Wanjun's retreating figure, Chen Ping'an touched the dampness on his lips, his heart feeling as if it were melting. Chapter 69, Opening Another Internet Cafe. "You went to see that girl again?" When Chen Ping'an returned home, his mother immediately asked. Yeah. Chen Ping'an said with a silly smile. "When exactly are you going to bring that girl back for me to meet? If you really like her and she agrees, you can get engaged first. Let's settle this matter," Yu Xiuying said. She still placed great importance on her son's marriage. "Mom, we can't rush things like this. It's fine to bring her back to eat a meal with you, but please don't mention engagement. Think about it, we are about to take the college entrance exam, and after the exam, we'll go to university. If we both go to university in the same place, that would be good. If we go to universities in different places, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. If we don't get engaged, we're just dating, and even if we break up, it's not a big deal. But if we get engaged and then break up, that definitely wouldn't be a good thing," Chen Ping'an quickly explained. Yu Xiuying thought about it and agreed that her son made sense. There was indeed no way to rush this kind of thing. "Then just bring her back first so I can meet her," Yu Xiuying said again. "I know, I'll bring her back after the college entrance exam." "Oh right, how is Dad doing? How is the internet cafe business lately?" Chen Ping'an quickly changed the subject. When mentioning the internet cafe business, a smile immediately appeared on Yu Xiuying's face. "The best idea you've ever had was this one about opening an internet cafe. Our internet cafe is packed every day and makes several hundred yuan daily. Our family is really going to strike it rich this time." Yu Xiuying was beaming as she said this. "That's great." "Oh right, Mom, isn't your job not so great? Why don't we open another internet cafe? Actually, the biggest expense for opening an internet cafe is the computers. Didn't I contact the boss who sells computers before? They agreed that I could pay in installments. For example, for 200,000 yuan worth of computers, they can let us use them first. Then we pay him 20,000 yuan every month, clearing the debt in 10 months. With 20 computers, we can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. So, we are perfectly capable of repaying 20,000 yuan every month." Chen Ping'an wasn't joking, he had genuinely discussed and finalized this matter with Lin Guangshan. Moreover, if something unexpected happened to the internet cafe business and the money couldn't be repaid, Chen Ping'an would pay to cover the shortfall. "Son, are you serious?" Yu Xiuying asked excitedly. She naturally knew exactly how profitable the internet cafe business was. After all, whenever Yu Xiuying had free time, she would go check on their internet cafe. The internet cafe was packed every day. Even during overnight sessions, it was full. The income from the internet cafe for a single day was basically equivalent to her monthly salary now. How could Yu Xiuying not be tempted by such an income? Hearing Chen Ping'an say this, she was even more moved. Good, of course, it's a good thing, but I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Yu Xiuying calmed down and said, sounding a little worried. Mom, what's there to not handle? I'll hire managers for the internet cafe. You won't need to do anything then. When you're at the internet cafe, you'll just supervise the managers. As long as you are watching over the shop, the managers won't dare to mess around. That will be your most important job. And the remaining tasks will all be left to the managers to handle. If our family opens another internet cafe, our income will double. Chen Ping'an said enticingly. Yu Xiuying was immediately tempted. It really seems possible. But do we have enough money at home? Yu Xiuying asked, worried again. Didn't I receive a bonus last time? I'll take out 100,000 yuan. This 100,000 yuan can be used to cover the store rental fees. We don't need to worry about the computer costs for now, we just pay monthly later. Chen Ping'an stated directly. Hearing Chen Ping'an say this, Yu Xiuying's face was filled with anticipation. The next day, it was time for the beloved system item refresh. The 4 items were refreshed. 1 gold brick. A pair of top-grade imperial green jade bangles. Skill book, virus immunity. Skill book, master level go. Among today's 4 items, the gold brick was an old recurring item. Chen Ping'an often refreshed to find gold bricks, and he would buy them if there were no more valuable items. However, among today's items, the gold brick was the first to be eliminated because its value was the lowest. A pair of top-grade imperial green jade bangles, their value should be relatively high. Even selling them for several million in 98 shouldn't be a problem. Relatively speaking, though, they weren't comparable to the other 2 items. Chen Ping'an wasn't interested in playing Go. Thus, he had no desire to buy the Go skill book. In the end, Chen Mingyang still spent 1 yuan to purchase the skill book, virus immunity. After learning this skill, Chen Ping'an could become immune to all viruses. Although this was a passive skill, its practicality was quite high. From now on, Chen Ping'an wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by viruses. The value of this skill was very high for ordinary people. However, for Chen Ping'an, it wasn't quite as valuable. After all, Chen Ping'an was already a martial arts expert, and his internal energy was very profound, so ordinary illnesses couldn't infect him. But no matter what, being able to be immune to viruses was always a good thing. As the saying goes, the capable should take on more work, so Chen Ping'an handed the task of opening the internet cafe over to Sun Haitang. Sun Haitang didn't refuse this matter. After all, the boss paid a high salary, so doing a little extra work was expected. However, Sun Haitang was still processing her resignation, as she hadn't yet left the brokerage firm. So her time was relatively limited. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and then called the boss of the brokerage firm. He hoped the boss could be accommodating and allow Sun Haitang to resign sooner. I remember that girl Sun Haitang is very pretty. Mr. Chen, you have excellent taste. Chen Ping'an understood that the boss had misunderstood his relationship with Sun Haitang, but it was indeed difficult to explain this kind of thing. Don't worry, I'll put in a word, and this matter will be handled as quickly as possible. But we have an agreement, your account must remain with our company, and you must use our company's account the next time you trade stocks. No problem, ha ha ha, we are all friends. Chen Ping'an's single phone call successfully finalized Sun Haitang's resignation procedures. Sun Haitang could, of course, have resigned directly without completing the procedures, simply sacrificing a month's salary. However, doing so would leave a blemish on her resume. Sun Haitang naturally did not want that to happen. Now that Chen Ping'an had put in a word, the resignation process went much more smoothly. Sun Haitang successfully resigned in the afternoon. Afterward, Sun Haitang called Chen Ping'an to tell him the news. Sun Haitang could now dedicate herself entirely to working for Chen Ping'an. Chapter 70, College Entrance Exam ends. Sun Haitang's work ability did not disappoint Chen Ping'an. In just 2 days, she had already found a suitable shop for an internet cafe. This shop was not far from Chen Ping'an's home, it only took a few minutes to walk there. The foot traffic around the shop was also quite high, making it a suitable location for an internet cafe. Chen Ping'an didn't need to personally handle the tasks required to open the internet cafe. Sun Haitang handled all these matters directly. As for company registration, it was already underway. However, since the company's registration location was abroad, it could only be registered through certain agencies, which would take some time. Of course, registering such a company required a lot of money, but Chen Ping'an was not short on funds. With computers readily available, opening an internet cafe was indeed very simple. Moreover, this particular shop was quite large and could accommodate more computers. Chen Ping'an called Lin Guangshan, and they had already agreed that 40 computers could be provided. The funds would be provided by Chen Ping'an first, but this matter couldn't be told to Chen Ping'an's parents. Chen Ping'an would only tell his parents that these computers were purchased on installment. In just a few days, the second internet cafe was opened. The second internet cafe also adopted an internet cafe management system, and more administrators were hired. After all, the internet cafe was larger, had more computers, and if there were too few administrators, they might not be able to handle everything. Yu Xiaoying was also very happy to see the new internet cafe appear before her. She knew she couldn't do other things, so she took on the cleaning duties for the internet cafe herself. Chen Ping'an was exasperated. How could a boss be a cleaner? But he couldn't win an argument with his mother about this. So, this was the final outcome. According to Yu Xiaoying, the internet cafe definitely needed to hire a cleaner, and if she didn't do the cleaning, they would have to hire someone else, which would cost money. But now that she did the cleaning, the money for cleaning was saved. Anyway, she wouldn't do any other work in the internet cafe, everything was left to the administrators. Chen Ping'an also knew that there wasn't much cleaning to do in the internet cafe, making it a relatively leisurely job. So, he let his mother make this decision. In any case, being a cleaner in the internet cafe was much easier than his mother's previous job. And for Yu Xiaoying, the most important thing was the high income. This internet cafe had 40 computers, directly doubling the number of computers compared to their first internet cafe. So, the income also directly doubled. Actually, when they first decided to buy 40 computers, Yu Xiaoying was still a bit worried about business. After all, with so many computers, if business wasn't good, wouldn't all those computers be wasted? But after the internet cafe opened, this worry seemed superfluous. Because internet cafes nowadays simply didn't have to worry about business. As soon as the internet cafe opened, customers immediately came in. And the internet cafe was basically full, business was incredibly good, with absolutely no need to worry about it. They would only need to worry about the internet cafe's business several years later. Because in a few years, internet cafes would become widespread, and once there were many internet cafes, competition would become fierce, and business would naturally become harder to do. By then, the fees for internet access at cafes would start to decrease. But for now, there was no need to worry about this issue at all. Because there were too few competitors for internet cafes, but too many people wanted to pay to go online, so internet cafe business was always very good. The daily revenue was several thousand yuan, and in just a few days of operation, they had already earned 10,000 yuan. This result made Yu Xiaoying overjoyed. The old couple had originally felt somewhat lost and worried about their future lives. But ever since their family opened an internet cafe and started making money, this feeling of being lost and worried completely vanished. Chen Ping'an was also very happy to see such results. Days passed, and the college entrance exam drew nearer. On the eve of the college entrance exam, Chen Ping'an's investment company was finally registered. The registration location was in the Cayman Islands, where there were many conveniences and huge tax benefits for registration. Many large international companies are registered there. As for the name, it was Qingyun Investment Company. Chen Ping'an had thought of many names before, but most of them had already been registered by others. Fortunately, the name Qingyun Investment had not been used yet, so Chen Ping'an registered it. After the company was registered, Chen Ping'an had no other tasks. Instead, he gave Sun Haitang a holiday, letting her go home to spend time with her parents. Because Chen Ping'an was about to take the college entrance exam, all other matters would wait until after he finished the exam. A problem arose during the college entrance exam period. Chen Ping'an worried about what to do if Lin Wanjun or Li Mengyun asked him to accompany them to the exam. He could avoid this situation normally at school, but how could he avoid it during a special event like the college entrance exam? Fortunately, Chen Ping'an's worries did not materialize. Lin Wanjun was thin-skinned after all and didn't dare to get close to Chen Ping'an at school. She dared even less during the college entrance exam. So, Lin Wanjun did not ask Chen Ping'an to take the college entrance exam with her. Once Lin Wanjun didn't make a request, Li Mengyun's situation became easier to resolve. Chen Ping'an directly found Li Mengyun and told her that she needed to focus on the exam, so he wouldn't accompany her during the college entrance exam. Li Mengyun felt a little regretful but didn't overthink it and readily agreed. And in reality, Chen Ping'an was overthinking it. Li Mengyun was always picked up and dropped off by her parents when she took the college entrance exam. She was too embarrassed to get too close to Chen Ping'an. Finally, the college entrance exam arrived, and Chen Ping'an took it again. Although Chen Ping'an told his parents that he didn't need them to pick him up or drop him off. However, on such a big matter, his parents simply wouldn't listen to Chen Ping'an. Moreover, the internet cafe had administrators managing it, so they didn't need to be there to watch over the shop. So, on the day of the college entrance exam, Chen Ping'an's parents personally came multiple times to drop Chen Ping'an off at the examination hall. Chen Ping'an entered the examination hall and began to wait for the exam to start. Time arrived, and the test papers were distributed. Chen Ping'an received the test paper and breathed a sigh of relief. With just a glance at the paper, Chen Ping'an was confident that his score for this college entrance exam wouldn't be too bad. Or rather, Chen Ping'an was confident that he could achieve a very good score. After several days, the college entrance exam finally concluded. Chen Ping'an submitted his final exam paper and finally walked out of the examination hall, a relaxed expression on his face. Reborn in 1998, after more than a month, he had finally completed the college entrance exam. This should also be a very important milestone in his life. Chapter 71, Target Modu. After the college entrance examination ended, Chen Ping'an estimated his own score. According to Chen Ping'an's own estimation, his college entrance examination results this time would be very high, and he could go to any university he wanted. To achieve this, he had to thank the learning potion he had obtained earlier. Without the boost from the learning potion, it would have been absolutely impossible for Chen Ping'an to achieve such a high score. After roughly estimating his scores, Chen Ping'an began to consider where he would go to university. Chen Ping'an had two locations to consider. One was to go to university in Jingcheng, and the other was to go to university in Modu. After comprehensive consideration, Chen Ping'an decided to go to university in Modu. Because Modu is a financial center, compared to Jingcheng, Modu is more suitable for Chen Ping'an's entrepreneurial ventures. Once the location was chosen, selecting which university to attend became much simpler. Chen Ping'an's method of choosing a university was probably something most people couldn't imagine. Most people would only consider their scores and then choose a university. But Chen Ping'an would only consider, where would going to university be more in line with his own interests. The best in Modu, of course, was Shanghai University, which is also a nationally renowned top academy. Getting into Shanghai University was certainly not easy, but Chen Ping'an estimated that with his scores, it shouldn't be difficult to get in. He would fill in Shanghai University as his first choice, and then fill in other universities in Modu for the remaining choices. It didn't matter which university, as long as it was in Modu, which would facilitate his entrepreneurship. After deciding to attend university in Modu, Sun Haitang's task arrived. Chen Ping'an called Sun Haitang, and they agreed to meet at a coffee shop. Chen Ping'an arrived quite early and was already waiting for Sun Haitang at their table. When Sun Haitang arrived at the coffee shop, she saw Chen Ping'an and quickly jogged over. "I'm sorry, boss, I'm late," Sun Haitang said apologetically. "It's all right, I arrived early." "Have a seat," Chen Ping'an said casually. "Okay, thank you, boss." Sun Haitang quickly sat down next to Chen Ping'an. "You can call me boss during work, but privately, you can call me by my name," Chen Ping'an said. Sun Haitang thought about it, then shook her head and said, "Let's not. I'll just keep calling you boss." Sun Haitang still felt it was inappropriate to call her boss by his name, and preferred to maintain the habit of calling him boss. Chen Ping'an nodded and didn't force Sun Haitang, as it was a minor issue. I plan to go to university in Moda next, so I'm going to start assigning you tasks, Chen Ping'an said. Sun Haitang's heart trembled, and she quickly took out paper and pen, preparing to take notes. Chen Ping'an was quite satisfied with Sun Haitang's reaction. Seeing that Sun Haitang was ready, Chen Ping'an began to speak. I plan to go to university in Modu, so our business will also start developing there in the future. You need to go to Modu now to register several companies, one named Penguin Technology Company, Limited, one named Alibaba Commercial and Trade Company, Limited, and another named Legend Games Company, Limited. Oh, and there's another company. Its name is Chindu Online Search Company. Your current task is to go to Modu and register the names of these 4 companies. These 4 companies are all wholly owned subsidiaries under Qingyun Investment Company. You should know better than I do how to operate this specifically. Okay, boss, I understand, Sun Haitang nodded gently. Registering companies was not difficult for her. Moreover, with the experience of registering a company last time, Sun Haitang also knew that for such matters, she only needed to find an intermediary company in the local area to register it. At that time, she would only need to spend a little money to get this done, which would be much easier than registering the company herself. These 4 companies were also the future development directions Chen Ping'an had chosen for himself. Because his funds were limited, and also because the current computer penetration rate was not high enough. So these 4 companies would not have much development in the short term. To truly make money, Chen Ping'an had other ideas. But the future development potential of these 4 companies was too great, so Chen Ping'an was determined to get them started. Also, after you arrive in Modu, look around Shanghai University for a suitable residential complex. If the price is right, I will buy an apartment as my temporary residence. And the company needs an office location, you can also look for a suitable spot then. After these 4 companies are registered, there's no need to take any other action for now, just wait for my news. These are your tasks. Do you have any other questions? Chen Ping'an asked. Boss, I have a question. Can I hire people? Right now, it's just me. And I'm a girl, I always feel a bit unsafe, Sun Haitang expressed her concerns. You're right, I apologize, that was my oversight, Chen Ping'an quickly apologized. Because Chen Ping'an himself was a martial forest master, he overlooked Sun Haitang's safety. It was 1998, and although public security was already relatively good, it didn't mean it was completely safe. Even 20 years later, it would be hard to say that public security was completely safe. It was indeed a bit unsafe for Sun Haitang, a girl, to be out running errands. How about this, you can find a few people to be your subordinates, and also look for professional bodyguard companies to see if you can hire a few female bodyguards. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and said, Boss, female bodyguards aren't necessary, it hasn't come to that. After all, I'm not some big boss, there shouldn't be any robbers targeting me. I just need to hire a few more people who can work with me. Okay, you can decide on this yourself. You don't need to worry about the expenses, feel free to spend what's necessary, the company will reimburse you for everything, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Thank you, boss, Sun Haitang also smiled happily. Sun Haitang then said somewhat sheepishly, actually, I have a cousin. She used to be a wrestler, but now she's retired and can't find a suitable job. Since I'm short on people, I'd like to hire her. She can help me run errands normally, and at critical moments, she can also protect me. Boss, don't let her being a woman fool you, most men really can't beat her, Sun Haitang quickly added this explanation. No need to explain so much, I trust you, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Thank you, boss, Sun Haitang said, touched. To meet a boss who trusts her was truly moving. Chapter 72, The Young CEO Ma. Sun Haitang was going to Moda early, and Chen Ping'an also had things he needed to do. Chen Ping'an remembered that Tencent was also founded this year. However, Chen Ping'an looked up the information but couldn't find Tencent. Chen Ping'an felt very strange about this, and he planned to go to Shenzhen to investigate. If possible, he would absorb Tencent, if he couldn't absorb it, he would crush it. Absorbing or eliminating the enemy before they grew strong was the best approach. There was no way to explain this to his parents, so Chen Ping'an simply told them he was going out to travel. Without waiting for his parents to object, he took his luggage and departed immediately. Chen Ping'an called both Lin Wanjun and Li Mengyun to inform them of his itinerary. Of course, his reason was exactly the same. He said he was going out to travel. Lin Wanjun was quite understanding now. When Chen Ping'an explained the situation, Lin Wanjun didn't say much, only instructing Chen Ping'an to be careful. Li Mengyun, on the other hand, threw quite a tantrum. After all, she had planned to eat, shop, and watch movies with Chen Ping'an, but he had just run off. This nearly infuriated Li Mengyun to death. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an had already boarded a plane heading directly for Guangdong. The journey was smooth, with no accidents. Just a few hours later, Chen Ping'an had already arrived in Shenzhen. Chen Ping'an didn't know the current situation of CEO Ma of Penguin, but he generally knew where CEO Ma of Penguin worked. As long as he searched around that area, he should be able to find the person. Now that he was in Shenzhen, Chen Ping'an calmly began touring the city. How should one describe Shenzhen now? It had started developing, but it was incomparable to what it would be 20 years later. However, as one of the earliest open cities, Shenzhen's development speed was still extremely fast. After touring for a while, Chen Ping'an lost interest. He hailed a taxi directly on the roadside and gave the address. Chen Ping'an remembered that CEO Ma's office should be in Nanshan District. After Chen Ping'an arrived in Nanshan District, he first checked into the best local hotel, the White Swan Grand Hotel. This was a 5-star hotel, considered the best grand hotel in the area. Chen Ping'an had already reserved a suite at the hotel before arriving. Upon reaching the front desk, Chen Ping'an gave his name and completed the check-in procedures. Chen Ping'an didn't have extremely high demands for living conditions, but since he wasn't short on money, he wouldn't mistreat himself either. After placing his luggage in the room, Chen Ping'an took out his laptop. Of course, Chen Ping'an wouldn't foolishly search for Ma Huateng aimlessly. He planned to use his hacker skills to find him. After connecting to the network, Chen Ping'an quickly infiltrated Shenzhen's local household registration network system. For the current Chen Ping'an, this system was full of flaws, with backdoors everywhere. He fiddled with it briefly and quickly gained access to the system's interior. He then searched for Ma Huateng according to his requirements. The number of Ma Huatengs who matched the age and criteria was not large, and after further filtering, the real Ma Huateng was quickly located. Ma Huateng's home address was now acquired. Unfortunately, only his home address was found, his office location and phone number were not. But it didn't matter, having the home address was enough. After noting down Ma Huateng's home address, Chen Ping'an exited the network. Chen Ping'an left his luggage directly in the hotel and called the front desk, asking if the hotel had cars available for use. Unsurprisingly, hotels of this kind could provide vehicle services. Of course, their vehicle services had corresponding regulations, and if Chen Ping'an required better car service, he would need to pay a fee. This was naturally not a problem for Chen Ping'an. Any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. A Mercedes-Benz car was already waiting for Chen Ping'an at the hotel entrance. Guided by the hotel staff, Chen Ping'an got into the car. Chen Ping'an gave the driver the address and simultaneously handed over a 100-yuan bill. This 100-yuan bill was a tip for the driver. "Master, I'll be relying on your hard work now," Chen Ping'an said politely. "Thank you, boss," the driver said, happily accepting the 100-yuan bill. This was a service tip given by the boss, which they were allowed to accept. Half an hour later, they arrived at the destination. Chen Ping'an got out of the car and told the driver to find a parking spot. Now he just didn't know if Ma Huateng was home. Chen Ping'an followed the address to Ma Huateng's house and knocked on the door, but nobody was home. Chen Ping'an waited for 15 minutes but never saw Ma Huateng return. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and decided to take out paper and pen, leave his phone number and basic information, and stick it on Ma Huateng's door. Just as Chen Ping'an left and walked out of the residential compound, several young people approached him. One of the young men struck Chen Ping'an as particularly familiar. Chen Ping'an immediately stopped and called out to one of the young men, "Ma Huateng." Ma Huateng was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at Chen Ping'an. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Ma Huateng asked suspiciously. "My name is Chen Ping'an, and I came specifically to find you," Chen Ping'an said, extending his hand with a smile. Although Ma Huateng didn't recognize Chen Ping'an, he quickly reached out and shook Chen Ping'an's hand. "I don't think we know each other," Ma Huateng said again. "We didn't know each other before, but we do now." I heard you established an internet company. If possible, could I visit your company? Chen Ping'an asked. Ma Huateng hesitated, feeling mostly confused. After all, he didn't know the young man in front of him at all, yet the young man seemed to know a lot about him. Who exactly are you? How do you know me? Ma Huateng asked again. I am the founder of Qingyun Investment Company, and also a network hacker. I received news that you are developing instant messaging software. I am very interested in this software, which is why I came here. Chen Ping'an did not hide anything and stated it directly. So that's how it is. Ma Huateng said this aloud, but felt even more confused. This isn't the best place to talk. If possible, could I visit your company? We can sit down and talk slowly then, Chen Ping'an said straightforwardly. All right, let's go to our company then, Ma Huateng finally nodded and said. A smile also curled up on Chen Ping'an's lips. Chapter 73, it is called QQ. Is your company location far? If it's far, we can take a car, my car is parked just ahead. Chen Ping'an took the initiative to speak. Hearing Chen Ping'an say he had a car, Ma Huateng and the others were a bit more convinced of Chen Ping'an's status. Moreover, the aura Chen Ping'an carried made him feel like a successful person. Or, to be more precise, like a rich person. No, our company is just ahead, a few steps away. We can just walk there, Ma Huateng said hurriedly. The other young men dared not speak at this moment. Along the way, Chen Ping'an asked a few questions. At this time, Ma Huateng was too young and simply didn't have that much guile. Ma Huateng answered the questions Chen Ping'an asked without much thought. Chen Ping'an nodded silently in his heart, and by now, he had a rough idea of Ma Huateng's current situation. Ma Huateng had raised a sum of money and started a company, wanting to develop instant messaging software. They were already in the process of registering the company, but the registration wasn't finished yet. At the same time, this instant messaging software was still under development and not yet finished. Naturally, this company was not big. After all, at this time, Ma Huateng himself didn't have much money. Of course, Ma Huateng wasn't lying, his company was just a short distance away. It was just that calling it a company was really just referring to a slightly larger office space. The company was located in a residential building, the building was somewhat old, and its exterior could be described as unremarkable. The inside of the company was also a bit messy and run down. After arriving at the company, Ma Huateng's face suddenly turned a bit red. Because he himself felt a bit embarrassed. He was really embarrassed to call this place his company. For a startup, having this scale is already considered not bad, Chen Ping'an took the initiative to say. Hearing Chen Ping'an say this, Ma Huateng's expression looked much better, and his gaze towards Chen Ping'an became gentler. There were a few people inside the company, all of whom were partners invited by Ma Huateng. These people were all busy with their own work, and no one paid any attention to the arrival of Ma Huateng and his group. How far along is your software development? Chen Ping'an asked. It's not convenient to say, Ma Huateng said hurriedly. It wasn't that it was inconvenient to say, but rather he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Because their current instant messaging software was actually plagiarized from abroad. Moreover, they couldn't even plagiarize the core parts yet, they had only plagiarized a framework. But this framework was almost finished. If they were given another 2 months, this instant messaging software should be finished. According to Ma Huateng and his team's estimates, this instant messaging software could be launched around November or December of this year. You probably haven't finished making it yet, right? I'll show you something. Chen Ping'an smiled and took out a laptop from the backpack he was carrying. Then, Chen Ping'an opened the laptop and clicked on one of the pieces of software. This is. Ma Huateng stuttered when he saw the software appear on the computer. In his view, this was an instant messaging software. Ma Huateng was not mistaken, this software was the instant messaging software that Chen Ping'an had created. In Chen Ping'an's view, this was a very rough product, so it didn't take much time to complete it at all. It only took him 2 days in total to create this instant messaging software. For Chen Ping'an, who possessed top-tier hacking skills, creating this software was actually not difficult. Since Chen Ping'an had such skills, why did he come to find Ma Huateng and his team? This was because the subsequent R&D could not be done by Chen Ping'an himself. Chen Ping'an needed a team to work for him. Judging from historical results, Ma Huateng and his team did quite well. That was why Chen Ping'an wanted to recruit their team under his command. Of course, if Ma Huateng and his team were unwilling, then Chen Ping'an would find ways to suppress them and nip them in the bud. This is an instant messaging software I created. Although it's still a bit rough, it should be fine for simple use. Come on, let's connect to a local area network and use it to show you the effects, Chen Ping said. Okay. Ma Huateng did not hesitate at all and agreed immediately. Chen Ping'an's laptop connected to the local area network, and then this instant messaging software was installed on another computer as well. What is the name of this software? Ma Huateng asked curiously. Do you see this icon? Is it a penguin icon? So, the name of our software is Penguin. Penguin Communication Software. But for easier reference, it also has a nickname. Its name is QQ, Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. Good name, Ma Huateng said excitedly upon hearing the name. He didn't know why he became so excited, but when he heard this name, he felt a sense of boiling blood. Perhaps it was because this name was chosen so well. Ma Huateng thought silently in his heart. The software is installed, let's try chatting, Ma Huateng said. Chen Ping'an smiled and sent a smiley face to Ma Huateng. He typed a message. Nice to meet you, President Ma. Hello, Ma Huateng also typed these two words with some excitement. Because it was a local area network, the speed was very fast. The moment both sides typed the text, the other party received it. What a fast speed. And this interface looks so comfortable. Awesome, it's too awesome. This is exactly what we wanted. The few young men beside them also spoke up one after another. Their gaze towards Chen Ping'an had completely changed. A group of them had pooled their efforts for such a long time, and now they had only built a framework. Yet the men in front of them had already produced a finished product. This gap was too big. Mr. Chen, did you really create this software? Ma Huateng asked, unable to believe it. Chen Ping'an smiled and nodded, casually mentioning a few lines of code. Although Chen Ping'an only mentioned a few lines of code, the level of the code he mentioned was very high. Ma Huateng and his team were also in technology, and as soon as they heard it, they knew that Chen Ping'an's skills were definitely very high. And these few lines of code were all critical pieces of code. You are truly amazing, a master, Ma Huateng said admiringly. So I don't understand, what exactly is your purpose in finding us? With your current technology, you could completely crush us, Ma Huateng asked, both dejected and confused. Because I am only one person, but I lack a team. I think you are a very good team. That's why I came to find you. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Chapter 74, General Manager Ma agreed. Although Chen Ping'an was here to incorporate them, the word incorporate didn't sound very pleasant. So Chen Ping'an chose a different word. Chen Ping'an continued, saying, I'm here to seek cooperation with you. Chen Bin naturally didn't use the word incorporate, so he used cooperation. Seeking cooperation with us. Ma Huateng felt his head buzzing. Of course, I'm here to cooperate with you. I want you to join my company. I have money and technology, and you have people. Together, we'll form a powerful alliance, allowing us to start a business together and create a beautiful future. We can also create the strongest instant messaging software. Do you have any thoughts regarding the cooperation between us? Chen Ping'an said directly. It's too sudden. I don't know what choice to make right now, Ma Huateng said hesitantly. Ma Huateng had already figured things out somewhat by now. No matter how pleasant Chen Ping'an made it sound, he was still here to incorporate them. Once Ma Huateng and his team joined Chen Ping'an's company, they would just be a group of employees. This was different from Ma Huateng's original intention. Ma Huateng's initial goal was to carve out a career for himself. He didn't want to be an employee. I'm afraid you won't have much time. Because my time is precious and limited. I won't be staying in the local area for too long. If you don't agree to join, then I can only find other teams to cooperate with, or directly recruit top students from universities. Furthermore, you and I should both be very clear that one instant messaging software is enough. If there are two instant messaging software products, they will inevitably become natural enemies. Everyone will fight tooth and nail, and only one company can survive. For this instant messaging software, I plan to invest 5 million in the early stage. In the late stage, I will continuously inject capital. My goal is to build it into the strongest instant messaging software in the country. With every word Chen Ping'an spoke, Ma Huatang's expression grew a little darker. Because compared to Chen Ping'an, the advantages Ma Huatang and his team held were far too small. Ma Huatang had tried everything, yet only managed to raise a few $100,000 in seed funding. And now the seed funding he had was almost spent, forcing him to find ways to raise money again. Thinking about it again, Chen Ping'an's side started with 5 million in seed funding. This already crushed them completely. The key was that Chen Ping'an had already created a finished instant messaging software product. Chen Ping'an could launch the software online in a very short time. As for their chat software, it was still nowhere in sight. Ambition told Ma Huatang that he should start his own business. But rationality told Ma Huatang that they should join Chen Ping'an's company. Why don't you listen to the compensation package I'm offering you? I have already registered an instant messaging software company in Magic City. The company's registered capital is 5 million. If your team is willing to join, I will give your team 20% of the shares. This 20% share belongs to your entire team. How you divide the shares among yourselves is up to you. The company's office location will be in Magic City, and you will also come with me to Magic City. However, I will cover all your living expenses, including food, clothing, and housing. In addition, I will give you an annual salary of 100,000 to 300,000. The minimum annual salary starts at 100,000 and the maximum is no more than 300,000. The exact annual salary you receive depends on your capabilities. If you have any other requests, you can absolutely discuss them with me. We can also discuss other benefits and compensation packages. As long as your team is willing to join, all of this is negotiable. Chen Ping'an said with extreme sincerity. As soon as Chen Ping'an proposed these conditions, sounds of people gasping could be heard around them. They followed Ma Huatang because of the face he commanded. But in reality, their income working for Ma Huatang was very meager. Often, they didn't even receive a salary, they just worked for him for free. Of course, everyone understood, because Ma Huatang also didn't have money, it was the early stage of starting a business, so difficulties were normal. But now, suddenly hearing the excellent conditions proposed by Chen Ping'an, it was impossible for them not to be tempted. An annual salary starting at 100,000. What kind of concept was that in 1998? Working for 1 year would be enough to buy a house in the suburbs of Shenzhen. Working for 2 or 3 years would be enough to afford a house in downtown Shenzhen. Several young people's breathing became rapid. With shares and such high salary compensation, they were truly moved. Everyone's gaze turned toward Ma Huatang. They were now very much hoping that Ma Huatang would agree immediately. A bitter smile appeared on Ma Huatang's face. Mr. Chen, you've offered a condition that makes it very hard for me to refuse, Ma Huatang said with a bitter smile. Chen Ping'an offered shares and such excellent compensation, how could he possibly refuse? Chen Ping'an smiled but said nothing. In reality, Chen Ping'an had already set a trap. Were 5 million and 20% of the shares really a lot? In fact, they were not much at all. Because 5 million was simply not enough. It wouldn't take long for all 5 million to be spent. Once the 5 million was used up, more capital would have to be injected. Once capital continued to be injected, everyone's shares would be diluted. At that time, the 20% share would turn into 10%, 5%, and then less and less. Of course, on the other hand, although the company's market value increased and the number of shares decreased, the actual value of the shares was raised. The current Ma Huatang was still too inexperienced and probably hadn't thought of this point. Or perhaps it should be said that he simply didn't know how much money a piece of software could burn through. Historically, the Tencent he founded almost went bankrupt due to insufficient funds. Therefore, the success of a company often involves both coincidence and luck. General Manager Ma, it seems you agree with my suggestion. If that's the case, that's wonderful. Chen Ping'an extended his hand and shook Ma Huatang's hand, his face filled with excitement. Although there was an element of pretense, a portion of the emotion was genuine. You must know, this was General Manager Ma. How fortunate it was to be able to incorporate General Manager Ma. General Manager Chen, the conditions you offered are so good, I can't afford not to cooperate, Ma Huatang said, smiling now. However, there are a few things I want to clarify. Why must we go to Magic City? Actually, the conditions here are quite good. We could use this place as our headquarters. There's no helping that. I just took the Gaokao and plan to attend university in Magic City. Setting up the company in Magic City makes it convenient for me to commute, Chen Ping'an said, smiling. When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with astonishment. After all that, the person standing before them was still a high school senior. Chapter 75, Incorporating Ma Huateng's Team. Everyone was shocked to hear that Chen Ping'an was still a high school student. Mr. Ma at this moment was a little suspicious, wondering if this young man was joking with him. He couldn't be here to tease him, could he? Mr. Chen, you're not joking with us, are you? Are the benefits and companies you just mentioned real or fake? Ma Huateng asked uncertainly. See for yourself. This is part of my funds. Chen Ping'an knew what the other party was doubting, so he directly took out his phone and showed them a bank message. Ma Huateng glanced at the bank message displayed on the phone, and his whole body went numb. Over 100 million. It was such a huge sum of money. No wonder he started a business at such a young age, it turns out his capital was so abundant. After seeing this amount of money, Ma Huateng no longer had any doubts. After all, with so much money, any venture could flourish. Moreover, the other party's technology was also very powerful, and their team was joining in. Ma Huateng, who was originally still somewhat doubtful, no longer had any doubts. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I was too young just now, Ma Huateng quickly said, feeling embarrassed. It's all right, it's human nature. They say, no hair on the mouth, unreliable in action. Although this saying isn't 100% accurate, it still holds some truth. After all, we young people have less life experience. It's normal to be inferior to older people in certain aspects. But we young people also have our advantages, we dare to think, dare to act, and dare to venture. Older people can't compare to us in this regard. This is also why I want you young people to work with me, because I know you have drive. Chen Ping'an's simple words instantly made everyone present feel excited and earned him a wave of goodwill. If you have no other objections, then let's proceed as I said, Chen Ping'an said, looking at everyone. Okay, then let's do as you say. Ma Huateng glanced at his companions beside him. Since everyone had no objections, he nodded in agreement. Although working in Moda would be a bit troublesome, Chen Ping'an had already promised to cover food and accommodation, so what more was there to say? Anyway, for them, working anywhere was the same. However, Mr. Chen, various costs in Modu are considerably higher, which is actually somewhat unfavorable for our company's development, Ma Huateng still tactfully advised. What you said makes sense, I've considered that aspect too. So my plan is to move the company headquarters to Modu. But here in Shenzhen, we can still set up a branch company. Of course, we can't give up on the development here in Shenzhen, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. As the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Although Chen Ping'an's future focus would be on Modu, he would not abandon his layout in other places. Otherwise, what if he was completely taken down in Modu? What if the local government in Modu wanted to make things difficult for him? Although such a thing was unlikely to happen, it's always good to be prepared. It's always right to plan ahead. Furthermore, Ma Huateng was right about one thing, the cost of living in Modu was indeed very high. Although Shenzhen is also developing rapidly, the consumption levels in various aspects are much lower. The cost of opening a company here is naturally much lower. So Chen Ping'an's plan was for the company headquarters to be in Modu, but the company's office location could later be established in Shenzhen. However, that was for the future, with so few people in their company now, there was no need to make it so complicated. First, bring all of them to Modu to work diligently. When the company grows larger, then start opening branch companies, it wouldn't be too late then. Chen Ping'an naturally had his own plans. His career was just starting, and he himself was in Modu. If the company were located in Shenzhen, he wouldn't even know if it was being hollowed out. So, under the current circumstances, the company must be located under his watchful eye. Once he could control the overall situation, then opening a branch company in Shenzhen would be no problem at all. By that time, the company's size would probably be very large. He would probably need many people to work for him, and Chen Ping'an wouldn't need to worry so much then. Ma Huateng didn't think that far ahead, but hearing Chen Ping'an say that, he agreed. You can rest these few days, consider it a holiday. Pack your belongings and take care of any personal matters. I plan to go to Xiangjiang, and when I return, we'll go to Moda together. By the way, do you have connections to go to Xiangjiang? Chen Ping'an inquired. Xiangjiang was reclaimed last year, but going there is still very troublesome, requiring many procedures. Going to Xiangjiang isn't difficult, it can be resolved with money, Ma Huateng said with a smile. As a local, he still had some influence and his own connections. Hearing Ma Huateng say that, Chen Ping'an also smiled and nodded. Does the company have legal counsel? Let's sort out the contract, Chen Ping'an inquired. Ma Huateng immediately felt a bit awkward. Where would their company have legal counsel? So, there was no choice but to find a lawyer, a professional lawyer, to draft a contract. The content of the contract was certainly not complicated, it should be said to be quite simple. Chen Ping'an invested 5 million yuan to open a company, of which Chen Ping'an held 80% of the shares. Ma Huateng's team contributed technology as capital, occupying 20% of the shares. In addition, there was a supplementary agreement. That is, Chen Ping'an bought all the equipment from Ma Huateng's team. This equipment had cost Ma Huateng a lot of money, it was all personally funded by him. Chen Ping'an didn't let him suffer a loss, spending 500,000 yuan to buy out all this equipment. Don't underestimate these small gestures, but for Ma Huateng, it was a very heartwarming thing. Ma Huateng's gratitude towards Chen Ping'an grew even stronger in his heart. To buy this equipment, he had spent hundreds of thousands, practically emptying his family's savings. Now, with hundreds of thousands returned at once, he could finally breathe a long sigh of relief. A portion of it was used to repay debts, and the remaining part could be used as his personal funds. Ma Huateng instantly became a rich man. He suddenly felt that this deal was really worthwhile for him. In the evening, Chen Ping'an treated everyone to a big meal at a grand restaurant. It was a seafood banquet, and the price was not cheap, as it was all high-grade seafood. However, money was truly valuable in this era. Even with such lavish eating and drinking, all seafood, a meal only cost a few thousand yuan. If it were 20 years later, without tens of thousands of yuan, it would certainly be embarrassing. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone went their separate ways, and Chen Ping'an also returned to his hotel. Unexpectedly, upon returning to the hotel, he found the door crack stuffed with small cards. Chen Ping'an, having had some alcohol, felt a momentary thrill, as the beauties on the cards were all quite pretty. He just needed to make a phone call, and a beauty would be delivered to his door. But Chen Ping'an suddenly scoffed and threw all these cards into the trash can. Having experienced rebirth and become a billionaire again, his virgin body was extremely precious. How could he possibly use it on these women? Thinking of this, his mood also brightened considerably. Brushing his teeth, washing up, and then taking a hot shower, he suddenly felt completely comfortable. After watching TV for a while, he didn't know when he vaguely fell asleep in bed. When he woke up, it was already the next day. What he heard was the system's prompt. Chapter 76, Telekinesis. The system's notification sound woke Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an groggily opened his eyes, only to realize it was already 8 a.m. The system mall's items had refreshed again. The system notification sound could be customized. He could set it to be silent or to make a sound to alert Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Ping'an always kept the system notification sound on to remind himself. After all, the daily item refresh was the most exciting moment. He wanted to receive the news immediately. Today's 4 items had also finished refreshing. 1 defensive gold bracelet. Lightness skill, water-walking secret manual. 1 chop devil fruit. 1 telekinesis skill book. After seeing the 4 items, Chen Ping'an gasped. The instant kill system had been around for so long, but this was the first time it started with such a powerful hand. None of the 4 items were useless, all were high-quality goods. The defensive gold bracelet, as displayed by the system, could enhance one's defensive capabilities after being worn. This was definitely a good item. The lightness skill, water-walking secret manual wasn't bad either, learning it would grant a very powerful lightness skill. Although Chen Ping'an had profound internal skill, lightness skill was not his forte. If he could learn this lightness skill, water walking, it would be amazing. The third item was actually a devil fruit. However, it was very regrettable that the ability of this devil fruit was something Chen Ping'an truly disliked. After eating this devil fruit, he would gain the ability to chop himself into pieces. The key was that this chop ability affected his own body. It allowed him to chop his body into pieces, and the segmented body parts could still move independently. This ability seemed impressive, but Chen Ping'an gave up on it just by thinking about it. Because he really didn't want to turn himself into a monster. Of course, the most important thing was that this ability didn't significantly improve his strength. It was not as good as learning that lightness skill. The last item was a skill book. After learning the skill book, he would master telekinesis. Telekinesis, simply put, was the externalization of mental energy, making mental energy tangible. Then, one could use telekinesis to control other objects. If Chen Ping'an's telekinesis was strong enough, he could even use it to control a sword to kill enemies, taking their heads from 1,000 li away. Of course, taking an enemy's head from 1,000 li away was an exaggeration. But tens or hundreds of meters away might not be an exaggeration, but a possibility. Chen Ping'an's gaze swept over the 4 items. In the end, he still chose the telekinesis skill book. Because the telekinesis skill book had the highest practicality. He spent 1 yuan to buy a telekinesis skill book. With the skill book in hand, Chen Ping'an immediately learned it. A golden light flashed over Chen Ping'an's body, and then a new skill appeared in his mind. He had mastered telekinesis. Chen Ping'an's mental energy also underwent a miraculous change. His mental energy became stronger, and he could effortlessly drive telekinesis. Chen Ping'an used telekinesis for the first time. In Chen Ping'an's perception, he felt an invisible large hand extending from his mind. He could control this invisible large hand very freely. This invisible large hand was not visible to others, only Chen Ping'an could see it. The telekinetic hand slowly extended outwards. The further the distance, the greater the mental energy consumption. At 5 meters, Chen Ping'an felt a bit strained. At 10 meters, Chen Ping'an felt this was his limit. So, for now, his telekinesis was most suitable for use within 5 meters. The furthest it could go was 10 meters. The distance wasn't far. Let's test how strong telekinesis is. Chen Ping'an controlled his telekinesis to lift the table next to him. This was a solid wood table, and its weight was not light. As a result, his telekinesis couldn't lift the table at all. Chen Ping'an was a bit disappointed. Telekinesis didn't seem very strong. After a series of tests, telekinesis finally managed to lift the suitcase. There wasn't much inside the suitcase. The entire suitcase weighed about 30 gene. After Chen Ping'an's test, he found that his telekinesis could handle a 30 gene suitcase relatively easily, but it struggled with 50 gene of weight. The maximum weight was 50 gene. This distance, this weight, telekinesis seemed to be useless. Chen Ping'an was a bit dumbfounded. With his current abilities, what was the use of telekinesis? But then, Chen Ping'an thought it through. It was different from the max-level skills he had obtained before. For example, when he obtained the longevity art, it was already max-level upon acquisition. So, when he got the longevity art, it was in its strongest state. But telekinesis was not like that. The strength of telekinesis was determined by one's own mental energy and control over telekinesis. The stronger one's mental energy and the more proficient one was in using telekinesis, the stronger the telekinesis would be when used. Chen Ping'an was just an ordinary person now. Although his martial prowess was high, his mental energy was not extraordinary. Furthermore, it was his first time learning telekinesis, so his control over it was very low. Therefore, it was not surprising to have such a result. Superman didn't grow strong overnight. He spent 20 years basking in the sun. So, for telekinesis to become powerful, it also needed time for slow training. With this thought, Chen Ping'an's mindset became calm. This meant he would need to spend a little time each day to train his telekinesis. The process of training telekinesis was also the process of training mental energy. Chen Ping'an was not at a disadvantage at all. It could even be said that after gaining the telekinesis ability, Chen Ping'an had obtained immense benefits. Without the telekinesis ability, Chen Ping'an couldn't even train his mental energy, but now with the telekinesis ability, Chen Ping'an could train his mental energy. The stronger one's mental energy, the stronger one's spirit, which would bring many benefits. After getting up and washing, Chen Ping'an called Ma Huatang. Ma Huateng had already woken up and was also waiting for Chen Ping'an's call. After their conversation, they agreed on a meeting location. Half an hour later, Ma Huateng arrived at the hotel entrance, waiting for Chen Ping'an. This time, Chen Ping'an called the hotel car again. The two got into the Mercedes-Benz together. Ma Huateng, inside the Mercedes-Benz, looked at the car with some envy. This was his first time riding in such a luxurious car. Ma Huateng secretly thought to himself that if he had money in the future and bought a car like this, how wonderful it would be. "Do you like this car?" Chen Ping'an asked with a smile. "Who wouldn't like such a luxury car?" Ma Huateng said cheerfully. "Once our company is on track, I'll get you one," Chen Ping'an said lightly. "CEO Chen, you're not joking with me, are you?" Ma Huateng asked excitedly. "Do I look like I'm joking?" "If you think I am, then so be it," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. No, you're definitely not joking, I'm taking you seriously," Ma Huateng quickly and excitedly said. Ma Huateng didn't know the exact value of the car, but if his boss was willing to give him such a luxury car, he would definitely be overjoyed. Chapter 77, Auctioning Treasures. With acquaintances around, everything becomes much more convenient. Ma Huateng busied himself, helping Chen Ping'an complete all the procedures. Normally, these procedures would take a considerable amount of time to process. But now there was no such problem, the entire set of procedures could be completed very quickly. Chen Ping'an received his pass on the same day. He returned to the hotel, retrieved his luggage, and checked out of his room. On that very day, Chen Ping'an headed directly to Hong Kong. After all, the time left for him was quite tight, so he had to seize every minute and second. Going to Hong Kong after getting the pass was very simple, the distance between them was only a few tens of kilometers. The hotel's service was also very thoughtful, they directly dispatched a car to take Chen Ping'an to Hong Kong. Chen Ping'an had been worrying about how to get there, but now he had arrived at his destination in an instant. Chen Ping'an's purpose for coming to Hong Kong this time was simple, to convert some of the jewelry in his possession into cash. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, the usual routine was to check into a hotel first. Chen Ping'an chose to stay at the Peninsula Hong Kong. This hotel is very famous in Hong Kong, and many wealthy people like to stay here. The standard was high enough, and Chen Ping'an had long admired it, which is why he chose to stay at the Peninsula Hong Kong this time. The procedures were quickly completed, and Chen Ping'an successfully checked into the Peninsula Hong Kong. Leaving his less important luggage in the hotel room, Chen Ping'an used the hotel phone to contact the Sotheby's auction house. This auction house is also one of the most famous local auction houses, an international big company with strong capabilities. The reason Chen Ping'an called them was to sell the treasures he had. Chen Ping'an was in a hurry this time and didn't have much time to waste on selling treasures. So he decided to find a larger auction house directly and sell everything at once. This phone number was the front desk of Sotheby's auction house, which he found online. When the call connected, Chen Ping'an communicated directly in English. He couldn't speak the local dialect, and he was afraid the other party wouldn't understand Mandarin. So it was better to communicate directly in English. In Hong Kong, communicating in English is perfectly fine. It can also elevate one's status and reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Chen Ping'an was here to do business, not to find trouble for himself. Reducing trouble was, of course, a good thing. When Chen Ping'an communicated in English, the other party's attitude became very respectful. If Chen Ping'an had communicated in Mandarin, it probably wouldn't have had the same effect. Chen Ping'an's English-speaking ability was quite good, normal communication was no problem at all. After communicating with the other party, Chen Ping'an decided to head over directly. After all, time was limited, and he needed to hurry. Chen Ping'an took out all the treasures he intended to sell. Each treasure was individually wrapped in cotton cloth and then placed in his backpack. He had a total of 9 treasures to sell this time. All of them were acquired through flash sales in the system. Chen Ping'an didn't know their exact value, but the price shouldn't be cheap. At the hotel front desk, Chen Ping'an asked the receptionist to arrange a vehicle for him. Large hotels of their caliber have their own vehicles to serve guests. The front desk attendant quickly agreed and then arranged a vehicle for Chen Ping'an. Having a vehicle provided by the hotel was indeed much more convenient. However, the Peninsula Hong Kong was a bit far from the auction house, and it took over an hour of driving to finally reach the auction house. There were also inconveniences with using a hotel car. Once at the destination, the car would return on its own and would not wait there for Chen Ping'an. If Chen Ping'an needed a car later, he would have to find one himself. Fortunately, he had already arrived at the auction house. Chen Ping'an picked up his backpack and walked directly into the auction house. 2 Indian security guards stood at the entrance of the auction house. When they saw Chen Ping'an walk in, these 2 Indian security guards stopped him. Chen Ping'an knew that these lackeys were the most difficult to deal with, so he directly spoke in fluent English, saying, "I have an appointment with the auction house, I'm here to auction treasures." If Chen Ping'an had spoken in Mandarin, it certainly wouldn't have had any effect. But now, as soon as Chen Ping'an spoke in fluent English, the effect was completely different. Hearing Chen Ping'an speak fluent English and that he had an appointment, the 2 Indian security guards at the entrance immediately smiled and let him pass. When a country is still weak, it's just this helpless. If the country were strong enough, why would he need to say such nonsense? Without the interception of these Indian guards, Chen Ping'an quickly arrived at the front desk. After stating his name, the front desk checked the records and enthusiastically escorted Chen Ping'an to the reception room. Tea and snacks were also quickly arranged. Before long, a middle-aged man came over to greet Chen Ping'an. The middle-aged man spoke in Cantonese, but Chen Ping'an gently waved his hand and spoke in English. "Excuse me, I don't speak Cantonese. Let's communicate in English." Hearing Chen Ping'an speak fluent English and not Cantonese, the middle-aged man not only didn't look down on him but instead became even more enthusiastic. "All right, sir. My surname is Zhang Hui Huang. I am the client manager of our auction house. Do you have anything you wish to auction at our auction house? Please take a look first." Chen Ping'an didn't waste words, he directly opened his backpack and took out the 9 prepared treasures one by one. Seeing the 9 treasures laid out before him, Zhang Hui Huang's eyes widened. Although these 9 treasures were not antique paintings or calligraphy, they were all precious jewelry. For example, one ruby necklace was entirely crafted from platinum, adorned with numerous small diamonds, and even these small diamonds were of excellent quality. The pendant part of the necklace, however, was a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg. In his estimation, this ruby necklace alone could sell for at least 20 million. Then there was another imperial green god of wealth statue, about a foot tall, entirely in the imperial green color, with a particularly pure hue and excellent translucency. The god of wealth is a favorite among the wealthy, and this one was imperial green with such good translucency. Zhang Hui Huang could roughly estimate that the selling price of this imperial green god of wealth would not be less than 10 million. The specific price would still require professional appraisal by a great master before it could be given. Of the 9 items Chen Ping'an brought out, not one was worthless. In fact, if Chen Ping'an weren't short on cash, he shouldn't sell these treasures. He should keep them for collection, they would be even more valuable in 20 years. But Chen Ping'an was in need of money. Although he already had over 100 million in cash, he was still very short of money. Moreover, Chen Ping'an knew very clearly that after converting these treasures into cash and then using that cash for investment, his future achievements would be greater, and the rate of appreciation would also be faster. Chapter 78, Another Large Income. After confirming that what Chen Ping'an brought was truly a treasure, Zhang Hui Huang finally contacted professional appraisers to come over. After all, these appraisers held relatively high status, and one could not simply invite them over just because anyone asked. At the very least, it had to be confirmed that the items brought were worth appraising. Only then would the appraisers be invited. Because Chen Ping'an brought 9 treasures, Zhang Hui Huang contacted 3 appraisers. Having 3 appraisers perform cross-appraisals would ensure higher accuracy and greater security. The appraisal process was quite time-consuming, it took over 2 hours to complete the appraisal of all 9 treasures. For the 9 treasures, the auction house gave an estimated price of 130 million. Of course, this was just an estimated price, not the final auction price. They would manage these 9 treasures and take them to an international auction for sale. According to their experience, the auction price would be higher, potentially reaching 200 million. It is actually hard to say what the specific selling price will be, it depends on the situation on the day of the auction. I am in urgent need of money. What price can you offer me? Chen Ping'an did not waste any words and asked directly. If he participated in the auction, he could certainly sell them for a higher price. However, the auction process takes too long. It could take several months. Expensive jewelry like this cannot be auctioned off immediately. A significant amount of time is needed beforehand for promotion. Only after wealthy people around the world know about the existence of these treasures will they be taken to the auction. Only by following such a process can these treasures be sold for the highest price. Otherwise, if an auction is held in a rush and there aren't many wealthy people at the venue, how could it possibly fetch a high price? However, the auction company can also purchase them directly. Chen Ping'an wanted to sell these treasures directly to the auction company, and then the auction company would auction them off. The auction company would certainly bear some risk, but their profit would also be higher. If they are truly good items, the auction company does not mind purchasing them. The 9 treasures brought by Chen Ping'an fell into the category of good items, and were among the best of them. For such good items, the auction company naturally wanted to purchase them. Mr. Chen, our auction company is willing to offer 135 million to purchase all 9 of your treasures. This is already the highest price we can offer. You know that working in this industry involves risks. Now, our company is taking on that risk. You can take the money and leave immediately. If you are in urgent need of money, this is a method you can use. Of course, if you feel the price is not suitable, I suggest you hand over these 9 treasures to us for auction. At the auction, they could sell for a higher price, Zhang Huihuang said confidently. Chen Ping'an shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "My family is in urgent need of funds, I really cannot wait." "Then let us proceed as you said." "Happy to cooperate." "Happy to cooperate," Zhang Huihuang also said with a face full of smiles. With this transaction completed, the company could earn a large sum of money, and as the handler, Zhang Huihuang's commission would not be small either. What followed was the actual transaction process, which involved a set of very cumbersome procedures. This was because the auction company was worried that these treasures might be stolen goods. First of all, in the handling of the procedures, they would shift all responsibility away from themselves. In other words, in the event that these treasures were stolen goods, the auction company would bear no responsibility at all. Then, they would also use their own channels to investigate in a short period of time whether these treasures were indeed stolen goods. Because they did not want to bring trouble upon themselves. Actually, there was another point. If they determined that these treasures were stolen goods, it didn't mean they wouldn't accept them, rather, they could use business reasons to drive down the price. They spent several hours investigating. But unfortunately, they did not find any evidence that these items were stolen goods. Thus, it was confirmed that these were not stolen goods, and they could not use the excuse of them being stolen to drive down the price. Several hours later, the process was completed, the procedures were finished, and 135 million was directly transferred into the company account provided by Chen Ping'an. The account Chen Ping'an provided was the company account of Qingyun Investment Company. Large corporate-to-corporate remittances could also reduce a lot of trouble. Mr. Chen, happy to cooperate. If you have any other good items in the future, you can continue to contact our auction company, Zhang Huihuang said with a smile, shaking hands with Chen Ping'an. I will, Chen Ping'an nodded slightly. In the future, if he had any treasures he didn't need, Chen Ping'an certainly wouldn't mind taking them out to sell. After all, these so-called treasures couldn't be eaten as a meal, but once sold, they could turn into cash. Chen Ping'an still preferred cash. Chen Ping'an was very satisfied with this monetization. He didn't expect that 9 items would actually get him 135 million. One must know that in Chen Ping'an's system mall, he only spent 9 yuan to purchase these 9 items. If this were to be said out loud, it would probably scare Zhang Huihuang to death. Of course, Chen Ping'an would never say it out loud in his entire life. He would keep this secret for the rest of his life. With this 130 million, plus the 150 million Chen Ping'an had previously obtained from stock trading, the cash Chen Ping'an had on hand now reached 280 million. Before even starting university, the funds in his hands had already reached 280 million. This feeling was really too great. By the time Chen Ping'an walked out of the auction company, it was already dark outside. Zhang Huihuang had originally wanted to invite Chen Ping'an to dinner, but was politely declined by Chen Ping'an. After all, the two were not familiar with each other, and eating together rashly would only make Chen Ping'an feel uncomfortable. He hailed a taxi at the entrance, and Chen Ping'an got into the car. Out of habit, Chen Ping'an still asked in English. "Sorry, sir, I don't speak English." Do you speak Cantonese? The driver, a middle-aged man, said embarrassedly. In Hong Kong, many people at the bottom of society actually do not speak English. Some even have never attended school at all. Can you speak Mandarin? Chen Ping'an asked tentatively. That's great, I can speak Mandarin too, the middle-aged driver said with a smile. The Mandarin he spoke had a heavy Hong Kong accent, but it was indeed Mandarin. It could be said that this was Hong Kong-style Mandarin. Chen Ping'an also smiled, although the accent was quite heavy, he could indeed understand it. You are a compatriot from the mainland, right? The driver asked. Yes, I came over to handle some matters. It went quite smoothly, and I have already finished them. I plan to find a place to eat. Could you introduce some good local places to eat? Chen Ping'an asked. Are you planning to go to a high-end restaurant to eat, or are you planning to go to our local Dai Pai Dong? The middle-aged driver asked. Chapter 79, Dai Pai Dong. What's the difference between a high-end restaurant and a Dai Pai Dong? Chen Ping'an asked, puzzled. After all, he wasn't a local, so he truly didn't understand the local situation. High-end restaurants have good ingredients, good materials, and a good atmosphere, but they are expensive. Dai Pai Dongs are the most down-to-earth. They rely on skill and fresh ingredients, and the flavor is the most authentic. Mister, if you want to eat the most authentic food here, I recommend going to a Dai Pai Dong. Lots of celebrities and rich people here also love to eat at Dai Pai Dongs, the middle-aged driver introduced. All right, master, I'll listen to you. Introduce me to a Dai Pai Dong, the best one, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Listen to advice and you'll eat well. Since the middle-aged driver said the Dai Pai Dong food was good and authentic, he would follow his suggestion. No problem. It's still early right now. We'll go to Fuji Dai Pai Dong. Fuji Dai Pai Dong is a place we all love to go. The food isn't expensive and tastes great. The middle-aged driver talked while driving, chatting with Chen Ping along the way. Drivers like him are very well informed. They chatted excitedly about all sorts of topics with Chen Ping'an throughout the journey. Speaking of which, the recent stock market has been really good. I have several friends who made a killing. It's a shame I don't know how to trade stocks, or I would have gone in and made a fortune too, the middle-aged driver said regretfully. Uncle, listen to my advice, it's better not to get involved in stock trading. Look at those who trade stocks, how many of them end up well? Trading stocks is no different from gambling. It's even worse than gambling, where at least you can directly see the wins and losses at the table. Chen Ping'an advised him at this moment. Although Chen Ping'an made his fortune through stock trading, he certainly knew how enormous the risks of stocks were. Especially the Hong Kong stock market, August was fast approaching. The famous Hong Kong financial defense war was about to begin. One of Chen Ping'an's purposes for coming to Hong Kong was to participate in this war. With Chen Ping'an's capital, he naturally couldn't sway the war. But he could fish in troubled waters and make a profit. Thank you, Mr. Chen, you're right. I won't touch stocks, the middle-aged driver quickly replied. By the way, uncle, how should I address you? Chen Ping'an asked with a smile. My surname is Song, and my given name is Yuan, the Yuan from fate, Yuanfen. Actually, everyone just likes to call me Old Song, Song Yuan said shyly. Then I'll call you Old Song. Right, Old Song, how much do you usually earn in a day? Chen Ping'an asked curiously. It depends, usually between 500 and 800, Old Song said with a hint of pride. His income was not considered low in this era. Of course, in Hong Kong, he still belonged to the lower class. But if this were in mainland China, he would definitely be in the wealthy class. It could only be said that the consumption and income levels of the two regions were different. I will be staying locally for a while, and I will hire you for 1,000 yuan per day. I'm booking both you and your car. Does that work for you? Chen Ping'an asked. Anyway, Chen Ping'an wasn't short on money, and it was convenient to spend a little to hire a car and driver for his service. Boss, you must be joking, Old Song asked, slightly disbelieving. Why would I joke about this? How about this, you start working for me tomorrow. We'll settle the payment daily, one day at a time, Chen Ping'an stated directly. No problem, I accept the job, Old Song quickly agreed. After all, he could only earn a few hundred yuan for a day's work. With 1,000 yuan a day working for Chen Ping'an, he'd be crazy not to take it. While they were talking, they arrived at the Dai Pai Dong. Consider today an early end to your shift. Later, join me for dinner, my treat. It'll be good to have someone to drink and chat with, Chen Ping'an said to Old Song. No problem, if the boss is treating, I'd be happy to. Boss, you go find a seat first. I'll find a place to park the car, Old Song said with a chuckle. He had no intention of being overly polite with Chen Ping'an. Although his interaction with Chen Ping'an had been brief, Old Song could tell that Chen Ping'an was easygoing. Of course, this was evident, but Old Song wasn't stupid. He would still observe the necessary boundaries and wouldn't do anything to make the boss dislike him. Having lived to his age, anyone who wasn't an idiot understood the necessary social etiquette. Old Song was clearly not an idiot. Chen Ping'an inviting Old Song to eat was naturally also because he wanted to ask Old Song for more information. Taxi drivers are the most well-informed group of people, asking them for news is definitely the right move. The Dai Pai Dong's business was truly booming. Chen Ping'an and Old Song had arrived relatively early, but there was already a queue. Several people were already queuing in front of Chen Ping'an, but luckily, there weren't many. Chen Ping'an wasn't in a hurry. Since Old Song recommended the food here, he was willing to wait a bit longer. Furthermore, Chen Ping'an was very interested in the local street culture of Hong Kong. Old Song parked the car and came over, just as it was Chen Ping'an's turn to get a table. The two of them took a small table. They didn't even have a menu here, you just ordered what you wanted, but Chen Ping'an truly didn't know how to order. Old Song, recommend a few good dishes for me. Don't worry about the cost. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Boss, then I won't be polite. I'll order a few good dishes, Old Song said, grinning. No problem, order whatever you like, Chen Ping'an nodded slightly. For this kind of Dai Pai Dong, even if it was expensive, the price limit was low, so Chen Ping'an genuinely didn't mind him ordering freely. Although Old Song said that, in reality, he wouldn't order anything too extravagant. For the two of them, Old Song ordered 4 dishes and 1 soup, and also ordered a plate of beef chow fun for each of them. Since he had to drive, they didn't order alcohol. Chen Ping'an wasn't interested in alcohol either, so they just ordered a few bottles of soda. Chen Ping'an started chatting casually with Old Song, mainly asking about the local situation. Old Song was a chatterbox. Once Chen Ping'an started asking questions, he talked endlessly. But Chen Ping'an genuinely enjoyed listening to Old Song talk. The Dai Pai Dong served food quickly, and the dishes arrived soon after. Chen Ping'an tasted it, and the flavor was indeed good. However, Dai Pai Dongs also had a drawback: the dishes weren't refined, they were in the style of street food. But the flavor was truly excellent and delicious. Next time, he would try a high-end restaurant. It would be a shame to visit Hong Kong and not eat at a high-end restaurant. As the two were eating, a fierce argument suddenly erupted nearby. You bloody bum. You don't have money to pay your gambling debts, but you have money to eat out, huh? Are you effing looking for death? This is your daughter, right? She's very pretty. Perfect, we'll take your daughter to settle the debt. Chapter 80 Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing. Chen Ping'an didn't understand Cantonese very well, but he could tell it wasn't anything good. He turned his head and saw a family surrounded by several thugs. There was a very beautiful girl in the crowd. Just one glance was enough to stun Chen Ping'an. It was truly rare for a girl to be able to stun Chen Ping'an. After all, Chen Ping'an had been through the baptism of internet beauties. Old Song, what's going on? Chen Ping'an asked curiously. A gambler owes a gambling debt and is now being cornered by loan sharks. This family is going to suffer. Old Song said with a sigh. However, people like gamblers are truly not worth pitying. There is a saying that one should help with emergencies but not with poverty, but these gamblers are even more terrifying than the poor. The poor just lack money, but gamblers are a bottomless pit. The people around were just watching the spectacle, and no one dared to step forward to help. There are 2 types of people in Xinjiang that you cannot provoke. One is the wealthy rich, and the other is these street gang members. The rich have money and power, while gang members have numbers on their side, so neither group should be provoked. Ordinary people are best off staying as far away as possible when they see these 2 groups. So the people around were just watching, and no one dared to step forward to help. Chen Ping'an took a look at the young girl, then followed up with another look. He felt that the young girl looked very familiar. Right, I remember now, I saw her photo 20 years later. No wonder I felt she looked familiar, yet I didn't know her. Chen Ping'an suddenly remembered where he had seen this young girl before. He had seen this young girl in a newspaper 20 years later. However, 20 years later, she could no longer be called a young girl, but rather a beautiful middle-aged woman. If he remembered correctly, her name should be Su Yuqing. 20 years later, she had become the helm of a $100 billion group, and there were rumors among the people that she was the mistress of some big shot. As for whether it was true or false, no one knew. Chen Ping'an also believed that this rumor was likely true. Because the paparazzi in Xinjiang had once investigated Su Yuqing's background. They discovered that Su Yuqing came from an ordinary family background, yet in just over 20 years, she had taken control of a $100 billion group. To say that there was no one supporting Su Yuqing behind the scenes would be impossible. It was also because of this story that Chen Ping'an had such a deep memory of Su Yuqing. He never expected to meet Su Yuqing here. It seemed that Su Yuqing had not yet met that big shot. Chen Ping'an was also quite curious about the identity of that big shot. I'm not going, let me go, I'm going to call the police. At this moment, those few thugs were already dragging Su Yuqing outside. Su Yuqing was terrified and let out a scream of horror. The people around felt unbearable watching this scene. But no one dared to step forward to help, as they didn't want to bring trouble upon themselves and their families. Old Song, do you have the guts to go over and translate for me? I want to save that girl, Chen Ping'an said to Old Song. Old Song was a bit scared, but seeing that the girl was indeed very pitiful, he nodded and said okay. Chen Ping'an had no choice, as he really couldn't speak Cantonese. Without Old Song there to translate, it would be difficult to even have a conversation. Tell them, I'll pay this family's debt, Chen Ping'an said. Old Song hurriedly translated. The leading thug heard that Chen Ping'an was speaking Mandarin and gave him a disdainful look. However, when he heard Old Song say that Chen Ping'an was willing to pay, his expression changed slightly. The thug had dyed his hair green, so let's just call him Green Hair. Green Hair looked Chen Ping'an up and down and said disdainfully. He's willing to pay 500,000, but can he actually come up with it? This old guy owes our boss 500,000, if he can come up with 500,000, this debt can be cleared. 500,000 is no problem, bring the IOU over. The IOU is naturally not on us. How about this, you come with us to our boss's place. As long as you can come up with 500,000, you can settle this matter. But I'll say this first, if you can't come up with the money, our boss won't let you off. Meddling in other people's business comes with a price, Green Hair said coldly. The money is easy to talk about, but you need to let this girl go now. Chen Ping'an said, pointing at Su Yuqing. Once you bring the money, we'll naturally let this chick go, but for now, it doesn't matter if we brothers have some fun with her first, right? Green Hair said with a grin, and as he spoke, he reached out towards Su Yuqing's chest. Su Yuqing was streaming with tears, clearly terrified. Moreover, her hands were being held by two other thugs, so she couldn't even protect herself. Just at this moment, a large foot kicked out fiercely, and with one kick, sent Green Hair flying. Before the few thugs could react, they were all sent flying with one kick each. I gave you face, but you didn't want it, so don't blame me for being impolite, Chen Ping'an said coldly. Old Song watched, dumbfounded, forgetting even to translate. You King want to die, daring to hit us. Do you know we are from the number gang? If you offend our number gang, your whole family will die. Green Hair pointed at Chen Ping'an and started cursing. Old Song had reacted and hurriedly translated. Old Song's expression was also looking a bit ugly, he didn't expect they had offended the number gang. This was a top-tier major gang, it was not something people like them could afford to provoke. Chen Ping'an didn't waste a word, walked straight up to Green Hair, and kicked him again. You only know the number gang is powerful, but do you know I'm even more badass? If you offend me, does your number gang not want to survive anymore? Do you believe that with one phone call to the capital, I can have people wipe out your number gang? Xinjiang has been returned, and you little hooligans still dare to be arrogant, are you in such a hurry to die? Chen Ping'an said with full arrogance. Anyway, no one here knew his identity, and no one could expose him if he bluffed. And after the surrounding people heard this, they nodded in agreement instead. Many people suddenly realized. They had been wondering before how Chen Ping'an had the guts to provoke these thugs. Now hearing Chen Ping'an say this, they didn't feel strange at all. After all, in their minds, Chen Ping'an must be a big shot from the mainland. This was an existence that even the number gang couldn't afford to provoke. Green Hair's expression also changed. He was truly worried that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. It was that saying again, Xiangjiang had already been returned. Let's go, you just wait, this matter isn't over. Green Hair left this harsh threat and fled quickly with his subordinates. But Green Hair didn't know Chen Ping'an's methods. Chen Ping'an had used true qi in the second kick he gave him. A strand of true qi had been injected into Green Hair's body. Green Hair was doomed. Chapter 81, Buying Away for 1 million. Green Hair took his underlings and left, but he left behind a harsh threat. However, he had no idea that his fate had long been sealed. After Green Hair left, Su Yuqing finally let out a long sigh of relief. What happened before had truly frightened Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was actually not very old, only in her early 20s. The fact that those thugs had tried to drag Su Yuqing away earlier had really made her feel as if she had fallen into hell. It was because of Chen Ping'an's appearance that he had pulled her back out of hell. This gentleman, thank you for saving me, Su Yuqing said, walking over to Chen Ping'an's side, speaking in fluent Mandarin. This fluent Mandarin actually surprised Chen Ping'an a little. But after the surprise, Chen Ping'an quickly reacted. After all, this was Hong Kong. Many local residents had run over from the opposite side, so it was quite normal for them to be able to speak Mandarin. You're welcome, it was just a small effort. However, I'm afraid this matter won't be resolved so easily. What are your plans for what comes next? Chen Ping'an asked directly. Su Yuqing's face turned pale instantly. Thinking of the huge debt of 500,000 that her father owed, she truly felt like she wanted to die. Even if they sold their whole family, they couldn't scrape together 500,000. This gentleman, you must save our whole family. Please save us to the end. If you don't step in to save us, we are doomed. Those people from the number gang earlier won't let our family go. A skinny old man suddenly knelt in front of Chen Ping'an, clutching Chen Ping'an's thigh and begging incessantly. This old man was Su Yuqing's father, Su Dafu. Actually, Su Dafu's name was quite fitting, because when he was young, he was a rich second generation, and his family was wealthy. It was just that he was a playboy, a good-for-nothing who squandered his family's fortune. While still young, he had sold off all the family's assets. Su Yuqing had lived the life of a rich young miss for a few years in her childhood, but by the time she was in her teens, her father had squandered all the family property. This implicated Su Yuqing, leaving her unable to continue as a wealthy young lady, and now she was even on the verge of being sold. If Chen Ping'an hadn't intervened, Su Yuqing would definitely have been taken away, and as for what kind of fate she would have faced later, no one could say. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find a place to discuss this slowly, Chen Ping'an said quickly. After all, there was still a crowd of onlookers here, and it wasn't convenient to do anything. Then why not go to my place? My home is just across the way, Su Dafu said hurriedly. Chen Ping'an nodded. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an had already eaten enough and wasn't hungry now, otherwise, the food from earlier would have been completely wasted. After paying the bill, Chen Ping'an left with Su Dafu's family. Old Song was very self-aware and didn't follow, but instead told Chen Ping'an that he would return to the car to wait for him. Fortunately, Su Yuqing's family could all speak Mandarin, so they didn't need Old Song as a translator. The place where Su Yuqing's family lived was not good. It was a residential building in the alley across the way. The environment of this kind of residential building was naturally not very good, with the corridors and walkways all covered in trash. The walls were covered in various graffiti, looking dirty, messy, and poor. Su Dafu took out a key and opened the door. This was the house they rented. Their original house had long been sold. They had rented this small place specifically to hide from creditors. They hadn't expected to run into the creditors again while out for a meal. Mr. Chen, you said earlier that you were willing to pay off our debts. I wonder if that's true. Su Dafu asked with a flattering expression. When he asked, his face was full of anticipation. The matter is true, but what benefit do I get? I can pay the 500,000 in gambling debts, but what can you give me in return? As Chen Ping'an spoke, his eyes fell on Su Yuqing, and the meaning was already very clear. Su Dafu was no fool, he understood Chen Ping'an's purpose perfectly. Su Dafu licked his lips and held up a finger as he spoke. 1 million. As long as you give me 1 million, Mr. Chen, my daughter will be yours from now on, Su Dafu said in a low voice. Dad, what are you saying? Su Yuqing said, unable to believe it. Daughter, Dad is doing this for your own good. You won't have a good life following a gambler like your father. Now, Dad has found you a good home. Look at Mr. Chen, he is talented and handsome, and he just saved us, which shows he is kind-hearted and noble. You wouldn't find a man like this even if you searched with a lantern, Su Dafu persuaded earnestly. Su Yuqing had been a bit sad, but after hearing her father say this, she turned her head and secretly glanced at Chen Ping'an. She felt that what her father said was actually true. Chen Ping'an had already saved her life. Moreover, Chen Ping'an was young and handsome. If she became Chen Ping'an's woman in the future, she wouldn't be doing herself a disservice. Daughter, think about your father too. I'm already at this age, if I don't pay off this gambling debt, I'm dead. And those people at the casino won't let you go either. If you don't agree to this today, Dad is really done for. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth and said nothing more. But as soon as Su Dafu saw his daughter's expression, he knew she had acquiesced. Su Dafu immediately said flatteringly to Chen Ping'an, Mr. Chen, my daughter has agreed. From now on, my daughter is yours. As long as you give me 1 million, that's all. Chen Ping'an's expression was still a bit dull. He hadn't expected this matter to progress so smoothly. He did have some thoughts about Su Yuqing, but in reality, he hadn't thought he could get his hands on her so easily. Originally, Chen Ping'an had thought this matter would be a bit troublesome, but he hadn't expected it to be so smooth. Buying a beauty like Su Yuqing for 1 million was actually quite a bargain. The key was that in 20 years, Su Yuqing would become a female CEO that Chen Ping'an couldn't afford to reach. And now, Chen Ping'an could buy Su Yuqing easily. This kind of stimulation and temptation was not something an average man could resist. The money is no problem. But are you sure that if I give you the money, you won't implicate Su Yuqing again in the future? I've heard that gamblers can never quit gambling. No, I will be a good person from now on and will never dare to gamble again. I will use 500,000 to pay off the debt, and I can buy a small apartment with the remaining 500,000 to live comfortably for the rest of my life. As for my daughter, she will be yours from now on. What does that have to do with me? My affairs won't affect her. A married daughter is like spilled water, isn't it? Su Dafu said hurriedly. Su Yuqing, what do you think? I respect your wishes and won't force you, Chen Ping'an asked Su Yuqing. Chapter 82, The Death of Green Hair. I have no objections. I am willing to go with you. Su Yuqing looked at Chen Ping'an and said with a firm expression. Su Yuqing had also come to terms with it. Following her gambling addict father meant her life would be ruined. Since that was the case, she might as well fulfill her own future and also fulfill her gambling addict father's needs. She could find a good man, and her father could get 1 million. Good, then it's settled. Let's go to the bank and handle the paperwork. Chen Ping'an also nodded in agreement. Su Yuqing, pack your luggage as well. We'll leave together in a moment, Chen Ping'an added to Su Yuqing. Since he had already spent the money, there was no need to be coy. If they were on the mainland, Chen Ping'an wouldn't have dared to do something like this. After all, he had concerns. But it was completely different in Hong Kong. This was a free haven. Besides, Chen Ping'an had his own plans. He needed someone of his own in Hong Kong. Su Yuqing was the person Chen Ping'an had chosen. If Su Yuqing could control a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate in the future, then her ability was certainly beyond doubt. This was the reason why Chen Ping'an had bought Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing nodded and quickly went to pack her things. She had very few personal items, so she just packed a small suitcase. She didn't take anything else. The happiest person on the scene was Su Dafu. Su Dafu never expected that he could make a windfall in such a situation. Seeing this, Su Yuqing's mother just wept silently, but she didn't say much. Because she knew very well what kind of person her husband was. This gambling addict husband was beyond saving, and if her daughter stayed with them, she would be heading down a dead end. Now that her daughter could follow a good man, it actually gave her daughter a way to survive. The group quickly went to the bank across the street and handled the transfer procedures. 1 million was transferred into Su Dafu's bank card. As for other agreements, nothing was written down at all. Su Dafu was overjoyed to see an extra 1 million in his bank card. "Let's go," Chen Ping'an said to Su Yuqing. "We're just leaving like this. Don't we need to write some kind of agreement? Aren't you worried that my father will go back on his word?" Su Yuqing asked curiously as they walked. "Your father can't even handle a group of thugs. If he provokes me, do you think he has a way to survive? So, do you think there's any need to write such an agreement?" Chen Ping'an retorted. "You're right. I believe my father won't go back on his word either. And since I've agreed to follow you, I won't go back on my word either," Su Yuqing said earnestly. "That's for the best, then you are my person from now on." Chen Ping'an smiled and pinched Su Yuqing's cheek. Her cheeks were so soft and smooth. Chen Ping'an knew where Old Song had parked. Chen Ping'an took Su Yuqing directly into Old Song's taxi. Old Song just glanced at Su Yuqing but didn't say a word. However, a flash of envy crossed Old Song's eyes. As an old hand like Old Song, he could naturally see the result of the matter at a glance. Without needing Chen Ping'an to explain, Old Song knew what had happened. This kind of situation happened often in Hong Kong, and Old Song was used to it. "Boss, where are we going now? Are we returning to the hotel?" Old Song asked. "Wait a moment. Where can we go shopping?" "We need to buy some things," Chen Ping'an said. "Understood. Then let's go to Causeway Bay." Just as Chen Ping'an took Su Yuqing away, Green Hair also returned to the casino. "Boss, we didn't bring that girl back, someone snatched her away." Green Hair walked up to his boss and said with a sullen expression, "Xiao Kai, what's the situation? Can't you even handle such a small matter?" Green Hair's boss was named Brother Scar, a minor leader of the Number Gang. He owned a casino and several nightclubs, and had over 100 underlings. He was considered to be doing quite well on this street. Ever since Brother Scar had seen Su Yuqing last time, he had been unable to stop thinking about her. However, he also knew that for someone like him, it would be difficult to get Su Yuqing through legitimate means. Having heard that Su Yuqing's father was a gambling addict, Brother Scar set a trap, and sure enough, he got Su Yuqing's father hooked. In just one night, he made Su Yuqing's father lose 200,000 in the casino. One must know that this 200,000 was high-interest loan money Su Yuqing's father had borrowed from the casino. With compound interest, the 200,000 had ballooned to 500,000 in just a few days. Brother Scar felt the timing was right, so he sent his underlings to grab Su Yuqing. Brother Scar was, of course, very clear about the whereabouts of Su Yuqing's family. Therefore, tonight's kidnapping was not a chance encounter, but a premeditated operation. Brother Scar had also entrusted this matter to his capable underling, Xiao Kai. As for Xiao Kai, he was that Green Hair. But Brother Scar never expected that Green Hair would actually mess this up. "Boss, you can't blame me for this. Some mainland guy stepped in and took her away. I even told him we are from the Number Gang. He didn't give the Number Gang any face at all. Boss, what do we do now?" Green Hair asked worriedly. "You're asking me what to do? Is this your first day on the streets? After offending our Number Gang, do you think he can have a good ending? Go and find out his background. I want to know who is messing with me. And that Su Yuqing, there's no way I'm letting a woman I've set my eyes on get away. Xiao Kai, let me ask you one more time, can you get this done? If you can't, I'll hand it over to Big Fly," Brother Scar said coldly. Green Hair quickly patted his chest and said, "Boss, I was just caught off guard earlier, which is why I fell for his trick. I'll call more brothers in a moment. I will definitely handle this properly." Green Hair certainly knew that if he didn't get this done, his boss wouldn't let him off. "Green Hair, are you actually capable? If not, why not let me handle this?" Big Fly, who was standing nearby, said gloatingly. "Get lost, Big Fly. This isn't your place to speak. Boss has already entrusted this to me, I will definitely handle it properly," Green Hair quickly added. "All right, both of you, shut the F*** up. Xiao Kai, go do your job." I'll give you this one chance, don't disappoint me, Brother Scar said while cursing. Boss, don't you worry. I will definitely bring that woman back for you, Green Hair said loudly again. Green Hair had just finished speaking when suddenly, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 83, Shopping. Green Hair suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, startling everyone. Boss, Brother Scar, was also startled at this moment, completely unexpected that Green Hair would suddenly vomit blood. Quick, check if that kid is dead or not. Brother Scar said, pointing at Green Hair. Big Fly, who was nearby, was very bold and immediately stepped forward to check on Green Hair's condition. He felt Green Hair's pulse, then shook his head at Brother Scar. Boss, Green Hair is dead. Green Hair is dead. How is that possible? He was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Brother Scar had a look of disbelief on his face. After all, Green Hair was just bouncing around happily in front of him earlier, ready to do his bidding and cut people. Now, Green Hair spat out a mouthful of blood and is gone, dead. Brother Scar truly didn't know what had happened to Green Hair. Boss, what should we do now? Should we send him to the hospital? A subordinate nearby spoke up. Send him to the hospital, my ass. He's dead. Damn it, does this kid have some incurable disease? Brother Scar scratched his hair, paced back and forth a few steps, then pointed at Green Hair's corpse and said to Big Fly. Big Fly, take Green Hair's body back to his home, give his family 50,000 yuan as compensation, and make sure his family keeps their mouths shut. For me, as the boss, to give him 50,000 yuan in compensation is already doing everything I can. Yes, boss, I know what to do. The boss is truly benevolent, giving 50,000 yuan even after death. It's worth following the boss, Big Fly quickly said. Your mouth is still as sweet as ever, kid. Brother Scar also burst into laughter. As for the death of his subordinate, he didn't take it to heart, he was just annoyed that he had to deal with the corpse and pay 50,000 yuan in compensation, which made his heart ache a little. Big Fly, I'm leaving Green Hair's matter to you. You will also take over Green Hair's subordinates from now on. You shouldn't have any problems, right? Brother Scar asked. Of course, no problem. Thank you, boss, for promoting me, Big Fly said happily, patting his chest. Good brother, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Brother Scar said, laughing heartily. This group of people completely failed to realize that Green Hair's death was extremely strange. They were even more oblivious to the fact that Green Hair had been beaten to death by someone. At this moment, Chen Ping'an was taking Su Yuqing shopping. Chen Ping'an was not short on money, so the stores he took Su Yuqing to were luxury boutiques. Su Yuqing looked at the prices written on the merchandise in the store, feeling overwhelmed. Because the prices were too high, she didn't even dare to touch anything now. It was also the first time Su Yuqing realized how expensive luxury goods were. But everything here was so beautiful and looked so exquisite, she really liked it. Su Yuqing had only seen these exquisite luxury goods on TV and in magazines before, this was the first time she had seen them up close. See anything you like. If you like it, we'll buy it, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. But they are all so expensive, Su Yuqing whispered. With my financial power, buying this entire store wouldn't be a problem, let alone just buying a few items. So, you absolutely don't need to worry about the price. I just want to know if you like it or not. Is there anything you like? Chen Ping'an asked again. Yes, I like this bag. And I like this dress too. Su Yuqing thought about it and only picked one bag and one dress. We'll take this bag and this dress. Please find a size that fits my girlfriend. Chen Ping'an spoke. Inside the luxury store, Chen Ping'an spoke English. If Chen Ping'an continued to use Mandarin, on one hand, he might be looked down upon by the staff, and on the other hand, there would be many communication barriers. Perhaps these staff members couldn't speak Mandarin at all. This was a helpless situation, but reality was like this, and Chen Ping'an couldn't do anything about it. The sales staff in the store quickly found a suitable size for Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing went into the fitting room and put on the dress. When Su Yuqing came out again, Chen Ping'an felt his eyes light up. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Su Yuqing, wearing the new dress, looked even more beautiful than before. Su Yuqing was a little shy, but very happy inside. Not bad, this dress suits you very well. Let's buy a few more sets. If you like them, we'll just buy them, Chen Ping'an said to Su Yuqing. Thank you, Su Yuqing said gratefully. This was the first time she had ever felt this kind of care. Because her mother was weak, and her father was a gambler. So, when she was at home, she had never been cared for by anyone. But in the short time she had been with Chen Ping'an, she already felt surrounded by love. From now on, you are my woman. You don't need to keep thanking me. If you say thank you too much, it loses its value. If you want to thank me, you can express your gratitude with practical actions tonight. Chen Ping'an leaned close to Su Yuqing's ear and said something suggestive. Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun are both considered young women. But they are only immature young women. Chen Ping'an likes them, and one could even say he loves them, but his interest in them isn't that great because they are still young. But Su Yuqing is completely different, she is a fully mature beauty. Although Su Yuqing's demeanor is still somewhat innocent, her body is fully developed. Chen Ping'an's body is 19 years old, but his soul is already several decades old. Facing a mature beauty like Su Yuqing, Chen Ping'an was also starting to feel restless. Chen Ping'an bought several more sets of clothes for Su Yuqing, replacing everything from the inside out. Besides buying clothes for Su Yuqing, Chen Ping'an also bought quite a few clothes and bags for Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun. Chen Ping'an had a very good memory, remembering their figures clearly, so he could naturally provide the sizes they wore. These were gifts to take back and give to the two of them. The clothes Chen Ping'an bought for the two women were relatively conservative, but the styles were very novel and attractive. It is currently difficult to buy clothes of this style on the mainland. Su Yuqing naturally noticed the clothes Chen Ping'an bought for other women, but she only glanced at them and didn't pry. Su Yuqing clearly understood her status and position. She could not possibly be the main wife. She would only be Chen Ping'an's concubine. Of course, this was very common in Hong Kong, and Su Yuqing herself accepted this view. Su Yuqing clearly remembered that when her father was rich, she had several little aunts. These little aunts were actually her father's concubines. However, after her father went bankrupt, these concubines naturally ran away. Only Su Yuqing's mother stayed by her father's side faithfully. They bought a large pile of things, and it cost Chen Ping'an quite a bit of money, probably tens of thousands. It must be said that the cost of living in Hong Kong is truly expensive. And this was without buying top-tier luxury items. If they were buying those top-tier luxury items, the cost would likely exceed several $100,000. Chen Ping'an also bought himself several sets of clothes, several of which were suits, convenient for daily wear. As the saying goes, the Buddha needs gold adornments, and people need clothes. Chen Ping'an also needed a few advanced suits to maintain appearances. Chapter 84, Gambler. Big Fly had just left, but he returned very quickly. However, the big fly who returned had a somewhat strange expression on his face. Boss, that old gambler surnamed Su is back. Big Fly walked up to his boss, Brother Scar, and whispered. Brother Scar was taken aback when he heard this news. He had thought the old gambler had run away, he didn't expect the old gambler to have returned on his own. Where is he? Brother Scar asked. He's in our casino, saying he's here to pay back his debts, Big Fly said. He's in our casino saying he's here to pay back his debts. Where would this old guy get the money? Brother Scar said with a strange look on his face. Forget it, let's go see this old guy first. Brother Scar waved his hand, taking Big Fly and the others to his underground casino. The casinos here were all illegal, so the casinos they operated were underground casinos. On the surface, this casino was a mahjong parlor with over a dozen mahjong tables, and many people came to play mahjong every day. However, there was a large space behind the mahjong parlor, which was the underground casino. An underground casino didn't mean it was literally underground, it meant a casino hidden in the shadows. The scale of this underground casino was not large, but business was very good. This was also one of Brother Scar's important sources of income. When Brother Scar arrived, he saw Sudafu watching others gamble nearby. At this moment, Sudafu's eyes were shining as he watched the Pai Gao on the gambling table. He was watching with great interest, his eyes shining, wishing he could take their place and play a few rounds at the table. That's how a gambler is, as long as they see a game, they want to get their hands on it and play a few rounds. It's just that Su Dafu still remembered his miserable state from before, so he didn't dare to start playing yet even though he saw the game. Old Ghost Su, now that you're here, do you have the money to pay me back? Brother Scar said to Su Dafu. Su Dafu snapped out of it when he heard the voice. He hurriedly said to Brother Scar with a flattering expression, Brother Scar, I am indeed here to pay back my debts. If you're here to pay back debts, that's easy to talk about. Come with us to the office. Brother Scar nodded and turned to walk towards the office. Su Dafu took one last lingering look at the gambling table before following along. Once in the office, Su Dafu took out his bank card. Brother Scar, I've already prepared the money. Let's swipe the card to settle the bill. Although this was an underground casino, their equipment was quite advanced, and the POS machine was always ready. No problem. Here is your IOU, take a good look at it. Once you pay the money, you can take the IOU, Brother Scar said very straightforwardly. He didn't play any tricks on this matter. Because Brother Scar knew very well that in their line of work, one must follow the rules. For those like them in the casino business, following the rules was most important. If they didn't follow the rules and their reputation was ruined, no gamblers would dare come to their casino to gamble. They could play dirty behind people's backs, but they had to follow the rules openly. Su Dafu was here to pay back the money, so Brother Scar certainly couldn't play any tricks at this stage. However, Brother Scar wasn't worried at all. Brother Scar didn't know where Su Dafu got the money, but he knew very well that an old gambler like Su Dafu couldn't resist. As long as Su Dafu had money in his hands, he would definitely continue to gamble until he lost all the money in his hands. After swiping the card, 500,000 arrived in Brother Scar's account. Brother Scar also kept his promise and returned the IOU to Su Dafu. Su Dafu immediately took out a lighter and burned the IOU. After burning the IOU, Su Dafu let out a long sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Boss Su, I see you've struck it rich now. Do you want to play a few more rounds in our casino? Brother Scar said with a beaming smile. No, no more, I won't play any more in the future, Su Dafu hurriedly waved his hands and said. However, his eyes were still looking towards the gambling table. Brother Scar smiled knowingly. He knew very well that an old gambler like Su Dafu definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Don't look at how nicely Su Dafu is talking right now, it won't be long before he definitely continues to gamble. Oh right, Boss Su, my subordinate previously saw a young man walking with your daughter. Who is that young man to you? Brother Scar said, appearing as if he were just asking casually. Are you talking about Mr. Chen? That Mr. Chen is truly amazing. I heard he is a scion from the capital on the mainland. I don't know his specific status or background, but he must be very powerful. I can now be considered his father-in-law, in a way, my daughter is already with him. Su Dafu had a proud expression on his face as he said this. Of course, Su Dafu didn't know what kind of backing Chen Ping'an actually had, but that didn't stop him from bragging. After all, Su Dafu wasn't a fool. He certainly knew that if he had a backer, no one would dare to mess with him. That's why he bragged about it. Brother Scar's expression twisted when he heard this. You have to know that he also had his eye on Su Yuqing. Now that someone had beaten him to it, he naturally felt awful. Of course, Brother Scar's interest in Su Yuqing wasn't love. He just saw that Su Yuqing herself was good enough. He wanted to get Su Yuqing into his own hands to play with, and then send her to a nightclub. With Su Yuqing's conditions, she could definitely be used as a top headliner at a nightclub, and she could earn him a large sum of money by then. Brother Scar secretly felt it was a pity that he had lost an opportunity to make a fortune. However, he should still be able to continue making money from this old ghost Su. Boss Su, we are old acquaintances. Since you paid me back so readily today, I can't let you suffer a loss. Big Fly, get Boss Su 50,000 in chips. Let Boss Su have a good time, Brother Scar said in a magnanimous manner. Brother Scar, what do you mean by this? Su Dafu asked, stuttering. It doesn't mean anything, we are all old friends. These 50,000 in chips are a gift for you, so just play as you like. I'm just taking care of you, my old friend, to let you have some fun. Brother Scar laughed heartily as he said this. Big Fly had already obediently fetched 50,000 in chips and placed them into Su Dafu's hands. Su Dafu wanted to refuse, but seeing the 50,000 in chips in his hands started itching again. This was 50,000 in chips gifted to him for free. If his luck arrived, perhaps these 50,000 in chips could quickly double to 100,000. 50,000 to 100,000, 100,000 to 200,000, 200,000 to 400,000, 400,000 to 800,000. As long as his luck was good, he could quickly win back his losses. Gambling doesn't necessarily mean losing. Thinking of this, Su Dafu could no longer resist. Brother Scar, then thank you. I'll just play for a little bit, definitely not too much, Su Dafu said excitedly. I opened this casino just so you all could play as you like. The happiness of old customers like you is the most important thing, Brother Scar said with a beaming smile. Thank you, Brother Scar, then I'm going to play. After Su Dafu finished this sentence, he couldn't wait and ran towards a gambling table. Seeing this scene, both Brother Scar and Big Fly chuckled. Chapter 85, The First Time in This Life. Chen Ping'an didn't know about Su Dafu's plight, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter, since Su Dafu wasn't his father. Chen Ping'an was currently feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. They were now in a hotel suite, and Su Yuqing was taking a bath in the bathroom across the room. Through the frosted glass of the bathroom, a slender figure could be seen, appearing hazy yet particularly alluring. Chen Ping'an felt his mouth dry up, and he fiercely drank another large pot of hot water. After drinking the water, he felt even more agitated. Having lived a second life, he was finally about to become a true man. In his previous life, he had experienced this many times and was long accustomed to it. But in this life, this was his first time. Originally, Chen Ping'an hadn't expected his first time to arrive so quickly. Moreover, Chen Ping'an had previously thought his first time would be with either Li Mengyun or Lin Wanjun. It turned out it wasn't just the two of them. This was probably what people meant by fate playing tricks on them. However, Chen Ping'an didn't dwell too much on this matter. After all, he wasn't a girl. Su Yuqing's qualities were undeniable, she was already a top-tier beauty. Chen Ping'an certainly wouldn't be losing out. Su Yuqing's looks and figure had reached the absolute peak. It could be said they were flawless. Not only was Chen Ping'an not losing out, but he was making a huge profit. I'm done washing. You go ahead and take yours. Su Yuqing walked out of the bathroom wearing pajamas, her hair dripping wet. Her face was flushed, and she dared not look at Chen Ping'an. All right, you rest for a bit. I'll go take a shower. Chen Ping'an nodded and immediately stripped off his clothes right there. He had no reservations, even with Su Yuqing still in front of him. After all, the two of them would inevitably see each other like this eventually. Su Yuqing's face grew even redder, but she still involuntarily glanced at Chen Ping'an. This guy really has a great physique. Su Yuqing thought to herself, blushing. Previously, Su Yuqing had felt that Chen Ping'an was somewhat thin and weak. But once Chen Ping'an took off his outer clothes, she could see that his body was surprisingly muscular. Chen Ping'an's physique was similar to Bruce Lee's, appearing particularly lean, yet his muscles were clearly defined. Su Yuqing lowered her head, but her heart was pounding wildly. It wasn't until Chen Ping'an entered the bathroom that Su Yuqing finally snapped out of it. While Chen Ping'an was washing up in the bathroom, Su Yuqing dried her hair and changed into an outfit she had prepared earlier. This outfit was chosen by Chen Ping'an for Su Yuqing. It was a very sexy set of pajamas. After putting on the pajamas, Su Yuqing's face became even redder. Because these pajamas were especially provocative and could only be worn in the bedroom, they definitely couldn't be worn outside. It was also the first time Su Yuqing had seen clothes like this. Chen Ping'an usually showered quickly, but today he washed especially thoroughly, so he took a longer time. This was his first time in this life, he had to be careful. When he came out after showering, Chen Ping'an saw Su Yuqing immediately. Chen Ping'an's eyes instantly lit up. Su Yuqing, having tidied up and changed into her pajamas, was truly beautiful. Chen Ping'an felt he was losing control of himself. Since he was losing control, he might as well let go. Chen Ping'an strode quickly toward Su Yuqing. He then picked up Su Yuqing and walked into the bedroom. Su Yuqing's face was scarlet, but she still cooperated with Chen Ping'an's actions. After a night of passion, Chen Ping'an felt truly happy right now. Since he had exerted himself quite a bit last night, Chen Ping'an woke up a bit late the next day. Chen Ping'an was awakened again by the system's notification sound. The time had arrived, 8 a.m., and the system items had refreshed again. Chen Ping'an rubbed his eyes and got out of bed. Su Yuqing was lying beside him, still deeply asleep. Chen Ping'an didn't disturb Su Yuqing and carefully got out of bed by himself. He first went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth to wake himself up, then boiled a kettle of hot water and poured himself a cup of coffee. While savoring the instant coffee provided by the hotel, Chen Ping'an opened the system shop. The system shop had refreshed with 4 more items. 1 Shaolin Minor Reversion Pill. 1 Language Mastery Compendium Skill Book. 1 Nano High-Strength Bulletproof Vest. 1 Attack Enhanced Wooden Sword. The 4 items appeared before Chen Ping'an. All items refreshed by the system shop were random, what he encountered depended on his luck. Chen Ping'an's luck today was actually quite good, these 4 items were all decent. During the period before the college entrance examination, the items he refreshed daily were usually not very good. They couldn't compare to today's 4 items. The Shaolin Minor Reversion Pill was considered a good item. People suffering from internal injuries could quickly recover after taking this medicinal pill. But this item was of little use to Chen Ping'an. The Language Mastery Compendium, the skill book, was quite excellent. The system's explanation stated that learning the skill book would allow him to master all the languages of this world. This included dialects, foreign languages, and various minor languages. Even the indigenous languages of the cannibal tribes in the Amazon jungle were included. This point was particularly impressive. As long as he learned the skill book, Chen Ping'an could travel anywhere in the world without worrying about language barriers. Chen Ping'an was already set on purchasing this skill book. The Nano Bulletproof Vest was also a decent item, possessing powerful defensive capabilities. But Chen Ping'an would likely not need this item. As for the wooden sword that enhanced attack, that was even less useful. If the Language Mastery Compendium skill book hadn't been available, Chen Ping'an probably would have chosen the bulletproof vest. But under the current circumstances, he definitely had to purchase the Language Mastery Compendium skill book. Spending $1, Chen Ping'an purchased the Language Mastery Compendium skill book. Upon successful purchase, Chen Ping'an immediately learned this skill book. Massive amounts of linguistic information were directly injected into Chen Ping'an's brain. Chen Ping'an felt his brain swell and ache intensely. Chen Ping'an collapsed onto the sofa and began silently absorbing the knowledge in his mind. Learning knowledge takes time, but absorbing this knowledge did not take long at all. After only 3 to 5 minutes, Chen Ping'an's mind returned to normal, and the stinging sensation was gone. However, Chen Ping'an's mind now contained thousands of languages. He never imagined that thousands of languages existed on this planet. Of course, although there were thousands of languages, only about a dozen were truly useful in reality. The rest were minor languages, and many had even disappeared long ago. But this Language Mastery Compendium skill book recorded even the extinct languages. Chen Ping'an rubbed his temples to allow his brain to recover. Chen Ping'an then spoke a few sentences in Japanese, followed by French, English, German, and Russian. Chen Ping'an spoke these international languages fluently and effortlessly. Then came Cantonese, Hmong, Tibetan, and Hakka vernacular, all spoken effortlessly and without any accent. Haha, this skill book is truly awesome. From now on, I can go anywhere in the world freely without worrying about communication issues. Chapter 86, Speaking Cantonese. Not long after, Su Yuqing also woke up. Su Yuqing was still a bit embarrassed when facing Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an smiled, "You can wash up here. I'll go out first." Chen Ping'an proactively left, giving Su Yuqing some space. Su Yuqing also breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, Su Yuqing was dressed in new clothes and had finished washing up. Dressed again, Su Yuqing was no longer as shy when facing Chen Ping'an, having returned to normal. However, there was still a hint of shyness in her gaze towards Chen Ping'an. "How about I arrange a job for you next?" Chen Ping'an asked. "I have no objection, I just worry I won't do it well," Su Yuqing said softly. "Then don't worry, you'll definitely do well. I plan to open a company in Hong Kong, and you will manage it because I will soon return to the mainland for university. I won't be staying in Hong Kong for long. From now on, the company's affairs will be handed over to you to manage," Chen Ping'an said. Hearing Chen Ping'an say this, Su Yuqing was immediately taken aback. Su Yuqing stammered, "You're still a university student." Su Yuqing, of course, knew Chen Ping'an was young, but she felt his demeanor was very mature, so he should be a few years older than her. Su Yuqing never expected Chen Ping'an to still be a university student. "Yes, I'm a freshman. I just took the college entrance exam this year, I'm only 19. You're an old cow eating tender grass," Chen Ping'an teased. Upon hearing the phrase, "old cow eating tender grass," Su Yuqing's face immediately flushed. Su Yuqing never expected Chen Ping'an to be several years younger than her. Su Yuqing took a deep breath to calm herself down, then said, "What if I can't manage the company if it's handed over to me?" "Don't worry, I certainly won't just dump the company on you. I will determine the company's development direction, and we can also frequently communicate by phone. You just need to follow my instructions. Or you can think of yourself as my assistant, except in the company, you're the CEO, and I'm the chairman," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "Oh, that's good then." Su Yuqing nodded gently, relieved. She was just a young girl, asking her to manage a company, she really lacked confidence. But if it was just to be Chen Ping'an's assistant, she felt she could do it well. In any case, Su Yuqing was a university graduate from a prestigious university. She still had that much self-confidence. Su Yuqing even began to look forward to the scenario of managing a company herself in the future. "Let's eat first. After we eat, we can start working," Chen Ping'an said to Su Yuqing. Chen Ping'an had already called the front desk to have breakfast sent up. A grand hotel of this rank naturally offered room service. Soon, the hotel staff brought the breakfast. Chen Ping'an had ordered local breakfast delicacies, and the portion was generous enough for both of them. After breakfast, the two left the hotel, and at the hotel entrance, Old Song was already waiting for Chen Ping'an in a taxi. "Boss," Old Song greeted respectfully. Chen Ping'an nodded, then asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "Already eaten," Old Song quickly replied. "That's good. Let's go. I plan to register a company. Do you know who I should look for?" Chen Ping'an settled Su Yuqing in the back seat, then spoke again. "Registering a company. I know a company that specializes in helping people register companies. I heard from a friend that this company is good. Should we go ask?" Old Song thought for a moment and said, "Yes, let's go to the company you mentioned." Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement. Old Song assented, started the car, and set off. The company was a bit far, and they were delayed by traffic for quite some time. After an hour and a half of driving, they finally arrived at the company. The company's name was Xuanfa Financial Company. Chen Ping'an told Old Song to wait downstairs, then took Su Yuqing up to Xuanfa Financial Company. After learning Chen Ping'an's purpose, the receptionist at Xuanfa Financial Company warmly welcomed Chen Ping'an. Soon, a stout female manager quickly walked over. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Shen Tsuehua, the general manager of Xuanfa Financial Company, but my friends all call me Sister Fei. I should be older than you, so if you don't mind, you can also just call me Sister Hua." Sister Hua said to Chen Ping'an with a beaming smile. It was evident that Sister Hua was a very approachable person. Sister Hua was probably in her 30s, so for Chen Ping'an to call her Sister Hua was quite appropriate given his age. "Hello, Sister Hua." Chen Ping'an also smiled, shook Sister Hua's hand, and greeted her. "Sister Hua, I heard your company can handle company registration, is that right?" Chen Ping'an asked. "Of course. And our fees are fair, and our service is fast, you'll definitely be satisfied. Moreover, we handle all kinds of company-related services. If you have any financial needs, we can also help you process them," Sister Hua said with a beaming smile. Chen Ping'an could, of course, register a company himself, but the procedures were cumbersome, and it would take a long time. Companies like theirs, which specialize in handling such matters, had their own connections. They made a living from this, so entrusting these matters to them would actually be easier. Chen Ping'an inquired and learned that it could be processed within a week, and the cost was not expensive, well within Chen Ping'an's acceptable range. "By the way, do you have connections to process ID cards?" Chen Ping'an asked again. "Of course. Does your friend need an ID card?" Sister Hua nodded and said. "Not my friend, it's for myself. I'm from the mainland, and I need to apply for an ID card," Chen Ping'an said. Sister Hua, however, was greatly surprised. If you hadn't told me, I would have had no idea you were from the mainland. Sister Hua said in surprise. Because Chen Ping'an had been speaking Cantonese the whole time. Chen Ping'an had learned how to speak Cantonese that morning, and his Cantonese was very standard, without any foreign accent. It was exactly like a local person speaking. So Sister Hua had thought Chen Ping'an was a local. It was only then that Su Yuqing belatedly realized Chen Ping'an was speaking Cantonese. Because Su Yuqing still remembered that yesterday, Chen Ping'an had spoken Mandarin to her. Su Yuqing had forgotten this earlier and only now, reminded by Sister Hua, came to this realization. I learned Cantonese from a friend, Chen Ping'an simply said. Su Yuqing, however, gave Chen Ping'an a strange look but didn't ask anything further. Su Yuqing thought Chen Ping'an had been deliberately hiding it yesterday. Registering a company and applying for an ID card were small businesses for Sister Hua. But even for such small businesses, Sister Hua still extended a warm welcome. No wonder Old Song recommended this place. Sister Hua was a very good businesswoman. Sister Hua, I'd like to ask, if I'm establishing a company, where would be better to rent an office building? Chen Ping'an asked. Chen Ping'an didn't have much money now, so he certainly wouldn't buy a company building directly. Renting would be more economical. He would buy an office building later when he had more money. Chapter 87, Patek Philippe Watch. If you need to rent an office building, why not stay here? Our office building is in a good location for rent, the price is cheap, and we have a lot of space here, plus all sorts of tools are available. Sister Hua explained with a smile. Sister Hua, do you know anyone from the property management? Call them over so I can ask about the price, Chen Ping'an said. Chen Ping'an had looked around when he arrived earlier. The area was indeed decent, it wasn't the busiest spot, but there were many office buildings nearby, making it suitable for setting up an office. Furthermore, Chen Ping'an's requirements for an office building weren't particularly high, having a place to work was sufficient. Sister Hua agreed and quickly brought over the property management staff. The property manager personally guided Chen Ping'an to view all the vacant offices upstairs and downstairs. Subsequently, Chen Ping'an took a liking to the offices on the 7th floor and rented the entire floor. The rent for the office space was genuinely not cheap, and since the space Chen Ping'an rented was quite large, the entire 7th floor, the annual rent alone cost 200,000 yuan. This was only because the office location Chen Ping'an chose was not in a bustling area. If it were in the most central area, it would be completely normal for a single floor of an office building like this to cost several million in annual rent. Therefore, being off the beaten path had its advantages. Once the contract procedures were completed and the money was paid, this floor belonged to Chen Ping'an. After securing the office location, registering the company would also become much easier. Currently, the company was just a framework and didn't require hiring yet. Su Yuqing's work would also be relatively simple. Next, the issue of accommodation needed to be resolved. Since the office location was settled here, the place of residence naturally couldn't be too far away. Sister Hua was well informed, so Chen Ping'an didn't look for anyone else and directly asked Sister Hua if she had connections for buying a house. When Sister Hua heard Chen Ping'an wanted to buy a house, she immediately smiled and introduced him to a real estate agent. However, Sister Hua told Chen Ping'an that this particular agent was very reliable. A reliable real estate agent can actually save you money and also save a lot of time. Chen Ping'an naturally understood this principle, and through Sister Hua's introduction, he met a real estate agent surnamed Zhou. Chen Ping'an's requirements were simple, he wanted to rent a suitable apartment nearby. The environment had to be good, the price didn't matter. Knowing that Chen Ping'an wasn't short on money, the real estate agent introduced him to a very nice large flat apartment suite. It was only a 10-minute journey from the office location. This large flat was located in a high-end residential complex, spanning 120 square meters. In a place like Hong Kong, such a large flat was considered a big house. As for the rent, it was naturally not cheap, but to the current Chen Ping'an, these were just small expenses. Chen Ping'an would certainly buy a house eventually, but right now, his money needed to be used where it mattered most, so he chose to rent rather than buy. Furthermore, Chen Ping'an knew that housing prices would fall later, and they would crash. If he were to buy a house, he should wait a little longer. After spending a whole day, all the issues regarding housing and office location were finally resolved. Chen Ping'an also finished moving and relocated directly into the large flat. Su Yuqing looked at her new home, feeling extremely happy. This would be her new home from now on. The new home already had furniture, so there was no need to buy more, but it was best to purchase new bed sheets and bedding. Chen Ping'an took Su Yuqing to a nearby mall to buy many daily necessities, as well as brand new sheets and bedding. By the evening, the new home was finally settled. This is our new home from now on. Are you happy? Chen Ping'an glanced at Su Yuqing and asked with a smile. Of course I'm happy. How could I not be happy living in such a big house? Su Yuqing said, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. Yesterday, Su Yuqing didn't have too much goodwill toward Chen Ping'an. After all, Chen Ping'an had directly bought her with money, and anyone who encountered such a thing wouldn't be in a good mood. But after just one day, Su Yuqing's perception of Chen Ping'an had been completely reversed. Su Yuqing knew Chen Ping'an was a good man, and he treated her very well. When she was with her father, her life had no hope whatsoever. But staying by Chen Ping'an's side, Su Yuqing felt that her life finally had something to look forward to. She could feel that her life would definitely get better and better. Since you're happy, shouldn't you repay me? Chen Ping'an said with some anticipation. Then how do you want me to repay you? Su Yuqing tilted her head and asked, puzzled. Just like this. Chen Ping'an walked up to Su Yuqing, placed his large hand on her head, and gently pressed down. Su Yuqing was initially confused, but quickly realized what he meant. She rolled her eyes at Chen Ping'an, but obediently knelt down soon after. It was another night of passion. When Chen Ping'an woke up in the morning, he didn't feel tired at all, instead, he felt full of energy. As the saying goes, solitary yin cannot grow, solitary yang cannot be born. The longevity art that Chen Ping'an cultivates is actually a supreme cultivation technique based on the harmony of yin and yang. Before, when he cultivated alone, he couldn't grasp some of the profound mysteries within the mind cultivation technique. But ever since he became a true man and got together with Su Kun, Chen Ping'an finally began to feel some of the profound mysteries within the cultivation technique. Chen Ping'an also felt that his internal skill was becoming purer, and his essence, qi, and spirit were becoming more vigorous. Sure enough, life lies in movement. 8 o'clock soon arrived again. Today's 4 items were refreshed again. Chen Ping'an took a look, then shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, there were no good items among today's 4 products. You couldn't refresh and get good items every day. Today's 4 items are 1 alloy bicycle, 1 electric scooter, 1 Patek Philippe watch, 1 diamond ring. These were today's 4 items. Although they had value, the value wasn't high. The alloy bicycle and the electric scooter were ordinary goods with no special functions. The diamond ring was a 3-carat diamond, worth some money, but not particularly expensive. The most valuable item might be the Patek Philippe watch. However, this Patek Philippe watch did not specify a model, so it was hard to say exactly how much it was worth. Anyway, he might as well take a gamble for 1 yuan. Thinking this, Chen Ping'an spent 1 yuan and purchased the Patek Philippe watch. Spending 1 yuan, he successfully purchased the Patek Philippe watch. Chen Ping'an retrieved the Patek Philippe watch from the system interface. The system was very thoughtful, also including the watch's packaging box, as well as the watch's certificate, with all procedures complete. Chen Ping'an opened the packaging box, and a gold watch radiating a faint blue light appeared before his eyes. A sapphire watch cover and a golden body. Chen Ping'an fell in love with this Patek Philippe watch at first sight. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. It should be said that this was a piece of art. The reason Patek Philippe watches can sell for such high prices is partly due to brand premium, and partly, of course, due to their excellent craftsmanship. Every Patek Philippe watch is a work of art. Chen Ping'an put the watch on his wrist, and it fit perfectly. This watch looks a little familiar. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself. Hubby, is this your new watch? This is the Patek Philippe Dreamy Starry Sky Commemorative Edition. I saw it in a magazine before. It's so expensive, I think it costs over 7 million. Su Yuqing walked over wearing pajamas, saying with a look of astonishment. Chapter 88, Tenfold Leverage. You recognize this watch? Chen Ping'an asked curiously. I don't really recognize it either, I just saw it in a magazine. Because this watch is so expensive, I remembered it at the time. Su Yuqing said embarrassedly. Hubby, how much did you spend to buy this watch? Su Yuqing asked. She was already used to calling him hubby quite naturally now. My old man gave it to me, it didn't cost anything. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. It was bought for 1 yuan in the system mall, which was equivalent to being a gift from the system. The system was closer than his own father, so wasn't it his old man? Therefore, saying it was a gift from his old man was not wrong at all. It was given by hubby's old man. Su Yuqing said, though she didn't doubt it at all. After all, Chen Ping'an was already so wealthy, so it was perfectly normal for his old man to be even wealthier and gift him a watch worth millions. Only then did Chen Ping'an realize that this watch was actually so valuable. Dreamy Starry Sky Commemorative Edition, no wonder it looked so familiar. Chen Ping'an suddenly realized in his heart. Because Chen Ping'an had seen this watch in his previous life, but that was over a decade later. This watch sold for over 30 million at an auction. It really was a watch with a sky-high price. It's hard to say if it's really worth that much, but it's definitely very valuable. If he ever happened to run out of money in the future, he could take the watch out and auction it. Watches like Patek Philippe can no longer be treated as mere watches, but rather as jewelry. Many premium watches don't really have the concept of being second-hand, nor do they depreciate over time. On the contrary, the longer time passes, the more valuable this watch becomes. Let's eat first, and after we finish, we'll start working, Chen Ping'an said. Okay, hubby, Su Yuqing nodded quickly. Although there was food at home, Chen Ping'an was too lazy to prepare it. Besides, there was a dim sum restaurant nearby that served breakfast, and Chen Ping'an happened to want to taste the local cuisine. After taking Su Yuqing for breakfast, Chen Ping'an called Old Song, who was already waiting for Chen Ping'an at the entrance of the tea restaurant. Getting into Old Song's car, Chen Ping'an stated his destination directly. This time, the destination was HSBC Bank. HSBC Bank is not only a multinational bank but also a securities firm. HSBC Bank has its own securities department. HSBC Bank was not too far from where Chen Ping'an lived, only a 10-minute drive away. This was also the reason why Chen Ping'an chose to live here. In the future, he would have many opportunities to deal with HSBC Bank. After getting out of the car, Chen Ping'an took Su Yuqing directly into HSBC Bank. Chen Ping'an's previous 100 million plus was deposited in an account at HSBC Bank. Upon reaching the front desk, Chen Ping'an took out his bank card. He first had the front desk staff check the balance on his card. A balance of over 100 million was quite shocking. After seeing it, the staff member was even more respectful toward Chen Ping'an. I want to see your manager. I want to open an account in your bank securities department. I need to talk to your securities department manager, Chen Ping'an said. No problem, Mr. Chen. Please follow me to the reception room to rest for a moment, and I will bring the manager over immediately. After taking Chen Ping'an to the reception room and pouring tea for both of them, the staff member left. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked over with a smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Paul Zhang, the manager of the securities department at HSBC Bank. It is a pleasure to serve you. Chen Ping'an stood up and shook hands with Paul Zhang. Hello, Manager Zhang. Come to think of it, I am also a customer of your HSBC Bank. I have 100 million in funds deposited in your HSBC Bank account. Now I intend to open an account through your HSBC Bank securities firm, and I hope you can give me some special consideration, Chen Ping'an said. No problem, certainly no problem. Paul Zhang said with a smile. Chen Ping'an had over 100 million in deposits at HSBC Bank. He had already checked the account. Otherwise, as a manager, he wouldn't have come over so quickly. In Paul Zhang's eyes, Chen Ping'an was a big client, so he was very enthusiastic when entertaining Chen Ping'an. There are a few things here that I need Manager Zhang to assist with. First, I still have over 100 million in cash in a bank back home, and I need to transfer it out, Chen Ping'an said, looking at Paul Zhang. No problem, our bank can handle this, Paul Zhang nodded with a smile. If Chen Ping'an were to transfer the cash out from the country himself, it would be a very troublesome matter, but HSBC Bank had its own channels. Their capital turnover would be easy and simple. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement and then said, I can open an account in your securities department, but I need to obtain financing authorization. What is the maximum financing authorization you can give me? Chen Ping'an asked. My personal maximum authorization can give you 5x leverage. If you need higher authorization, then it needs to be applied for higher up. That will take some time. I want 10x leverage. If you can do that, then I will place more of my funds in your HSBC Bank Securities Department for operations. Chen Ping'an looked at Paul Zhang in front of him and said firmly. 10x leverage, you are making things a bit difficult for me. And your capital volume is so large, Paul Zhang said with a bitter smile. The larger my capital volume, the more money you earn. It makes no sense for you not to do business that is handed to you. If you feel it's difficult, then forget it. I'll ask other securities firms. Chen Ping'an shook his head and said softly. Paul Zhang's heart tightened immediately. Paul Zhang quickly said, why don't you wait here for a moment? I will go and apply for you immediately. I really don't have that much authorization myself. Even if I promised you now, it wouldn't count. Give me a little time. I'm going to apply for the authorization for you now. However, before applying for the authorization, you need to open an account with our company first. No problem, we can open the account right now. Chen Ping'an nodded. Of course, opening an account didn't require Paul Zhang to handle it himself. Paul Zhang called a staff member over to serve Chen Ping'an, while he himself went to apply for the 10x leverage authorization for Chen Ping'an. In a short while, Chen Ping'an's account was opened. The operation on Paul Zhang's side would likely take quite some time. Chen Ping'an was not in a hurry at all, because he believed that Paul Zhang would definitely get this done. After all, this matter posed no risk to HSBC Bank at all, and instead, they could earn a large commission. Chapter 89, Trading Stocks Again. The requirements Chen Ping'an proposed were actually not high. The risks were far greater than the rewards, so HSBC Bank quickly agreed. Before long, Paul Zhang returned and smilingly agreed to all of Chen Ping'an's requirements. Just like that, Chen Ping'an obtained the qualification for 10x leverage. HSBC Bank's channels were indeed powerful. With their help, Chen Ping'an's domestic cash was quickly transferred into HSBC Bank. This cash was soon converted into HKD. Chen Ping'an now had over 300 million Hong Kong dollars in cash in his HSBC Bank account. Even in this era, this was a massive sum of money. Furthermore, Chen Ping'an also possessed the qualification for 10x leverage. Seeing his account, Chen Ping'an became excited. He now had sufficient ammunition and finally had the qualification to sit at the gambling table and participate in the game. This financial war was initiated by the USA. The USA had launched a financial war last year, first attacking Silla, causing its entire economy to regress by decades. This year, they launched financial wars in various Southeast Asian countries again. They crushed the economies of all Southeast Asian nations. It must be said that even in this era, the USA was already extremely powerful. Of course, its strength did not come from it alone, but from the entire group it led. Behind it stood an entire powerful interest group. The power of the group was so immense, which was why they were able to stir up trouble in Southeast Asian countries. Chen Ping'an had long wanted to participate in such a feast. However, the previous Chen Ping'an had no money at all, so he naturally lacked the qualification to participate. But now, he had that qualification. However, before diving in, he still had many things to complete. Of course, Chen Ping'an wasn't going to go against them, he just wanted to follow the trend and get a piece of the action. The reason Chen Ping'an dared to involve himself in this matter was that he had previously purchased an item. Previously, in the System Mall, Chen Ping'an had purchased a stock trading skill book. It made Chen Ping'an a stock trading great master. His abilities were equally formidable. This was also why Chen Ping'an had the confidence to get involved. The securities department also provided trading rooms. Large clients like Chen Ping'an had their own independent trading rooms for use. However, Chen Ping'an still refused. Because the transaction amount was too large, Chen Ping'an did not trust them, so he would not trade here. Chen Ping'an had already bought a computer for his home, he could just operate from there. Furthermore, Chen Ping'an felt more trust in his own computer. After the formalities were completed, Chen Ping'an went straight home. Next was the time to make money. For these few days, Chen Ping'an had long since made ample preparations. Chen Ping'an was not a professional trader, but he was a super hacker. So before Chen Ping'an planned to trade stocks, he had already created stock trading software for himself. With this auxiliary software, it was as if Chen Ping'an had 100 of the most obedient and powerful traders under him. With one command from Chen Ping'an, the stock trading software could execute his trading orders according to his instructions. All financial tycoons have their own professional trading teams. Chen Ping'an didn't have such a professional trading team, so he could only rely on software for assistance. Chen Ping'an had already tested it. The software he designed was very reliable. It wouldn't make mistakes. If Chen Ping'an's stock trading software were to be made public, it would definitely cause massive waves in the stock market. In fact, Chen Ping'an was already creating an AI model. Or it could also be called quantitative investment software. One must know that the fluctuations of stocks follow patterns. All professional trading is based on stock data. And quantitative trading software sets this data. As long as the stock market reaches the preset data, it will directly buy or sell. Although this method of speculation lacks intuition, because it is mechanized and goes against human nature, the probability of making money is actually higher. In this era, quantitative investment hadn't actually appeared yet. But 20 years later, quantitative investment would become a very common thing. So, using his hacker abilities, Chen Ping'an brought out quantitative investment 20 years ahead of its time. However, quantitative investment models are not easy to build. Chen Ping'an still needed a lot of time to establish the model. Once this quantitative investment model was completed, he could make money while lying down. Of course, quantitative investment wasn't as magical as imagined. Making money using quantitative investment isn't hard, but becoming a top billionaire is impossible. Quantitative investment is like guerrilla warfare. You can make a quick, stealthy move. Making money isn't hard, but making big money is very difficult. To make big money, one still needs to build a career and large-scale industries. Returning home, Chen Ping'an turned on his computer and began to operate. At this time, they were attacking Korea. Currently, Korea didn't know this yet. Before encountering the financial attack, they thought their financial system was very solid. They were completely ignorant of their own weaknesses. They were equally ignorant of the enemy's strength. Chen Ping'an, however, could already see that Korea's financial system was under attack. Chen Ping'an's operation was also very simple: follow the financial groups. Whatever the syndicates did, Chen Ping'an did the same. Speaking of which, it was just that coincidental. In his previous life, Chen Ping'an had greatly admired these people, so he had specifically studied their various classic battles. He was familiar with the specific operational methods they used to attack the financial systems of various Asian countries. He never expected that the information he read in his previous life would come in handy in this one. 300 million Hong Kong dollars with 10x leverage. The funds available in Chen Ping'an's account reached 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. In this era, 3 billion Hong Kong dollars was definitely not a small amount. Investing it in any single stock could cause massive fluctuations. But Chen Ping'an wasn't going to invest in just one stock. He spread his 3 billion in funds across the entire Korean stock market. Compared to the entire Korean stock market, 3 billion in funds was a piece of cake. It was like a drop of water falling into a pond. You couldn't find a trace of that drop anymore. Operations complete. Now we just wait to get rich, Chen Ping'an said with a relaxed expression. Hubby, is it really okay to operate like this? Su Yuqing asked nervously. After all, this was 3 billion in funds. If anything went wrong with this money, their future days would be difficult. Trust me, it won't go wrong, Chen Ping'an said calmly. But he didn't explain the specifics much further, as there was no need. Next, you should learn how to manage a company. You don't need to ask about other things, Chen Ping'an said to Su Yuqing. I understand, Su Yuqing nodded quickly. Chapter 90, The Gambling Ghost Lost Again. In the following few days, Chen Ping'an found himself extremely idle. He spent his days dabbling in stocks, and the rest of the time accompanying Su Yuqing on various outings. With a beauty by his side, life was truly different. It could be said that every day was filled with happiness. The only downside was that none of the daily items refreshed by the system were anything good. However, the profits from the stock market put Chen Ping'an in an excellent mood again. Chen Ping'an also made a huge fortune in the stock market of South Korea. His initial capital of 3 billion had skyrocketed to over 5 billion in just a few days. This was because Chen Ping'an operated rather conservatively, unwilling to make large, aggressive moves. Otherwise, Chen Ping'an would have earned even more money. But in Chen Ping'an's view, operating conservatively for stability in the stock market was the correct approach. After all, he was using 10x leverage. If the fluctuation was too great, his account would be liquidated instantly. Therefore, stable operation was definitely the way to go. On Wall Street, Sam was having afternoon tea, feeling quite pleased. Under his manipulation during this period, South Korea's financial market was in constant retreat, and his company had made a huge profit as a result. Sam was truly at the height of his power. Just then, a knock sounded on his office door. "Come in," Sam said. The door opened, and Sam's secretary entered. "Boss, we've noticed something," the secretary said with a serious expression. "What happened?" Sam asked curiously. "We found that over the past few days, a certain fund has been consistently following our operations. We haven't tracked down the origin of this guy yet, but by following our operations, he has already earned quite a bit of money." Sam's secretary quickly added. "Following our operations? Have you clearly investigated where the opposing fund originated from?" Sam asked curiously. "We only traced them back to HSBC Bank. They should be coming from Hong Kong. But we haven't been able to find any more specific information." "Boss, how should we proceed?" the secretary inquired. "Do you have their trading records?" "If so, bring them for me to look at," Sam asked. "Yes, here are the trading records we found." A set of trading records was placed in front of Sam. Sam picked up his glasses, put them on, and carefully read through the trading records before him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said happily, "It seems we have a kindred spirit. This is an expert. Although the capital size isn't huge, the operating methods are very mature. Try to find a way to contact them, we could work together. For now, let's leave it at that. Currently, he is not our enemy, he is perhaps even our ally. Having one more ally is beneficial to us," Sam said with a chuckle as he put down his glasses. "Understood, boss. I will quickly dig up his background," the secretary said hastily. After the secretary left, Sam continued drinking his afternoon tea, not taking the matter too seriously. To him, it was just a minor issue. Chen Ping'an didn't know that his operations had been detected by Sam. But it didn't matter. After all, Chen Ping'an knew Sam's subsequent operating strategy, and whether Soros had discovered him or not was irrelevant. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, Chen Ping'an managed to refresh 2 skill books. One was the God of Gamblers' Secret Manual skill book. After learning it, he could master the skills of the God of Gamblers. The other was the Bone-Melting Cotton Palm skill book. Fortunately, both skill books appeared separately, so Chen Ping'an bought them all. Chen Ping'an learned the skills immediately after purchasing the skill books. He now possessed superb gambling skills, just like the God of Gamblers. He also mastered the Bone-Melting Cotton Palm. It was just a pity that these 2 unique skills had no chance to be used yet. Over the past week, South Korea's financial market was utterly defeated. Sam made a huge profit, returning fully loaded, and successfully withdrew from the South Korean financial market. Chen Ping'an's operations were equally effortless. Chen Ping'an had already withdrawn from the South Korean financial market long before Sam left. This operation brought Chen Ping'an a generous return. His initial 3 billion capital had now swelled to 7.5 billion. This speed of earning money was terrifying. At this time, Sam's funds had begun entering the Hong Kong financial market. Chen Ping'an followed suit, dispersing his own funds into the Hong Kong financial market. The main event was now the Hong Kong financial market. A storm was about to descend upon the Hong Kong financial market, but the ordinary stockholders in Hong Kong were completely unaware. Chen Ping'an had completed his arrangements and was now just waiting for Sam's attack. Su Yuqing sat beside Chen Ping'an, quietly reading a book. She was extremely satisfied with her current life. Su Yuqing was also very thankful that she had met such a good man. Just then, her phone rang. Su Yuqing answered the call. It was from her mother. After only a few words, Su Yuqing's face instantly turned pale. Chen Ping'an noticed Su Yuqing's abnormality. In fact, he had also heard the general content of the phone call. "What happened?" Chen Ping'an asked proactively. It's my father. He went gambling at the casino again, and this time he owes the casino 2 million. As she spoke, tears began to stream down Su Yuqing's face. Su Yuqing wasn't worried about her father, she was lamenting her own miserable fate, wondering how she ended up with a gambling ghost for a father. The people at the casino said that either the money is repaid, or they'll chop up my dad and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she didn't dare to look into Chen Ping'an's eyes. Because Su Yuqing knew that her family couldn't produce this amount of money at all. Only Chen Ping'an could save her father. But how could she have the face to ask Chen Ping'an to come up with the money? Chen Ping'an had already spent 1 million when he bought her. It could also be said that her father's life or death was no longer her concern as his daughter. Don't worry, it's fine. I will pay this money. Chen Ping'an embraced Su Yuqing, comforting her softly. Chen Ping'an was not surprised at all by the current situation. Because Chen Ping'an understood gambling ghosts too well. Gambling ghosts are like this: when they have no money, they swear they will quit gambling, but as soon as they have a little cash, they will try every means possible to gamble. Therefore, Chen Ping'an was not surprised at all that Su Dafu would continue to gamble. A gambling ghost is a bottomless pit. Chapter 91, Chen Ping'an goes to the casino. Your dad is lucky to have a daughter like you. And you're just as lucky to have met a good man like me. Chen Ping'an said with a smile, holding Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing blushed a little, but she also felt that Chen Ping'an was right. What do we do now? Su Yuqing asked softly. Call your dad and ask where they are. I'll go find them. Su Yuqing nodded and dialed her father's number. The call connected quickly, but the voice on the other end was a young, rough man's. Are you Su Dafu's family? The man asked coldly. Chen Ping'an waved at Su Yuqing, signaling her to hand him the phone. After Chen Ping'an took the call, he said, I am Su Dafu's son-in-law. I'm here to pay you back now. Tell me your current location. Su Dafu's son-in-law, huh? As long as you can pay. This is the location of our casino. Su Dafu owes us 2 million. Bring the money, and you can take him away. The person on the phone had already told them the casino's location. Okay, I'll be at your casino in half an hour, Chen Ping'an said calmly. After hanging up, Chen Ping'an prepared to leave. Su Yuqing was worried about Chen Ping'an but also about her father. She could only hope both of them would return safely. Husband, what will my dad do in the future if he keeps this up? Su Yuqing said sadly. Su Yuqing was worried that her father would never change his ways. If he continued like this, it would be a bottomless pit. Even if their family was rich, they couldn't withstand such ruin. Don't worry, I'll teach the casino a lesson. That way, no casino will dare to gamble with your dad again. Chen Ping'an said with a smile. It's impossible to make a gambler stop gambling. So, the only thing to do is make the casinos afraid to gamble with this gambler. As long as this gambler is put on the casino's blacklist, with nowhere to go, nowhere to gamble. Then even if this gambler wants to gamble again, they won't find a place to do so. Chen Ping'an called Old Song, and soon, Old Song arrived. Old Song no longer drove a taxi. Chen Ping'an had bought him a Mercedes-Benz, and Old Song was now Chen Ping'an's personal driver. Of course, Old Song wasn't shortchanged on the benefits, so he really liked this job. Old Song arrived quickly, waiting downstairs for Chen Ping'an in the car. After Chen Ping'an got into the car, he told him the casino's address. Oh, that place. I know there's an underground casino there. Boss, are you going to the underground casino? Old Song asked hesitantly. Yes. Song Yuqing's dad went gambling again, lost 2 million, and called me to rescue him. No choice, he's my woman's dad after all. If something happens, I have to step in. Chen Ping'an said with a slight smile and a relaxed expression. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would surely be very troubled, but for Chen Ping'an, it was just a small matter that he could easily resolve. If the casino gives face, it will be resolved peacefully. If the casino doesn't give face, it will be resolved violently. Which method of resolution to use depends on the casino's attitude. Hearing Chen Ping'an say that, Old Song didn't say anything more and quickly started the car and set off. It didn't take half an hour, just over 20 minutes, and they arrived at the casino. Chen Ping'an told Old Song to wait in the car while he entered the casino alone. Outside the casino was a mahjong parlor, a place to play mahjong. The actual underground casino was further back. Chen Ping'an entered the mahjong parlor and directly stated that he was there to find the casino to pay back money. The people at the mahjong parlor nodded and led Chen Ping'an to the back. Without someone to lead the way, the people in the back wouldn't open the door. Places like theirs always had lookouts, and strangers would be monitored. If the police came, they would also be notified immediately. Inside the underground casino, Brother Scar had already received the news. Brother Scar, Sudafu's son-in-law is here. He says he's here to pay back the money. That kid has a lot of guts, he actually dared to come, Brother Scar said with a grinning smile. Bring him over. I want to see who he is. As Brother Scar spoke, he touched the scar on his face. The smile on his face became even more sinister. Chen Ping'an was led in. This was Chen Ping'an's first time seeing an underground casino. The environment of the underground casino was certainly not good, but fortunately, the air was still fresh, so it wasn't too uncomfortable to gamble there. There weren't many gambling tables in the underground casino, only 8. But the number of gamblers who came here was quite large. Chen Ping'an saw Brother Scar at first glance, as Brother Scar's appearance was quite recognizable. Brother Scar, I'm here to pay back Sudafu's money. Where is he? Chen Ping'an said directly. Don't rush, he's right here. May I ask what this gentleman's name is? Brother Scar asked, looking at Chen Ping'an. My name is Chen Ping'an. Brother Scar, let's not waste time. Bring him out so I can see him, Chen Ping'an said calmly. No problem, I'll listen to Mr. Chen. After all, you're here to pay, so you're the boss. Bring out old Ghost Su, Brother Scar said with a chuckle. Brother Scar's subordinate quickly brought out Sudafu. Sudafu looked a bit disheveled, but he wasn't injured. This was mainly because Chen Ping'an had promised to pay back the money, so Sudafu hadn't received any special treatment. Sudafu was happy to see Chen Ping'an, but also a little embarrassed. After all, Chen Ping'an wasn't his real son-in-law. Instead, Chen Ping'an had bought his daughter with money. In reality, Chen Ping'an could have ignored his fate, even if he were beaten to death by the casino, it would have nothing to do with Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Ping'an still came, mainly for Su Yuqing's sake. Here's a check for 2 million. Go verify it. Chen Ping'an took out a 2 million check from his pocket. Can I see the IOU now? Chen Ping'an said at the same time. As for the 2 million check, it was still in his hand, of course. 2 million is no longer 2 million. With interest, it's now 3 million. Brother Scar said with a beaming smile. As long as you produce 3 million, you can take your father-in-law away. Brother Scar touched the scar on his face, a triumphant expression on his face. But his gaze towards Chen Ping'an carried a hint of grimness. After all, Su Yuqing was the woman he had his eyes on, but she was taken by Chen Ping'an. If he didn't teach Chen Ping'an a lesson, Brother Scar wouldn't feel good. Brother Scar, are you sure you want to play me like this? Chen Ping'an asked calmly. Chapter 92, Consecutive Wins. I'm screwing with you, what are you going to do about it? Mainland punk, don't think you're great just because you have some money. This is Hong Kong. It's a simple matter for me to kill you. Do you believe that I'll chop you up tonight and throw you into the sea? Brother Scar said sinisterly. No problem, Brother Scar. Since you're so awesome, of course it's no problem. Whatever you say, goes. Since you love games so much, Brother Scar, I'll play along with you. Brother Scar, you run a casino. You wouldn't mind me playing a few rounds in your casino, right? Chen Ping'an asked with a smile. You're quite brave, kid. I appreciate that about you. Since you want to play in my casino, feel free to play. Our casino is open precisely to welcome all bosses to patronize us. If you're willing to gamble money in my casino, I couldn't ask for more, Brother Scar said, also smiling widely. Both men were smiling, but the atmosphere on the scene was anything but pleasant. Sudafu was trembling, not daring to say another word. No problem exchanging 2 million in chips for me, right? Chen Ping'an handed over the check in his hand. Of course, no problem, Brother Scar said, nodding immediately. Immediately, subordinates came over and exchanged the chips for Chen Ping'an. The 2 million check was exchanged for 2 million in chips. While 2 million in chips isn't much in a large casino, in their small casino, it was considered a huge fortune. Their casino's largest chip denomination was 100,000, so 2 million was 2,100,000 chips. Chen Ping'an took the chips and went straight to the high-low betting table. High-low betting was more convenient and simpler. At the gambling table, the dealer had already started shaking the dice. Chen Ping'an listened quietly, waiting for the game to start. Soon, the dice were shaken and ready. Chen Ping'an immediately placed all his chips on high. Bets are closed, the casino dealer shouted loudly. Soon everyone had placed their bets, and the dice results were displayed before them. 4, 5, 6, high, the casino dealer announced the dice count. Chen Ping'an had bet on high, meaning he won, turning 2 million into 4 million. The casino dealer glanced at Chen Ping'an, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Brother Scar also walked over at this moment, looking at Chen Ping'an with surprise. The casino dealer also looked toward Brother Scar. Brother Scar merely nodded slightly. The game continued. The casino dealer continued shaking the dice. This time, he shook them more carefully, even employing his own unique technique. Chen Ping'an smiled and placed his 4 million again on high. Seeing Chen Ping'an place his bet, the casino dealer's hands trembled slightly. Brother Scar frowned but did not speak. Holy crap, 4 million on high. This young brother has a huge appetite for risk. Brothers, let's bet high too. We can absorb some good fortune. I see this young brother is very lucky. Let's bet with him. The surrounding gamblers also started shouting and followed Chen Ping'an by betting on high. Of course, some people didn't dare to follow Chen Ping'an's bet and instead went against him. If Chen Ping'an bet high, they bet low. Bets are closed, the casino dealer repeated. After everyone had finished betting, he opened the dice cup again. The dice count was once again displayed before everyone. 4, 6, 6, still high. This time, the count was exactly 1 point higher than the last time. The casino dealer's face turned pale. Because Chen Ping'an's 4 million had now turned into 8 million. Brother Scar's expression also became somewhat savage. Because this meant a loss of 6 million. Chen Ping'an's principal was 2 million, and it had now become 8 million. That 6 million was certainly lost by their casino. Moreover, if Chen Ping'an won one more round, it would become 16 million. Their casino wasn't large, how could it withstand such continuous losses? The casino dealer no longer dared to continue shaking the dice. Meanwhile, the gamblers who had followed Chen Ping'an's bets shouted excitedly. Because they had bet alongside Chen Ping'an and earned a profit too. Keep going. What are you waiting for? Exactly. We're on a hot streak right now. The gamblers started heckling, urging the casino dealer to continue shaking the dice. Everyone, please wait a moment. It's time for a shift change, we need to swap dealers, Brother Scar quickly stood up and announced. Brother Scar's social status was quite high, and when he spoke, no one dared to refute him. After a short while, a middle-aged man arrived. This middle-aged man was their casino's ultimate master of cheating techniques. If they encountered a customer the casino couldn't handle, they would bring out this master of cheating techniques. At this moment, when the master of cheating techniques saw Chen Ping'an, his eyes narrowed. He felt he couldn't see through Chen Ping'an. But the arrow was on the string, and it had to be loosed. He already knew the sequence of events. Chen Ping'an had won 3 consecutive rounds. The principal was now 8 million. If Chen Ping'an continued to win, it would be 16 million. Their casino wouldn't be able to bear it. Bosses, the new dealer is here. You may continue gambling, Brother Scar announced loudly. His main target audience was Chen Ping'an. Because he was afraid that Chen Ping'an would take the money and leave without continuing to gamble, which would be even more troublesome. Chen Ping'an merely smiled, showing no intention of leaving. This was just the beginning, how could Chen Ping'an leave now? Su Dafu's eyes were shining brightly at this moment. Su Dafu had never imagined that Chen Ping'an was also a gambling expert. If he had known Chen Ping'an was an expert earlier, he definitely would have sought him out to learn gambling techniques. But it wasn't too late now, he could still learn from Chen Ping'an later. The new casino dealer continued shaking the dice. His dice-shaking technique was very unique. It wasn't fast, but rather extremely slow. He would pause after every shake. But Chen Ping'an's expression immediately turned serious. Although the opponent was shaking slowly, this technique was very unusual. The dice inside were rotating along a very strange trajectory. Previously, Chen Ping'an could easily hear the dice count. But now, it was very difficult to discern. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, channeling the true qi within his body along specific meridians, allowing it to circulate through the nerves of both ears. As the true qi circulated, Chen Ping'an's hearing began to be amplified. This was the marvelous use of true qi. Bets are closed. Please place your bets, everyone. The dealer finished shaking the dice and spoke calmly. Chen Ping'an pushed all his chips onto high in one go. I'm still betting high, Chen Ping'an said with equal calm. Seeing Chen Ping'an bet high, the dealer's expression instantly froze. Because he knew the count he had shaken was indeed high. Chen Ping'an had already placed a heavy bet. Chapter 93, The Power of Bone-Melting Cotton Palm. Brother Scar knew something was wrong the moment he saw the dealer's expression. If Chen Ping'an won this round, their casino would lose 16 million. Such a loss was something their casino could not bear. Good heavens, you little brat, you're cheating. Brother Scar slammed the table and pointed at Chen Ping'an, shouting loudly. This loud roar startled everyone. Presumably, the only person not startled was Chen Ping'an himself. Cheating? No way. This is a game of big or small, how can one cheat? The surrounding people also discussed animatedly. But some smart people already knew that the situation was not right. Brother Scar pointed directly at Chen Ping'an and said, You have a lot of guts, kid, daring to cheat in our casino. According to our rules here, cheaters have their hands chopped off. Su Dafu's face turned pale when he heard this news. Chen Ping'an, however, remained calm and composed. Chen Ping said indifferently, Just because you say I cheated, does that mean I cheated? If you say I cheated, have the guts to produce the evidence. Even though this is your territory, your casino, it's not up to you to say I cheated and then I'm a cheater. Everyone, isn't that right? Chen Ping'an also spoke to the surrounding gamblers. It can't be that if we win money, it means we're cheating, right? It can't be that in your casino, you can only lose money and not win money, right? As soon as you win money, you're a cheater, huh? Chen Ping'an said loudly again. The surrounding gamblers also changed their expressions upon hearing this. What are these gamblers most afraid of in a casino? It's when the casino doesn't play by the rules. If the casino doesn't play by the rules, then they have nothing to play. For example, right now, if they win money from the casino, and the casino says they're cheating, how can they still play? Brother Scar's face also flushed red. He didn't expect this move wouldn't scare Chen Ping'an. I naturally have evidence, but there are too many people here right now, so it's not convenient to show it. Bosses, today's gambling session ends here for now. Please return today and come back tomorrow. Big Fly, prepare a red envelope for the bosses and see them out first. Upon hearing this, some rejoiced, while others were displeased. But no matter what, since Brother Scar had already spoken, they couldn't force themselves to stay. As for the excitement on site, they also couldn't continue watching. Moreover, they couldn't possibly offend Brother Scar for Chen Ping'an's sake. In a short while, all the gamblers were cleared out. Even those gamblers unwilling to leave were, of course, driven away. Only two outsiders remained on the scene, Su Dafu and Chen Ping'an. Su Dafu was already trembling all over, his teeth chattering. Brother Scar, playing this trick is meaningless. Are you a sore loser? Actually, both you and I know that I didn't cheat. I won your casino with my own ability, Chen Ping'an said confidently. Everything you said is right, you didn't cheat, you won our casino with your own ability. But I'm sorry, you're about to lose your life. I don't even know how someone like you has lived to this age. By the way, you're from the mainland, maybe the rules there are different from ours. Here, people like you always die very young. Brother Scar said coldly. As he spoke, a group of thugs appeared, and all their weapons were uniform machetes. Su Dafu saw this scene and his face turned ashen, feeling that he was going to die here today. Su Dafu felt that he was going to die, not only himself but also his son-in-law, who was dragged into this and would die with him. Su Dafu was now filled with extreme regret. You dead scoundrels still want to kill me. You're dreaming. Chen Ping'an said with a sneer. Still stubborn at death's door, brothers, chop him to death. Brother Scar pointed at Chen Ping'an and said. The surrounding thugs roared and rushed towards Chen Ping'an, brandishing their machetes. I just learned the bone-melting cotton palm. Today, I'll use you guys to test its power. Chen Ping'an sneered, waving his hands and striking out fiercely at his surroundings. Chen Ping'an's hands were striking at the air. This scene looked so ridiculous at the moment. What good is striking at people from a distance? But soon, no one could laugh anymore. Because those thugs who had gathered were struck by an immense force on their bodies and were directly sent flying by a single palm strike. Bone-melting cotton palm is a very profound internal martial arts palm technique. Chen Ping'an already mastered the longevity art internal skill at perfection rank. Chen Ping'an's internal skill rank had already reached the level of a great grandmaster. Coupled with this exquisite internal palm technique, bone-melting cotton palm, the power unleashed was terrifying. Brother Scar and the others' eyes widened when they saw this scene. They never dreamed that someone could injure others from a distance. Bone-melting cotton palm. Chen Ping'an called out in his heart. He continuously waved his hands, and the invisible palm force fiercely attacked the surrounding thugs. This distant palm force was invisible and intangible, making it impossible for these ordinary thugs to dodge. Before they could react, they were directly sent flying. The thugs who had originally surrounded them were all now on the ground. Brother Scar also trembled all over when he saw this scene. Big Fly, who had previously wanted to cause trouble for Chen Ping'an, saw that the situation was bad and tried to escape. But before he could escape, Chen Ping'an struck with a palm. From a distance of several meters, the distant palm force had already hit Big Fly's body. Big Fly was sent flying by a palm strike, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto the ground. After he landed, he was already on the verge of death. Brother Scar trembled all over when he saw this scene, and a yellow liquid flowed directly from his pants. Brother Scar was actually scared to piss himself. No one expected that Brother Scar, who was just so imposing, would now be so scared that he wet his pants. Big Boss, please be generous and spare this lowly one. This lowly one was wrong. You don't know you were wrong, you're scared of dying now. You know you're going to die now, right? Chen Ping'an said slowly. I was wrong, I was really wrong, please let me go. Brother Scar immediately knelt down and kowtowed. However, suddenly Brother Scar pulled out a pistol from his waistband and pointed it at Chen Ping'an. Chapter 94, The Ingenious Use of the Storage Ring. However, Brother Scar didn't even have time to fire his gun. Chen Ping'an's bone-melting cotton palm had already struck Brother Scar's head first. Brother Scar collapsed to the ground without a sound. His forehead was already deeply sunken in. If one were to split his head open, they would see that his brain had already turned into mush. Brother Scar was dead as a doornail. Su Dafu was once again trembling with fear. He hadn't expected Chen Ping'an to kill someone, let alone so many people at once. Of course, he also hadn't expected Chen Ping'an's martial arts to be so formidable, so many people weren't even a match for Chen Ping'an alone. Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Su Dafu asked, trembling. First, find your IOU. I'll handle the rest. It has nothing to do with you, so why are you so nervous? Chen Ping'an said calmly. Hearing Chen Ping'an's calm voice, Su Dafu slowly began to calm down. Su Dafu, of course, knew that overthinking was useless, the only thing to do now was to clean up the aftermath. Go to the office first. I need to take care of things here, Chen Ping'an said to Su Dafu. Some things weren't convenient to do in front of Su Dafu, so Chen Ping'an sent him away first. Su Dafu was no fool. Hearing this, he obediently went to the office and even locked the door behind him. The reason Chen Ping'an chose to kill here was because he had already observed one thing beforehand. That was that there were no surveillance cameras in this casino. Legitimate casinos, of course, have surveillance cameras. But this was no legitimate casino, it was an illegal underground casino. Therefore, it was impossible for surveillance cameras to be installed here. Because if surveillance cameras were installed here, the person who would be unlucky would be the casino owner. If their surveillance footage were exposed, the police would have a reason to arrest them all. That was why Brother Scar hadn't installed any surveillance cameras here. It was for this reason that Chen Ping'an chose to make his move here. Since there were no surveillance cameras, no one would know what Chen Ping'an did here. As long as everyone at the scene was dead, Chen Ping'an would actually be the safest. As for how to clean up the scene and leave safely, Chen Ping'an naturally already had a plan. One had to remember that Chen Ping'an had a storage ring. Chen Ping'an's storage ring couldn't hold living people, but it could be used to store the dead. Chen Ping'an began to collect the corpses at the scene into the storage ring one by one. Chen Ping'an's bone-melting cotton palm was powerful, anyone struck by it couldn't possibly survive. Therefore, there wasn't a single living person left at the scene, they were all just corpses. It didn't take long for him to collect all the corpses at the scene into the storage space. The scene instantly became clean. As for the blood left behind, it didn't matter. Chen Ping'an didn't have the habit of cleaning up blood. One had to know that as long as there were no corpses, it wasn't a homicide case. Then this case would have nothing to do with Chen Ping'an. This was an underground casino to begin with, the police wouldn't come here to investigate a case for no reason. Since there were no dead bodies and it was an underground casino, what would that have to do with Chen Ping'an? This was the reason why Chen Ping'an had acted decisively to kill. Come to think of it, Chen Ping'an really hadn't intended to kill anyone. His original plan was just to teach the casino a lesson and earn some money. He never expected that the casino would frame him as a cheater and even try to hack him to death. This forced Chen Ping'an to kill. Chen Ping'an returned to the cashier's counter. All the cash in the casino was kept at the cashier's counter. And there were several safes inside the cashier's counter. It was likely that the cash was stored in those safes. The safes required both a key and a password to open. But none of this was a problem for Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an directly activated his telekinesis, which penetrated inside the safe and then opened the locking mechanism. Without needing a key or a password, the safe was easily opened just like that. A smile curled the corners of Chen Ping'an's lips. With his telekinesis, Chen Ping'an was the most powerful locksmith in the world. There was no lock that Chen Ping'an couldn't open. Because Chen Ping'an used telekinesis to open locks. The safe opened, and sure enough, it was full of stacks of cash. Although Chen Ping'an was very wealthy, this was his first time seeing so much cash. All the cash in the safes was stacked and put into the storage ring. Several safes were all opened, and they were all filled with cash. There should be 7 or 8 million in cash here. For an underground casino, this was already a very large sum. But for Chen Ping'an, he still felt a bit regretful. Because there was too little money. No wonder Brother Scar would directly frame Chen Ping'an for cheating. Because the casino simply couldn't come up with that much money to compensate Chen Ping'an. Perhaps the casino had cash deposits in the bank. However, Chen Ping'an had no intention of touching the money in the bank. After all, money in the bank could be traced. Chen Ping'an didn't want to affect himself for the sake of that money. Chen Ping'an knocked on the office door, and Su Dafu quickly opened it. When Su Dafu saw the empty casino hall, he was completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the floor was covered in corpses. Now, where were those corpses? How come they had all disappeared? Where are the corpses from just now? Su Dafu asked, trembling. There are no corpses, they just left. I didn't kill them, I just knocked them unconscious. However, just keep this to yourself, don't go telling anyone. Anyway, if you talk about it, you'll be the one in trouble, not me, Chen Ping'an said indifferently. I won't say anything at all. I don't know anything. Su Dafu shook his head hurriedly. He was no fool, how could he possibly talk about such a thing? Did you find your IOU? Chen Ping'an asked. I found it. Here is my IOU, Su Dafu said, taking out an IOU with a face full of joy. Then, he took out a lighter and burned the IOU directly. Without the IOU, Su Dafu felt his whole body lighten up. What about the other IOUs in the casino? Burn them all, Chen Ping'an said. Su Dafu hesitated a bit, but still followed Chen Ping'an's suggestion, found all those IOUs, and burned them all in one go. Chen Ping'an searched the office again, and surprisingly, he found a secret door inside the office wardrobe. Maybe there was something good inside the secret door.